match.
Doing good. Uncontested Lavish Layer. No longer Queasy and Thomas landing over on that side of the map, which gives them a lot of freedom, a lot of flexibility. It's almost the center map with multiple bunker options. So if they can play their cards right, could definitely kind of come out with some great points here in this game. It's Tace and Veno. With some of the struggles from them going down relatively early in that last game, or at least earlier than they would hoped, it's going to be a big moment for them to pop off, start to build that momentum, and really carry it on with them to the second half of the day.
You see zone house pulled towards Thomas HD and Queasy here. That 8th zone is all the duos now. Try and prep their rotation to get there. Just 7 seconds till zone starts closing. Swizzy Vaniac. Look at their loadout. Look at their materials. Even the mobility. They have it all.
Swizzy and Vaniac, they had a definitely good game as Cammy tripling his points already with a couple teams going down.
It's about time. Let's finish this.
I took the stairs.
We're good to go.
Big temper.
Yeah. Anything can happen. Unbelievable!
Nice shot right there. 119. Giving him a little bit more confidence when it comes to that Storm Surge. And eventually it might start to build up to where he can go for elimination if he does find a player by himself, a Splash and Feint. To leave 3rd place in that game 1. Down on Surge, easily covers that gap. Does look like his teammate was getting aggressed on. He's quickly there to save the day. That first shot did so much, because look how much his teammate survived with. If he didn't land that shot, his teammate would have for sure went down.
Banana dropped.
Uh-oh.
HP recuperated, but for how long? After saving his teammate, now he's the one that needs saving. Both players gone down. Difficult rotate in. Marius, Sandguild are going to be the ones that capitalized on that, as they have to be careful, though. So many duos surrounding them. I'm not even sure if they can get the loot.
Marius just being very, very careful. I don't know if he heard you talking about how dangerous it was. Quickly turns around, builds the wall. And now he's just feeling it out 1 layer at a time before he moves forward. One of the first teams to rotate, though, is going to be Tayson and Veno, trying to get the slower, at least congested side of the zone. There is a couple teams meeting them in their path, a little bit of high ground, but currently distracted. This would be the perfect time for them to try to move forward, but Veno with a snipe in hand, just kind of waiting. This is something that he does, him and Tayson. They target out that high ground team, which right now looks like to be Queasy and Thomas.
We talked about how healthy they were looking, how good of a match this could be for Queasy and Thomas. But what have I just done? As soon as I say it, Thomas HD gets knocked and Queasy as well.
Oh, disaster strikes yet again for Thomas and Queasy from 2nd place by 1 point to having a nightmare of a first aid throughout 2 games. But Cammy, he's really trying to make up for his teammate going down early. 24 points as a solo so far. 28 if you count his elimination that he was able to get early on. Still making things happen, but Cringe Noms, 5 eliminations so far. They have the biggest control over the high ground, but I don't want to say it too soon. Last game we saw 4 or 5 teams, and you already see one waiting in the wings to steal it away.
You could even see Veno Tayson not only getting ahead, also moving up layers, getting closer and closer to that 2nd height, where they have a potential angle with the sniper rifle for height. Marius left alone, forced to pop the banana, and he's going to play back a zone here.
Yeah, no troubles yet. Just staggering himself. That way he can have a clear field straight ahead. He finds another Flowberry Fizz, which isn't much, but 1 charge is better than none, as Marius trying to make it in towards the zone. Doesn't have a lot of builds to protect himself, especially if he gets pounced on like this. Barely had enough. But now with his HP being dwindled, not enough shields to get him back up to full HP, and no builds to his name as well. Marius has to find some sort of elimination.
Continues to break on in, but as the clock keeps ticking, the zone keeps pulling further, and his materials now drop to 0. He needs an impact frag, he needs an elimination, but he gets dropped down to 6 HP. Shots continuing from above. goes down. Cammy now left alone.
Yeah, it was Pink and Vico who sniped away that elimination and get a chance to get the Underworld Medallion. And a team like Pink and Vico with the ability to have Siphon will be huge, especially when they just take down Veno, truck right through him, separating him and Tayson, who went down as well. Another run has been ended by one of the most consistent teams in Major 2.
This is a lethal duo in the late game, especially when they're both up. They have the chemistry. They know how to secure elimination after elimination on the low ground, and they're going to do exactly that.
Which is big. They've had only one elimination in game 1, playing a little bit slow, but now is the time to pick up the pace. Cammy having a wonderful game, 44 points. All that's a solo since the start of the game, reaching to a top 6 position. Still has some bandages left, and right now he's trying to target out high ground. That's Sined, or that's Vaniac and Swizzy, excuse me, there, who spotted him out at the tail end. Even though they're getting chopped down, it's no worries for them.
This is incredible. Top 6 already as a solo, basically. Cammy, he's not even done yet. Sees a duo, forced to back down. Shots from above, no materials, not many options. Eventually gonna drop. It's Pink, it's Vico, but Vico goes down as well. Pink gets the knock on Vanille as he continues his wrath.
No Siphon coming out from Pink. They weren't able to get the medallion, and I think that is going to be it, barring any miracles, as Pink gets shut down, taken out. It's Swizzy, it's Vaniac there on the high ground, and they're targeting out Reason, who's all by himself, all by his lonesome, and stood no chance against Swizzy and Vaniac, who steal away game 2.
Double-digit 11 elimination victory royale. This is one of the duos we talked about in the honorable mentions that could take home Major 2 as champions. They drop at Brawlers Battleground, and from southern part of the map all the way to up north, they secured the VR. It's really what you love to see.
Man, they started this game with 5 eliminations in game 1. They knew that wasn't enough. They had a ton left in the tank. They realized it's a marathon and not a race, and they even matched their elimination totals and bested in this game. Swizzy alone, and it's moments like this, like that right there, where you survive with just 5 HP and a dream. And then you eventually just take the game with double-digit eliminations, Takada. Impressive.
And they're eliminating the best of the best on the European region. This isn't the qualifiers, this isn't the semis, this is the grand finals, and what a way to start it off. Game 2 was incredible, but there are surely some things that we missed. So Frankie, Levin, Mini, what do you got?
Thank you very much, guys. It's compelling to see the consistent picture that is building up right now for Swizzy and Vaniac. They showed us that near miss in game 1 was not a fluke, Mini Miner.
Yeah, not at all. It's seeing them, well, I mean, we're seeing them go on height, we're seeing them winning fights, we're seeing them getting double-digit eliminations. There was a lot of hype about this duo going into this grand final, and I think we're seeing exactly why that's the case right now. We're seeing a duo that's confident. I think after last game, I was thinking, you know, they land sort of towards that south side of the map. Of course, as Takata mentioned, at Brawlers Battleground was the zone in their favor. They can make some really easy dead side rotations. This zone 11 completely on the opposite side of the map, and they're still popping off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, we talked at the top of the show, right, about, you know, teams that people thought were gonna win, right? Who were people predicting? If we had done a list of 6 instead of 5, these guys would have been on the list.
Yep.
So many people expected Vaniac and Swizzy to be doing well, and they are doing incredibly well. And it's games like this that show exactly why they're a team that's gonna dominate high. It doesn't matter the zone, right? The game we saw them qualify in semifinals was a very tough zone for them, right? It doesn't matter where they gotta travel to, they will make it there, and they will play for high, and they have a good chance of winning more games.
Levin, has Swizzy and Vaniac always been such a solid high ground team, or do you think it's something about the meta in this season?
Well, yeah, when you look at them as players, it lends both well to their style, right? Vaniac's always been a player, you know, in recent years that's been known for playing for height, right? Last season, when he played with Sined, they were like the one height team in EU, right? So Vaniac is familiar with height. Swizzy also familiar with it as well, playing in the past. So these guys are familiar with going up there, and they show that in that game.
Mini, one of the themes that we're seeing so far is the high ground is just not being dominated consistently throughout the end game by one duo. At Crimson Noms, the backers, far back at Zone 10, they were trying to claim it, but as you saw the story go, they couldn't quite hang on to it. But does this show that they're a duo that could be challenging for that victory royale in future?
I mean, I think so. I think any team that can take height, it seems like there's a lot of them today that are really trying to go for it. Anyone's trying to go for it and trying to make something happen, which is something that we haven't seen throughout the whole season. We haven't seen like a hype dominant team. We haven't seen one team that have just thought, right, we are the hype team this season. Of course, we say Crimson Noms, of course, took height here. Really, really nice hype take from these guys. A team that I think I have a lot of question marks about going into this grand finals. They split up ahead of the semi-finals, then got back together again, Levin. I was intrigued. How are the vibes going to be? How are they going to play? Are they going to play with that same freedom, that same confidence? And it seems like they're really taking it by storm right now in terms of their gameplay and in terms of their risk-taking as well.
Yeah, I think the benefit for them, funnily enough, has been being contested, right? And we know how good they are off spawn at Lavish Lair. And so, you know, some of that early damage problems, you know, being sort of eradicated that way has probably helped them in terms of being able to make it deeper in these games.
Is this a really interesting leaderboard, guys? Because actually, it looks completely different to what I was expecting. I was expecting to see Seti and Cammy in the top 5, but maybe not until tomorrow, because historically in grand finals, they do tend to have a bit of a slow start. Meanwhile, the rest of the top 5 are these newer duos who are definitely challenging and changing hands with the old high ground 11. Are you surprised by this?
I'm not too surprised. I think the thing that impressed me the most is still seeing Seti and Cammy so high up here, because we saw Cammy as a solo so long in that game, and the guy just did not want to go down. I mean, it was getting ridiculous at a point, Mini. It's like, you're looking at him thinking, surely he doesn't just live, right?
I mean, me and you in the back, we were like, right, yeah, this is it. This is the end. You know, he's got no materials, he's got no HP, he's got no whites, but he just keeps plowing on and plowing on, just defying all expectations. What I find most impressive is that this isn't like, you know, Seti going down maybe at 7th or 8th zone. Scammy was a solo for the entire game. Of course, they had that earlier fight to sort out their Storm Surge, but this is a man that has absolutely no fear. And I said it in the back as well, this is the best lobby of the season, and he's running around making rotations as if it's just an open scrim session. It's absolutely incredible what he's able to do, and it shows that this is a team that we really have to look out for, because they should be higher up. I mean, if Seti was alive in that game, they could be on top right now.
I was really intrigued by the moment when we saw Cammy rotating past Thomas and Queasy, who were unsuspecting and just didn't peek until Cammy had gone past. And Levin, you were saying, how does Cammy do this? How does he rotate so cleanly, especially against the likes of Queasy and Thomas?
He does it all the time. It's like Mini says, he's one of those guys where he just has no fear. Like, it's a genuine pattern that I've noticed for years with Cammy. Like, he just has no fear. He just always gets away with like the craziest rotates and movements where you're like, how is nobody looking at him? Like, it just doesn't even make sense. But that's just what makes him so great, I guess, eh?
He's also
He's
so
got that
cool.
Polska Gorum energy. Yeah,
He's got that aura about him, and he's just like, yeah. And even if you asked him after that game, it's like, oh, Cammy, that was a great solo clutch, mate. You're absolutely insane. He'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it. You know, we want first.
Should have been a duo. That's what you would have said.
Yeah, that's the way he'd be, and that's what he shows in the game. He's just got that arrogance. I love it.
Arrogance or quiet confidence? I'll let you guys be the judge on that one in chat. But talking of Cammy, we've got to talk about Queasy and Thomas, given that they did miss the chance to pick him off. But actually, they had a really solid start to that game, even if they didn't manage to make it to the final few 11.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are wondering how they're going to do being triple conned. They seem to be handling it all right. They did get taken down on height there, right, in a sort of unsuspecting way. So hopefully we can see them make amends in the next coming games.
Yeah, fingers crossed for those guys. It would be lovely to see Thomas win his first ever FNCS Grand Final, rather than losing one yet again by a single point. We're going to head to our caster Jacob and Takata to get to the halfway point of this evening's action. It's game number 3.
Thank you, Frankie. Look, almost halfway through the day, Jacob. But this isn't halfway through the grand finals. 6 matches to be played out today, 6 matches to be played out tomorrow, for a total of 12. And I mean, you can tell it's a grand finals just by the way these lobbies are being played out.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of our superstars that you expected to really be the cream of the crop at the top of the leaderboard, really not having those games, but from one person's disaster to another person's blessing. We're having 2 big game victories by some people we may not have mentioned, others, Takata, you and I have mentioned. Let's see if that trend can continue, because the battle bus for game 3 is ready to go.
"45 players are returning finalists from Major 1, including 18 full duos. It's a stacked lobby. We have multiple duos contesting Grim Gate, the Underworld, Mount Olympus. We've had some difficult early games, Jacob, and we're getting right back into the action as Sky now has already been dropped to 36 HP, just one shot away from getting knocked. But will his mantling technique be his savior as he picks up a shotgun but is unable to connect?
Oh, that was
First
just
shot.
an exciting turn and burn situation. Hedra is just kind of able to come out alive. Scroll is just trying to go through unnoticed. Giving away his position, though, by popping that big pot. It's better to be healthy and strong than anything else, though. They're just right above. There is another team landing over towards Snooty Steps, but I don't know how sure of them disrupting and distracting this fight for Scroll to try to stay alive is going to be.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially losing your teammates so early on. He's kind of just hiding until he can kind of get the initial engagement, but the issue is no shotgun, knows his opponents have one. It's just tough all around.
Yeah, I feel like this one's just kind of slowed down a lot, if anything. Really not too much fighting. Scroll just kind of has no choice, especially with how well they have been playing so far. 96 points so far in this game. They are in 5th place. Going down here would be just a huge disaster, especially with them switching up their game plan, landing Reckless Railways, switching on over towards Snooty Steps, practicing with all the time that they had in this past week. Just to go down early like that, I don't believe it at all. I do believe in Scroll. I'm going to have the confidence that he will get his teammate back.
I mean, I got faith, Jacob. I'll follow you on that. Let's check what happened at the Underworld, though. That's Cringe and Noms. Looks like we're able to get that initial shotgun alongside those quick eliminations. And even a little loot llama as a reward.
That's gonna help so much. They don't have to farm resources as much. You obviously get a couple more heals when it comes to the loot. And then you get those eliminations. I bet you they're welcoming any contest after that one. Easy Surge, easy loot. Queasy Thomas, though, over at Mount Olympus. You can see the longer this day goes, the less and less people staying around Mount Olympus causing chaos.
Looking back here at Grim Gate, Mustache Malabuka might be the Grim Reapers this time around. Looked like they're almost aggressing towards Trip and Ferdoxy. But one elim has already been made by Malabuka. And it looks like they might just be able to clean up the Grim Gate here.
Looks like they're increasingly getting better and better at the off-spawn fights in terms of being able to claim the loot for Grim Gates. It's just kind of what happens after, not really being able to utilize the loot to its highest and best potential. They're just kind of falling short there. As you see in the feed, Queasy just getting 2. Destru and Pyro is getting taken out over towards Mount Olympus, while Silly 7-4 just choose to disengage. It almost sees like 2 different mindsets going down. One team willing to get aggressive. The other team, they already got their 2 eliminations. They got what they came for in terms of Surge, and they're just ready to disengage on out. Get a great position that Levin and our analysts kind of broke down, those Surge towers, where they can get the best spot in order to get the most Surge possible.
Making use of the bush bombs as well when getting that surge. You kind of cover yourself so your opponents don't know exactly where you're taking shots from. You can see another quick cleanup here at Mount Olympus by Queasy and Thomas HD. They're doing a very good job of winning the early games this time around.
This makes me wonder, are they even go for the medallion or not if they are fully uncontested? We've seen kind of decisions to go without some of these medallions, especially the one towards Ballers Battlegrounds. Kind of leaves you as like a walking tracker of some sorts where they can constantly see you, and the effects isn't necessarily as good as some of the other medallions in the game. Teeny and Chap end up in another early game skirmish, and it does look like it's an early game skirmish for the Forecast Tower, where they've gotten it 2 out of 2 games so far.
You gotta be careful as the crack came through on Teeny. Just giving a little freedom for Asa and Marco. You can see even in the back end there, Volko Vortex are still on the tower, but Teeny and Chap now have been able to heal up here with a little bit of time, but the back and forth is going to continue.
How consistently they've been able to win it. You see another team actually kind of boxed up over towards the Forecast Tower, and another one higher up on the mountain. So no matter what happens here, if they want that Forecast Tower, it's going to be fight after fight to try to make that a possibility, as just Asa just put so much pressure from below. Not wanting to give them some free and easy movement as Marco just gets tagged up. Shields drop just like that. Huge flank coming in, but it is going to be a trade. A knock for damage. Matini's going to be dropped 1 for 1. And it is going to put him down into a 1v1 situation. And as I say that, he's able to not only get Marcos down, keep him alive, all while another spray is coming in. This could be a successful opportunity at a revive.
Great way of keeping Marco up, but Chap is not going to let that slide as he boxes himself up on the same layer now, looking to find an angle, but 2 nice shots. What a play from Asa. Both angles picked wisely, and now he's going to be able to get Marco back up.
That's gonna be a big win for them. But if they want the forecast tower, it doesn't stop there. One side of the map, Faint God, Splash, Dexy, and Eclipse. Almost all day long, these 2 teams are battling it out over towards Rebels Roost. And the surrounding kind of splits. And they have to be careful, though, as they're trying to disengage down this area. There is another team on that island, in which it does look like they're trying to go in that direction. So they have to be careful, because now they've given up high ground, and they're surrounded by 2 teams.
Yeah, you can see it's not a good position to be in. They are going to choose to swim around to get themselves closer into zone. Comeback Blaha, sorry. As well, going to do a mid-map rotation here. They are not fully in the zone yet, as they kind of want to get to the least congested side. But there are some duos following them, as the forecast tower also has been secured. So they do know where these upcoming zones are going to be closing.
Comeback and Blaha not having the best so far, but still plenty of games left to go. So you can kind of pick up that pace in a moment's notice. Wox and Pixie just trying to take down Splash and Faint. Over 80 points so far in this game, and it does look like they're going to be able to barely and narrowly escape just over that mountain. And kind of gives Dexy and Eclipse, another team that was following them, an option of which team they want to go for. Do you want to travel towards zone? You see them in the mini-map beginning to disengage all the same. Splash and just kind of a little miracle happen while not getting targeted and chased around the map like we've seen so many other teams and players do before.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. Also try new Tums Gummy Bites.
There's a rhythm in the markets, in the resonant echoes of the opening bell, in the preludes leading to global elections, in the rising chorus conducted by AI. And if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how.
French and Noms once again continuing their aggression from the already 2 eliminations they have out at the start. Still in the underworld here. It's Marius Sangild who's down below. Also, once again, getting a flashback to game 1. They are not looking healthy, low on shield. I wonder if that's just a temporary thing. Yeah, there it is. Okay. They're more than healthy enough. They just had to recuperate it.
With how active this team and like kind of how dominant this team has been, you even see the quick stat there. I'm just more surprised about how low amount of damage they've actually been able to do as a full duo so far. They have about under 1,500 total damage as a team, which is something you wouldn't necessarily expect from a contested drop with the notoriety that is around Marius and what he's able to do in a lot of situations. So I want to see them kind of pick up the pace here one way or another to close out the day and really start off hot in day 2 tomorrow.
Pixie Wox making good use of those shield fishes to instantly recuperate what they have lost in this engagement. As Fant Splash, though, not looking healthy at all. Wox is just 1 pick of zone away as the knock has came through by Pixie. 2v1 now, player advantage. Just 1 more shot needed, and just like that, it's been closed off. Pixie getting the job done.
Have to be careful, though. Dexy and Eclipse still on that mountain range. I said they had the flexibility and the options, and they chose to just kind of stagger themselves. Wait for a lot of these fights to break out. Once you start to hear the noise, once you start to feed, get active, that's when you're going to try to go. You get that green light. We have to be careful. Wox is positioned above. Pixie is down below. You don't want to sandwich yourself and put yourself in a bad spot, and that's why you see Dexy overbuilding to try to get himself into a better spot than he was just seconds ago. Eclipse is ready to start the fight down below, and you see them slowly but surely falling down the side of the mountain, separated, isolated away from everybody else in the lobby.
Wox Pixie, though, recuperating that shield and HP that they had lost. Now, both players looking healthy. The duos don't know exactly, though, how tagged Walks and Pixie are. They know they just got out of an engagement and they're trying to decide, are they low on loot? Are they low on mats? Little do they know, 3 chug splashes to spare. So this engagement will take a long time to finish if they continue playing aggressive like this.
Looking in the minimap right now again, Takada. The minimap has so much information. That third-party team rotating nearby. They hear the noise, and you kind of see their arrows turning around in all directions. Is it something we want to go after? Is it not something we want to go after? You can see Dexy and Eclipse fully focused on that team that's right below him. Not a single one of these 2 players, or even all 4 of them, has had a chance to really look up and assess the situation. And as soon as I say it, you see them try to disengage on out, and that is the signal. They started to get tagged up into the distance, and now they know it's safe from the position in which they're at.
Cringe. Not on Snap. Made their way over to the bunker here where Skivvy and Haris are at. Well, they kind of trapped them in there, though. Or will they kind of just take some shots and then let them be?
Those tough situations. You got Crimson Nonge who are trying to fight for this bunker, make their way down, and then you got that team Hurricanes Fee who are just kind of bunkered, hunkered down. They really have nowhere to go, and luckily for them, though, the zone is in their favor.
Yeah, it's kind of the positive of the situation, right? And not only that, them already having 2 eliminations also means that they've done a good bit of damage just to get here. So even when Storm Surge does start ticking, they should not be in much of a worry. You can see Underworld too still has a couple duos as well. But so far, it's kind of going to be a stalemate here for both duos.
Yeah, and it just kind of worries me as you see those other teams towards the Underworld, even though they're kind of busy right now, looting up the scraps, farming up as much as they need. As soon as they want, literally at a moment's notice, and then you combine the fact that there's Underworld dashes, they can close the gap in an instant. And even if they're not going to try to disrupt the fight as a 2v2, they can kind of wait around the side and try to third party as soon as somebody tries to disengage.
As the clock ticks, the emotes come through. Skivvy Haris saying, we're not going to move. You can stay there as long as you like. As Axe Force and Clownski have a different idea in mind. Looks like it's Pink, and he's got no duo partner.
Yeah, I thought I saw it in the feed. Actually confirmed it was Axe Force. I was able to get that elimination and cleanup onto him. Kind of leaving him as a solo to just wander around. In the zone, though. As long as he has some heals, and very, very early on still in this game that he could get the reboot back. So they have a whole plethora of other worries, but he actually doesn't have any heals, so there's only so long he can stay in the zone. And even though he does have the wings, he can't necessarily use it right now going up that hill and up that mountain because it just makes him an easy target to get taken down.
Yeah, I mean, with 25 HP, that's not the position you want to be in. Even Yanis or Flixie could just take one shot from where they're at, and if it connects, Pink is gone. But it looks like he is going to make it towards the reboot van here. Try and bring Vico back into the game, but come back from this, they're going to need some big eliminations. But if a duo is going to be able to do it, I mean, it's going to be Pink and Vico if they can get healed back up.
Yeah, and luckily they are kind of right next to a POI, a big one at that. An uncontested one from Yanis and Flixie, so there could be a lot of loot left over that actually they can utilize and kind of get themselves back into the game. Vaniac Swizzy, 138 damage above the threshold. And you can see not only is high up on the mountain, so they can use the launch pad, the Flowberry Fizz. They have the wings in their inventory, which you're seeing a lot of players popularize here today to kind of use for rotation. And it's not the normal way, Takada. They're not flying through the sky looking like an eagle. They're making short bursts from one spot to the next to make the rotation that much easier.
Yeah, and it's incredibly popular so far today, like you've mentioned. Seeing it a lot more than in previous tournaments here. And just like we saw, Vico has been brought back in the game, but with no heals, no shields, before they start taking fights. I mean, hopefully they can find something, but 25 below, it's not like they have a lot of time to work with.
I got a question, and this just might be thinking outside of the box. Would it? Never mind, he's already down. Well, that question's out the window by Pink. He gets knocked. I think there's a chance for Vico to try to save him, depending on who actually got the credit for that knock. That was Kiro, so far into the distance, and I was going to say if he wanted to give himself just a little bit of a push, some fall damage, gets revived, he would have more HP in theory, but it's a little bit of a moot point now. So Vico, even though he's gotten one reboot already, he got the card and has to get ready for another one.
Yeah, it's a tough situation all around to be in. We can take a look at what Cringe and Noms have been up to at the bunker, though. It looks like they finally let in. Skivvy and Hariz tried making their way up, but quickly enough, it paid off for Cringe and Noms, I would think, unless an crazy 2v1 comes through, but Hariz will get taken down. It was close, though, actually. Cringe was left at 39 HP with his duo partner down, but they did get the elims.
Okay. Those elims start to build a little bit of confidence, start to get momentum flowing in your direction, just like what Cammy was able to do. Don't be mistaken, he has more than 4 points. He was able to get 44 in that last game alone as a solo. And already with one elimination in this game, they're adding more point totals. And you can see they're making the slow rotation towards the outside because they already have that early game damage. Flowberry Fizz, jump pad to jump pad. That's going to get them a great spot at the edge of zone when they finally make their way there.
Sniper rifle in hand. All it takes is one headshot to turn the game around. And it might be exactly what this duo needs. I was waiting for the Storm Surge threshold to refresh, but to my surprise, 283 is actually how much below they are. So a headshot sniper rifle is just going to be the start of what they need.
You see, there are a couple teams. They're walking up into the distance, but for how long it's actually going to take to get there, it might be more than just a sniper rifle. Might have to go for an full-on battle, and with no heals. They have no shields, no builds, no resources. It's just a nightmare of a spot for Pink and Vico to be in, but I feel like if anybody's up for a challenge, it could be them. And the biggest thing is they need to figure out a way to start the fight with damage, but it does look like Vico gets taken down. Frizzy and Howley find him slipping behind enemy lines, and Pink really has no choice but to go in, and he meets that same fate. He goes down altogether, but it's Skrill and Scrap to actually get the loot taken for themselves, even though they didn't get the elimination.
Great pickup. We can see how Swizzy is able to do it. Nice little drop down dash. Almost piece controlled him with the dash there. No builds required. Just predicted where he was going to jump out. And even though they got that elim, still 114 below. Forced to continue looking for shots, as Merstash Malabuka might just be the closest duo. But they have just found that solo that was cracked. Swizzy, though, gets his elim stolen. As the clock keeps ticking. 52 below. Damage keeps striking. They're going to be forced to drop on Merstash and Malabuka, but that's not a duo you want to face against.
And that was a very, very risky shot. You see, Vaniac with just a sliver of HP. Swizzy now getting ticked down, and they do not have a chance to feel comfortable with this Storm Surge. They get a moment where they're above, and they immediately go below. They take some damage. Luckily, they had more than enough heals to try to out-heal their current situation. And with 16 above, they are on the hunt yet again. Vaniac leading the charge. Swizzy close behind, and there are so many teams they can target out as soon as they make their way here.
Shots being made, but nothing connecting. Just 31 above now. One shot from the DMR could be all they need here, but they get cracked. And Vaniac gets dropped. Swizzy now, from taking home the VR in the last match to being left as a solo.
Zasa there. Don't even know if Marco's still alive, and he's able to kind of find anything he gets his hands on. Swizzy knows that he cannot get the reboot, cannot get his teammate back. Quickly repositioned himself a little bit down the mountain, and in a much safer spot where less and less people can try to target him. He looks on, sees a team there, tries to target him, but that's Benno and Tayson who might try to take advantage of a lot of that damage, but it's Swizzy who actually gets the knock. Credit for that one as well. Quickly swipes up the body. He knows he needs as much loot as he can get his hands on as he's a solo.
The $5 meal deal at McDonald's means you get to pick between a McDouble or a McChicken. Then get a small fry, a small drink, and a 4-piece McNuggets. That's a lot of McDonald's for not a lot of money. Get the $5 meal deal today.
Prices and participation may vary for a limited time only.
I mean, if we saw anything from Cammy in the last match, 44 points as a solo. I'm hoping to see Swizzy can do something similar here.
Seeing the feed kind of light up there for a moment. Seen a lot of players and teams kind of getting dropped left as solos. Unfortunate positions as Seti and Cammy now have a huge strength in numbers. You can kind of see their position as they climb up the leaderboard. Currently positioned 4th place. Can't say no one would have predicted it because I think 11 kind of shouted it out along with Reese Hub. It's been the Cammy curse, but I mean, if they can get top 5 in this major, is that more of a curse or is that a Cammy blessing?
I mean, consistent tops and grand finals. You can't really complain. But they want to take home that Axe of Champions, and they're en route to doing it. The deal reason, not too far behind in 9th place.
Not too much to worry for them. 169 above the threshold. Just got to rotate from point A to point B. It's going to be a little bit harder than those that already have the wings, but they make it look almost easy as can be. And while they're trying to get their spot in towards the zone, they immediately switch layers. They don't want to be stuck on that ultimate low ground because if you look at the mini-map, Takada, there are different mountain ranges, different edges. It could drop down. It can go even higher. So you want to plan for the worst and hope for the best.
With just 20 seconds till zone does close, and that 8th zone is going to pull towards one of the edges of Piers. Some know it from the forecast tower, some don't. Veno, though, quick little points, just racked up as he continues to jump on into the zone. Hazen already made his way in. Now they have the kind of little box, so a bit of safety, but you got to be careful, as they might just be pickaxing right towards a duo.
Oh, they're ready to fight. One of the most aggressive teams in all of the land. It's just an unfortunate spot that it just kind of crunched down on the side of the mountain. Really not able to kind of move around in that box as freely as they would hope. Cammy and Seti once again find a way to get front side of the zone where nobody's really currently at, which gives them priority position over everybody else in the lobby, especially those that are so far back that have that max pull. And now you can see as time and seconds pass, others are inching closer and closer in that direction. But Seti and Cammy, they're the ones that are on top.
Let's see how they play it here. They're low on HP, but being ahead of zone, it's a perfect place to be. Thomas HD, Queasy, they had such a strong start to the game in the previous match, but as soon as they tried to hold height, even with almost full materials and a solid loadout, they went down in 2 seconds. So I know that can be difficult mentally, but hopefully with 4 elims on the board already, they can come back strong now in this 3rd match.
4 below though, 40, constantly falling. They don't have a ton of heals to kind of use in just a quick couple of seconds to try to out-heal what Tayson kind of has left in terms of overall HP and shields. That's why Veno is just going on the attack, and what a monster shot going to be landed onto Malibuca. That alleviates a ton of pressure, and you see now that he's able to get the green light to go. Veno, Tayson reunite in the same box, and they're ready for this next rotation.
Job is not done though, neither for Cammy and Seti as they are 4 below. Cammy might be forced once again pretty soon to play as a solo if Seti does not heal up here. Both players looking quite low. That shot connected, got them to 22 above, but it's not enough for safety. 4 seconds left till zone starts closing and more opportunities arise to get shots.
Tayson's gonna get dropped though. The challenge that I think Veno is ready and willing to take as he continues to rotate forward. Easy, very, very little contestation on this side of the zone as it continues to move forward. But he gets targeted out. Team staggering themselves behind for a perfect couple of shots like this. Veno still above the damage threshold. Very little to worry about other than making it from point A to point B safely.
But Precise and AZ up above in the clouds, looking to hold on to it. Nice little ring rotation to get ahead of zone. Great way to conserve their materials as Swizzy now 136 above. He has lost Banyak, but we talked about it earlier. Clutching it up as a solo, there's potential for it.
99 above the damage threshold. Flowberry Fizz, more than enough left in his inventory. Top 20 position. Still have more points and distance to cover before he's done just yet as Robon gets targeted the backside of zone. Cammy, Seti, they get credit for that knock and soon to get credit for that elimination, but you can look at their damage. Still only 11 above the threshold and quickly falling below. So their job is not done just yet. Taking the first tick of that storm down to just 42 HP. Cammy needs to figure out a way to get damage. Seti gets dropped. One more tick is all he can take, and he finally gets the Fizz in time. 2 HP, the Dream trying to stay alive. He cannot take any more damage. There's He will go down, but luckily for him, Storm Surge turns off just in the nick of time.
Has the blessing, just saved Cammy. Once again, forced as a solo. 76, is it enough? It's not. Reason with too much HP. 180 turns around, gets the elim now. 4 on the board as he continues to stay up. Vadil has gone down. So many solos, almost looking like a solo FNCS, Jacob.
Yeah. Swizzy is going to be included, but he's almost looking strong, almost looking like a full duo the way he's playing. Doesn't really have time to pop the Flowberry Fizz just yet. Merstache joins the crew of solos up in this game. There's only a few really left alive as a solo. Merstache is going to be one less that anybody has to worry about.
Swizzy continuing now. I believe he was the first solo we saw from any of the people that just went down, and also the last one standing so far as he makes his way once again ahead of zone. Issue is, though, only 6 more builds. Flowberry is about to be fully used up now. No more shields. Only has the wings for mobility and not a lot of materials. Reason, though, actually still up.
And he's able to find a late elimination on a Trulex, probably leaving him back of zone. Can't get the loot. And now he's getting pushed further and further out himself. He finally goes down. Thomas runs out of time as well. Swizzy has no chance. And this is where things become tough. With everybody falling and dropping like flies, only one team can come out on top.
Tira and Moppy close to high ground. Is it on their mind? Is it what they're looking to claim? As Cringe and Noms on the opposite, looking to drop closer to the midsection of the late game here, looking to see where the players are. Do they know that Dexy's in that cone? Is it a potential elimination that they can find here? Looks for the shot, connects, as Noms is going to be able to pick it up.
That was a huge find. They were peeking through the builds to make that one a possibility. Whoa. Peekaboo, I see you. Chicho gets found out as well. 8 eliminations so far. And even though we saw Thomas go down, we know what Queasy is capable of. 6 out of 12 games last year in Major 2. Might be a different duo, but he's hoping for the same result.
Just 6 duos left. The turnaround onto Kiro. Can Queasy clean it up? You gotta be careful, though. It's a full-on duo down below. Hits the initial shot, but now is gonna go down to zone. Relvis continue to take shots. The Fuel on the low, but he's left alone. The duo goes in.
They were trying to be the first ones to win 2 different games in the EU FNCS, but with them out and a lot of the other teams as well, it's going to come down to one. Snazy comes crashing down from above. Cringe with a nice shot, but his teammate Podesai is there with another crash landing to steal away the game.
What a way to close it out from the skies. Explosion on the builds down below. Shotgun shot after shotgun shot. Podesai with the cleanup.
That was just an electric ending to end that game. I don't know how many other players, how many other teams, how many other Fortnite individuals you would have ever seen not only use the wings of Icarus, but use to smash down on their opponents in the final moments of the game to win it all. Because even if they didn't get the elimination, they would have bounced them back into the storm to where they eventually have went down. This was just a magnificent play to end the game.
I had to pinch myself for a second when I was looking at Podesai and Snazy. I see them both take out the wings of Icarus, and I'm like, wait a minute. Are they about to charge down? Are they about to crash from above onto the low ground? It's exactly what they did. Snazy got 1 pump, but we don't talk about that because Podesai cleaned it up and got that VR. So let's head on over to the desk to break it down.
Thank you very much. Now, normally when we see someone crashing with some Icarus wings on, it's because they flew too close to the sun. But in the case of Snazy and Podesai, they knew exactly the moment to make that dive for the Victory Royale mini-miner.
Yeah, this is the first game, I think, all day that we've seen a team just completely dominate height throughout the entire endgame. From, I think, 9th zone, these guys held it from, and it was just a perfectly played height game. We saw them, of course, with these wings. They rotated to the front side then, ensure that they could claim it from there. They saved so many materials by doing that, and it seems like 11, this is kind of the meta. This is kind of the way that teams are playing right now with these wings. They're using it to save so many materials and make those rotations so much easier.
Yeah, I mean, we've not seen people use them much throughout the season, right? But obviously with the Hades being taken out recently this week, you know, the spawn rate was buffed for those mythic chests, and I think in general people are just thinking we need solutions on how to play these end games and you know, have some sort of movement. I can't lie, when I saw them whip out the wings in the final moments here, I thought it was an overcook. I can't lie. You know, they almost did fly too close to the sun, Frankie. When Snazy got 1 pumped, I thought, yeah, okay, they've just thrown this. But Podesai, cool, calm, collected, bang, da da bang, you win your game. I mean, it was clean. Hashtag M8 win, Allez Blue, all the rest, you know, whatever you got to say. But big up to Podesai and Snazy for that one. That was a really cool win.
The mates are pink, aren't they? They're roses.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Hello,
Don't
Grace.
worry. I'll teach you some French later on. We'll go through all the French orgs, and you can lap up all the extra follows you get on your socials, Levin. Let's talk about Queasy and Thomas. It's always lovely to see Queasy just showing how well he knows how to survive in the high ground, Levin.
I mean, again, I'm reiterating this from before. Not many people expected to see them be such a presence, with them, being contested or spawned with Mount Olympus and just how their season's gone in general. But they've impressed, Minnie. Like, they have really looked good throughout these games.
Yeah, they have, and I think it's fair that we give them the hype because they are, of course, a team that has got this grand finals experience. They both know how to play in these circumstances. We saw them trying to take height in the last game, didn't quite work out. Then, of course, Queasy was there at the end, couldn't quite squeeze out a couple more placement points, but it was a solid game from these guys, and I think they're overachieving right now compared to what so many people would have thought. I think a lot of people kind of wrote this team off heading into this grand finals, but now sat in 7th, this is a really nice, solid groundwork for them to just bounce off, for the next sort of 9 games.
Yeah, and it's funny because, obviously Jacob, I think, mentioned how, this time last year, Major 2, Queasy and Venom were winning, 6 out of the 12 games. I don't think that's going to happen this weekend. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that. But, a good performance here would be wonderful for Queasy and Thomas.
And I mean, really, you should expect it from this duo on paper. And so it's fantastic to see that they're really stepping up as we head into this grand final. The big surprise for me, boys, looking at the standings, is actually seeing my beloved Vico and Pink have a bit of a difficult mid-game. It's unusual to see them struggling for Surge tags Mini Minor, but unfortunately, that just ended their journey early in Game 3.
Yeah, really rough for this duo. I think they had a little bit of a task to do when it came into this grand final weekend because, of course, the Chains of Hades got removed ahead of grand finals. That was a huge loss for this duo because they used those to fish. They used those just to speed up their loot path to get all those extra heals, and then all those heals that they could use in the fights to when they're going around and trying to W key different teams here, there, and everywhere, just to replenish those heals and even just save some in the fishing area. So I think that's a big mark for this duo that has just marked them down a little bit.
Meanwhile, though, Cringe and Noms, they are looking like one of the best off-spawn teams, Evan.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very impressive off spawn at Lavish Lair. Last season, a lot of people expected them to beat Queasy and Thomas off spawn more often than not. And this season, they've been very impressive off spawn when needed. And today, they have been phenomenal playing against Cringe and Jake Bruca. And I mean, that early surge is clearly helping them in terms of consistently getting to these end games. And they're strutting their stuff in these end games, man. I know, Minnie, you mentioned earlier, the concerns you had, obviously, the vibes were a bit cooked after they tried to split up with each other earlier this season. Doesn't seem to be affecting that today.
They don't seem to be playing like a duo that have had that bumpy road in terms of chemistry and togetherness this season at all. And I know at the beginning of the show, Frankie, you mentioned, or you asked me, what's the best off-spawn team? I hadn't seen too much from these guys off-spawn this season, but now, from what we're seeing today, and of course last season even as well, this is a duo that definitely are that team right now when it comes to off-spawn because they are dominating.
I really hope we can get an interview with these guys, or at least one of them. I just want to know what's happened. What has turned them into this dream team, given that they thought that the other was their nightmare? And now they've realised that actually they are definitely stronger together, because it could have been so different, if any of the other duos who had qualified for semis had wanted to go with another duo, we would have seen something incredibly different happening. Is this unprecedented, this performance, Levin, for a duo that did want to go their separate ways?
No, I wouldn't say so. You'd be surprised how many top teams don't want to play with each other sometimes, right? Historically, there's been teams who have, not wanted to play with each other and they've gone on to win FNCSs. There's been examples of that. So, it isn't unprecedented by any means, I'd say.
It's a professional relationship, I think.
Yeah, so many professional relationships in Fortnite, unlike the one I have with you guys on the desk. We're going to head over to our Caster Zone, guys, because it's time for game number 4. I'm going to put the kettle on, Levin.
I'm a little worried. It's game number 4 already. That means these games are flying by quick. Takada, I just got one question for you and everybody at home. Are you not entertained by these matches that we've seen so far?
Look, we've seen things that I've never seen in competitions at this level, right? Double wings of Icarus in the last 2v2 of the game. What are we watching right now, Jacob?
Yeah, I thought that being able to see the rotations was enough, but game number 4 is gassed up and ready to go. Takada, let's get into it.
Three games down. Now on to the fourth. There's been non-stop action in these early games. Some players even choosing to switch up their game plan a little bit. But what we're going to take a look at, it's down below in the underworld. 3 teams originally contesting this drop spot. But it looks like now it might just be 2. It's actually Lavish Lair.
Again, I think this might be like a blessing in disguise for Crimson Noms because they're able to get the loot. They're able to get some early surge. And even if they don't necessarily take this duo out right away, they have options of what to do afterwards. So even though I expect this to be something that's fought out, unless the other team disengages, I expect, you know, Crimson Noms, as soon as they get the loadout they want, to try to push that team out of what is their POI Lavish Lair.
Look at this, though. Mount Olympus. It looks like Thomas HD and Queasy were originally going straight into the engagement with Doom and Ice, but now almost a little switch up on where these duos have been dropping within Mount Olympus. It's actually going to be the Ice that's going to take out Destru here. Doom has been dropped down, so now it's just a 1 versus 1, and it's just a waiting game for Thomas HD and Queasy to come up and clean it up.
Yeah, they just get so much flexibility because of those teams not only just fighting it out, but fighting it out as early as they are, because while all it happens, Queasy Thomas are just looting up, getting the perfect loadout, and just getting the final elimination. And once again, it looks like virtually uncontested Mount Olympus for themselves. There might be one team on top of that mountain looking down from above, but they're not really getting enough information. A lot of that will have came from the feed.
Looking at Sky Scroll, though, their journey ended quickly in the last match, but now they're looking a lot more healthy. Shots through the window. No connection with the shotgun, though. It's actually going to be onto Sky. It's dropped down to 70 shield, but they have the upper hand in terms of positioning here. Hopefully Scroll, though, can find an angle.
Just need to really make up for that last game where they didn't necessarily have the performance that they wanted, but 3 teams moving over. You got Toos and Karmi as well, disrupting this fight from a distance. You can see some of that damage landing on Sky because of it. Kind of forcing these 2 teams into extractions lower than where they're currently positioned. Even Sky and Scroll are separated from each other. But with no like current engagements going on, you can see in the minimap, nobody's just trying to rush one another and clean up a lot of that damage. This fight will and does tend to slow down just a little bit.
Strokey Ravan going head to head here. Kielba and Goba, as now looks like they do have the upper hand in this fight. Cracks continue to come on through, but nothing yet to convince Fastroki and Raban to go fully in.
It's a good shot. 80 damage just like that. Continues to back up Fastroki. Not going to scare him too much, though. He's ready to pop some shots, fire back at his opponents. We're not make him look like a pushover, and you can see because of that, him and Roban have been able to get 2 different angles that they can now attack from, which some it's a blessing, but all it takes is that 1 second of separation for them to target out either Roban or Fastroki to turn this into a 2v1 situation. There's just so much pressure coming from all around. Fastroki not necessarily getting the upper hand in that fight and kind of forced to heal up, back up just a little bit, and that third party gave him so much time to come in and disrupt this fight. And now the decisions have to be made. Do you continue on? Do you disengage? And I do think they're going to pick the latter.
And you can see how quickly that decision came through, though. You said it on your mind already. What's the play? And they already decided we're disengaging. So they started walking away. They got a bit of damage already, and to be honest, it's all they really needed.
Not too surprised. Pleasant Piazza was pretty crowded in that last game, and like I said, I think Crimson Noms, I think that major 1 battle against Queasy and Thomas was a huge learning experience for them to now kind of just alpha up that POI, kind of take it as their own. But I thought I saw Marius in the distance, slowly but surely moving over. Sangilde as well. A long journey away from the underworld where they originally start, but sometimes with how they've been doing so far in this game, 60 points, they're behind their own goal, not necessarily ours, so they probably realize they need to shake things up just a little bit if they want to get back on track.
Playing sneaky here, seeing if they can catch one of their opponents off guard or maybe even scavenge a bit of loot. Being separated, though. They can't take too many risks here. Cringe Noms, though, alongside those 2 eliminations they already have and the decent loadout, they're going to choose to start working more on their mid game here and rotating.
the team so far, yeah, they've really had almost virtually no struggles when it has come to Storm Surge. Trap has about 1,700 damage. Cringe has 1,700 damage by himself. Noms has about 1,400. So they are doing just enough when it comes to that Storm Surge to constantly keep themselves above the threshold, not worrying about taking damage. So that way they can primarily focus on their positioning through each and every one of these mid games.
An engagement that we've seen time and time again. On the corner of the map, we see a lot of fights taking place. One of them, Pixie and Wox like being involved in, but you can see the danger that can come from it if you look at the mini-map at the bottom right. Another 2 duos about to be in their own fight potentially. So either team that takes those initial shots could quickly get third-partied, which is maybe why Wox and Pixie here have just decided, you know, we should just get out of here. Zone's going to start closing. We do not want to be on the edge.
You just got to be careful, because even though that side of the map is opened up, if the zone does pull away, that will put him on the congested side of the zone as we finally tune on board Janus and Flixie. Not as uncontested as a drop as we thought we were going to see to start the day. You see multiple teams, including CZB and Nathan, moving in over towards Reckless Railway, stealing away the loot. And that's what happens when you're a little slow to get out of your POI. You try to loot just a little bit too much. The Sky and Scroll looking like they're trying to have a little bit of a sneaky play. Make up, boxes his opponent. First shot's gonna land on the other one as well. Both of them are being put to just low HP, but Scroll looks like he's just by himself. I don't know where Sky is at. He finally joins the mix, but at the perfect time, both of his opponents were dropped to just very little HP, and he's just firing shot after shot after shot until he's finally able to pick up a knock on at least one of the 2 players so far.
Kira caught running, didn't even have a chance to turn around as Sky picked up the Elim. I think they're even going to be happy with that. They could chase the solo, but it's not worth it at this point. As now they're going to comfortably, with that bit amount of damage, just continue with their match. The deal reason, right above Swizzy and Vanyak, 2 Titanic duos going head to head.
And see teams you almost expect to be near the top of the leaderboard through and through. 219 points though for Swizzy and Vanyak. That calm, cool, collected game plan. They already have a win. They have consistency underneath their belt. And even though this is just 6 games through day 1 and they got 6 more tomorrow, you want to give yourself as much of a cushion over the rest of the pack as possible.
2nd and 6th place fighting in the early game could potentially mean huge shifts in the leaderboard, but as both players seem to have disengaged, it's going to be a bit of time for them to continue with their path. Let's take a look though at Sky and Scroll, what they were able to do here.
And that first shot and just the pressure is just too much. And that's what happens when you have a lot of that piece control. You can take shortcuts while your opponent is trying to escape, and then you kind of have them blocked off on one wall, boxed in, your box, really no exits. It's kind of what you'd expect from Sky and Scroll.
Teeny Chap, huge start to game 1. I'd love to see them play once again for that height if they can make it there. But as the bunker battle continues, these can take a lot of time to conclude.
A lot of hype surrounding this team. And it's the early games you can kind of see a lot of their potential, a lot of their shines of greatness. It's just the end game or lack of opportunity to play some of these end games out is where they begin to fall short. A little bit of a cheeky opportunity there, trying to go for a snipe shot. Voco Vortexers continuously trying to gain the pieces back, and they're willing to trap themselves in this bunker to make sure that they get the loot. You see the zone is going to be all around them, so they have more than enough time to wait out Chapatini.
Let's continue to come on through. Getting a flashback from the last match. We saw how long it took to get out of that bunker. And this might just be a similar scenario.
Basically up to Voco Vortexers how long they want to stay down there. And then Teeny and Chap, I feel like their time limit is how much surge they currently have. If you have the luxury to wait in there, do you have to kind of build one of these towers like you see Queasy and Thomas in order to get your own damage? Not too far off of where they start towards Mount Olympus. Definitely have kind of handled a lot of the struggles that they had up until this point. They just need to be able to push themselves over the top, played to that full potential. 140 points, great spot on the leaderboard where they're currently at. But you know Thomas, you know Queasy, never have these guys placed outside of the top 10 in an FNCS.
I know, I'm getting good feelings with Thomas and Queasy. They haven't completely popped off yet, but they're getting closer and closer, Jacob. And the good news is with 2 days of competition, 6 more matches to be played out tomorrow, 3 more today, including this one. I think this could be one of the duos that potentially will take home that Axe of Champions.
Hey, they got as good a shot as any. And the way Mount Olympus has been playing out so far here today, it's playing out perfectly in their favor. And a battle I felt like we kind of talked about. We mentioned it just a little bit. Pink and Vico, Yanis and Flixie, the possibility of them two engaging is actually real, especially with not too many opportunities for Yanis and Flixie to get the Storm Surge to start out on Reckless Railways. This is something that we saw very, very similar in Major 1. They rotated over towards this forecast tower, and coincidentally enough, it was against Pink and Vico where they tried to get as much surge as possible.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. The potential of that back and forth hasn't been happening too much today, but there's still a lot of time. As now the separation has come through from both duos. Nothing too risky on either side. Just 18 seconds till third zone closes and fourth appears, so we'll see them make their way closer and closer into the zone here. But Cringe and Noms once again, it's non-stop action for this duo.
Yeah, they're ready to take a challenge after challenge. And you can see they're so far away from their original landing spot of Lavish Layer. So they went hunting for good positioning, and they ran into Cheeps and Turtle, who didn't have to go far from the original drop spot of the Underworld. And Cheeps and Turtle, one of the teams that has pulled out at least one VR throughout the qualification process of the semifinals, proving that they have the blueprint down packed, especially when it comes to those set lobbies. But now when you're playing against the best of the best, all stacked in one lobby, this is where you get put to the test.
Zivaniak gonna choose to separate a little bit. Both sides of the ridge have eyes on them now, but you can even see on the mini map the only duos that are in the surrounding area are quite far. So it looks like they're kind of planning where they're gonna take this launch pad to.
And no matter where the zone pulls, they have the inventory to get max height on that launch pad. Combine the Wings of Icarus, you combine the Flowberry Fizz, you launch off that launch pad, and you kind of get your pick of the litter of literally exactly where you want to land. And if the zone does pull in this direction, I think that will be a huge blessing for these guys to be able to maintain that position high up on the mountain with an escape plan right behind them.
100%. Pixie walks, though, in between, what, 3-4 different duos? Maybe even more? As some of them start to disengage here at the Underworld, but the good news is they're making use of their time here, refarming their break. Almost have cap materials if they can max up their break here. We'll see where this zone does pull, but so far it looks like nobody in this area wants to take shots at each other.
He's not just yet. Probably just a little too early in some scenarios. Queasy and Thomas kind of back to where I didn't expect them to be with how well they've been playing so far. I thought they would kind of minimize the amount of time they're staying in zone for as long as they are, especially since it's the finals. We've already had at least one heal off so far. But with 349 damage above the Storm Surge threshold, they do have the luxury to maintain their position in the Storm. They have the Flowberries, they have the Legendary Bananas, so it won't be long before we see them outside of the zone and even possibly have them to rotate to the next.
Zohan and Trash, 90 below here. Good news is being in the Underworld, you do have that River of Sticks that gives you those dashes to kind of move themselves quickly around the surrounding area and potentially even find some other players that might trade shots with them. But as the clock's ticking, they're getting more below. Already 141. Goes back to 83, but they've just got 18 seconds until Storm Surge will start ticking, so they've really got to do something soon. And look at that, Jacob, the combo with the Wings of Icarus once again. Getting a huge amount of damage, but it's not enough.
Yeah, really catching a lot of players off guard in this finals. It's just not something you've scrimmed against, not something you practice against. You even got the Thunderbolt of Zeus coming in from different directions, forcing Trash and Zohan to just not get the Storm Surge that they wanted. And now they're falling further and further below that damage threshold. Even though they do have their eyes on the Chiefs and Turtles, they're not really going to get the opportunity. Zohan's finally going to get knocked by Cringe, who now re-enters into the mix. Him and Noms are able to clean up that elimination fully, get the loot. Even though they're pressured momentarily, they have very little to worry about. Now that they got a huge refresh, they get the materials, and they're 550 damage above the surge threshold.
Trash not only getting ticked by Zone, getting pushed as well by Chief and Turtle. Cringe and Noms, though, know exactly what happened, and they're hungry for a little bit of the pie. Shot comes through, nothing big connected.
I'm seeing them Storm Surge really dictating the way a lot of these players are going to play, as Psycho and Voltiax are able to catch out Snazy, take him down altogether. Podicide trying to survive, but he gets taken down all the same. The Gentle Mates weren't handled so gently in that last fight, from a big win to getting taken down before placements.
Prodoxy and Trip. Still just 9 below the Storm Surge threshold. The good news is they do have a lot of players in the surrounding area. Andalex and Sado even looking like they're a little desperate as well with their edits they're doing on the cone. So there should be opportunities here to get tags. With that Thunderbolt of Zeus, Prodoxy here might try and pull something off.
Yeah, typically it's Prodoxy and Trippin. Even Trulex and Chicho, they like to spot out some of these sky bases in the distance. They use the quick window, trying to cover as much as possible. None of those shots realistically able to bleed through, but for Doxy, you got to give him at least an A for attempting something like that, especially since he's 24 damage below the threshold.
I love how he lined it up too. 2 boxes up, 1 little window, full safety while throwing those Thunderbolts, and it looks like he might just look for 1 more.
At least some damage is going to hit. Whether if it's 11 or 1, being above the damage threshold is where you want to be, but instantly they fall right down below 26, back where they began. But Volko, Vortexes, they're the ones on the other side that have to meet their maker. First one's going to get dropped. Volko goes down very, very easy to Prodoxy and Trippin, and they have the choice here. Now that they got all the loot, they got the elimination and the damage for Surge, do you keep going or do you disengage now that you're just getting taken out by Storm? Each second you last is going to be less health they're able to leave with.
It's the big question. As you can see, how many players are getting affected by the Storm Surge as those lightning bolts come from the sky. Benno Tayson being one of the duos, but all they need is 1 quick shot. Cherry is down below. Can Benno connect the shot though, as players from afar are still continuing to apply pressure? No shot's been connected yet. They've lost so much shield already. Just not being able to get that 1 tag.
Now 1 tag is just causing them so much commotion. Finally, he's able to get 1 on the tail, even spotting Video out on the other, just trying to keep on increasing that Storm Surge. They're in such an okay position to stagger themselves back and get the Surge, but it has to be worth it. You have to at least get it at the minimum.
Good news, like I mentioned earlier, being in this part of the map, you can rotate a lot quicker with that River of Sticks, even though Reason was unable to do so. Everyone having those dashes also just allows for a majority of the duos to get positioned where they want to quicker. Thomas HT and Queasy being one of the duos, kind of just taking shots at everybody that's rotating in, but Benno now looks like they found it. The shots they so desperately needed has put them 70 above, but how long are they going to be comfortable with that?
I like the way he's just taking opportunities and not really backing down from a challenge. That's something that you have to do in moments like this for Benno and Tayson. Be persistent, not really give up on the chase. 2 of the greatest players in all of Fortnite. They know exactly how to handle pressure from all directions. Yanis and Flixie, they're the ones that are in their line of sight. Voltiax and Psycho Cool, same ones feeling that pressure outside of the zone, trying to make their way in.
135 above, drop down to 106, continuing to look for those angles. As now you got to be careful, the pressure's on them. It's Yanis who's looking to get in. All it's going to take is 1 shot from Benno to clean it up. Flixie as well following shortly after. Both players now just on the borderline of getting eliminated to Surge. Benno though is just holding strong, not even taking shots yet, as he knows if he allows them to get damage, it could be what saves them.
They're going to desperately need to continue to hold their position because there's going to be teams all around them trying to break into the box. Swizzy's feeling some of that same pressure on the other side. but they're ready for a challenge. They've been practicing. They've been progressively building that momentum here throughout the day, and I don't think there's going to be very many teams that can stop them when they're on this hot streak.
Definitely not. But what might just stop them is damage dealt. So many players on the borderline. You can see how difficult it is in grand finals. It's no qualifier or semis. This is literally the hardest lobbies to get damage in, and a significant amount.
It's good for them. Even though they're falling below the damage threshold, they're consistently doing just enough. Landing one shot here, two shots there, a couple more, trying to bleed through Honest V and Hriss, who's also getting targeted out by a whole nother team. And that's what you get when you're Swizzy and Vaniac and you build yourself into this position. You're able to kind of target everybody else that doesn't have that same advantage as you do. Even if you don't get the elimination, you kind of force them into tough spots with their backs up against the zone.
Zone has pulled northeast here, quite far from almost every duo in the lobby. So now they will be forced to rotate. The good news is during these rotations, it's going to open up chances to take shots. Will they align is the big question, though. It's Swizzy now. Mix of shots from afar, mix of up close and personal. They're going to be able to finish off the knock here as well. It's going to be a good amount of damage. 271 above now, as they'll have to make their way to zone.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations to where you've been persistent throughout the entirety of this end game, and now you get to reap the rewards and really not having to worry about Surge as this game does progress, because there's not too many players that need to go down from zone to zone before it turns off altogether. And the last time we see Seti and Cammy with the high ground, it was stolen away from them late in the game. Let's hope they can learn from those mistakes and really come out with a huge VR.
The zone gets smaller and smaller. The pressure just keeps on weighing down the shoulders of these players. Tayson's already lost Veno. He's forced to try and hold on. Will he try and pick him back up? Will he just let him go? Pressure from the sides. I'm trying to think if one of the duos knows or who got that knock. Will they continue applying the pressure? Tayson might just be able to pick up Veno here. This could be huge.
Yeah, this could be a big moment for them. And I like the way he assessed the situation before instantly trying to go for that revive, knowing that anybody around any corner can hear with the audio visuals that revive coming out and try to attack. And that's why everybody here is proactively trying to get prepared for this next rotation. Majority of the lobby does have the front side of the zone, but there are a few players staggered around that zone that have the furthest distance to cover.
5 seconds and the rotate begins. Cringe Noms now. If you look up above, though, it's Cammy and Seti. Looks like they want high ground this game. The zones have pulled in their favor. Now they just need to maintain it. They have the water-bending Mythic, so they can continue raining down from above. But they're still 9 below. They need to start connecting these shots.
Yeah, not necessarily too worried. Cammy does have that water-bending ability that we've seen terrorize so many teams from above in games past. Sky and Scroll definitely picking up the pace throughout last couple games, and Tayson and Veno staying ahead of the curve every step of the way, from the left side of the zone to the right side of the zone, knowing which rotation to make till they're on the safe side.
Almost down. Queasy once again left as a solo. Just 30 above, forced to connect at least 1 or 2 shots here with the SMG. The zone keeps closing though. Playing as a solo, it's more difficult to go ahead, especially if you're not too healthy on materials. Good news is, Queasy has 27 builds. This should be more than enough to get him at the zone, but another solo that's clutching it up is Tayson.
Yeah, top 10 positions for both of these players in solo is going to be huge for consistency on the leaderboard, but Tayson goes down. Queasy, he's trying to make his way in toward the zone, but he goes down as well. Both Chap and Marius get credit for both of those eliminations. Even though they're on separate teams, they know exactly what it takes to reach the top.
Titans taken out of the game as Swizzy knocks down another. Noms gets fully eliminated. Vaniac and Swizzy now up to 5. They're playing on this border of the zone closer to mid-ground, but are they going to choose to change it up? Wings of Icarus once again conserving their materials as they look up, start chopping down height.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment for them with Seti and Cammy coming crashing down. They try to figure out a way to hold on to the backside of the zone. It cost them everything. Great shots by Swizzy coming through, and now they are the leaders. They are the kings on top of high ground.
Retaking it at the perfect moment now. Leaders of the high ground. All they have to do is stay up above as Merstash is continuing left alone.
And if anybody can make it happen, especially finding medkits at the perfect moment, it is going to be Merstash, but it's only one medkit, and it's not going to be able to be used. He goes down. Top 7 situation. Cammy feeling the pressure. He goes down as well. Top 6, and it's anybody's game.
So many duos playing together here. The chemistry is high in this match. Sky and Skrull, they've been incredibly close now. 6-7 eliminations. Looking healthy as well. They might just try and retake height here.
It's going to be the perfect opportunity as long as Swizzy and Vaniac don't see it coming, but it does look like they have their eyes on the prize, forcing every team that tries to climb up back down into the ground, facing off one next, and that's Trulex and Chicho. 2 eliminations so far, 170 points, trying to make up for lost time, and this is a chance with Sky and Skrull on the other time. They're feeling the pressure, but Trulex is up for a challenge.
All the battles forced to unfold in the low ground now. Duo versus solo as Sky now is forced to heal back up. It's Marius, though, rotating inside of the zone. Dropped to 20 HP, just 2 ticks away. Sky as well gonna go down. Marius is still up.
Yeah, everybody dropping like flies here in towards the end game, and Marius might be the one that gets the good portion of that loot, but you still got a team positioned right below with the Kings on top of the Council right above. They're looking to be the first team to get at least 2 victories here in the EU FNCS.
Looking to rain down from above as the low ground duo is getting stuck in the dirt here. They need to break through previous builds to make it into the zone, and Marius might just be on the other end here as he continues to build on up little by little. One solo in the middle of the height and low sandwich. Can he make something happen?
Hey, if anybody can make it happen, it is going to be him. We've seen big plays already once, and already you've seen Swizzy ready to come crash landing down. Vaniac does it again, learning on the fly, but he gets dropped down, and the win is solidified by Swizzy.
The theme continues, crashing from above. Once again, high ground plus Wings of Icarus. Is this the new meta?
I think it has definitely shaken up a bunch in this last couple of games. We didn't really see it at all leading up into the grand finals, but now things have changed. Players are forced to adapt on the fly.
What a way to close it out. They took high ground at the perfect moment, taking out Seti, leaving Cammy alone. And once they were up above, Swizzy and Vaniac, all they had to do was play it by the book and close it out in that last 2 versus 2 where we saw a replica of how the previous match concluded.
Yeah, I was a little scared. I was a little nervous. I saw Swizzy dropping down by himself. I'm looking around. I was like, is that a bird? Is that a play? No, it's just Vaniac with the Wings of Icarus ready to have a crash landing and take that game away. And it was a game they deserved. They've had high ground for a couple of zones and put pressure on everybody below them to make sure that game was theirs.
That was insane. I'm sure down below they were looking above, thinking the same thing that was on your mind, but I want to see how that's shaking up the leaderboard. So Frankie, what you got for us?
I'm also very excited. I've also learned yet another motto from watching the games today. I love a motto, boys, as well, you know, which is why suffer from full damage when you can Icarus down and cause full damage instead, Levin? And I think it's obviously a tactic that's really paying off for these boys. Do you think it's something they can sustain?
I mean, yeah, it's just so perfect in those final moments, right? One of you spray down, the other one just sort of crash landing your way onto the low ground team, just cause that ultimate bit of chaos. I mean, Swizzy and Vaniac, it's looking really nice for them really right now, I'll be honest. 2 wins now, they look so solid. I think the key standout thing for me, and I think we'll see in the highlights in a second, the way they took height in this game, the beam onto Seti and Cammy, who were up there chilling, looking comfy, was disgusting. It was like a laser beam. I mean, they did not have any chance of stopping it. And it's right here, look at this. Seti's just thinking, okay, we're getting chopped out. What's going on? Oh my,
wow.
It's disgusting. What do you do?
I mean, it's that assault rifle. It's that assault rifle they get from their drop. It certainly packs a punch, and you can see exactly the way they did that. They just looked back, sprayed out the back, and of course, Seti had no chance. This is what I really like about this as well, actually. While Vaniac was going down, Swizzy actually made sure that they were just looking at him first, and then instead of actually attacking the builds from Vaniac, which we saw Snazy and Podicide do when they, of course, got their win, he actually just went around the builds and then directly onto the players, which just launched them away, caused all kinds of chaos, and ultimately worked out in their favor.
It's like the sacrificial bird trick.
Yes.
the little dive bomb on top. I want to talk about some of the other duos that are still doing well and doing strong. And actually, we should start with Cammy and Seti because, yes, they did get chopped down by the eventual winners. But actually, whether it's Cammy solo clutching or the boys together getting to the end game, they are really impressing today, Miniminer.
Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted to see from this duo, right? We haven't quite seen this perfect game from them yet. Even this game a little bit below up there on height, but it's this water bending from Cammy, the ability to keep on applying pressure to the entire lobby. We saw it even before they took height. They were just spraying all the time onto that opposite height, making sure that nobody else stood a chance. Of course, this was a moment right here when Seti went down. Cammy still had the height, but of course he had to drop down. There was no way he was going to hold that against Swizzy and Vanyak, but really, really solid from these guys. They just need to keep up that consistency, which is exactly what we know from this duo, and they'll find success, I'm sure.
And Cringe and Noms, it's actually so surprising that they haven't got Victory Royale yet, Levin, because these guys are fighting tooth and nail consistently, making it to the end.
Yeah, I mean, Swizzy and Vanyak making it tough for them, right? They're stealing all the Victory Royales away from everyone. I think ultimately, right, those three teams in that top three, even I'd say the four teams in Seti and Cammy, they've just been so consistent, so ever present in these end games, right? Just every single end game, all four of those teams are somewhere deep in there, making a big impact in some way. And so, yeah, if the games keep going like this, I mean, I don't expect to see much more change.
I mean, those eliminations as well. Look at that. Swizzy and Vanyak with 27. Cringe and Noms with 28. That just completely destroys, blows the rest of the lobby out of the park in terms of eliminations. Double a lot of teams' eliminations as well. It just shows that although we talked about it at the beginning of the show, a lot of surge strategies this season are basing up in big towers, making sure to keep your distance. The teams that are finding those eliminations, particularly when they're making it into endgame and then, of course, taking high, they're the ones that are finding the most success.
We last saw Mustache in that game as a solo trying to clutch it out and unfortunately wasn't able to survive the chaos. But do we think that this is a duo that has the chance to really defend their Major 1 title by the way that they're playing so far, Levin?
I mean, by the way they're playing so far, maybe not, right? Because as we've seen, the mid games and end games, they just look so stretched. Everything looks very scuffed. They're struggling with Surge. They don't have much loot. By the time you get to end game, or by not much, I mean much mats, right? The loot looks good in the inventory, but the materials always looks like a very dire situation. The reality is for these guys, though, is again, I hate to harp on this, 2-day format, 1.5x points tomorrow. If tomorrow they just start having a couple of those typical Manabuka Mustache games, if they can figure out Surge, they will be flying up that leaderboard. So I'm not hitting the panic button yet with those two.
Yeah, I think.
Are you hitting the? Oh no, go right
well,
ahead.
you know what? I think we're thinking the same thing, Frankie. I'm kind of hitting the panic button a little bit about this duo because I thought, right, this duo need to have a very, very solid day one, particularly with how that Grimgate situation is. You never know what could happen on day two, because if you look at a team that maybe is in 50th place, they might think, why don't we just land on Grimgate? Why not give it a go for a couple of games, particularly when the points are 1.5 times in placement and eliminations? They're sort of susceptible to getting that team landing on them, maybe multiple teams or maybe teams third-partying in, so it's quite risky for them, and of course having a bad day one is not working out, not going to work out too well for them, I don't think.
I figured that the panic button might be pushed by you, Miniminer, and I also wanted to ask if you were also considering pushing it for Tayson, but no.
I mean, it was a team that I said would win. Not too panicked yet, because of course they still have a long way to go.
Yeah, they really do. Meanwhile, Levin, you got a little smug little grin on your face, mate, because Seti and Cammy doing quite well.
No, it's way too early to speak. Way too early to speak.
That's true. He's such a clever young man, isn't he, this one, biding his time to lord it over us all. We've got 2 more games tonight, so let's head into game number 5 with Takata and Jacob.
Thank you so much. And I'd be surprised if you didn't think Swizzy and Vanyak would show up and show out here today, uncontested for Brawlers Battleground, how well they performed through the qualifiers and the semifinals. I think we have a team, might be too early, Takata, that is in the race for that first place spot. And if they perform as well here as they do in day 2, they'll have it on lock as a championship. Let's get right into the next game.
Levin said it best. It's too early to tell, especially with tomorrow being 1.5x points. Anything can still change up on the leaderboard. Day 2 is where we'll truly see everything unfold. Back at Lavish Lair, though, Cringe and Noms once again in a quick head-to-head.
Yeah, and Cringe and Noms are one of those teams. They're not going to split the loot. They don't want to give half of Lavish Layer on and then worry about where they're going to get their loot elsewhere during their loot path. They're a team that wants to make sure this team knows, hey, if you're going to land here, only one of us will make it out alive to finish this game out. And Cringe and Jake, you see them slowly but surely not taking the same aggressive spots on that drop. It shows a little bit of a sign of weakness in my eyes.
Thomas HD Queasy, still triple con, but once again, have their initial drop pretty uncontested, a freedom to loot a little bit before getting into the action. Last game, they basically got gifted an elimination as they came in for the third party. Will it happen again, though? I don't think the duos want to replicate that.
Yeah, I think a couple of these duos taking different spots this time around, including Queasy and Thomas, kind of switch things up, which kind of changes up the whole dynamic of that drop spot in the fight altogether.
Listen carefully. Can you hear the rhythm in the markets? Not just in the syncopations triggered by inflation, but in the preludes leading to global elections, in the dissonance that moves the Nikkei, and the rising chorus conducted by AI. There's music in the markets, and if you want to learn to listen for it, we'll show you how. Learn more at Bloomberg.com.
But fight that isn't going to switch up is going to be this one. Like I said, Cringe and Noms, they just want to prove their dominance here. 278 points so far in second place. And the games that they've had have been phenomenal. 8th, 4th, 2nd. Their worst game is a 13th with 6 elims. Like, that to me is surprising to say is your worst game.
I mean, it's insane. In terms of consistency, it is unreal, but it's difficult to keep that up. If anything, though, they can make it happen. But as that engagement continues, we can see what else is going on around here. Hidden in the bush, Jacob. No shots need to be shot here. He does not want to give away his position. Oh, oh, do they know? Look at the mini-map. Look at the mini-map. The arrow eclipse pointing as the prey is now being hunted.
I really did like what he was thinking. I wish he would have just popped the banana the fizz while he was still in the bush. That way when he finally ran, he can actually run. But you got to give him an A for at least the effort. Let's see how he's able to stay alive, and we'll grade that one as Eclipse and Dexy just seem to be hot on the chase, even making him kind of tear off the side of the mountain. Noms and Cringe, they were at least able to get one elimination so far, and that's where you're seeing a lot of these early game skirmishes that have been drawn out, taking some time. They're getting quicker and quicker to the finish.
Continuing to hunt now in the 2v1. Upper hand for Cringe and Noms. All they got to do is continue chasing here. Not a lot of freedom for their opponent. As the white tag comes through, confidence rises. We got to be careful. Pump shot attempted, but not landed. It's going to be Noms that secures it.
What's great is that's almost like 8 free points. Anytime that team lands at free points, free surge. Obviously, it'll shake things up if they actually go down off spawn, because especially if it happens tomorrow and those 1.5 point multiplier, that's when things can come coming down. And then you also have that day to prepare, look back at a lot of the VODs, figure out what went wrong, figure out what went right, try to replicate the successes while minimizing the mistakes.
You know, what do you do at that point? You go like 0-6 day 1. Do you keep it going day 2 and just try and kind of adapt at the same drop spot, or do you switch it up? It's a tough decision you have to make.
Even seeing teams like this, Vocal and Vortexers, they're switching things up. Really haven't had the best start to the days so far, even though there's 2 games left. It's not too late to just switch up where you're landing altogether, or just engage out of a fight right out of the gates. And as we tune in, Veno, Tayson, they already have a knock onto Podesai, which is quickly cleaned up by Veno. And they see where Snazy's at, so you know Tayson and Veno strapping up their laces because they're ready to go on the chase.
And it's not going to last too long, as Tayson now drops right onto Snazy's head. 2 shots being connected. Quick, clean. Way to finish it off.
Quick and easy. Talked about possibly pressing the panic button for a team like this. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they become online, start creating some consistency, and go back to the team and players that you know they can be, perform at the highest level. And this is kind of a replay of the first one getting taken down and Tayson cleaning up Snazy back to back on M8.
Miko Pink up against CZB Nathan in the Grand Glacier. Haven't seen too many engagements since the first matches around here. But it looks like Vico and Pink, they want to get those tags. They want that damage. But if the zone closes, they might be forced to move a little bit.
And this is a team I felt like we were going to definitely see at the top of the leaderboard, especially with how insanely consistent they've been. Not just the qualifiers weeks 1 and 2, but how insanely they were consistent throughout the semifinals as well. I didn't really see them having as many struggles as they had. Third place, 7 elims was their best game, and they kind of fell down the ladder from there. But if a team, any team, can take fire late in the final day of today and kind of start that momentum for tomorrow, it is going to be Pink and Vico.
Panzer trying to hit some shots onto Finn. Nova Halo, but nothing connecting just yet. And one player down is going to be forced to go deeper and deeper into Storm. As now the Porta Party is going to take him back in.
I'm excited to see a little bit more of this early game from Swizzy and Vaniac. Kind of see what they're doing. You see them kind of leaving Mount Olympus, which means they had an early rotation out of Brawler Battlegrounds. Throughout the day, you have seen almost a must carry out of this team and some others of the Wings of Icarus. And then they kind of have the Flowberry Fizz and the Legendary Banana to kind of round it out. And the Flowberry Fizz gives them 2 options. You use it regularly, as normally everybody does, or you combine it with the Wings of Icarus to cover more ground much quicker.
Marius left as a solo once again. Being forced to do anything he can. 169 effective HP and shield up against Cheap and Turtle. But I got faith in Marius here. I'll keep it a buck, Jacob. I think he can make it happen. They are in 12th place on the leaderboard. Turtle and Sheep being in 34th. You can tell they're almost a little scared here to go in, even though they know it's a solo. Can Marius connect the snipe, though? Unable to.
It's almost like going to be a must for him to connect something if he's looking to continue to try to stay alive. Sooner or later, he's going to run out of those dashes. Finally peeking back. Misses that one on the Turtle. But he's getting ever so much closer as he changes directions very, very quickly, trying to keep his opponents on their toes. Back into the dashes, dips a toe in, and this is going to be his biggest chance to try to create as much distance as possible. Last dash going to be out. Marius, he's doing a good job of creating so much space. I got to give him so much credit for it.
But the hunt is going to continue, Jacob. He's not done yet. The mission isn't over. He starts swimming further and further away. This is going to be a long run. I mean, either he hits an insane snipe, or eventually they're going to catch up, and they're going to have to take that fight.
It's almost like they know where players that land the Underworld commonly position themselves at. Because even though Marius did a huge cut towards the left, Cheeps and Turtle following him on that same cut towards the left. And I think they lost him. I think they finally lost him. Don't know exactly where he's at. You see Marius in the minimap just north of the Underworld has finally successfully escaped Turtle and Cheeps.
Someone who might be looking to escape shortly. The Buell has lost Velvis. Or Relvis, sorry. So we'll have to see how the escape continues.
It's only really a question of, does he have the reboot card? He did a good job of creating a space, creating distance. But if he doesn't have the reboot card, he's going to have to backtrack, go in that position. And even see just southeast of where he's kind of running to, that little gas station that is parked by. Actually, I do believe that's the bunker. Excuse me there. And with the bunkers opening up, he can rotate in this direction, kind of spot, get information. And he's hoping that a lot of these teams that are positioned towards the north, or anybody for that matter, will try to contest a bunker, so that makes an easy rotation for him to a reboot van.
It's also a great opportunity for duos that want to do a bit of damage. Bilbio, though, seems like he's interested. Has he seen something? Does he know? The Trexer is right there as the builds start coming through. He hears the footsteps now, the movement, as it's turned into a box fight.
He almost gets boxed up, path cut off, shield no more. He does have some left in the inventory. It's just about if he has the timing and the space to try to disengage from this opponent, and it does look like they're ready to go on the chase themselves. He finally makes it to get a couple more dashes, but so do his opponents. Dancing all around, drops to just 13 HP, really not given an opportunity to try to survive, trying to create space. Eventually, he goes down to Trexer and Silly Seb. Forzen, they all enter the mix, and that's the thing. You hear the noise, you hear a lot of the fights, and you attempt to try to third party it.
Yeah, the commotion comes through, and it's an opportunity for the other duos in the surrounding area. Dexy Eclipse raining from above with that water-bending Mythic onto Pixie and Walks, which are fully boxed up here with, it seems to be no interest of anything except for maybe a potential knockdown as I hear the shots coming through. They might want to break down these builds. Eclipse Dexy aware of this, popping a Flowberry to evade that fall damage. And it looks like just one more build needs to be edited here for it to get shot down.
Quickly protecting themselves as well. Pixie doing the right thing of creating space between him and the falling players. That achieves a high ground positioning for them, and they're ready to go ahead and continue to put that pressure down. But you see how careful they're actually being. Instead of entering into the fight, they're taking it layer by layer, piece by piece. And as Dexy and Eclipse fall down, Pixie and Walks slow to follow.
Looks like they want to continue though. Even though they did take height here, they're still looking for angles, still looking for shots. They know how important it could be, especially later on in this match. There's more than enough ammunition to spare. They're going to continue seeing if they can connect anything else.
Yeah, and I was going to say, the further down they go, you're almost trapping yourself with only one exit plan, and Dexy and Eclipse quickly find that porta potty to try to loop and exit out of there, and that almost gives them the free rotation side of the mountain. They're also going to get a chance to get those underworld dashes, so I think that's going to be a successful disengage out of that situation.
Interesting structure has been built here at Lavish. Shows how many spare materials there might be. As Noms is just gonna be maybe taking a nap here as he waits for his opponents to leave and even the zones to pull further away.
Trying to say Nefrizzi and Halley, they're the ones that position just right outside. You see Axe Force in the distance along with his teammate. A lot of time to wait, especially since the zone is kind of in that position. So my only hope he has is currently having the reboot card. As we take a look, another rotation from Queasy and Thomas. Game after game, they find themselves deep into the zone, trying to rotate on and out, scrabbing together to get any fallen loot, as you see using the bandages, then the med kit. Just trying to get anything in your inventory that you can get your hands on. You see the foraged fruits and vegetables probably going to be next. But they just have to be careful because right now they're separated Reckless Railways trying to get together some loot, but they have CZB and possibly Nathan as well as a third-party potential ready to pounce if they don't catch him.
So is Ivanyak in first place, now also going to be the first duo to claim the Rift Island. Little extra loot, nice positioning. You can even see taking some tags through that bush bomb.
Good shots.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, do you think they have the medallion, or do you think they one of those teams that drop the medallion because they don't think it really does enough? It gives you extra damage for the scoped weapons, but I don't think it really does a ton of damage. So you think they're one of the teams that carry the medallion? Do you think they leave the medallion because they don't want their position to be known?
I wonder if it depends. I wonder if it's like, you know, what do we feel in this game? Are we gonna just play a bit more aggressive? Doesn't matter if we have the medallion, or maybe want to do a little sneaky, uncongested rotate. They can kind of decide, choose to their liking on how the match is looking. Camiseti, 531 damage above the threshold currently with that one elimination. They will combo the Flowberry Fizz plus a launch pad to now most likely pick the ideal rotate where they don't run into a lot of players as they have the freedom to do so.
Yeah, I expect them to hit one more launch pad along the way. It's like that little mountain just above towards the right side, but you see them. Something that they used in the last game as well. They used the Flowberry Fizz, the late launch pads, because they are contested and have options around them to get that early surge. They're not looking for 500 right out of the gates. They're just looking for about 100, 200 surge so they can make rotations just like this. But as we tune in, a team that's finding those struggles. Trulex Chicho, 170 points, but once again separated as a solo.
Ooh, this is dangerous. He is gonna choose to disengage with the dashes, but rebooting this late in the match is incredibly difficult, so this might just be another solo game.
Yeah, we've seen Chicho do it in game one. Trulex do it last weekend, but now it's just a whole different situation, feeling the pressure. so many angles. Now they're just trying to break into the box. 1 HP, pops the legendary banana. Not enough. Reason is going to be the one to take him down, but he was solo, Takada. How did Trulex go down? Well, it was a well-placed snipe by Kurwa.
What a way to go down. Noms, remember, he was the one just crouching behind a box at Lavish Lair, waiting for the zone to pull away, and now he's used that as his chance to make his way on in. He has a good amount of loot alongside his materials, so if he doesn't get spotted here, he should just be able to keep sneaking his way into zone.
Kind of see just Ein getting as much information as possible. I think that team might have a little bit of inkling that somebody is floating around, especially little audio cues like that. But Mappy and Kiro might not necessarily know that Noms is a solo, and you see him double checking, triple checking, peeking towards the outside. Anybody else slow to rotate in? And you almost have to take those extra couple seconds to be careful like that, because you don't have your teammate, those extra set of eyes. At least for now, as Noms does look like to have his eye on a possible reboot opportunity at one of these split areas, but so many other teams, 2 to be exact, have noticed him moving in that direction as a solo.
That was a good crouch there to get a bit of vision, but look, it's Forzin and his duo partner, Seb, that are going to be looking to capitalize on the situation, but Noms quickly to build up and say, look, if you want to take this battle, I'm going to make it take a long time for you, so you better start running away.
And this is only just going to help Noms if he can come out on top of the fight, disengage or not, because now you're just building up his Storm Surge damage. And you could easily just let him kind of get taken out by the zone altogether. Silly Seb on the other side. Noms trying to break into the box. This is where you have that 1v1 separation, but finally in comes Forzin, disrupting the fight yet again, trying to save Silly Seb, who actually got knocked.
Seb, I think, even just fell down and twisted his ankles there on the ground to get knocked, but at least his duo partner cleaned it up. Swizzy Vaniac, both players still up now. Shots trying to come through, but nothing big connected once again. Opponents getting kicked by Storm Surge. They do not want to let them do damage as they're already above. It's almost just a waiting game here.
Yeah, may not necessarily know that those players are suffering the Storm Surge up until now, where shields get cracked just like that, and now they know their opponents are weak, either taking damage from outside, but even they can notice no other shots pouring in, so it has to be Storm Surge, and you can see why they're playing very, very slowly, very calculated, knowing that team is taking damage. Eventually, they're going to have to push into Vaniac and Swizzy, and it's going to be a trap waiting for them.
It's a tough spot to be in. Making a comeback from that situation is almost impossible, but if anyone's going to do it, it's duos that have qualified to the grand finals. But with Swizzy and Vaniac being on the other end of that doorway, just a couple shots are going to need to be landed here.
Just great teamwork for them. Swizzy's just spraying one side of the build, forcing them to hold their position, hold their cover, while Vaniac is playing up, playing aggressive, making sure that they can't disengage either. Now that they got some shots when it came to that Storm Surge, 324, they instantly start their rotation out. They combine the Flowberry Fizz and the Wings of Icarus, and we were seeing it go so well up until this point, but those are the fine examples of what happens when you get caught off guard traveling through the sky.
A lot of materials have been forced to be used now. They will be able to recuperate what they lost, but might lead to a earlier refresh. Walks Pixie, though. Also got themselves in a little bit of an engagement, but it looks like they might have just been the duo that came out on top. Nice little knock came through. And Walks and Pixie continuing now still below.
Yeah, and they spotted out Cammy, Seti over on the side, and it's almost an isolated fight. There is a couple teams positioned just high up on that hill, but that's not going to stop Walks and Pixie because they have no other choice. Their hand is being forced by Storm Surge, a blessing for Seti and Cammy because they're well above, and with a couple of shots, with a couple of tags from Storm Surge, they are huge leaders here in this one particular fight.
Oh, nice shots landed by Seti and Cammy to drop down Pixie. Now 344 above. Quick little refresh on a bit of the loot and materials. Walks left alone. Are they going to continue to apply that pressure, though? He's still getting ticked by Surge. They're going to hear the crack come through, knowing that he's low. But so far, they're just taking shots from afar. No push coming through yet.
And just continuously putting the pressure. And what that's doing right now is forcing Walks to potentially make a mistake. And the more pressure they put on, it kind of displaces Walks in different boxes, different elevations. to where that's where they're hoping things do slip up. Seti, Cammy just diving a little bit into the storm, but that's just because they want to make that quick and easy rotation where virtually nobody has yet to make their journey on over there, except for the ones that have been blessed the zone.
Oh, look at that though. Sky and Scroll. They're back in business, but with no shield. They need to make some sort of miracle happen here as they trail behind. Try and drop right into a duo, but it might just lead to their demise as both players have gone down.
Yeah, sometimes it looks like it's just clear sailing ahead. You can start to pounce, but just that additional angle, that 1 second lapse of judgment that really cost you in the end. And this is why it's important. You know, no matter how much pressure they have went through, Vaniac and Swizzy, and they're just continuously taking it one step at a time, and they immediately push forward and then find themselves a blessing. Combeck's going to go down, 348. Not much for the damage in the threshold, but they still have another team in their line of sights that's beginning to take the focus. And you can see a lot of the calculations going down as we're speaking to where do they go for it? Do they not go for it? Since they have the front side of zone, I think they're going to choose the easier, the less resistant path.
Nice way to slide on into that gift. You can see up above, it's Vexy for Harwa, who might just be able to maintain height here. Good zone close on that side, though. I'm trying to calculate it.
Wow.
Malabuka left alone, but with that loadout, Jacob, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar clutch to what we saw Cammy do not too long ago.
This is going to be a great opportunity if you're Swizzy and Vaniac to really create such a huge gap between you and the rest of the playing field. Yes, you have Seti, Cammy, Queasy, Thomas waiting in 4th and 5th place, but over 120-point deficit before they catch up. Tayson Veno landing a couple good shots to get them 151 above the damage threshold. It's one of the things I feel like have been ailing them from time to time up to this position of the game. They're down on Surge, forced to fight, so as long as they stay ahead of the curve in this game, I think they'll be well off.
Queasy, nice quick tag in the air. Thomas HD has to be careful. He's been knocked down. Now left alone as paint gets cracked. Is he going to choose to play it slow here? Only 8 builds for Queasy. He really needs to find a refresh here.
Yeah, I think with Thomas going down, he has no choice but to play a little bit more passive, even though he landed that good shot onto Pink, dropping the shields, dropping the HP. At least they got themselves a little bit of a crevice that they can hang on to, safe from the zone while they heal up and kind of plan their next rotation, which seemingly for everybody get a pretty easy pull, which means it's going to be very, very chaotic for most as they finally pick the perfect time to try to rotate out.
Cammy Seti looking to pick some shots before rotation. I believe they have more than enough damage, so right now it's all just extra as players plan their rotate. Zone starts closing now. Vico, Pink continue ahead. They have healed up now, forced to use quite a bit of their Flowberry Fizz, but as they're grouped up, they're ready now to do more damage.
Yeah, this is one of the most consistent teams for a reason. They know how to get out of tough spots when it calls for it. Similar to Malabuka and Mustache. In that last major, they put the uncontested contested to rest as they win it all while being contested. But Pink goes down. Vico by himself. Huge elimination can be found onto Mappy. Get credit for those points and even more for the placements as his team is fully taken down. But Vico, 163 damage above the threshold. Only has bandages to his name to recover some of that HP. He's flying by, almost smooth sailing up until then to try to find his way to the front side of the zone.
Cracked down to 11, forced to pop the bandages now. Still has a Flowberry, so we can recuperate a bit of that shield, but he needs time. And with all the duos surrounding him, they're not giving him that time.
Just a moment to breathe is all he really needs. Same for Vaniac, who loses Swizzy and loses himself in the mix. First place is down, and it's really up to Queasy here. He's at the top of the leaderboard for players still left alive to really try to close that gap, but he needs to go big. He needs to start building momentum in his side. It's going to be virtually impossible with no builds.
No builds, but he has faith. It's Queasy we're talking about here. Eclipse, Dexy are going to be the ones that have claimed height. Vortex with Volko doing a good job of staying ahead and claiming low. Malabuka still up and running strong, 165 above, doing a good amount of damage as well as he gets ahead with the dash.
Yeah, quickly utilizing that medallion time and time again. That way he doesn't take too much damage. Almost threads the needle with a snipe right there. But Malabuka's persistence. If at first you don't succeed, you try again. Run to the backside of the zone, finding only 1 bandage. But it was a sacrifice that was well worth making for Malabuka as he quickly finds himself inside of the zone in safety yet again.
Queasy taking down Tayson. Veno now left alone as Queasy goes down. Cammy once again, as well as a solo, looking to clutch it up.
Yeah, Cammy's already been in this situation once today, and he's ready for a tough task to try to pull through one more time with a good amount of points to keep him and Seti's position on that leaderboard intact. But you can see him trying to calculate, playing careful, along with Teeny Trap, chopping down the high ground, fighting for it for themselves. Dexy, Eclipse, everything comes crashing down. That opportunity slipped through Teeny's fingers, and him and Chap come crumbling down to the mid layer.
They said, you took us off height game 1. We're looking to claim our spot once again. Malabuka, though, one shot away from taking out Giraz. He does it. Gets the knock, claims the Elim as well now. Materials have been recuperated, but there's duos in sight. He has to be careful.
Quick thinking to dash inside of the zone to land the shot that mattered. He could only take a few ticks to the storm, and he made it work. His Cammy now finally up for the challenge. Shari's the one to take him down. Multiple solos still scrounging around, but a couple of them were instantly taken down by Vocal and Vortexers.
Picked off one by one as Eclipse and Dexy once again have reclaimed the high ground, but they're not looking healthy. Eclipse just a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, Volko, Vortexers looking very healthy.
Man, they were one of the strong teams, Mini Miners favorites, but instantly the curse happens. They go down. One's left with just a sliver of HP trying to survive the onslaught from Velry and Firehunter as they continue to smoothly move through this endgame as they go down to the ultimate low ground and bring it down to a final 2v2. Dexy and Eclipse, Velry and Firehunter.
Gotta farm the tree. They have barely no mats down below. Up height, dropping down, shots connecting. Dexy Eclipse goes down. It's all up to Dexy now, the 1 versus 2. Can he land his shots? He cannot, as Velry and Firehunter take it home.
And that is a prime example. Dexy and Eclipse trying to hold on the high ground, zone after zone after zone. They ran out of materials, and eventually Firehunter and Velry just chopped them down in the palm of the hands, serving up a victory royale on the silver platter.
They were looking so healthy up on the high ground, but Chapantini said, we want a piece of that pie. The battle broke out, and it led to the duo up on height, Dexy and Eclipse, being forced to pop as many heals as possible, but they were just not able to hit those crucial shots in the last moments.
Yeah, and just you see them separated, falling down one after the next. Eclipse was easy. They took him down, and eventually the Spray taking down his teammate as well. Just a huge victory royale for Firehunter and Velry, starting to build that confidence before the day is over.
Just one more game to be played out today, but we have to see how that's shaken up the leaderboard. So let's head over to the analyst desk and see what they've got for us.
Thank you very much. What a tense victory royale at the end there. High ground versus low ground. But as it has been for the last few games, in fact, I think all of the games tonight, boys, high ground had it in the bag for Firehunter and Velry. Levin.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have it in the bag, right? It was Dexy and Eclipse on high ground, right? They were the ones
that's true.
Yeah, they messed it up. No worry, Frankie, no one noticed. Firehunter and Velry, though. Firehunter, a very experienced player who's been competing at the highest level of Fortnite for quite a long time. And this season with Velry, you know, they've not necessarily been making waves, Mini, but, you know, they pack a punch here and there. And I think in this game, they showed sort of on those mid and low ground layers that they can be composed even through all the chaos. And in those final moments, again, Zone pulling down the hill, Dexy and Eclipse running low on mats, like they hit the shots they needed to, and, you know, they win the game as a result of it.
Yeah, I was looking back at some of their placements, and they really haven't had the best season at all. I was looking back, I don't think they've actually earned together this season before. Now, obviously, in grand finals, their best placement, I think, 8th in the qualifier 2 round 4. So it hasn't been their starring season, let's just say. Of course, they play with different partners last season, but it's nice to see them kind of coming out of their shell a little bit here in the grand finals. I think they're a team that kind of have a lot to do in terms of Storm Surge with their drop spot, kind of landing in the middle of nowhere, no man's land almost between sort of Grimgate and the Lavish Lair area. So I'm not sure how that's working out for them. Maybe not so much, but clearly got so much talent, particularly from that low ground. They played it really well.
It's really interesting to see Dexy and Eclipse asserting themselves on the high ground to get that second place. I'm going to get it right this time, boys, and everyone watching, I will try. It's been a long evening, very hot in here. So I'm wondering why they were able to hold it on for so long. Was it the fact that the usual duos who would take that position were left solo early in the game, Levin?
Yeah, there were a bunch of sort of those top big hitting hype players who just didn't have enough in the tank come end game. And Dexy and Eclipse are a team we know can do it, right? In the semi-finals, right? The famous game where Dexy called, hey, look, we're winning game 3, and they do it. We know they can play from high. They did it when they won that game in semis. And so, again, wasn't too surprised to see them up there. The big thing, though, with them being up there was that they played it for so long with just bare minimum mats. Like they were up there for a while with nothing, and that's a credit to them that they were able to hold on. Maybe you look at the rest of the lobby and go, come on, somebody should have looked up and then figured out that those guys had nothing to work with. But at the end of the day, you can't complain. You take the second place.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they won on, they had a good game on height there. They won on height in the semi-finals as well. They're a team that do like to go for it. I think it's difficult for them to be the team that are going to take it off of everyone else, but they're a team that will go for it if it is almost gifted to them. They had a really good grand finals last season as well for a team that we don't expect to do too well. They came 14th. I'm pretty sure I remember them winning a game on height there as well. So I think this is a duo that kind of have gone under the radar in terms of height teams because they're not the ones that are going to be dominating it, asserting it every single game. But as I said, I think they definitely can do it when they get given it, and they're a team that can hold it well.
Can I mention a duo I feel like have gone under the radar so far, even though they're not really under the radar because they won the first major? It's Merzash and Malibuca, boys. Because I was impressed. I think Malibuca clutched 5th position in that last game as a solo. I don't know how it's done for them. In fact, we can actually see what it's done for them. It's taken them up 7 places to 9th place. So maybe we're going to see a day 2 or even a game 6 comeback for this Geo 11.
I mean, yeah, it's like I said last game, they will have pop-off games. And especially come tomorrow where those pop-off games are even more valuable, they will just fly up the leaderboards. It's one of those things with Malibuca and Mustache. I think the benefit for them is, yes, sure, there might be concerns of what happens day 2 and more teams sort of try contest. They've not really struggled being contested today at Grimgate the way they did at some points in the semis, right? They seem to be handling people being there with relative ease. So again, I think if they can start to figure out the surge problems, which I'm sure they will as the games progress, there's no doubt in my mind that they will have potential to have more of these big moments, whether they be clutches or big duo games where they pop off together.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, if they do manage to get that Grimgate coin and that Grimgate shotgun tomorrow, I think it plays into their favor. Teams being a little bit more aggressive, trying to come to them for this damage because they're such a good fighting team, and I think they just struggled so far this season, as we're seeing a little bit today, particularly in the first half of the day, just to go out and find that Storm Surge for themselves. It's always going to be beneficial if it comes to them.
Also, another duo that seemed to benefit from our 2nd and 3rd place, Cringe and Noms and Javiul and Relvis going down early, was quite possibly Chapantini. They've gone up so many places. They're actually on the 1st page now. Meanwhile, Vico and Ping continuing to struggle, unfortunately. Snazy and Polestar also maybe lacking in some consistency. For you, though, looking at this leaderboard, Mini, which name is surprising you for all the right or wrong reasons?
I think Swizzy and Vanya. I think their consistency just throughout the entire day so far has been really, really impressive. Of course, we saw them get that win. We saw them get 2 wins, of course, as well, right, today. So it's like, this is a team that I think are just exceeding all of my expectations. I spoke about them at the beginning of the show after the game number 1. I was like, this is a very good fighting team. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum with the zones, with all the different spanners that could be thrown in the works? And they are answering all of those questions. They are playing absolutely out of their mind right now. And I'm just intrigued to see if they can go the distance. Can they go all 12 games?
Well, we've only got time for one more game tonight, Mini Miner. I'm afraid you're going to have to hold your horses because the second 6 slots of games that you're clearly begging for will be taking place tomorrow. So let's kick off the final game of day number 1 with Takata and Jacob.
I cannot believe this is already the final game of the day. I have so much energy, Takata. I can even do 6 more already here today. Let's just finish out the grand finals. But honestly, this is going to be a good refresher. No matter what happens here in game 6, all of these teams get the rest of the day off. They can VOD review, they can fix the mistakes, or they can kind of expand on a lot of the successes they've had today.
That's the crucial part, right? Seeing kind of what you can change up in that little time frame you have between today and tomorrow. We talked about it earlier. Tomorrow there's a point multiplier, so the duos competing will get more points just from elims and placements. But the Battle Bus is ready. Let's get into the last game of the day.
I love the way you're mentioning that point multiplier for tomorrow. So no matter if you're about 60 points ahead of 2nd place, 100 points or more away from everybody else, things can change in the blink of an eye for Swizzy and Vanyak. So it's very, very important. No matter how far ahead they are in game 5 going into the last and final game, they still need to perform at the top of their game because you don't want to let anything go down to chance tomorrow.
Sky Scroll. It's on a 50-50, but this is one of the most quick engagements we've seen throughout the day.
It's instant action right off the drop. This guy's choosing carefully what angles he looks to pursue.
Yeah, taking his time. Slowly but surely dropping down more and more. And because they're just dropping down from above, they're giving him almost an easy path to follow. First shots in, but unfortunately enough, they're able to get the shields off just in time, and they're keep popping that Flowberry Fizz. That was a great opportunity for Scry. Unfortunately, him and Scroll are just not able to really capitalize on it just yet.
Yeah, 24 damage. Did not get as much damage as he would have liked from that initial shotgun shot. So now they're just going to go back to looting and take this engagement later.
Yeah, I thought I saw on the feed that Cringe and Jake Buka actually went down earlier than we would think, and it's by a duo that you wouldn't guess because they're no longer split dropping at that Lavish Slayer. They try to take the challenge to Trulex and Chicho. Unfortunately enough, it's going to be the same fate, and a big start for Trulex and Chicho.
They shut them down quickly. Actually, last game we talked about it. You know, when you keep getting elimed off spawn, how long is it going to take until you try and switch it up? Looks like 5 games was the number for that. In the 6th game, they decided to change it, but did not go their way. Good news is now they'll have a bit more time to kind of pick their right path for tomorrow. But Chicho and Trulex, they might not be done yet.
Not just yet, but you might not even see the Thunderbolt of Zeus in the distance. They do have the Flowberry Fizz, so not really worried about taking fall damage. Just try to create some separation between them and Silly Seb and Forzen. He was trying to sneak up and take advantage of a third-party opportunity. But Trulex and Chicho, they're not going to fall for that bait.
I mean, they're happy with those 2 elims already off the start. They don't need much more. They just want to start farming up, recuperate their mats, and get more loot. So they will continue just making their way more towards the center.
Yeah, kind of moving on over towards Reckless Railways is what it seemed like there for a moment. Reason and Vidil just outside of Mount Olympus. Kind of see their inventory as well. Not necessarily the most heals in the world, but they're definitely setting themselves up where they can kind of contest the bunker like we've seen them in some of the earlier games going up against Queasy and Thomas. Just all depend if that bunker is going to spawn in, because there's 9 different bunkers on the map and only 6 of them actually do spawn in.
You can see though, Reason and Vidil are just split up, taking their own paths here, whether it be looting. I assume it's looting. I was going to say maybe Vidil is just looking for some tags, but both making sure they maximize their efficiency of the early game route. Queasy Thomas trying to see if something changed up here at Mount Olympus. I don't see any elims on Queasy Thomas. I see one duo, but I wonder if the other one switched locations.
I feel like a couple of those early games have really forced a huge thought process around a lot of the duos landing towards Mount Olympus. How important is it to really kind of 50-50 fight it all out right out of the gates, especially in Game 6 where you see yourself on the leaderboard and it might not be where you want it to be or even expected. So you almost want to change up early, a game before tomorrow, and start to plan just something else underneath your sleeve, as Pink and Vico look like to be the aggressors here against Blaha and Konvic. Pink, just a little bit of damage, forced further and further back before he's actually dropped down altogether.
Uh-oh, gotta be careful now. Pink forced to make a clutch happen, the 1v2, but he might just be him. Konvic full boxed up now, but Vico can just not land his shots here. He needs to connect if he wants to win the 1 versus 2.
Hey, I feel like if anybody's made for something like this, it could be either one of these 2 teams on the duo. You see the Flowberry Fizz, Legendary Banana. He's just trying to cover as much distance as quickly as he can to try to disengage out of the spot. He could choose to try to continue to go up that mountain. There is a launch pad up there if he can make it towards the other side, but he is just getting tagged up left and right. The Flowberry Fizz, the same thing he's using to try to escape is the same thing that's giving that line of sight on over to Blaha and Konvic.
Continue to build up, increase that line of sight onto Vico, but it looks like he might have just made it out, and I don't think the pursuit is worth it any longer. Or is he gonna actually take the launch pad? No way, right? No way they chase it that deep into Storm.
Just say nah, but...
Or do they?
We'll find out later on this episode of FNCS. But
Marius now.
Yep. I like to see them both alive.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. It's duo partners up, so this is an improvement from the previous matches. Hopefully, though, they can keep that improvement going and pick up a couple elims.
It does look like they eyed Zohan and Trash. It's just a matter of, did they see them back? Did they see Marius kind of hunkered down through some of the builds? Whether you see him or not, position is going to be known as he gets tagged up, trying to run away. Trash actually takes so much damage thanks to the backup of Sangilde, who drops the shields altogether. And this is where they're going to get the green light to go. Try to box fight this and get the early Storm Surge damage and even some eliminations, but they have to be careful. Third party is closing in on the distance, which doesn't fare well for Marius and Sangilde, but as soon as I say it, they saw them just over that cover. Marius trying to back down and get underneath the safety, but he's just so separated from his duo currently.
Yeah, he gets cracked as well. Good news is the third party has come to save the day for Marius and Sangilde as he gets a bit of time now to recuperate all that shield that he'd lost. Almost found an opportunity, but this has just turned into a 2v2v2.
Yeah, just a lot of commotion going down. You really have to pick and choose, and there's even a fourth team, a fifth team entering into the mix, going in this direction. I think Glebshy and Trexer give a huge distraction for Trash and Zohan to just disengage on out. You see Dexy and Eclipse over from Rebel's Roost. They didn't get the damage they wanted off of Spawn, so a lot of these teams, as they switch up their strategies, their drop spots, and their overall loot path, is forcing other teams to switch it up as well if they want that same surge.
It was almost looking like Turtle Wars, back with the amount of duos that were boxed up with each other fighting. Noms, Deja Vu, I've seen him crouch behind this box before. Is that a piano, you think, box? Either way, actually, it's that sneak attack that he's looking for.
Play us a song, Noms. Maybe a couch dresser.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe a couch.
You know, you got to give Noms and Cringe so much credit in the world, because that requires a ton of patience just to be able to sit there, not get overzealous, not just shoot some shots just to shoot some shots, knowing that you're going to get very minimal or maybe even no damage at all. But as soon as they kind of know exactly where their opponent's at, you see Cringe and Noms once again just kind of changing their locations. They don't want their opponents to know exactly where they're attacking from at any moment, and that allows for free shots like that to land.
Nice connection, as now Cringe does not want to fully commit. That's all he might just need are a few tags, but with the counter attack coming through, Cringe getting cracked, Noms now gonna be forced to hold off a little longer.
Oof. Just the constant separation between the two. It's not costing them a lot, but definitely putting them on the back foot in more of a defensive position, which is not necessarily what we've seen from this duo, especially from their contested drop to start the day. They're one of those teams that they like to get the first shot. They like to start the fight with some damage, and then they kind of go from there.
They've actually been one of the duos that's most likely to land the first shot in their engagement, so could be a reason to their success in all of these fights. Sky and Skrull standing quite strong so far, but like we mentioned earlier, day 2 is where it gets even more intense with the multiplier on the amount of points you get throughout the games. So right now it's kind of setting the stage for what's to come.
I think a win here for them, depending on obviously who finishes second, third, and so on. But a win here with a couple eliminations, I think will at least give them a 1-game lead going into tomorrow's format. Obviously, depends on how many eliminations, you know, double digits plus a win that you get in game 1. But I think they just need to kind of set themselves up, finish off the day strong. Because so far, every single game they've had but one has been in the top 10, including 2 first-place finishes.
The Buell having lost Relvis though, and being so far in zone with the duo close by, could lead to danger. It really depends how long he takes here.
And the thing that only worries me isn't necessarily how long he takes, but just the lack of heals that are all around. He's forced to get the fruits, the vegetables, the cabbage, the corn, anything that he can get his hands on for just small amounts of HP. So even if he does have the reboot carb, he almost has to go and travel into zone to get the reboot, because he realistically won't be able to out heal it. And kind of where he's going right now is just the top of the launch pad, Flowberry Fizz. That's going to give him a huge amount of information high in the sky. That way he can pick the reboot he wants to get his teammate back.
Once again, taking a look at Noms and Cringe. Just choosing to refarm up as they wait. There is a duo below them. There are duos around them.
but they know that they could be hiding just like Dexy is, and it's not really worth it to drop down below.
And this is like a huge switch up from the last time we saw Crimson Noms. They were more towards Lavish Layer, fighting a whole different team. And now they just continue to rotate around the map, find opportunity after opportunity before finally disengaging out of Rebel's Roost. But the zone is over in this direction, so they do have all the time in the world to pick where exactly they want to position themselves before it all comes to an end.
We'll see what they're capable of. The Buell, though, like we said, had that duo close by. It looks like they found each other, but just with that cabbage sliver of HP has made it. Issue is no more fruits to work with. You can see the desperation here. He needs to find a med kit, a banana, something to get him a bit of HP, or he's done for.
Yeah, this is going to be his kind of last hope, moving on over in this direction. Bandages, apples, bananas. And he's really not finding anything. He finds the water bending ability, and this is where DeBuel's time and luck has run out in our 6th and final game of the day.
Oh, there was a med kit under the cone.
No!
A tragedy coming to an end, but on the other hand, Noms and Cringe already taken down one. Clips being the other one that's left as a solo, trying to make his way through the window, but how long will he be able to run away as Noms continues his pursuit? Cringe and Noms land the opening shot 87% of the time in their engagements today. So they are a very scary duo to go up against.
Mike, is he going to do it? Is he going to take the porta potty? I know he's trying to at least cut off an exit. And even though this wasn't the original team that they were fighting over towards Lavish Layer, Dexy and Eclipse did move over in the direction of Lavish Layer. My biggest assumption is possibly trying to get Storm Surge for themselves, which caught the attention of Crimson Noms. And now you can see why they're getting so aggressive. But another team enters the mix. That's Glubshy, that's Trexer, causing a little bit of a distraction, which is a huge blessing in disguise for Dexy and Eclipse.
Do they need it, though? They've already done so much damage. But they have to decide now, is it worth it to take on a full 2v2 without having the upper hand in the engagement? I don't think it is as they try and disengage.
You see that over towards Rebels on the left? On the west? Underworld Medallion has been dropped. Somebody's trying to play sneaky around the Underworld to either get a teammate back or try to get some free Storm Surge. Interesting
potential
decision.
Play. But for Raban and Fastroki, 108. Huge shot onto Tayson, taking out the duo.
Yeah, that's not good for last game efforts coming out of Veno and Tayson. They started this game 6 in around 11th place. Let's see where they fall after it's over. And for Veno and Tayson, they're one of the teams, you know, you heard Minnie, Frankie, Levin talking about it. When do you push that panic button? We'll wait to see after this when they break it down and see if now is going to be that moment. With 6 games and a whole different format in terms of point totals. If you come prepared tomorrow, you can really take over the competition by storm, as long as Vaniac and Swizz don't begin to run away with it in the final game.
Take it by force, in the words of Taco. Who will be the duo that does it, though? It's Cammy and Seti. We've seen this time and time again throughout the day, kind of taking slower rotations through the zone after already having had secured enough damage to kind of get through those initial zones. So they kind of pick and choose more of a safer rotation and not put themselves in danger beforehand.
I think Seti and Cammy kind of known for the slow style gameplay. In the end game, they begin to pick it up where they historically find the majority of their eliminations. As Vaniac and Swizz just on the edge of the zone, not too far for them to rotate. They're just trying to peek back and see what other players are going to be left behind. They see the reboot coming off. They saw somebody else rotating to probably stop the reboot, so they know it's at least 4 players. Make it 3 now with one of them getting taken down over on that side of the map.
Be careful, though. Cringe and Noms from crouching to aggression. Might have just caught a player off guard. Eclipse once again left to run away with the shots coming through from the SMG, now actually deciding to go all the way in Storm. They want to clean this up.
Yeah, they have that Underworld loot as well. We saw it get dropped on the side of the map. One team's trash is another team's treasure, and with how aggressive Cringe of Noms have been so far on the day today, that Underworld Medallion is going to be a huge pick-me-up, especially in some of those tight spots to where you might not have heals, but a Siphon will do just right.
Thomas HD Queasy. I've been waiting for a big pop-off game from this duo, Jacob. And with the max materials, solid loadout, 215 above, water bending mythic, I just might think this could be the game.
I agree as well. They've been having a pretty solid day so far. I wouldn't say it's anything to brag about considering both of these players' history, but I like the way you mentioned all they need is one pop-off game, and they're due for one, and that one pop-off game would surely boost them up the leaderboards to close out the day here today. And you can see their damage, 363. Even though they're rotating deep and slow from the zone like they have in some of these games so far, it's almost a mirror to when they placed 5th with those 4 eliminations in Game 3 to where they had all that surge and they didn't have to worry about it as soon as they made their way there. And now they're going to get blessed. They're on the side of the Rift Island, which means there's going to be a lot of opportunity to take those rifts, which will ease a lot of the pressure off of their rotation as well.
Opportunity, but they also got to be careful with the duos looking back at the zone from the Rift Island. Vaniac, though, has lost Swizzy. Got the 2 eliminations, but with the pressure from the surrounding areas, they're going to have to overbuild here. They do have the materials to do so from those elims, so now hopefully he can pick Swizzy back up.
Man, only if they knew Swizzy and Vaniac went down, probably been a good opportunity to try to end the run there, close the gap or stop it from spreading to end this day, and that's going to be a huge saver right there. If we look back at moments, if this point spread gets higher than the current total of 54, if we look at times like this, to where Vaniac was once again able to save the day, pick up Swizzy, get him back into the game, and you can see their damage just before Storm Surge turns off, 250 plus above that threshold. There's going to be very little for this team to worry about.
Yeah, they have that full Wings of Icarus. They can continue with these rotations just like you're seeing on the screen here. Vaniac from the replay. Great way to get at both opponents while still having pressure applied from all angles.
Yeah, they might have got the Olympus Medallion as well, so they're going to get a little bit of a speed boost. Kind of help them, or at least one of them is. We'll kind of see who has it here in a moment. But the Wings of Icarus going to be the ones coming out. Oh, a nice little hip fire there with the Zeus Mythic DMR. Kind of helping them a ton when it comes to that Storm Surge because they have fallen just above 100. And you can see how active they're getting, finding the opportunities. They're going up, down when it comes to that threshold.
Cringe Noms going to continue following Karmi and his duo into zone here. They are 28 below, so they can use this as an opportunity to potentially do a bit of damage onto them. Karmi has been knocked. That's an opportunity right there. Finish off the knock. There it is. From 72 below to 1 above. But for how long?
I wouldn't think I'm too worried here, because if they can find themselves with elimination, we talked about the Siphon. First shot's going to be fired. That's on the Toos on the other side. I think Cringe and Noms, they're just trying to back down to their opponents, give themselves a couple seconds to stabilize their position, get the heals back on up before they assess their situation on this next rotation. They have a very, very far pull, one of the max here in the lobby, but they're not done just yet. They're going right back in. They want this elimination. They want 4 more points too. He's just trying to stay alive. He's just trying to get out, but shots coming in from the other direction as well. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, some would say.
Gotta be careful, but they do have that upper hand onto this solo. Issue is, there's so many more duos in the area, they have to be careful. They know this, though, as they quickly decide, you know what, maybe it might just be more worth it to start rotating. Flowberry Fizz gonna come through. They have a very long rotate, and it begins.
Gotta be able to be careful. Pick and choose these moments as Crims just gets beamed by Toos, who immediately falls down, finished off the elimination, but he goes down to Zohan somehow, probably peeking to the back of zone, landing that last shot before he goes down, gets credit for that one, which puts a lot of pressure on Noms, because now he's a solo, 24 below the damage threshold, and a max pull on top of that.
Yeah, all these duos that are already based up in zone are going to be looking back at him. So he has to choose his entrance wisely. And it might just be Zohan. Just going to take a bit of shots onto him, but getting closer and closer to the edge. He should be able to get this done, to be fair.
Yeah, I want to say, especially with so many other teams trying to rotate their way in, getting damage isn't necessarily going to be the hardest thing. It's surviving a situation like this when you become the focus of the lobby. Luckily for him, overbuilding only takes a second. And a lot of that focus instantly stops, especially since there's a whole nother duo trying to rotate, and they're positioned a little bit higher up, which gives teams a better line of sight. And that's why Vortex or Scroll, not even on the same team, but they target out that player towards the outside and take him down.
Advantage coming through. Only thing left now is that Flowberry Fizz. Far pull once again. Zones are definitely not on Noms' side for this 6th game of the day. But a nice little elim getting picked up with that Thunderburst SMG.
I saw that guy just kind of chilling there for a moment. Jump on board Seti and Cammy, having the same struggle as some of the other players here, down below the threshold. He was able to at least get one. You saw him instantly bounce up the threshold, and he finds another opportunity at an elimination, and even more damage thanks to that water bending ability. Something that I feel like a lot of people are using, but not the way Cammy's using it.
Look, we were talking about it. Thomas HD Queasy, is this going to be the big match that we've been waiting for? Meanwhile, though, Noms has been taking shots from the back as they're rotating in. He's done a great job so far with these max pulls. If he can make it in here with still a bit of materials, then I could see a clutch come through.
You know, so many players and teams are going to be behind him. He's running out a lot of resources, but you can see him trying to think a couple steps ahead, create some elevation for himself. It's going to be a sacrifice of those materials, but something that he feels is going to be a necessity as Thomas Queasy still trying to move through almost unscathed towards the side, and they've been rewarded for it. They get the front side of the zone, which allows them to have a little bit of an easier rotation, but looking at their loadout and the lack of shields, it's not going to be the easiest rotation and almost forced to find some sort of a refresh to get the materials and the heals that you need.
Good news is as this zone pulls, those players that are running out of materials, that are running low on shields, will start dropping slowly towards the low ground, and Thomas HD and Queasy will be there waiting for them. As Flixie and Yanis, though, are closer to the high ground, actually fully on height, as they're even connecting shots onto Vexy, and they're going to be looking to hold it.
And it's about time. They're the second most dominant height team throughout the qualifiers. They just need to solidify and execute on that blueprint. As Thomas Queasy gets separated, both of them just a sliver of HP, but Queasy's the one that's going to get knocked. Thomas, he has a moment here, a couple seconds to try to reassess the situation, pop the med kit, get him as healthy as possible, because he knows without builds it's not going to be easy, as Vanyak finds another 4 points with that elimination. But now he gets targeted out into the distance. Wings of Icarus quickly moving, grooving, finding his way to success here in the game, but just a little bit too high. But that's not going to be too much of a worry until Chicho spots him out and sends him right back out of the lobby.
Thomas continuing as a solo now, has to be careful as he's dropped his toes into the water. Zone pulls back once again, just one build to work with. He's going to have to get right back up this ridge he just dropped down.
Even though he's by himself, this is the big game we were looking at from Thomas and Queasy, especially with both Swizzy and Vanyak down and out of the game. Majority of those placement points are right here, right now, into this top 10 position, which Thomas can try and scrounge up for him and Queasy as they end the day, and he's doing a great job of going through almost unnoticed. The patience, the discipline to not fire that shot and give away his position as well.
Continuing to make it on in. 16 seconds left till zone fully closes. Clock's ticking. Be careful though. Does he know a full duo on his left? He's going to be forced to break the cone here. And so far, he's still up and going.
That's Kerwan, his duo down below. Thomas finding out another answer. Gets a good flank on to Tripram. Great shots could be landed, but not enough. He cannot continue to get aggressive and solidify this fight just yet. There are too many teams right below him, including his duo for Doxy.
Literally one edit away from being dropped, but Kirwa is going to be the one to clean him up. Chicho, Trulex, strong duo, still looking healthy.
Yeah, trying to make up for lost time. Didn't matter if another team went in, tried to contest them. 5 eliminations so far for Chicho. Ready to add even more to that total. Battle for the high ground. Cammy, Seti, they're ready to challenge Yanis and Flixie, but everything comes crumbling down. Cammy gets lost. Seti gets taken down. Yanis and Flixie have now solidified the high ground for themselves.
Continuing to hold it strong as Merstash is going to be the next one to go down. Moppy now left alone with Kiro in the dirt. They have the low ground secured, but they're out of materials.
Gonna be a big moment for them if they can really rise to the top. Tripren still alive as well. Fastroki dropping down simultaneously. He's gonna take down Tripren before going down himself to Kiro. But luckily Fastroki still has his duo left alive, trying to get the points. Chicho, Trulex challenge high ground for a second, but bite off more than they can chew. They get sent down low to the low ground and separated as Chicho falls.
Trulex left alone, has a banana, has a medkit. Gonna play the heal off here. Clock's ticking, but he's securing placements.
And this is something he's no stranger of. He was able to pick up those 38 points as a solo in the semifinals to give him a qualifying opportunity just to make it this far, and he's staggering himself back. Hopefully some of these duos go down, giving him free placement points or a position on the flank to try to disrupt, take somebody out, and snatch together an opportunity to steal the game.
Once again, Clover getting put to good use here, continuing his rotations, but the remainders are just duos, incredibly healthy. Trulex is going to need to make something happen on low. Moppy now has lost his duo partner. Flixie gets the knock. Trulex with the counter attack though. Yanis now left alone, but he takes out Trulex.
It's almost looking like a solo FNCS to end the game. A lot of the players' duos are down and out. Yan is starting to heal off. He's trying to go deep into the zone. Mappy knows he's trying to stop it, but he gets taken out. Cancels the medkit though. He did his job. But it's Yanis with a second medkit in his inventory with ease. Steals the game on back and rises to the top with a big win for him and Flixie.
Basically every single moving zone, they held strong. They had it contested by Cammy and Seti, but it was no problem for them, closing it out with a great way to finish day one.
Yeah, you don't go through the qualifiers and be known as the second most dominant team on high ground, and you now have gotten that big win out of the way, and they've done it yet again. These opportunities, taking down Kiro, and even going to the backside of the zone. Yanis playing that one perfect, knowing it's all or nothing. It's this or lose. Even though the first med kit gets canceled out, he has one more left in his back pocket for a big VR.
I got scared there for a second when Moppy canceled the med kit, but it was no issue. Another one in the inventory was more than enough to close it out. And now with that victory, Royale secured on day one of the UFNCS Grand Finals, they're going to be going into day two feeling quite happy.
But there's a bunch of players who have won some games throughout the day and teams that went down early on that leaderboard. Let's throw it on the analyst desk to break down all the action for day one.
Thank you, boys. Can't wait to have you back here tomorrow for the final 6 games of the Grand Finals. And you know what? I'd almost forgotten that Janice and Flixie were in this lobby because they were in 45th place as we head into game number 6. I don't really think there's an established duo who needed a victory royale more, Levin.
Yeah, I mean, it's been mostly a day to forget. They definitely won't forget the last game, though, because they managed to get the job done. I think we've seen a couple of games now where they've been really sort of just struggling with Surge out of Reckless, right? We saw them in a couple of fights, you know, over bunkers and whatnot against Pink and Deco at times throughout the games. Regardless of the pains from today, it's a nice way to end out the day in terms of being able to boost morale going into tomorrow, Mini.
Yeah, these are two fantastic players. I mean, they hadn't broken at all into that top 20. Just looking now, their best game before that was 23rd. So they really just struggled, as you mentioned, with that surge, getting into this late game. And of course, it's the first time we're getting to see them in the late game today. And it just shows exactly what they can do. They can win on high. Of course, the teams around them there at the end were teams that were a little bit lower down the leaderboard. So they didn't quite have that same prowess maybe that some of the top teams might have on height. But it's nice to see them winning on height. It's nice to see them ending the day in style. Hopefully they can continue that momentum in tomorrow.
Yeah, it shows that experience that these two players have, right? If they can get to that end game, they can definitely secure a victory royale. Seti and Cammy, however, might not be securing loads of victory royales at the moment, but they are securing end game, even if Cammy's having to do it as a solo, Mini-Miner.
Yeah, Cammy's been really, really impressing me today. I think this is one of the best performances I've personally seen from an individual in this duo, because it just seems like he's doing so much damage throughout the entire games. We saw them there below on Surge twice, no problem. Cammy's got you covered with an elimination. Cammy X Waterbending could be the best duo in the world. I don't know what's going on with this, because he just knows how to use that. We saw them use it in the qualifiers and of course in the semi-finals. They seem to have their strategies on lock, and although it hasn't been the perfect day for them, I'm sure they'd be openly admit that it wasn't quite the day that they would have hoped it would have been in terms of getting victory royales and getting some high elimination games, but they've been very, very solid. I think there's only one game outside of the top 10 today.
Yeah, the game plan's been on point. Surge, we've seen some of the ideas they've been cooking up in terms of just playing in that Storm deep and, you know, using the pads that they have around them with the flow berries to get some distance. All in all, very solid stuff. In the end games, I think they can clean them up a bit, right? There's things to work on there. Obviously, we saw in that last game, the sort of height take didn't go quite as planned, but ultimately, a good day in the office of City and Cammy. I think they're only going to get better as the competition evolves, and so they'll be, you know, pretty chuffed, I mean, with where they're at and where they can get to.
It's been so impressive as well to watch Twizzy and Banyak today. 2 victory royales to their name. So many eliminations. They're not shy in coming forward and, you know, taking things by force, as we like to say on the FNCF. Although I have to say, I enjoyed in that last game seeing when the Icarus wings do not work, Levin, as I think it was Banyak who just got picked out of the sky.
Yes, it was a bit of an unfortunate end of the day, but what a day it has been for these guys. I mean, a lot of people predicted them to come out and win, and I can sort of see the signs of why, right? Brawlers Battleground, you know, a very consistent sort of spot, a decent spot, a good spot, I think I should say, actually, to sort of play from. Obviously, the way they use that Mythic, you know, we saw in the semi-finals, regardless of zones, they're not really going to struggle to be able to make it to end games. And I think all those things compared to the fact that these two are just crazy players. Like, you know, these two are incredibly talented. They've been using the wings, which I think was probably the biggest, like, sort of tech difference that we saw from this sort of lobby compared to others we've seen from them this season. And everything has just, you know, been perfect so far.
It's going to be really interesting to see the competition heat up tomorrow, because a reminder to everyone watching, this isn't just about getting the Axe of Champions and getting $170,000 if you're the top placing duo. It's also about making it to Dallas and the Global Championships. Tickets available, by the way, 7th, 8th of September. So do make sure you bag those to see the electrifying duos in the flesh. And 5 of them will be qualifying this weekend and joining the likes of Mustache and Malabuka and Queasy and Thomas fighting for the ultimate prize in Fortnite. Mini Miner, how do you feel the top 5 is going to look tomorrow? Is it going to look anything like the top 5 you presented us earlier today?
Probably not, to be honest, but what I did mention last week was that the top 5 or maybe top 3 going into day 1 would be completely switched up going into day 2, and I still think that's going to be the case. We're looking back at my predictions for who I think is most likely to win FNCS this weekend and how they've had it in terms of a start. Of course, I predicted Venom and Tayson to be the most likely duo to get the win overall in the weekend. 17th place for those guys, so not the best start. Cammy and Seti, of course, it's very, very solid as well, but not quite living up to the first place. I think the overall sentiment here, Levin, is that it's a bit of a shock in terms of particularly how Cringe and Noms are doing there, just absolutely dominating on spawn and then continuing that throughout the games.
Yeah, I think they've really been able to just, you know, farm that early Surge, right? When we spoke to Venno last week, he talked about the importance of Surge. When I've spoken to pros all throughout in terms of what they're most worried about for Grands, it's early Surge, a lot of them are saying to me. And the benefit of Cringe and Noms is that, unfortunately, Cringe and Jake Buka just haven't been, you know, hitting the mark at Lavish Let of Spawn. They've been able to deal with those guys with relative ease every single time. That early damage just gives them a bit more license and freedom to play these games how they want to be playing them.
Let's look at Levin's top 5, because I need you to confess something to the audience, Levin, if you wouldn't mind. Because actually, it was very nearly not Cammy and Seti at the top of your top 5, wasn't it? As soon as you heard that Venno was feeling like he'd recovered from the illness he was tweeting about yesterday, you maybe wanted to do a little switcheroo?
Unfortunately, as we've established many times, Frankie doesn't listen to me, because I did say this at the start of the day. I literally did say this, but all right, you know. Yeah,
I'm just reminding the people who skipped the pre-show and just went straight into the action. It's fine. I was paid to move the conversation on, not actually listen to the conversation quite clearly.
That's fine. That is fine. I will say the big thing, though, is, again, you know, when you look at how last major went, the placements on day 1 relative to what they were day 2, very different. 1.5x points, it makes a big difference, right? It's, in a weird way, it's almost like we're not even actually halfway through the competition, even though we are in terms of games, right? Because just the amount of points available, you know, still in this competition are so much more on day 2. You know, we saw the likes of Marius and Sangud last season go from 38th to finishing in 4th. I think Kiro and Kiduo were 23rd, finished in 3rd, right? Like, you can make big jumps. We can see people who are high up right now. I think Tayson and Venno was 2nd on day 1 in Major 1, finished in 15th. Like, things are going to look very different by the end of the 12 games, I'm sure.
So no panic buttons for Tayson and Venno then? They still have a shot of potentially taking this?
I think there's a lot of people who probably still have a shot, but if Vaniac and Swizzy come out swinging like they have been in day 2, like then maybe there wouldn't be a shot of winning. But getting a spot for globals, there's still so many teams and players that have a big chance of doing that.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see who takes it. But unfortunately, we do have to clear the airwaves, because coming up very soon, we've got the North American competition. I know you guys want to see what our regional rivals are doing across the pond, so do stay tuned for that in a couple of hours. Levin and Minnie, thank you so much for joining me today. Also, Jacob and Takata too. I can't wait to restart the battle bus tomorrow, but for now, we've got to sound that horn. I wish you guys a good night.
We actually had to qualify from the last chance. And boom, we qualified. I was on top of the world, you know? I was a grand finalist, a top 50 team, you know?
We placed 15th. That was my best placement in the Grands ever. It was also my teammates' first ever Grands.
I don't even remember what we got. It was that bad. I definitely was not happy with that performance.
I definitely think I should have done better. There were some late games where, like, you know, we struggled with Surge. We thought we had enough, but we obviously didn't.
We were conned off spawn, put up a really good fight against them, eliminated them 9 games out of 12 or 8 games out of 12.
We're in first the whole entire tournament. We had to lead the first 6, 7, 8 games.
I always aim to win. Everybody knows about the win, you know what I'm saying? Nobody knows about the second place.
We took out Acorn and Cold off spawn, as well as the other team landing fencing fields at the time, and got us a lot of good elimination points, gave us good early storm surge, so we felt confident.
Going into grand finals, we were triple contested. All 3 teams, Snooty, got bottom 10. One of my worst performances out of my 14 grand finals.
I would say the best moment from Major 1 would be taking advantage of teams who are fighting above us, third-partying their fights.
The biggest thing I learned is prep work is massive in these grand finals lobbies.
You definitely always have to grind, especially as a duo. But you could be the best individual player, but your duo are not on the same page, so like it's kind of useless.
The biggest thing is just making sure I'm constantly changing up my playstyle so I don't get too predictable. It's kind of like a game of chess where you're trying to counter what the teams around you are doing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not happy. You know, I know we could do better, 100%. You know, that's why I've been grinding non-stop this season.
To make sure we do better this up in CS Grand, just play scrims every day, make sure we perfect what we need to perfect.
What I'm gonna do this season to try and do better is get an uncontested spot. But obviously I'm not gonna contest like Grim Gate against Peterbot. I mean, look what he did to Acorn.
Peterbot sliding across, deletes Acorn!
During the start of the season, we weren't like the best on doing Surge.
Playing aggressive for Surge, it's definitely a key factor in your gameplay. Get in there, get your Surge, get out. That's what I learned 100%.
Well, nothing's impossible, you know, you just gotta put your mind to it, you know?
You really only need like 4 good end games to pretty much top 15.
The competition is just getting better and better, and this younger generation of players is just crazy. Fortnite is not going anywhere.
whole team up, say that's north side. By my lonely if I shoot the tech. And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm coincide. Every day I'm going back to back to back to back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been doubting all my odds and crossing all my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS. This is it. The grand finals here in North America. We got to watch some of the action in EU, but of course now it's NA's time. 6 games here today and then another 6 tomorrow. These duels are going head to head for their shot at the Axe of Champions, but there's also 3 spots available going to Global Championships later this year. So a lot to play for. Now, of course, as we bring in our analysts, it's Kelly, it's Vivid. My friends, here we are. The competition has led us to this very moment in time. I got to get a temp check. How you guys feeling?
Oh, temperature is rising, Zeke. I mean, 12 games separates us and an Axe of Champion holder, a new FNCS champion, or perhaps Kelly, a repeat. Regardless, I am excited for the next 12 games.
That is right. And it's not just the Axe of Champions. It's not just the money, but also those 3 spots into the Global Championships. Of course, that is what these teams are really fighting for, but also the bragging rights. I am so ready, Zeke. I mean, NA has already been popping off this major, and I can expect more in the grand finals.
That's right. I'm telling you, eyes are on the Global Championships. And of course, for y'all at home, if you guys want to go, it is happening in Texas this year. Tickets are available. Go check out online for all the details. We hope to see you guys there. Now, as we focus in on the competition, I think obviously we have to ask the question, what makes a champion, right? What does it take to walk away with the Axe of Champions in hand? Why don't we take a look at one of the first metrics? It's got to be being contested versus uncontested, right? It's that simple.
And I mean, for the longest time, I mean, dating back all the way to when I was playing ancient years ago, if you were not uncontested, it really was, you know, nobody was really favoring you to kind of win an event, win an FNCS. But as you can see here, if you take a look on the left side of your screen, the past 4 regional seasons of FNCSs, they've actually flip-flopped between, you know, being contested and being uncontested as it pertains to whether or not our FNCS champions had such in their drop spot location. And yeah, we're kind of in this era of where, Kelly, maybe it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, a lot of it comes down to circumstances, like what we saw from Acorn and Cold last major. They were triple con, but they made sure to split and pretty much never engaged in a very serious fight besides a few tags. Wherein, conversely, Kanata and Agers, who were uncontested, made up for that by having a huge split drop, as well as some incredible, unique Storm Surge strategies. So regardless of if you're contested or uncontested, it's all about how you utilize it.
Okay, so it's not just contested versus uncontested. Then it's got to be, I don't know, if you're in first place, day 1, you win, right? It's got to be that simple. That's simple.
No, not so simple, Zig. I mean, actually, throughout Chapter 4, it was actually that simple. Our FNCS champions actually were in first place at the end of day number 1. But then Chapter 5, Season 1, just 1 season ago, Acorn and Cold did the unthinkable, and being in 3rd place at the end of day number 1, they managed to clutch up. But Kelly, there's something important to kind of mention there. It's that Chapter 5, Season 1, of course, was the introduction of those 1.5x points that we'll see in day number 2.
That's right. And actually, if you go back to Chapter 4 and put in that 1.5 that for day 2, Kanata and Agers actually wouldn't have won either. So although first place in day 1 is a great indication of doing well, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to win the whole thing.
Okay, all right. So it's a little more complex than just these 2 factors. All right, let's take some of this information. Let's take it to the map itself, right? Now we know contested, uncontested. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes a duel will just walk away and they'll win it all. Let's kind of start with the talk of the town. It's Grimgate. Peterbot Pollo going here, but now, finally, Vivid, they will be contested.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, for anybody that's just tuning in to NA, kind of checking out just grand finals exclusively, Peterbot and Pollo have ran NA this season. They have been getting uncontested Grimgate, uncontested High Ground, anything that they have wanted. And them being contested may be a little bit of a switch up for them, but of course, Jutras and Kraz, the team contesting them, it's their first FNCS finals, Kelly. So, I mean, if there was a team for the most aggressive and dominant duo to kind of take advantage of, it's going to be Peterbot and Pollo. So maybe we should be a little scared for that other duo.
Yeah, if the scrims that happened recently are any indication, it's definitely going to be Peterbot and Pollo's POI. But also another uncontested POI is Karen's Crossing. That's over on the west side portion of the map there. And that's where none other than Kanata, the Chapter 4 Season 3 champion, and Cooper, the global champion, are going to be landing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is this fits their playstyle more, right? You don't really imagine Kanata and Cooper wanting to fight Oswan because Kanata has been so good season to season at finding Storm Surge, no matter it's in the middle game, the early game, anything like that. He's always consistently above.
I love it. Okay, so let's toss another name that is uncontested. It's Yamzu and Rise.
Yeah, and you know, I'm actually happy to talk about Yams and Rise, right? Those split drops come into play, especially when it comes down to Yams and Rise, so much so that they were kind of struggling throughout some of the open qualifiers and actually being able to get all of their loot. But of course, this being an FNCS Grand Finals set lobby, they're going to be getting all their loot uncontested.
And obviously, it wouldn't be an FNCS major if we didn't have a dozen teams landing over in fencing fields. Actually, only 3 teams this time around. But actually, the teams that we did see here in Chapter 5 Major 1.
Yeah, and big name teams as well. Acorn and Cold, your reigning FNCS champions. Muzz and Paper, and Krizix and Yasir will also be over there. So Acorn and Cold going to be finding themselves in familiar ground when it comes down to the POI. It'll be exciting to see if they can kind of run up the back-to-back.
All right, so we've talked about them, right? Peterbot, Pollo.
A little bit.
You know, we can sit here and say, hey, they're real good. You know, let's just take it a step further. Let's just show you some of the numbers, right? These guys ended last season in 2nd place. And now, as Vivid mentioned, they have been dominating all season long. This has to be their season, right? This is it.
Yeah, and I think of course, getting 2nd place last season was awesome, but a lot of people have them as their favorites to go ahead and win this season. I myself included. I think that their aggressive playstyle being backed up by that Grim Gate medallion, that aspect of agility, it's going to be too much for the rest of this lobby to handle.
Yeah, the way that they're able to just control the lobby, whether it's the mid-game rotations or the in-game height hold, that Fizz on top of the coin is just absolutely dominating the rest of the lobby.
Okay. Why don't we hear from our casters to get their thoughts on today? This is them. It's MDF and the Best Taco.
Thank you, Zeke. That's right. We have a lot to look forward to, of course, here as we are getting so close to the Global Championships and crowning who's going to take those seats, but it's Grand Finals, Taco.
Yeah, I'm big cheesing, man. This is the weekend that everything so far in Major 2 has really been building up for. Whether teams are contested, uncontested, everybody has been trying to figure out their surge strategies leading up to this big weekend.
Yeah, that's right. So there's going to be a lot of crazy competition. And, you know, NA is loaded with the who's who of competition, as we all know. So I couldn't be more excited, Zeke.
Man, me neither. And we're getting close to starting off the competition. But really quickly, we did want to highlight, obviously, the conversation of who could win and walk away champions is great. But again, 3 spots going to the Global Championships. So let's talk about who could walk away in the top 3 and solidify themselves that spot and take a seat on the bus going to Global Championships. You know, let's start off with Yamzu and Rise. Kelly, you know, these guys, though they haven't had the most stellar qualifiers, have they kind of fixed what they've needed to possibly end this weekend in top 3?
I mean, they didn't have the most stellar qualifiers in Major 1 as well, but they still performed absolutely incredibly in Day 1. Unfortunately, they did run into issues in Day 2 and weren't able to play all their games, which is why we saw them go into 8th place. But before that, in Chapter 4, they literally placed 3rd, 4th, and 3rd throughout the majors. They are an incredibly consistent duo. In fact, might be the most consistent duo in the last year. And historically speaking, they do way better on Day 2 when they're able to play all their games. So obviously, with the current meta, it definitely favors them.
One thing to always keep an eye on when it comes to this duo, though, it's strategy. It feels like every single time we see them in a set lobby, they come up with something that is just so unique that nobody else has really been doing, and they always do such a good job of keeping it hidden. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some pretty consistent strategies kind of come out during the Grand Finals. But of course, Kelly, the one thing that kind of surprised us last weekend, it was their ability and their opportunity go ahead and not only take high ground, but also a victory royale from the well-respected Peterbot and Pollo.
It was something that definitely surprised a lot of us, but I do want to speak on what you were talking about of how smart they are as a duo. I just remember in Major 1 where we had both of them shooting emptily in a tunnel, kind of baiting a player to come through, and it actually worked, and they waited in a bush while the players came towards them, and they were able to get some shots. Not the elimination, but just it's those kind of plays that really breaks the top players from the rest of the lobby.
I love it. Now, you guys used the word there, consistent. I think when I think consistent, the duo that jumps to mind is Kanata, right? Kanata and Cooper. These guys, though they didn't necessarily give themselves a victory royale to auto-qualify to grand finals, they just kept slamming these consistent performances in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata, the player who has made it to every single FNCS grand final. And then Cooper, of course, global championship winner. I mean, what a duo we have formed right here. And they look super good this season. And I always got to highlight the fact that Kanata is so good at finding Storm Surge. If I had to bet on any single team that would actually make it to all 12 of the end games over the course of this grand finals with enough Storm Surge to kind of sustain them, it would be this one.
And just looking at their performance over the semifinals, I've said this so many times, but Kanata is such an intelligent player. And I love this. Towards the end game, in game number 2 of semis day 3, they see that it's going over a bridge and also that there's water underneath. They see most of the duos are going to be going over the bridge. So instead, they decide to save a few mats by going under the bridge. And you can tell that there's barely anyone near them, just one player right behind them. This allows them to box up in the metal. And then they use this to be able to control the rest of the lobby, grabbing great eliminations. But this part right here is really what sticks out to me. They're holding high ground. It's 2v1v1. You can see Cooper jumping up, but if you watch Kanata's streams, he pulls him back. He says, why do we need to go for them? We're gonna win regardless. We have the splashes. Don't go too aggressive. And that really, to me, it's not knowing when to fight that makes these top players. It's knowing when to not fight.
Okay, I like it. Okay, let's talk about another duo. All right, let's put them on the radar. Clix and Epic Whale. Of course, they've already been on the radar, but I think because being grand finals, I think we have to be a little more. We have to nitpick a little bit more, right? So though this duo has been performing very well, guys, I feel like one of their biggest struggles is actually Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Everybody, when they're talking about Clix and Epic Whale, and it comes down to their Storm Surge, it's like, well, if Clix doesn't have a sniper rifle, then they're probably not getting enough surge. So, if Clix doesn't necessarily get that sniper rifle, which, by the way, he's super good with, then we're probably going to see this duo kind of putting themselves in positions to actually box fight, get really, really close with other duos around the bunkers.
Yeah, Clix is an incredibly great fighter, so regardless of having the sniper or not, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue once we do get into the end game there. But of course, it's those long-range shots that we know Clix for right there. So good. But Clix and Epic Whale, they have downloaded Lavish Layer so well. They know the pathing. They go for bunkers every time. They have such a strategy, and to a part, I think it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. A lot of these end games go down to being able to adapt to your playstyle, and I feel like Epic Whale and Clix are very regimented. However, we've seen them improve time and time again. We saw in Major 1 that they constantly went for height way too early, and in the most recent games we've watched them in Major 2, they've made such improvements, and I definitely think a lot of that is due to their coach BloodX.
Okay, all right. One final name. I'm looking here at the script here. It says it's a little no-name duo. Acorn and Cold. Oh, sorry. Those are your Chapter 5 Season 1 champions who already have a spot to globals, by the way. How could these guys possibly shake up this weekend?
It is an interesting question if we're going to wonder if they're going to be able to make it into the top 3 like we've seen them do before. And being the reigning Major 1 champions, they're absolutely incredible. They won over second place, which was Peterbot and Pollo, by 170 points. I guess the real question is, are they going to feel pressured, or are they going to take a bit more of a relaxed stance in their games today because they already have their ticket to Texas?
Yeah, they definitely should be pretty comfortable coming into today, but I'll tell you what, the lobby should not be feeling comfortable. We got Acorn and Cold in the lobby, and if there was any duo that I think could potentially get the most eliminations in one of these 12 games over Peterbot and Pollo, then it would definitely be Acorn and Cold. Their fragging ability is, I want to say second to none, but right now Peterbot and Pollo are doing really good. Regardless, Acorn and Cold are extremely good, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some double elim games from this duo.
Wow. Okay, these are some big words. Now, guys, in case y'all at home missed out on EU, We actually saw the meta change a little bit in a way I don't think any of us were expecting. Wings of Icarus, are those going to make a return, Viv?
I mean, Bugha and Agers may be ahead of the meta. We saw them using it last week.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Bugha use it, and so we're going to see if that's going to be prioritized today as well.
Okay, all right. Well, it is that time, Fortnite fam. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals kicks off right here, right now. Casters, take it away.
Well, I couldn't be more excited to start getting into these games here because today is going to be an important day, of course, Taco, to set up that foundation here.
Yeah, and I mean, the analysts talked on it just a little bit towards the end there, but I think we will see a little bit of a surge in terms of the Wings of Icarus and their utilization. A lot of short rotates that were made much more efficiently throughout EU earlier today, so definitely wouldn't be too surprised to see NA kind of conforming to that similar competitive strategy.
Yeah, and some of that has to do with, of course, some of the item adjustments, right? Just more room if you were someone who was favoring a different playstyle before. But with that, let's jump on the battle bus for game number 1. The Grand Finals is here, and Game 1 is kicking off right now. If you're out there watching, you are just in time for what will be an exceptional set of games. We all know who is up on the line here as far as the competition is concerned. We have a lot of excellent duos here representing for NA. One of the most highly contested spots, though, seems to have a little bit of an additional stir in the mix here. There's 4 teams at the fencing fields.
Comes as no real surprise. Again, a lot of times our competitive players, they know expect the worst but hope for the best. And Cold Acorn, one of our more popular teams, landing at the fencing fields. They're aware of the fact they tend to encounter, you see it on Critics the most, but it's Muzz and Curly who are going to be the first to fall on the opposite end of fencing field. Paper trying to see if he can close the job down here. Does get the full knock effectively onto Curly, but at the same time, Muzz just barely gonna manage to hold on for a little bit longer here. A nice performance from Paper to start things off. Definitely gonna imbue this team with confidence.
I definitely agree. Things are kicking off right now. Paper hurts, Muzz hurt as well, but so are the opponents on the other side of the barrels here. And you can see the 2 duos lurking nearby. Acorn Cold, Kha'Zix Yasir contemplating if whether or not jumping in here is worth it. It does seem like Kha'Zix and Yasir could be deciding if they're going to move a little closer, but first, Muzz and Paper have to finish this battle quickly. Seems like Raze might be picking up his duo.
Not only that, but keep in mind, Muzz running relatively low as far as his ammo is concerned. Only has 8 bullets left inside of that Nemesis AR. Wants to close the distance. That's going to be his final Bush Bomb expended here as well. But with 30 shield, 90 white HP, he's definitely got an advantageous position currently up against the likes of Raze. Also has Paper right next to him. These two could look to just close in on the attack, but they are definitely trying to be wary. They don't want to get over ambitious here. They understand fully that there is at least 1 or 2 other teams directly nearby that could pose a huge threat to them if they're not careful.
Very standard Muzz and Paper play here to move out of the western side of this map. This is a well-placed disengage here, of course, to get to the slurp truck. We've seen this before. We've seen it again and again. But take a look at some of the highlights that are happening around the map. If you were wondering what was going on with Seek and Dash here at the Snooty Steps, they are on top of the game here, knocking down Magia Jr., who we watched just barely slip his way into the Grand Finals there with that uphill qualifiers battle. But we jump into the continued action here for the Grand Finals kickoff game number 1 with Blake and Macwood now at the Grand Glacier. They've been contested all throughout the qualifiers, and now coming into Grand Finals, there's no surprise here. But this time, much bigger threats, right? They have Thoric here in a team just outside the Grands.
School and Thoric are definitely no walk in the park, and Blake and Macwood, their positioning currently trapped a little bit inside of the vault here at Grand Glacier, trying to make room now, breaking down these wall edits left behind by School and Thoric. They will manage to scurry out of the vault for the time being. Blake as well, trying to get a good perch overhead view. Just going to continue breaking open that ceiling here at the Grand Glacier. Give himself some further leverage for trying to find a good angle, a nice line of sight that could give him the advantage. But all the while, teams down here at Mount Olympus, Bugha and Agers, another one of our contested teams. They're dealing with the likes of Zeus and Hicks, though. And they don't really seem to be in too precarious of position currently. Although, it's probably only a matter of time. Bugha and Aegis both looking like they're just trying to set up for the actual attack onto Zeus and Pix.
Well, let's see what's going to go down here. Angles being set up now from Aaron and Chance down at the bottom of this base here. Might be seeing a little disengaged though. This is a pretty strong rock-steady base up top, but if Aaron and Chance want a piece of Hakio up top, they're gonna have to fight for it or break the foundation of this base or something.
It's real early to be setting up Surge base like that though. Hakio gonna take his opportunity to try and establish some space, claiming the forecast tower as quickly as possible. They know that they're likely still gonna have to deal with a little bit of a fight here, and looming just behind them to the east, Peterbot Pollo, they've made their extension outside of Grim Gate. They've taken note of the Surge tower that resides on top of the hill directly north of them. And if there's one thing that Peterbot and Pollo love to do, it's box fight. They recognize the fact that they might be able to third-party interfere, if anything, but this team, for sure, has their eyes set on that forecast tower, MDF, and they are not the sort to let something go once they've created a game plan for it.
Yeah, this looks like the result of tons of preparation coming out of the semis weekend, where we already know their first set of games were a bit questionable, but I think we're looking at a much different Pollo and Peterbot who are trying to play for the win, not necessarily the eliminations. They're going to be fighting for that forecast tower here shortly. Before we get back into that battle, though, Chimp and Scissors already on the move here. They have an elimination, chasing down what's left of the duo that they just encountered here on the outskirts of the map. And this is actually a very interesting zone in general, as we're already starting to see it pull a bit further to the east here. A lot of Western bases. Other teams we're interested in, Clix and Epic Whale, how are they doing? What will they do to maintain their surge strategies? Well, it looks like it's getting into fights at the Rebels' Roost right now, as they've gone straight north to the outer edge. We've seen them play these outskirts every single time, but winning the battles, of course, Taco, is the most important thing here.
This is by far one of the most common surge strategies that Clix and Epic tend to go for. They love making this rotation from Lavish Lair towards Rebels Roost to try and challenge some teams, especially when you factor in the weapons bunker that can be between these two POIs. That seems to be the priority currently for Clix and Epic. They know that if they can find at least one or ideally both eliminations here onto Hound and Aiden, that's going to clear up some room for them to then more easily navigate the weapons bunker spawn, because if they don't establish their surge strategy now, this is a team that could definitely suffer for it come the end game.
Well, there it is. First tag is in, and you can see they're above the threshold by a fair margin. So they've been finding their damage all throughout game number one. That's exactly the type of position you want to be in. But now that things are updated, they need to make the decision. Do they stick around and finish this or move on? And it does seem like we're leaning more towards the latter here. They want to fight the fight. And there's just someone outside looking in. It's actual visuals whose Epic Whale's got his eyes on and trying to hold him out. We jump back in with Peterbot and Boy, who had pushed into the duo. We knew they were going to want to take the fight. And this is what we expect. And Hakio jumps into Peterbot and gets bodied immediately with a monstrous shot right there.
Peterbot and Pollo, though, they know the job's not finished. They're looking for May Fishy as well. Floors just completely collapsing underneath him. Doesn't even get a chance to try and throw up another wall. Peterbot Pollo just way too clean with it. Some really quick eliminations established there as well, Monster. That's going to be ideal circumstances for helping them to further try and claim this forecast tower. Still lingering, though.
Ooh.
Might have some inclination that Edgy and Tavern are nearby. So, have to be prepared for aggression from every direction at this stage.
Yeah, that fight right there, I mean, they went into it with not a lot of material, and the team they took down didn't have much either. Peterbot had 23 builds. That's probably the biggest worry they're going to have right now in this game here. But Bryson Bolt's on the move right now, getting away from the congestion. You can see there's a lot of teams in this general area here. This is what Grand Finals is going to look like. The outskirts are going to be some of the more dangerous areas you could be rotating around.
Bryson Bolts, they're also another one of our teams. I like to land at Dumpenhausen. A position just slightly south of Reckless Railways. The team that they've spotted out could possibly be Reet and Ritual, considering that that is their primary drop at the Reckless Railways. But more importantly, it's the fact that teams from the north have already started to trickle in towards that central map position. So if Bryson Bolts aren't careful, they could find themselves getting tagged up from those teams, filtering their way down from the mountainside. Got Fatch and Walkers here as well. Really big tags. Fatch was able to connect with that Hunter's DMR, and still trying to keep clearing out a little bit of space, controlling the rotations that other players are trying to make. Hanging out on the outskirts of Restored Reels, though, it's not going to be an easy feat by any means, but if he can keep the accuracy going, it'll definitely set them up in a nice way.
Talking about being set up nicely, Pump here definitely is looking like he's got a great loadout going for him, and he's going to pop off here on G Monster and Reciprocal, but nothing comes out of it, unfortunately there. Pump and N-Pen on the move now, though. Time to start backing up here. They don't want to get caught up outside the storm in a box fight here. You do want to start slowly making your way towards the safety of the storm here. Rapid and Batman Booga side by side. Where's Aiden? It does seem like we only have Hound there on the screen. Wait, Aiden is still alive. So Epic Whale and Clix have given up the bunker, given up the fight with Aiden and Hound to stay in the game. And it seems like Aiden and Hound have, instead of going hard south, they've managed to stay on the coast here, wrapping wide around the outskirts, costing them a lot of heals. But hey, they are still alive, which is, of course, what matters most. Here's a team that we've been keeping very close tabs on, Rise and Iamzo. You've seen all the interviews with Iamzo. Iamzo very much aware that he has everything that it takes to be at the top of the NA standings, just like he did just a season ago. They're looking to take that crown right now, and this is not going to be an easy fight up against the likes of Agers here on the other side. It's a battle for potentially the bunker.
Agers, though, not really interested in sticking around. Neither is Booga. Rise and Iamzo likely just having established a little bit too much space, and that's going to cause Booga and Agers to feel a little bit more uncomfortable, because the longer they extend these engagements as well, the more opportunity it provides other teams to potentially look to challenge them. And now Rise Iamzo, they've got the full extent of the bunker to take advantage of. Rise going to waste absolutely no time heading over to that weapons mod bench, wants to make sure that he gets all the loadouts and attachments that he prefers. That little bit of gold as well from inside of the bunker is definitely going to help him. But Acorn and Cole just relentless with this water-bending mythic. The infinite ammo just posing so many issues towards players that are trying to glide in from elsewhere. And the soft rotates yet again with the Wings of Icarus. We saw it be pretty prevalent earlier today in EU. And sure enough, here in NA, when you see top competitors like Acorn and Cold opting for a similar option, you have to expect that that's just one of the small adaptations that players have decided to make for this weekend.
Definitely a lot of adjustments coming in here. We're seeing all the strategies now starting to come out. The hats, if you will. A little bit concerning, though, for Acorn's low ammunition there. We'll be keeping a little bit of an eye on them, and talk about low ammunition, Paper and Muzz as well. This is what happens when you split a drop across 4 different teams and folks break off with what they can get. Paper and Muzz, though, this is very fortunate for them. The Rift Island spawning right above them, getting first dibs here, when you could just see from the material counts they desperately needed a big come up here. So way to put them right back in the game and at least give them some solid grounding here to work with.
Considering how everything started off at Fencing Fields, and it looks as though the action is still going to take place from Fencing just now on Rift Island. Krizik's going to be one of the first ones to rift in to the top of Rift Island. Muzz waiting for, making sure that he's got Paper to at least back him up in this process, but we saw Paper trying to farm a little bit more materials, a little bit more resources. They really did not have much after that initial departure from Fencing Fields, and they are not the only ones. Clix and Epic definitely worse for wear as far as the build count is concerned. This could be a massive refresh if Clix is able to force the attack here against B-Dog and Victor, but unfortunately enough, it just seems as though they've drawn a little bit too much attention as is from this low ground position. It's possibly Jack and Cease from the high ground of a hill that are looking to try and take some pot shots at this duo, or both of them immediately into the pots goes Victor, and B-Dog completely pieced up. Clix nearly taken down in the process, but that's gonna be the exact sort of defense you'd expect from Clix and Epic.
Oh my gosh, we have to actually watch that back one more time. Take a look at how Victor took the sidewall and B-Dog through the top. That could have went so bad, but Clix's reaction was incredible and hit the shot that mattered most. And with all that, they are still in a very, very bad position here in the tournament. 6 builds now. And they're just gonna have to dive on the next team that's nearby, and it could be NPen, it could be Bacon, it could be Cease or Jack, right? But one thing is clear, they need a battle, they need some material. They find NPen, a wonderful pickup here, and Clix and Epic Whales slowly crawling their way out of the ditch here, if you will. They have the damage, they now have the points, but they need everything else here, Taco.
That refresh really couldn't have come at a better time. Thoric, School, another one of our teams barely clinging on for dear life here. Blake and Macwood know this is their perfect opportunity if they can close this one out, but Macwood's gonna be the first to fall. Thoric doing an excellent job of holding his own, but he's just so far apart from his duo. He might be looking to try and trade the revive. Instead, he's gonna look to prevent Blake from getting his off successfully onto Macwood, but Blake, he's got quite the investment so far. He knows that Thoric is under so much pressure currently. And sure enough, Blake gonna be able to close this one out, but things are definitely still looking pretty tough here. The shield situation, not ideal in the slightest for Blake and Macwood.
Great set of defense there, though. Blake clutching up. Blake has really been on a bit of a hot streak, finding his moments all throughout this FNCS. Jumping in with Miro in Dukes, though. Very difficult time as far as getting through the qualifying weeks were concerned. Yamzo and Rise, much different story to be had here. Their elimination up, and now an additional one as well. Finding themselves a bit of damage here. As the pressure continues on the lobby, and look at the loadout. Okay, so everything's really starting to come together for Yamzo and Rise right now. This is that consistency we were expecting out of them, and talk about a strong position to be in here in the mid game. Doesn't really get much better than this, and they're still sitting on top of the bunker, by the way. It almost feels like they're baiting teams that are desperate enough to try to come on over and, you know, just take a look at what's going on inside the bunker, seeing if there's anything left over.
Rise and Yamzu, you can feel their confidence with how they're playing so split from each other as well. Just zero concern that either of them will go down, because they are close enough to at least provide backup when necessary. But Agers, Bugha, maybe they should have stuck around in that bunker fight a little bit longer here. They find themselves currently 41 below the surge damage threshold. It's gonna pose a moment of desperation. Agers immediately tackling the first player he can find. It's gonna be a Minish, but Cam with the slam onto Bugha. Zero opportunity for Agers to actually look to strike onto Cam just yet. But the revive could be a real possibility here. Bugha still lurking just behind the corner. Agers can hear the chug splashes going off. He knows he's about to have a health disadvantage if he's not careful. Needs an opportunity to get this shield potion off. Might just find it, but now the shots, they're filtering in. Players, teams from across the way. Agers gonna lose Bugha. No moment of a revive any longer. And just like that, Cam barreling through the doorway, eliminating Agers. Both some power players to be taken out of the conversation here in game one.
That was a huge fight for both sides, and you know what? Respect to Cam right there, stepping in when it mattered, but unfortunately Bugha getting clipped there when they had the damage that they needed. Cam still got a lot to work towards now. Look at how many players are on the move right now. As we're gonna start jumping into catching up to other fights that are going on here, but hold on, Cam finds himself a knock before getting into the rift here, and he is gone. Cam is still going for it, really putting up the numbers here. At this point, little does he know, everyone coming up the storm is so hurt. That is the damage, the pressure of the storm surge right there, like if I've ever seen it.
Everyone in the sky just absolutely battered, it seems. And it's only going to get worse here. The elimination will finally count for Cam just in time because he finds himself dropping before he ever even gets a chance to land. But Miro on his own sort of rampage. Count them as they trickle in. 1 elimination, make that 2, and a possible 3-piece on the horizon here. Miro and Dukes have certainly come to play here today. Visuals, the next one to fall, and that's going to be an easy revive situation there for Miro onto Dukes, but a nice little points acquisition in that series of engagements. And not only that, but Miro and Dukes, they might even be able to navigate through the likes of what remains here at Fencing Fields. Keep in mind, a decent amount of teams still have a good range to go before they find themselves in that safety net of the zone.
So unfortunate, Clix and Epic Whale don't have time to farm all of this right now as they desperately need the material here. But you can see they're so much more concerned with being caught on the back tail side of this storm right now. And you best believe that they're probably going to be landing right into a fight as soon as they come out of here. Notice what Clix and Epic Whale ended up doing though, saving just enough Flowberry Fizz for the rotation here. And here it is. They're off to the races. It's Miro and Dukes who are in front of them, and we're going to see a ridiculous fight break out right now because they need this. There's no time to waste. Straight into the box. Clix goes for Miro. He gets tagged, and they trade on both sides. Duke is hurt. Miro's hurt too, but Miro gets the best of Clix and Epic Whale in the end, and this is why he cannot be stopped. 5 eliminations for them. The Storm does the rest, unfortunately, and that is just how it's going to end for some of NA's greats.
Miro and Dukes didn't even want that fight. They didn't even need that fight, but they had no choice. Clix and Epic actually making them suffer. That's just the replay action of what happened to Cam earlier on. We saw him gliding in. At least he got that decent elimination credit onto Poppy Blast, but Yamzo,
oh my gosh,
Rise, everyone just in such dire straits right now, MDF. I mean, 4 builds left for Rise, performing as a solo now, and things are only going to get worse in this position. We saw these guys with 4 Flowberry Fizzes. Rise just used up the last of what he had out of the 2 that we knew he was carrying, down to a singular medkit at this point. It is incredible the way that these players have just been getting shredded, it seems like, throughout the duration of this first lobby. It just goes to show how difficult mobility can really be in this current meta.
And Taco, I don't know if you caught that, but Blake and Macwood are just racking up names after names, picking up Acorn Cold, picking up what was left of another duo just before that. Like, we're seeing, I think, some upsets right now, but one team is still in this game that I know is for certain. It's Peterbot and Folio that I see there in the distance, but Rise on this wonderful solo rotate right now. He's taking so much fall damage, and then Skittles gets delivered what was left of Rise's loot there.
To be fair, Rise just really didn't have a choice. He knew he had to just go for the fastest route possible, even if it meant taking little ticks of fall damage along the way. Just happened to run out of his Flowberry Fizz, but you called it out already, MDF. Blake and Macwood have certainly been playing a lobby of their own. Nice elimination cleanup, some good refreshes. Peterbot without the Poyo.
Wow.
But 5 eliminations still racked up for this team. Definitely a nice amount of points if he's able to make a good run in this late game.
What I find more impressive is that we're inside the top 15, so there were placement points ready to be given out. Neko and Zavi just behind the wall there. Peterbot can surely see right through those wood builds, and he tries to track him down, but couldn't get the tags there. Instead, it's Sires who falls on the edge of the zone. If Peterbot just has to hold out for a couple more seconds, and there will be critical placement points given out here. And this is where you want to be right now as a solo, but with that elevation, with the height, as the Storm is pulling across. So no pressure here for him to move first. And you can see he still has the aspect of agility. Meanwhile, on high ground, EU's Mixin and Potko with 3 eliminations. And this is the best we've seen them as far as being this early in the tournament in a strong position.
If everybody else's material count is as low as Potko and Mixin's, Peterbot might not even be able to play Disruptor for the high ground as a solo. A good elimination to add to the count, though, making it 6 in total now. Peterbot still trying to play from the backside of the zone. It's only a matter of time before he encounters somebody else inside all these other pre-existing builds, but you can see Peterbot, undeterred, still trying to make his way to secondary height. He knows that this is an unestablished layer currently. Gonna take a moment to pause, look back, spray down Bryce, Bolts. They're gonna be the first ones that he aggresses towards. But Peterbot, he's just trying to get a knock anywhere, finds it. Vorteca, exactly what he needed. A little bit more materials, but the punishment is steep. Goes for the refresh, gets lit up by Paco and Mixon from the high ground.
He's just so fast, finds the elimination well inside the top 10 now. Aspect of agility being so crucial to his mobility and movement there as well. Getting to the front side of the zone. We're in top 5 now. Kanata and Cooper are here for eliminations. The consistency is ridiculous from Kanata and Cooper. We've seen it all week long, and now we're seeing it here in the finals, but it's not over yet. This game can go any which way with a player like Peterbot in the lobby. He is going to be disrupting everyone, but we know Paco Mixon had a little bit of high ground, but first Peterbot goes in, takes down 1 of the 2 from this duo, and now the refresh is good as well. The med kit comes out. Can he steal another placement?
He might just pull it off, but it all depends on what's taking place from the high ground above him. Kanata and Cooper doing what they can. They drop Bryce, but Paco Mixon scurrying around. They're trying to find Cooper, they're trying to find Kanata, but they might just encounter Peterbot instead. Double medallion pickup now for Paco and Mixon to split between themselves. Cooper, Kanata still from the low. Paco and Mixon hanging out up high. The zone pool, though, directly in their favor. Kanata the sneak attack and the clutch to finish.
Oh my gosh! Kanata does it again with an incredible clip in the end right there. You would have thought Peterbot just gave Paco and Mixon the delivery of a lifetime, the medallion, but no. Kanata and Cooper do not stop. They don't give them a chance, and he turns the game around. What a ridiculous turn of events right now. Take a look at it one more time, Taco. Kanata steps in, drops Chris. Cooper's here, finds an elimination onto Bryce. They were just sweeping up the dust under the rug at this point.
Talk about the perfect distraction factor, though, from Cooper. Gets just enough damage off, but Kanata, that mythic gatekeeper, could not have implemented itself at a better time. Just a beautiful finish. Kanata and Cooper, all throughout the qualifiers, we saw them being one of our most consistent teams in NA. And if this weekend continues to play out the way this first lobby did, MDF, I think Peterbot and Pollo could have some threats. But it's all about Kanata and Cooper, and more so what the desk has to say on the Game 1 finish.
What did I just witness out of game number 1 of NA? Okay, guys, let's be real for a second, okay? We're in the back and we're watching game 1 unfold. And the whole time we're just like, this is one of the most chaotic games that I think we've ever seen. It's just like mass chaos. Everyone everywhere. Just, I don't even know what's going on. And then it all ends with this moment from Kanata and Cooper. My gosh, Kanata has got to be screaming. He better post his reaction to the internet, because I'm telling you, I need to go back and watch his just reaction to that. Biv, that was just disgusting.
I mean, yeah, Kanata and Cooper just full control of the low ground, picking up the refreshes, but that ending 2v2. Cooper jumping up on the side, Paco and Mixon, remember the meta we're in. The gatekeepers, 3 shots typically in the mag for these duos to kind of work with, and they both kind of use them on Cooper. So Kanata just turns around from the other side, boom's got that fresh gatekeeper to clean it all up. Well done by this duo.
That was absolutely wild. And we've talked about it. The casters have talked about it. They are the most consistent duo that we have seen this major. And they just proved it once again, getting the first VR of the day. I cannot wait to see if they can keep this going.
They may have just given themselves the momentum they need to walk away as champions off of just game 1. Now, of course, though that was amazing, and I don't want to take away from that, I have to come like double back to Peterbot. Peterbot,
yes,
dude. In any situation like this, there's literally no reason he should have made it to top 3 in this game, and it's just like this man is built just completely different.
We playing duos? We playing duos right now? I mean, Peterbot with the clutch of I mean, it's only game 1, right? But you got to imagine right down the line, let's say it comes down to game 12 and we're like, well, you know, Peterbot and Pollo are ahead by 20 points. The 20 points were found here by Peterbot as a solo. You know, of course, has the medallion, which makes it a little bit easier than what we're used to seeing in past seasons. But I was like, oh my gosh, like I want to see what Peterbot and Pollo are looking like. Boom, tune into them. Peterbot the solo, and I'm like, oh, this isn't what I wanted to see out of game number 1. And then he gets top 3.
It is just every time Peterbot shows up on screen, we just cannot believe it. The angles that he was going for in this situation, as well as positioning himself at the front of zone, because he's noticed that everyone was congested in the backside. Absolutely incredible. And he actually takes 2nd place overall with all of those eliminations. Absolutely incredible. Maybe one of the best solo clutches we've seen in quite a while. Of course, Kanata and Cooper still holding strong in 1st place, those 7 eliminations, but Zeke, what I notice is there's you know, a bit of an invasion, an European invasion happening on this top 10.
You know, when we look up into the high ground and you see Paco and Mixon, a duo from EU on high ground, you know, it's kind of like, hey, whoa, EU, you guys have your own region. You guys are good. You don't need to come over here. That was very scary, and honestly, it could have gone their way, but to see them in game 1, not only take height, but come in that 2nd place, like the damage is done.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing here is that I'm surprised that Paco and Mixon were actually able to hold high ground. They had it in 9-7, which typically when we see teams up there on the high ground from that zone, they just don't have enough materials to go ahead and actually hold it. And as you can see right here, they're out of builds. But again, we're talking about NA. Peterbot and Pollo have conditioned the entire region to not even mess with high ground at all. And that is why right then and there, Paco and Mixon, they go untouched the entire way. Somebody could have easily taken it from them, but because of how the region is playing out right now, they were actually able to pick up that 2nd place with barely any builds.
And we saw this from them starting all the way in the first qualifier where they got 1st place out of that round 1. But a lot of people were kind of, you know, sitting it aside saying, oh, okay, well, that's round 1. But here they do it, getting 2nd place in the first day of grand finals. That is what I love to see. Also, taking a quick look at 11th through 20th right now. Of course, some huge names here. We, of course, have Iamzo and Rise in 16th place. Right below them, Dukes and Miro. A lot of big names rounding out our top 20.
Okay, look, it's fine. Okay, everything's cool. Everything's chill. That was game number 1. We have 11 more games. 5 more today, 6 tomorrow. Everything's chill, right? Like, game 1 jitters are done. We're good. These next games are going to be incredible. Guys, Wings of Icarus, they have come out. We watched EU, apparently, and we said, Wings of Icarus, though they've been in season all season long, we're good now. We should bring those out for grand finals.
Yeah, we saw a couple teams kind of, you know, getting a little bit left behind on their rotates, and they actually had to bring out the wings. Of course, any movement, you know, mobility items in grand finals, they usually come out to shine because you want to make sure that you can kind of make some of those rotations. But what actually made it so that way a lot of teams needed to rotate, Kelly, you were talking about it, Storm Surge.
Yeah, Storm Surge has always been a constant issue, and we saw by Zone 2 Storm Surge popped, and it's something that we typically see in a grand finals where everyone wants to be a little bit more passive, especially kind of feeling out the lobby in these first few games. So it's not too atypical, but I think we were all a little bit surprised just how much Storm Surge played in that game.
And you know what else? The fact that just no one was going to high ground. Like, what happened? You know, when we watch other games like EU, for example, high ground's changing hands left, right, and center. But here, Paco and Mixon, I guess it was just them for that whole end game.
Yeah, but I mean, like, listen, you can't really blame the rest of the lobby either. We saw a bunch of duos kind of struggling on that rotate rate. We saw about 10 teams hit a rift under Rift Island. None of the teams are really looked at during that mid to end game looked like they had any surmountable amount of builds to actually maintain into that end game with a good amount right there. And it just comes down to that Storm Surge. A lot of them investing stuff because of how it's playing out right now.
When you're talking about the Rift and Rift Island, though, I do have to give a shout out to Cam because he lived way too long. I thought he was going to go down so many times, and inevitably goes down to the likes of Peterbot, but definitely bringing up some placement points in that play.
For sure, for sure. I want more games. Game number 2 of the grand finals are ready. So send it back on over to the casters to jump on that bus.
Thank you, Zeke. And I think an excellent point was made. That game, it was just shambles town for so many teams in the mid game, just considering how populated it was zone after zone.
It really did feel like everybody was kind of in build poverty throughout the course of that first lobby MDF. And most importantly of all, it just really seemed as if a lot of teams were starting engagements, but they weren't able to actually truly finish them off. There would often be third-party interference, which would kind of cause a little bit more scatter than anything else. And so you're investing all those resources, but we got to see how match number 2 actually breaks down for everybody else.
That's right, Grand Finals game number 2 is here, and lucky for us, we get to watch it. Front row seats to all this action. Man, what a way to kick off Grand Finals here for NA. I was surely at the edge of my seat, and just judging by the community's reaction, it feels like everyone else was as well. But first, let's jump in with these battles here that are going to be kicking off at these drop spots. Muzz and Paper, we already know, had a bit of a close one, right? Coming out of game 1, if you guys missed that, and it could have went either which way. They actually ended up rotating out super early, missing out on tons of loot.
Yeah, the only thing that Muzz and Paper really got to take advantage of in the first lobby was that slurp truck, but even then, you typically want to be able to maintain some semblance of a loot path, and that's something that Cold and Acorn are currently trying to interfere against the likes of Yasir and Krizix. Yasir on the ropes right now, though, just getting completely ran down by both Cold and Acorn. A couple of tags coming in so far. Frenzy Yato putting in some work here. Cold, though, recognizing just how slippery Yasir actually is, but with no shields and no coverage, Cold gonna get credit for his first elimination, second one going through as well, since Krizix was already knocked, but a nice job here from Cold. Didn't even waste any time in terms of capitalizing, clearing out one of the more direct threats to their loot path at Fencing Fields.
Let's jump in with Clix and Epic Whale here at the Lavish Lair as well, contested by another duo. Poppy Blast and Dragon not picking up the hint that was left during the qualifying weeks. It seems like they feel like this is their best odds here for the Grand Finals, and they've continued to stick out this drop. Now, we do know Epic Whale and Clix had good damage early on in game number 1. However, it was in the mid to later phases of the game where they were a part of that wider pack of players and duos that just had a tough time as they slipped behind there. Trashy and Skittles here at the Pleasant Plaza. Also, highly contested area. There's no safe spots here at the Grand Final stage.
No safe spots anywhere on the map. Paper, though, full advantage against Acorn. Acorn had no idea. It's like whack-a-mole, the way that Paper just pops up. Gets that initial shot. Cold left to fend for himself here. Luckily, it's early enough that unless Paper and Muzz opt to try and camp Acorn's reboot card, which is a very real possibility in a Grand's lobby, but for the most part, Cold probably just going to choose to stick around until he gets an opportunity to grab that reboot card, look to bring Acorn back into this one. That was crazy.
I don't know if it's going to be easy for Cold. I'm looking at the map, and I'm seeing many teams start to pull up right now. Rise is here. Curly and Raze are sitting right there. They might have actually just found them for all we know at this moment.
Definitely a better loot situation, though, to start this one off for Muzz and Paper. These are loadouts that they can actually continue these fights with. You could see it in the way that they're trying to scout the rest of Fencing Fields out from the top of these rooftops. Rise, also alone, lost the Yamzo along the way. And he's going to opt to actually fall back entirely. Recognizes still a little bit too much foot traffic in the vicinity here at Fencing Fields for him to want to get involved. He'll have to look for a reboot van elsewhere, but it's a dangerous situation trying to traverse the map right now as a solo. So many teams likely to be starting their Surge Towers looking for pick-off opportunities. That brings us right back to square one here at Lavish Lair. I do find it funny, though, earlier today even Clix on socials asking somebody tell Poppy Blast and Dragon to come contest us. And it seems as though Poppy Blast and Dragon, they had initially switched over from Lavish Lair, trying to take their odds at the Estate Station, where they'd be contested against Victor and B-Dog, but kind of just stuck in the middle as far as where they want to drop.
It's like tags coming in. There's a Surge Tower off to the side there at the Easton Hill. Poppy Blast looking for a new angle right now. And yeah, Clix and Epic Whale probably welcoming this duo here because they did win every one of their engagements throughout the week. So you know the confidence is there. Welcoming in what could be easier amounts of surge damage. But all in all, Cold and Acorn, right? One of the big teams knocked out very early this game. So game 2 already shaking things up. Jumping with Pars and Baka, who had 42 points coming into this as well. Another top placing team right now, struggling here to maintain a position right here. Baka's gonna drop those heals. That's a sign saying, hey man, you might have to heal me a little bit if these walls go down and you don't get to pick me up.
Of course, Trashy and Skittles, but they get a little bit too preoccupied. Skittles already ate one tag from Peterbot. Peterbot might have actually been the saving grace here unintentionally for Pars and Baka. Skittles was 1000% trying to close in, potentially looking to key Pars and Baka in the process, but instead, because of Peterbot and Pollo making this rotation, they've isolated Skittles now. Trashy, a little bit of a sticky spot here, wants to find a way to reunite with his duo, but he's gonna have to wait until Peterbot and Pollo make their first move, and sure enough, Peterbot gonna be the first one to depart. Things still picking up though here at Pleasant Piazza, and a solo has been spotted out. Peterbot wastes no time applying a singular tag, 61 damage straight to the chest, and he's still just gonna keep things rolling.
That's big, big damage, right? You gotta think about how much that adds up. You find several body tags, those DMRs, and all of a sudden you're very much soaring high. Take a look at this. We haven't really got to jump in Re and Ritual. It seems like they were dropped so early in the last game. They didn't really get to get their situation established, but this game looking much better right now as Ritual has an elimination. Sizing up the team and hits the headshot through the ramp right there. What a incredible tag, and then straight in for the elimination, wasting no time and boxing out the teammate. The 290 on the down body as well, just capitalizing on the damage right now. That is exactly what you want to do. And they're not going to have to worry about anything for the early and mid game. At this point, if I'm them, I'm just basing up and vibing out for the remainder of this one. This should put Re and Ritual right back into the swing of things.
Fully maxed out. That's what it seems like. Pars Baka, though, back at Pleasant Piazza. They found an opportunity here, and they will make sure to punish Yuumi. Finds himself eliminated. Back to the battle bus, waiting for lobby number 3 to depart. So good stuff coming out of Pars and Baka as they look to try and defend their turf. Clix and Epic, very similar encounters. Poppy Blast, Dragon, unable to hold the floors, just getting chopped and mopped up here at Lavish Lair. You can tell a little bit of confusion, a little bit of, yeah, I don't know, man, maybe we should just go back to a state station, but Clix and Epic, they want this fight every single day of the week. And it's a very familiar situation for them when they're contested. They love being contested because it's just Surge, man.
Yeah, you can tell Poppy Blast really did feel like they had it. I mean, they definitely had the height advantage, the natural cover going for them, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're just contending very, very top-tier duos, arguably in their prime right now. You know, we haven't seen a better Clix, right, in the last year or so. Epic Whale can be argued that he is also very much in his prime right now. So tough fight for them. We'll see what ends up translating out of that. Here's a quick look at Peterbot and Pollo having to use up their mythical bananas here as they wait out the bunker to open up here. And there it is, just on cue. Epic, or I was gonna say, I thought for a second there Pollo was just waiting to get knocked, but everything's okay. You just see that thermal scope, man, coming in so clutch here when it comes down to putting down these long-range tags here, making it as clear as day to land your shots.
Still not easy to do, though, and Peterbot just makes it seem otherwise. All the while, topside north of the map, Classy Courts, Dukes and Miro still hanging around inside of the storm. These early one-tick zones, though, nothing to really pose too many issues at, but for Dukes and Miro to still be lurking nearby. They're definitely just trying to utilize the launch pads, but also clearly trying to scope out if there's any teams or players that they could look to pinpoint and get some further surge on. Last lobby, we saw Miro lighting up that elimination feed for starters. And granted, they did encounter a little bit of a hiccup that put an early end to their run during the mid-game of that first lobby, but the last time that we saw Dukes and Miro compete together, they won Chapter 2 Season 8 Grand Royale. Seeing if they can repeat some of that magic here now, Chapter 5 Season 2.
Yeah, Dukes is just such a hit or miss player. If you have him when he's on fire, I mean, things go relatively well. As you can see, he's wrapped up those FNCS championships. He's put big numbers on the board, but for Batman, Bugha, and Rapid here, things are not looking too hot for them. They're just struggling to get by here deep inside the storm right now. Other action happening all around the Fortnite world, though, as we're just bending into the mid-game of game number 2. Take a look at Richo and Reek continuing the onslaught here. This time, it's onto a very, very unfortunate Braden here, who was trying to get away. And take a look, it's raining loot in the elevator shaft right there. That's going to put Ritual and Reap up to 3 eliminations, now sitting on a surplus of heals inside of their base. Unfortunately, though, the zone is looking like it's going to start trending to pull a bit further, so Ritual might be looking to make a bit of an early move, right? Not only for the material, but likely for the positioning here.
Just making sure to make full use of everything available to them on the map. That bush going to provide some nice coverage, but very clearly, Ritual and Reet are not going to be able to find anybody else just yet, so they're going to have to get things moving. Oliver OG and Larson, though, this has been a little bit of a trek for them, coming out of Breezy Coast now, a little bit further south here at the Reckless Railways. Handful of teams stuck inside the middle of this POI currently. Bold, Oliver, and Larson trying to apply some tag pressure, but they might have to get a move on. They don't want to find themselves getting caught behind everybody else. Makes things all too easy to become the focal point of the lobby if you're the last ones to rotate in.
Talking about being focused on Cease right here. Very, very hurt. Worse for wears, but Jack putting up the defense on his own here. Doesn't need a teammate here, but Cease says, you know what? I'm coming back to give you the support here from Jack's perspective. It's looking too easy here. But no, doesn't have a chance to reload, has to get out here, and all of a sudden now finds himself boxed up and then tagged. Unfortunate as he lets his guard down onto Zyro. And Zyro shows you why he deserves a seat at the FNCS as he clutches up big time for him and his teammate. What a trade and an exchange of events there.
All Jack needed was a second to get that reload off. But Cease already just too tagged up, too low on HP. 0 to hero with that last trade off though, MDF. Lin probably ecstatic at the fact that his teammate just managed to close that one up. Granted, whether or not it really helps their endgame is a different story entirely, so we'll have to check back in with them because they were relatively deep inside of the zone. Mixon and Paco making sure to take full advantage of some of these stragglers. Threats finds himself getting a little bit keyed here by Mixon and Paco. They definitely want to try and run him down if possible, but they've got caught from behind by Sphinx, who's just barely managed to make his way to reunite with his duo. Paco now in a little bit of a tough position. Mixon trying to trade blow for blow here, but it's Threats who's going to get eliminated first. Sphinx also down to about half HP, having to expend even more of what remains of his resources. This could be a prime opportunity here for Mixon and Paco, but the last of the splashes have been used by Sphinx. He looks like he just wants to bail.
Yeah, that was crazy right there for Sphinx to find those big tags through the edits, but I'm also questioning the fact that he actually used those splashes like he could have easily popped a big pot there. So now the pressure is on, the clock is ticking here, and ultimately it's going to be that much more difficult, I think, for him to survive and weather the damage here, as you have teams everywhere right now. Desperation starting to kick in here for Sphinx, as he's probably looking ahead to say to himself that he will need a lot of damage as he's lost his duo mate. So we'll see what develops with that team. I think Paco and Mixon were very much in the right to push the team, though, as they need it, right? They're uncontested, I believe, right now. They didn't have any eliminations there. We know they did well when they were contested in the set lobby qualifier weeks. However, when they were uncontested, I mean, things were not very good for them. So, trying to keep up the pace here, Taco, is what I think I'm watching develop.
It's also just the fact that Threads kind of looked like he was a solo there as well. When you consider just how far back Spinx was, the fact that he's coming from behind Mixon and Paco. Tragic stuff, though, for Lin Game. Raze on his lonesome with 2 eliminations. Zero gonna get picked off in the elimination feed by Trashy. All these teams caught inside of the storm, just having a really difficult time trying to actually rotate into zone. Trashy and Skittles right next to the edge, but even they kind of fully understand the fact that other teams have already managed to base ahead, put themselves in a more advantageous position for tags. Raze, though, respect the attempt. He gets the reboot ban reward that he was looking for, but not a whole lot of white heals to work with. This has got to be a straight up go, go, go situation for Curly and Raze if they want to make it inside of the zone.
I couldn't agree more, but let's jump into the top of the standings. Let's jump in with our Game 1 standing leaders here, Kanata and Cooper, who currently have 0 eliminations and just 17 damage above this threshold right now. So this is not an ideal situation by any means. Kanata and Cooper will have to actively look for fights right now and or players on this rotate. Luckily, there are so many to choose from right now. Wonderful tag there onto Fax to slow down his momentum, and they just have options here in the distance as they're holding the edge of the storm right now. So I can see this going very well for Kanata and Cooper, but ultimately they have been one of the most consistent teams and duos we have watched play this week, and they have not let us down yet. Talking about, I'd say one of the biggest surprises is actually Blake and Macwood's performances generally. That Game 1 was a show-off performance, but right now, so far below the surge here, I'm wondering if they're going to be able to claw their way out of this one.
They definitely don't want to find themselves having to expend all of these valuable resources on just surviving these Surge Storm tags, but it might be the true outcome that they're left to deal with. Blake and Macwood also getting lit up by Decay and Sigma, and they're not the only ones taking shots at them. Waterbending Mythics spraying inside of their builds. These wood walls not doing them any favors in terms of drawing even more lobby attention. Blake and Macwood so incredibly low on resources. Macwood's gonna wind up falling. Credits to Decay on that one. Third-party assistance from the Storm Surge itself. Sigma trying to close the gap now as Blake looks to retreat. Will find momentary relief, but as soon as he starts expending some of that Flowberry Fizz, you can tell Sigma and Decay contemplating, do we want to chase this guy down? Instead, they're gonna look forward. They realize that they position first, they can always turn back around and try to light up Blake as he makes his way up the mountainside. But this elevation just so unforgiving for a solo. Blake does what he can to try and keep himself standing. Decent tag into Walkers, but Walkers with a distinct health advantage here. And Blake doesn't have many builds left to work with either.
I mean, I respect the movement. I respect the ability to not give up right now. 20 HP here. He hasn't gotten any easier. No tags in the mix here. Walkers earns himself the points. You know, that could have been any one of them, but it's going to be Walkers who earns those quick 4 right there. So well played for him. 2 eliminations right now leading into this end game essentially here is going to end his run. But at least it wasn't for nothing. Other notable names I'm seeing up: Clix, Epic Whale, Miro, Muzz, Paper down there in the distance here. And there you can see just now, fully finished here. Clix and Epic Whale sitting up at 4 eliminations, and once again, not too good as far as overall inventory is concerned for this game right now. It makes you wonder what is going wrong with their strategy here. It doesn't feel like a surge. It feels like it's something else to do with these zones. However, that's going to end it for Clix right now.
Just a brutal rotate to try and make. So much congestion already pooling at the base of the mountainside. That's the thing. It's that it's the base of the mountain. It's just practically impossible to scale at this point. Epic will at least drop for some of the materials that Clix had to offer. But as a solo from this far up that he has to climb to get to the next zone, he can tell, he can hear the shots surrounding him. It's going to be incredibly difficult for even a player like Epic to get in a solid placement performance here.
Well, we know it's not possible, as Peterbot has shown us before that anything can happen. On that note, Boyo is alive here as we're getting into this end game, and we are looking at consistency starting to come to fruition here. Tyler and Curve also had a very good game one, and they're also in this end game right now. Continue to keep eyes on that sleeper duo right there, but first we got Kanata and Cooper here on the rotate. This is a hard zone to make work for you, as you have to go up and over the mountain or decide to try to swing wide and stay around it and be at the mercy of all the teams positioned underneath you. But look at this, loses Cooper in the process, forced to play for himself, and as he gets over, it's almost like you break the horizon there. He finds an opportunity to base down, and for how much longer will this be safe? We'll just have to find out as we just getting into the placement points now. Zone's gonna pull his way.
We're talking about how difficult these kinds of zones can be to navigate with these vicious elevation changes, but for a team like Peterbot and Pollo, this is where that aspect of agility really gets an opportunity to shine. They've already managed to establish a little bit of height over the rest of the lobby, but even on their last rotate, just 2 dashes, they save so much material in comparison to everybody else. There's no river of sticks for players to actually acquire any underworld dashes. Mixin, Paco,
Peterbot knocked Paco from the ultimate height straight down, and I was just about to celebrate the fact that all top 3 of our teams coming out of game 1 were still alive right now. Then all of a sudden, Peterbot says, hold up, monster. Let me drop Paco for a second to make it that much more difficult now. And just like that, we might be seeing a bit of an opportunity here open up.
The other issue too, so many of these teams are gonna get suffocated inside of these secondary height layers because nobody wants to drop to ultimate low. If the zone pulls back over the elevation change, you're stuck. You're not gonna be able to scale your way back up that mountain, at least without not getting lit up in the process. And that's kind of the position that we see Kanata in. Even with a little bit of Flurberry Fizz, he's gonna have to rely on the wings now. But as soon as he tries to fly, he is immediately shot down from the sky.
And that's huge. That's to the hands of Tyler. Tyler, who was inside the top 5 coming into this game right here. So a big elimination for him. Directly dropping those that are contending him on the standings here. Epic Whale's gonna fall as well inside the top 20, but it's Mixin who's alive, holding the base here. And we all know who's the eyes in the skies. It's Peterbot and Pollo who have the prime positioning here over the lobby. Notably though, Dukes is up, Miro is up. They're eyeing the second height, and you know they're not gonna let it go for free here. So Peterbot and Pollo still have plenty of threats here in the lobby. Reet and Ritual from the bottom of the standings are already jumping up here in game 2 as well with an exceptional performance. This game is starting to come together.
Peterbot also only has that DMR. It's going to be difficult to try and suppress some of these lower layers, even with that advantageous position. But zone pool, everybody's on the move yet again. Miro getting lit up in every which direction. Doesn't even know which player he wants to prioritize first, but he doesn't have to make that decision. Eliminated. That's going to be the end of his Lobby 2 run. Curve now sliding by as much foot traffic as possible. Gonna box up at the last of his builds and just try to play it safe, hoping that nobody can scout him out just yet. It's all about the placement points at this stage.
Yep, Mixin down as well to the hands of Reet and Ritual there. NPen took down Dukes, so that's going to be the end for them as well. Curve just holding on here, trying to earn anything. He makes it to the top 10, now top 9. Curve clutching up to stay relevant on the leaderboards. And in the end now, we have quite the game unfolding here as Peterbot and Pollo are running through the builds pretty quickly, but no one is looking to challenge them on high ground. Instead, it is like fish in the barrel getting lit up here. Aaron's hurt. Down comes Peterbot for the refresh here, puts the box and the walls down. They recognize there's a duo there. That's Reet, that's Ritual. Take a look at their perspective. Still very, very healthy as they're trying to find eliminations here, find points but the storm, this edge of the mountain is so difficult to traverse right here.
Reet needs these builds, though, that Hakio could potentially have to offer. Ritual also going to follow through on this. Hakio, Mayfishy just barely clinging on for some moments longer. Oliver OG actually going to finish what Reet and Ritual had started. 7 total eliminations between the two of them as well is a nice point acquisition, but finally, Oliver OG, this triple Flowberry Fizz loadout might just benefit another one of these teams down below as he continues to try and follow from one zone to the next, all on his own.
Yeah, Oliver just doesn't have enough time to actually heal up at this point. Chubb's going to fall here. It's up to Aviv. Aviv finds Oliver OG there. That's going to be the Siphon pickup for himself. Did Chubbs drop the material? I'm not sure he managed to, but there it is. The elimination comes through. Reet and Ritual cleaning up the bottom of the low ground here and now. We're in a 2v2 situation, but there's no Peterbot. It's just Boyo here who has to take on Reet and Ritual, who have played so smart. But Boyo goes into the storm, opting to take damage for the little bit of mats, and honestly, he might be able to suffocate out Reet and Ritual if they don't have enough to actually climb here.
But they both got at least 2 bananas split between each other. Poyo, not a whole lot of HP to work with either. Reet, recognizing the fact that Poyo is definitely suffering to some extent here, chopping through trees, trying to continue following up through these past height builds that he has. Just that little bit of leverage could make all the difference, but Ritual, Reet, they are still climbing this mountain, trying to tackle Poyo. They finally get him down, and they finally go for the finish. Ritual and Reet stealing this one away from Peterbot and Poyo.
And they honestly fought tooth and nail all the way through. We actually highlighted the fact that Reet and Ritual had a very, very slow start, not making that appearance in game 1, and then all of a sudden they start off with 3 elims, and they continue to keep the train on the tracks all the way through here. Game number 2. Well played for them. Take a look at it. Back one more time, Reet and Ritual find Aviv. They find Peterbot. They quite literally determined the win for themselves right there, Taco, as they have taken the opportunity away from Peterbot and Boyo.
Part of the risk involved when you're playing from Peterbot's position, trying to go grab the materials, the resources from those refreshes that Peterbot and Boyo were picking up, but just a beautiful job by Ritual and Reet. They truly masterclassed the low ground in this one.
Yeah, and although Peterbot and Poyo didn't win, though, they earned a lot of points, keeping them up at the standings there, Zeke.
Man, this was a brutal zone. Oh my gosh. Old Man Mountain always takes his toll. But for Reet and Ritual, they had just enough of the pieces to put together that victory royale. Stolen from Peterbot and Poyo. That is what we like to see. Vivid, you were wrong.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering, listen, 7th zone, I saw it was going over that mountain. I was like, yeah, this is a Peterbot and Poyo win. And, you know, I was close, but Peterbot dropping down perhaps a little too early right now, making it a little bit too risky. And Ritual and Reet, though, capitalizing instantly, full dominance on the low ground. I'm not sure, Kelly, how they were so healthy over such a tough zone.
Well, if you notice right there, a lot of teams actually aren't staying on the extreme low, unlike Reet and Ritual. So they're able to do this, chop the teams that are just above them and grab a bunch of eliminations. So they were actually kind of a little bit safer in these low grounds because of how vertical the zone was pulling. So many people didn't want to get stuck on the low ground there. But Vivid, you have to give yourself a little bit more credit. There was about 20 teams left, and you literally said it was going to be Peterbot and Poyo versus Reet and Ritual. So obviously the script is being shared around here, but obviously I am so excited for Reet and Ritual. We haven't really talked a lot about them this major, but last major, they were the favorites to win, so it's good to see them coming back strong.
Yeah, and this was just game 2, right? So everything's fine. We just got to continue this momentum. Right now, we're trying to chip away at this, right? We're trying to get a lead so that going into day number 2, when we have a 1.5 times multiplier, we are just that much ahead of the competition. Peterbot and Poyo, my goodness, that was one of a crazy game indeed, and could have been theirs. But as MDF said, you know, unfortunately getting picked off in those final few moments. And of course, shout outs to Poyo there, kind of sitting on the high ground, just doing everything he could to try and maybe pull out a W. But listen, Vivid, 2nd place, that's still a bunch of points. And with the eliminations they got, this is big for them.
Oh yeah, 100%. Honestly, listen, yeah, maybe a little bit of a throw, Peterbot. We did see him kind of drop down into the box where he hit a crazy shot to kind of close that one out. 2v1 going to be easy for them in that regard. But the thing that I want to note here is that first 2 games, listen, Peterbot and Pollo are getting that medallion extremely fast, and they're not even hanging around Grim Gate. They're immediately dipping to the south and claiming so much space on the map, and then usually backtracking actually to go ahead and grab a bunker. So their strategy right now is honestly working out, and if they can consistently not only get the medallion but also a bunker, then yeah, I mean, over the course of the next 10 games, they're just gonna run away with this thing.
Yeah, regardless of if they didn't grab this victory royale this game or the last, we know that consistency is key, and they are super consistent right now. But it's only been 2 games, so much can happen. But we do have to speak. We already talked about it, but Peterbot there dropping down and going. I think it's because he got a little overconfident. I've seen Peterbot and Pollo so frequently will throw their dash coin 4 or 5 layers to each other because they're just so used to no one paying attention to high ground. And I think Peterbot felt a little bit more confident there as well, because he already dropped down around zone 10 to be able to grab all the loot, and it worked. No one shot at him, so I think he tried to do it again. But unfortunately, when you're going up against an aggressive duo like Reet and Ritual, it's not going to work every time.
Tough to see when no one looks up at high ground. And I'm not sure what's going on. Let's just stop giving Peterbot Pollo free high ground. All right, guys, we can't let that happen, because look at what happens just after 2 games. Look at this lead that's starting to form. Vivid, they're starting to ramp up, and this is just game 2.
And I'll be honest with you, we haven't even seen like a crazy performance from them, right? Like we're looking, we're used to seeing like 15 eliminations. So, we got to keep our eyes peeled on Peterbot and Pollo, but look at how these performances can really tell a different story on these leaderboards so quickly. I mean, 45 places up for Ritual and Reet right there. A good game. And then also Kanata and Cooper. We've been talking about them, a very consistent team usually, but going down in 21st place with 0 eliminations that game.
For me, though, I'm still seeing that 3rd place team. That's Paco and Mixon. Of course, Paco went down a little early around 8th zone, but Mixon did a pretty good job staying alive there. Of course, we do have some other duos there. Oliver to OG currently sitting in our top 10, but yeah, I want to focus back onto Paco and Mixon here.
Yeah, why don't we actually not even focus on Paco and Mixon? Take a look at that zone. I mean, all the way over there on the eastern side of the map. And then look, as soon as, we go into 8th zone, it just keeps pulling west. So not only did all of those teams have to come back over the top of that mountain, but it just keeps going further and further.
I also do want to mention by zone 2, Mixon had waterbending, DMR, and a sniper, which Vivid was, you were a little bit credulous about.
Well, I mean, hey, all good weapons to go ahead and get that Storm Surge right. And we've seen them actually struggle with Storm Surge multiple times. And it looks like, yeah, they made it to the end game that one, but couldn't necessarily keep up on the rotates.
Yeah, not all the games are going to go quite like this, right, guys? I mean, this was just one of the most brutal zones I think we've ever seen. And I did really quickly want to highlight the duo in 2nd place, Curve and Tyler. These guys are going crazy. 78 placement points, 12 eliminations. They're looking to keep pace with Peterbot and Pollo, right? They want that #1 spot, and they'd love to end this weekend in the top 3 to secure a spot to the Global Championships. But as time draws closer, so does the next game. Remember, we have 4 more to go here before we say goodbye and then prepare for tomorrow's action. Guys, it is almost that time. Anything you want to see done differently in this next one, Vivid?
Yeah, I want to see Peterbot and Pollo close this one out. Get the win.
I want more wings, everyone with wings in the lobby. We've already seen like 10 duos do it. Let's get all 50.
Bust out the wings of Icarus, everyone. Find your seats on the battle bus as we kick it on over to the casters for game number 3 of Grand Finals.
Thank you, Zeke, and I agree. We're seeing a lot here, and I don't want to see the same things continue. I want to see new happening like Reet and Ritual season duos, of course, jumping up into the standings, really showing us that a seasoned duo like them can take a win if you make a mistake, regardless of how good you've been, Taco.
Right, and that's the other thing too, is that for some of our up-and-comers, I mean, already had a quick shout there to Curve and Tyler, but at the same time, when you look at what Peterbot and Pollo have accomplished so far today, a 3rd place, 2nd place finish, they need to get somebody to put the pause in, but for Vivid, we'll see whether or not they get the victor morale here in lobby number 3.
Will we see another team continue to rise up, or will Peterbot and Pollo continue the domination from where they left off coming out of the Duo Cash Cups, leading into the first couple of weeks of the qualifiers, they gave us a questionable semifinals performance, leaving us all wondering if whether or not they really are the true duo of this season. But finals, man, they are showing up as if they never, ever slowed down the pace here. And honestly, the numbers are telling us a story in its own here at the Grim Gate. The strategy is known, though. They go straight for that medallion, and now we know that they leave the drop spot looking for battles. But let's jump back in here. Cold and Acorn was taken out fairly early coming out last game after picking up their first 2 eliminations. What went wrong for them?
Well, for starters, it was Paper who really put a whole pin in their plan. That surprise pump that he had onto Acorn, while Acorn and Cold were trying to loot up inside of fencing fields, it just truly caught that duo off guard. It forced Cold to be in a situation where he's running around as a solo with like 3 other teams surrounding him, and that made it impossible for him to actually be able to prioritize a decent loot path, build up any sort of materials. And again, it's pretty quick just how fast the action could get going here. Bugha and Agers, of course, being contested at Mount Olympus, they're gonna waste no time. One more time, taking down Zeus and Pix. Back-to-back eliminations that have posed fairly well for this team so far.
I was gonna say, I noticed while we were looking at that replay that Blake was caught as a casualty in the feed there as well. So I do wonder if the Grand Glacier is looking a little hotter than the usual cool temperatures going on over there. Here's a look at Zyro and Lin Kame. We saw Zyro, of course, with a big clutch up in the storm there against Cease and Jack, but it does seem like their drop spot is generally contested here. This offshore location right now by the Underworld.
Crazy to think that there's 3 separate teams this far west of the map. Keep in mind, Xavi Neko, they also like to drop a little bit northwest of that Underworld location. They could potentially look to third party what's happening just south of them, but Batman, Bugha, and Rapid have definitely found themselves in a pretty tight spot for all 3 lobbies so far today. We've oftentimes caught them, even if they've made it into the mid-game. They're low on materials, they're low on surge. It's just been a really rough start to the day for them. Considering how they just slunk in from semis, it seems as though their search strategy and game plan overall has just been a little bit tight to solidify, but that's the beauty of this competition though, MDF, is that Grands, you've got 2 days to work with, and the 1.5 times point multiplier in day 2 could go crazy for some of these teams.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of comeback stories happen on that day 2 with the point multiplier. I mean, it really just shows you, regardless of how well you play on the first day, 1.5 times the additional points. I mean, a couple pop-off performances and you are making tens, if not hundreds of thousands of more dollars just as far as prizing is concerned. And let's not forget, ultimately, one of the biggest prizes, you know, FNCS championship pickaxe aside, because we all love our cosmetics, is of course top 3 are going straight to the global championships, the in-person event happening here in Dallas, Texas. That's going to be exciting. That is what is really the icing on the cake, I'd say, as far as the celebratory FNCS championships that are being fought for here today.
Also makes things a little bit more interesting though, because again, when you look at a team like Peterbot and Pollo, who've had top 3 placements in both lobbies that have occurred so far here today, 1.5 times point multiplier could also prevent anybody else from catching up. Baka has just caught Bacon. Pars on the run now. Baka trying to see if he could squirm his way out of this one. Barely manages to create a little bit of space, but no shield. Trying to remember exactly where TK was last spotted at, but he doesn't have an opportunity to go for that just yet. He has to focus more so on just getting his shield recovery in general. Raze and Curly, that third-party engagement has just thwarted Baka and Pars' plans here to run down TK and Bacon at Restored Reels.
We're seeing really good performances out of Baka and Pars, but yeah, not looking too good right now in these game 3 right here. And honestly, just I'd say overall, as they were up at 76 points and things slowing down for them. So Luckily for them, they're going to be able to go ahead and slide out of here before things go any more south for them right now. You can see the effects of the battle starting to weigh into their material count. So this should allow them to continue to have a good chance here at the game. But take a look at it one more time from Baka's perspective. Jumps in and just fries bacon, quite literally right there. On the other side, Bugha and Agers getting active here. Curve and Tyler, they do have to be careful. Although Bugha and Agers are not having the hottest start to their tournament, Curve and Tyler have. And this is a team that can surely shut down your momentum if you make a mistake.
Without a doubt, but also because of the hot start that this duo has gotten off to, it is rather likely that Curve and Tyler, they've already got 2 eliminations. They don't necessarily need to fight against the likes of Bugha and Agers. Sure, if Bugha and Agers are going to continue to try and force the issue, then yeah, we might see Tyler and Curve be willing to take that box fight, but it's going to have to start with Agers and Bugha dropping to where Tyler and Curve are at. They're more than happy to just continue expending their resources. Even though Agers has this waterbending mythic with infinity ammo, that is depleting a good amount of hard materials from Curve and Tyler. At the same time, Curve and Tyler are in such a good position on the leaderboard, they don't want to take unnecessary risk.
Very interesting. While that's happening, Mira and Dukes are just exchanging tags down here, finding Hazins and likely Magia Jr. shortly after. Take a look at this shot. Right on through the builds there, making it look easy. And then pressure on the other side. Boyo dives in onto Chance here, dashes past Aaron and finishes the job. Boyo falls here, and Peterbot forced to step up now. But it's the third party that's putting in the damage, throwing off the engagement here for a second. And luckily, that third party found the Elim and then backed off there, not recognizing that Peterbot was actually hurt and Boyo was down. And what could have been the opportunity for the rest of the lobby now opens back up for Peterbot here, because they get to pick up all this loot, right? It's not bad by any means. Uh-oh. Curve and Tyler, though, turning that battle around. We talked about it. You keep poking the bear, you're going to force them to fight. And Agers didn't really have a lot of mats. That's why Bugha was down there farming. And look, the tables have turned now as Curve and Tyler have the high ground here. But this just might have to be an all-or-nothing situation. I don't see Curve and Tyler walking away from this one.
Curve and Tyler, we're just trying to fend their position. But now it seems as though they might actually have a chance to shut down Bugha and Agers. Instead, though, Flowberry Fizz just going to scale up Mount Olympus, maybe recognizing the fact that there's just not enough materials for them to want to extend this fight any further. Not to mention, Curve having just spotted out another team being Sphinx and Threads directly underneath the building for fighting Zeus inside of Mount Olympus. This could be a really tough spot now for Curve and Tyler to actually rotate out of. They've drawn some attention, some very unwanted attention at that. And all the while, Bugha and Agers, they seem like they might be a little bit better off than where Curve and Tyler are currently at, but for the most part, Curve and Tyler are completely stuck.
Yeah, there's a team there in the distance. You saw them trying to tag them up, just didn't work out. Agers is going to get knocked here to the storm, and I mean, you know Curve and Tyler are going to be seeing this. They're going to be reading the situation, and they do end up tracking him down and find and sideline Bugha back to the lobby. Another huge point swing here now for Curve and Tyler, just cushioning their situation here on the standings as they are slowly but surely maintaining a solidified position amongst the top 5 right now. You love to see new teams finding their opportunities and chances here on the FNCS stage.
Yeah, but for Bugha and Agers, you got to be careful what you're wishing for. They wanted that fight earlier on, and they got it, but not in the way that they had been intending. Muzz, Paper also trying to extend their engagement up against the likes of Raze and Curly. Curly getting lit up, half shield already. Muzz, Paper just barreling down on the front side of these walls. Muzz now gonna split his direction just a little bit, side by side now with Paper, trying to see if he can get another line of sight established to take down either Raze or Curly, but they're just pushing this duo even further back, suppressing them inside of their own builds.
You
Gotta
can see
be
what
quick
Muzz
about it.
Muzz very, very smart. Holding the cone there gives you full visibility, recognizing that the team is changing layers there. And just playing super smart with the angles there. This is why Muzz is an exceptional player in these types of situations. And although they have 0 mats, I mean, still very, very much dangerous as you're seeing this fight play out here. But the biggest danger, I'd say, is TK, who's lurking right behind them, waiting for his opportunity to pounce out.
Oh, but this could be tragic for Paper. Health absolutely depleted at this point. Fortunately enough, Muzz did have one final medkit to spare. But now that leaves Muzz with a Soul Banana as his resource for white HP. Kind of just crouch walking around currently. Here at Restored Reels, TK still lingering. Hasn't had a chance yet to try and rotate out, but Muzz and Paper, they really just want an opportunity to try and refarm some of their materials, and one more team gonna join the mix here as well, Cease and Jack.
This might be a little clash of titans here. Epic Whale Clix versus Kanata. And Cooper down low, team up in the distance. Clix missing these very, very important tags right here. For Epic Whale, needed that damage right there. Fortunately, not gonna alleviate the pressure from that team, but they don't want to peek for too long. Meanwhile, Cooper and Kanata, much different conversation for their loadout. Their situation in this tournament is spectacular right here, all things considering.
Coming out of Carolyn's Crossing as well, Cooper and Kanata have covered a decent amount of ground. Wing's gonna help them, slightly quicker rotation. It is incredibly efficient for these short spurts of rotations. Epic and Clix though, left or right, pick which way you want to try and fire back. Empen and Palm, Cooper, Kanata, 2 teams you do not want to be caught in the crossfires of. And poor Clix and Epic Whale, they're just stuck in the middle.
Just a whirlwind of trouble everywhere for them, unfortunately. You know, I respect Bolts looking down the shining light of what seems to be a sniper or something. I wouldn't, I know that for a fact, but Bolts is there to trade. Nothing comes out of it though, unfortunately. They don't find the tags they were looking for. The standings, however, giving us the update. They're in 6th place here, inside that top 10 comfortably right now. We jump back with Clix and Epic Whale. Again, material count starting to dwindle here, but a new team enters into the conversation. It's Rapid and Batman Booga here, but the fight for the capture point, right? Clix and Epic desperately need this here. The first time we see them positioned up on the Rift Island here. What comes out of it? Plenty of upgrades here. That's a good capture point there. And now I think confidence is probably surging right now through Clix.
Maybe just a little bit. The fact that they got away from that initial sandwich situation they were just in is impressive enough as is. But Clix and Epic, even though they got the capture point, they know that there's at least 1 or 2, if not more, teams surrounding them here at the Rift Island. They've got to be careful while looking for an opportunity to refarm some materials. Definitely an ample amount of brick here on Rift Island, but Cooper and Kanata potentially be under duress here. All depends on how desperate Clix and Epic are for a fight, and desperation might not be the right word for it. If anything, Clix and Epic, they just want to clear out space. Let everyone know, hey, this is our territory to some extent. Do not bother us while we are farming.
And you got to also think about it, like Clix and Epic are only 150 above the surge. They know that's going to be a looming problem here as the time continues to tick on here. Tavern and Edgy find themselves 98 damage below, and not only that, they're inside the storm right now. It's about as rough as it gets. Meanwhile, there are a couple of duos here. I see G-Monster, I see Reciprocal being one of the few in front of them. I think we're gonna see a fight break out here shortly as Tavern's trying to open something up here, but G-Monster and Reciprocal, love that they're taking the more passive approach here, throwing walls down, not trusting Tavern and Edgy to be passive duos here. Nope, not while the surge is active. And this might be just the end for Tavern and Edgy, honestly.
Even if they make it near edge of zone, they're just going to be so in tatters by then. Medkit already being exposed. Tavern, shield crack. No one nearby at least to hear it. But when you are this far below the damage threshold, in such a low mobility meta, no wings, no fizz, Tavern and Edgy are just clinging on. But I'm right there with you, MDF. Even if they make it into the zone, they've expended so much to get there in the first place that the next rotation is going to be just as brutal, if not worse.
Yeah, I respect the hustle. One opportunity here for Edgy, and he misses the shots, and that, my friends, is just going to be it. If he tagged Cease and Jack there with the sniper shot, Tavern would have had a chance. However, that should conclude their game number 3 here. We'll see them a little bit later in the day, I guess. The game 3, the halfway point, right? The checkpoint of the tournament here. Really giving you a feeling for who's taking the lead here for day 1. Clix has got an Epic Whale, only 50 damage above. Now we see again those early signs of why they were trying to fight Kanata and Adris, who had the base down low. And it's only going to continue to become more and more difficult for them here. It's an uphill battle. Meanwhile, Re and Ritual find 2 eliminations, so we might be seeing Re and Ritual be another top contender here for day 1.
Interesting enough, though, Clix and Epic, they found an engagement, but they are not on the better side of it. Falling just below the damage threshold. Clix getting pieced up, and with no shields, no HP, that Storm Surge is going to be enough to count him out of this 3rd lobby. Epic still trying to do what he can, but he's just having to expend practically all of his fizz. Still looking for Neko or Zavi, but Neko and Zavi, they've probably heard the shield crack at this point. He's so close. Epic just gonna throw himself above the damage threshold with a nice connection off of that Gatekeeper shotgun, but still, he is in an absolutely dire situation. Will pick up the loot that was left over from Clix. This is just not good scenes, though, for Epic. It's a 2 versus 1. He might be able to clutch it out, but does it really leave him in an ideal position either way? Probably not.
I think there's still a chance, though, in a world where he can pick up Clix, which is crazy to say considering we're getting late into this, but I mean, that's going to come off the backs of him actually giving up this fight right here and just moving on with the tournament. However, it does seem like he's committed to trying to earn these points. I believe that he thinks he's got the health advantage considering how long this fight's been in the Storm, right? Don't forget, he does play with those visual cues, so he likely knows that this team hasn't had a lot of time to heal. He's found a lot of tags, and look, yeah, he's still keeping the pressure on Neko here, not letting them just slip away for free. And as he plays passively, though, the damage is starting to go back and forth. Don't forget, while he is waiting idly, other teams are likely fighting right now still. Given the circumstances in there, the Storm ends up knocking one of the 2 players. But there's no way he could track him, right? Like, he's finding the needle in a haystack at this point, trying to figure out where the body was dropped.
It was Zavi and Neko taking the launch pad to try and escape, because they have such a long rotate to make, but
there's the
reason why this is so difficult for Epic is even with those 3 medkits, the odds of bringing Clix back into this one here in 7th zone, and that's if he can even deal with some of the congestion that's sort of pooling on the edge of this next zone. Epic is doing everything in his power to try and play for placement points, but it is an incredibly difficult situation to make a comeback from. Teams like Kanata and Cooper that were on top of that Rift Island, they rotated so much sooner. Good connection, though, from Epic. That's the damage he needed. Puts him in a slightly more comfortable position here at 195 above now.
And not only that, just opens up a 2v2 down low between Acorn Cold and those duos that were tagged up right there. I'm sure Acorn and Cold heard the shield crack onto Not Braden and tried to capitalize. Nothing came out of it, though, unfortunately. You can see they are looking worse for wears right now. after this rotation here. NPen with the surge above him, sitting on top of Epic Will's base. Can Epic Will find the refresher here? He likely will. The tag was good, but shots come in from the side, and Acorn snipes up the elimination right there, and he's contemplating if whether or not jumping in for the loot is worth it, but there's no heals there. And instead, shot from behind. No, Cold opened the wrong wall, exposing his duo mate there for a second. A misjudgment, if you will. It's going to cost him the game there.
To be fair, though, Acorn was peeking for a long time at a fairly exposed wall, so whether it was the front or the back, he was bound to draw the wrong sort of attention from that position. Good stuff, though, out of Ritual and Reet as they pick up an elimination onto Chimp. Ritual as well. Frostmon, 0 opportunities to get that next rotate off. And tuning right back into Mixon and Paco, who have been cleaned up inside of the elimination feed. That's definitely going to put a bit of a damper on their top leaderboard run, as now other teams have a real opportunity to catch up. Dukes, Miro, absolutely obliterated at the same time. But that's just some of the power that Iamzo and Rise can bring to the table.
Yeah, just a crazy trade of events right there. Curve and Tyler reaping the benefits of what's happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo setting themselves up for another high ground dominant position here over the rest of the lobby. The only team I can think right now that can give them a run for their money, Curve, Tyler, Baka, Pars, who we saw finding their equal share of eliminations even now in the mid to late game. And then you have Kanata and Cooper standing here who have just made it to the new zone. This is already developing to be an insane end game right here. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper finally finding their footing right now, but is it too late? So far in the storm here, Muzz with the tech trying to dive across, but unfortunately didn't have the HP to survive it, and now it's up to Paper to try to fend for himself here as a solo. Nearing a top 15. This is a lot of points here available as Paper desperately needs it.
He just doesn't have any builds. He's hiding on top of somebody else's cone. Convict spots him out, but Convict absolutely torn down trying to challenge Paper out in the open like that. Paper, though, that was the last of his builds. All 5 of them just got used up. Maybe he'll have an opportunity to go get some of the Siphon materials. But at the same time, he knows there's just too many eyes on his current position. He can't afford to make a single move. And look at Peterbot and Pollo, the team that we saw them chopping from height. Skittles, Trashy, remember earlier on in this exact match, Skittles, Trashy, they had no idea the kind of advantage they had over Peterbot and Pollo. Now they're paying the price along with the rest of the lobby. Peterbot suppressing so much more efficiently with this watch bending mid that he just does not miss. Good night, Bryce.
It just doesn't get better than that. Peterbot ripping Bryce to shreds there with the water bending, but hold up, jump in with Iamzo and Rises on the foot rotate right now. Lot of traffic here as they're only 36 above the damage threshold. They will likely have to keep getting active. Meanwhile, Reet does fall here, leaving Ritual to play for himself. Pressure's on from all angles here. The zone is starting to constrict itself. We're inside the top 15, and this is where things start to get really, really interesting if you're alive here in this endgame.
Keep in mind, this is Reet and Ritual's backyard, just about. Reckless Railways, the final moments of this third lobby. Kanata still as a solo, still trying to make it work. Iamzo opens up the wrong wall, pays the price. As Sphinx and Threats will get credit for those 2 eliminations onto Rise and Iamzo, but Ritual, very familiar scenes, playing things out from the low ground, trying to see if he can make the magic happen. Peterbot also incredibly low, given his current position. Seems as though somebody's taking note of where he has dropped to, but he's still got Pollo way up above in the skies, bearing down over the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, one thing we know for certain is that a win is not guaranteed until you close the game out, and Peterbot taking all the risk in the world. I mean, but that is how you solidify yourself a championship title, if you can break away with those extra points. First, though, Kanata has to continue to make his way through here. The zone's going to bounce back up and over this little lip. He's going to be happy he didn't commit to the low ground here. Bak and Pars working their way back up. This is Bak and Pars' chance as well to get themselves inside of that standings of the top 10 now. Likely a top 5, depending on how far they can push it here. Kanata finds a solo. That's Walker's down. Placement points issued out to the lobby, and contenders that need it are playing alive as solos right now. Kanata falls. This is going to give Viven Chubbs a chance now. Another end game here for Viven Chubbs.
Viven Chubbs, even if Kanata had broken through that wall, he likely would have encountered these two. Probably found the end of his fate here regardless, but Peterbot, Pollo, they're lining up for another top 3. Pollo, elimination credit now onto Chubbs, likely still perched way up above the rest of this lobby. You see Ritual kind of slinking just behind Baka and Pars, might have even spotted them out. But now Pollo reunited one more time with Peterbot. Both of these players just suppressing, throwing so many shots towards these teams on the low ground. Everyone's builds running so incredibly thin. Even with the zones pulling back in their favor, it doesn't seem to make a difference when nobody has much materials to work with. Ritual, in fact, might have found an isolated Aviv. Instead, no, four underneath him goes away. And it's going to be Baka and Pars who try to shut him down. A Minish will be the first one to nail in the coffin there for these two. And now Baka, Pars. Again, just so much chaos breaking place.
Here comes the high ground teams looking to clean things up in the 2v2. Once again, this time though, Peterbot is gonna have to lead it. But the team on low ground, Baka, Pars, no shields, and Pollo is fully healthy, so he jumps in, finds Baka with a huge tag here, and they are successful in the end as Peterbot and Pollo take a second and then first place, bringing the Thunder in game number 3.
It's like they were building up for this moment. I mean, Vivid asked for it. I want to see these guys take a victory royale at the halfway point of day 1, and deliver they did. Third in lobby 1, second in lobby 2, first now in this third lobby, MDF. That is an impressive run so far here in day 1 of the Grands.
Yeah, it's nice to see them do it during the weekend. That, of course, matters, right, Taco? They're coming in, they're stepping up, and they're putting the numbers down.
They could not have picked a better time to really come alive, because there were definitely a good amount of doubters. There's certainly so many haters as far as Peterbot and Pollo are concerned, but despite it all, they are just continuing to flourish here in the first day of the Grand Finals. And if they keep this up, MDF, they're already starting to run away with it a bit in the leaderboard. Even with that 1.5 times point amplifier, it's going to be tough for anybody else to catch up.
That's right. Well, we do know anything can happen. That's the halfway point here. Peterbot and Pollo putting up the big points. Zeke, I'm sure the standings now are looking like a runaway train.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Everybody, it's happening. Everybody, it's happening. They won. Guys, they got a victory royale. We're not allowed to do this. Did you guys not read my script? No? Okay, well, it happened. Vivid, you got what you asked for. Peterbot and Pollo put down a victory royale, and as the casters called out, a 3rd place game 1, 2nd place game number 2, and now the VR. These are scary numbers, friends. Very scary.
I mean, did anybody really expect this to go any other way? The thing that I love so much about these like set lobbies, right, and having multiple games in a row is that you get to see teams adapt instantly. And yeah, we saw Peterbot and Pollo, right, a little bit of a fumble to get that 2nd place in the last game, but there was an immediate switch up this game. Peterbot and Pollo both had an SMG, and at one point, you know, Kelly, you mentioned it, Peterbot loves to play very, very close to some of these other layers, but look at this. Peterbot and Pollo both all the way up in the sky, just spraying SMG for the entirety of this endgame, so much so that they each only had 1 mag left when the game ended.
Well, I think Peterbot got a little scared because at one point he was down quite low, I think like 7 layers, but then joining up with Pollo again, he did not want a repeat of last game, and that is exactly what happened for them. Peterbot and Pollo finally grabbing their victory royale. And as you guys already said, a 3rd, a 2nd, and a 1st. Is there anything higher than 1st place? How are they going to be climbing up right now? Because there's nowhere else to go for them.
Y'all ain't ready for these standings when we take a look. Let's walk around. Let's kind of talk about some other duos that performed well in this last game. Reet and Ritual really just showing up here in day number 1 of Grand Finals. Really trying to say, hey, look, you got spots at the Global Championships. We'd like one of those spots, please.
I mean, Ritual and Reet right there, actually, this was all down to a solo clutch, actually, by Ritual, right? Reet going down a little bit earlier, but Ritual was actually set up for success going into this solo clutch. Had so many builds to work with. I think it was like 10th zone, so I had like 70 builds, which is probably a lot more than a lot of duos. So shout out to Ritual for making sure that pulling that solo clutch off and keeping them in contention.
And Ritual definitely was in a position to go even farther. He was set up so well, even as a solo player in the end game. But in the final moments, he was literally pinched between this moment right here of Vive down below and then Ibaka and Pars right below him as well. There's only so much you can do. And then, of course, KM right there. Like, what are you going to do when it's a 1v4? It's just impossible to win that. But still, in second place, they're having a great showing. But, see, it's only 3 games in, and there is almost a 100-point lead.
Guys, I'm not good at math, but yeah, that looks like it's basically a 100-point lead, like Kelly pointed out. Thank you for figuring that out for me, Kelly. I couldn't figure it out myself.
You're welcome. You're bad at math.
Guys, it's going down. Peterbot and Pollo are truly online. We need to slow them down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Zeke, how do you do that? How exactly do you do that?
I'm gonna have to write a new script. I hope that everyone decides to look at it. I really don't know. Now, of course, these guys are going crazy. We got to highlight some of the other duos there that we saw. In 5th place, we saw Bach and Pars. Also, cleaning up that low ground as well. Remember, even if they're not necessarily playing for the Axe of Champions, who apparently Peterbot and Pollo have 100 points of everybody else, but there's still spots in the Global Championships on the line, and these guys are looking real good right now.
Yeah, and listen, the crazy thing about Baka and Pars is that they held high ground for a total of 10 minutes during semis, which is actually the most out of NA, right? But yeah, Peterbot and Pollo are going to be in every single one of these games, so they gotta kind of switch up the strategy. And the fact that they kind of pulled off that great performance from the low ground has me feeling pretty good about their performance.
Listen, there's a reason why at the top of show we said, okay, here's the winning package of Peterbot and Pollo, and then here's the rest of the teams we think are going to get top 3. I don't think, I shouldn't say this, but I don't think a lot of teams are going to be going for that first place spot. I think they all know that it's Peterbot and Pollo. We've said this word throughout the last 4 weeks, that it is all about how they have conditioned the rest of the lobby. And we can see that there's been 0 high takes when they're on high ground. And yes, they have gone down and they kind of, you know, lost the 1v2, but that was due to low ground just getting a better shot on them. Peterbot and Pollo absolutely just have this in the bag right now. So I think, especially tomorrow, this is no longer a fight for first. This is a fight for top 3.
I mean, look, you know, it's possible. We've seen Peterbot and Pollo kind of like slip up, right, in semifinals. It's happened, but especially with that multiplier, Kelly, if they just do this a couple more times, especially tomorrow, yeah, it's very hard to like assume mathematically anyone can keep up.
And they had a great performance in Major 1 day 1. They ended up the day in 5th place, but day 2 is really where they shine. They got 2nd place overall. So showcasing that they are potentially a day 2 team as well is going to multiply just how dominant they are on the leaderboard.
Got to see one of these teams kind of take it to them on the high ground. We talked about Yam's on Rise. We thought that they could potentially do it, but off spawn contention. Surprise con over there for them. Maybe just securing it for Peterbot and Pollo.
Only 3 games left to go here. Will this Rise continue to just escalate? Will we see these set of standings go that much wider? Let's find out together as Game 4 kicks off of the competition here from the FNCS Grand Finals.
Well, one thing's for certain is that it's not over until it's over, right, Taco? With the first 3 games wrapping up here, and we're seeing the points start to look pretty favorably for some up at the top. It doesn't mean that other teams can't start to close that gap.
Look, it's hard not to be a little bit more realistic, though, about the situation. What Peterbot and Pollo are currently doing here in NA Grands Major 2 is just a phenomenal start. It's actually Peterbot's best ever performance as well, as far as Grand Finals are concerned in any FNCS that he's played in. So if he can just keep this momentum going that they seem to have built up here in match number 4, things could start to get really sticky for everyone else.
Well, all right, you laid it down, you said it. Things can start to look very, very different for everyone else. I mean, at this point, they do have the momentum in their sails. Who is going to be able to go ahead and change things up? It really just comes down to high ground being fought after and fought for. And that's just not what we've been able to see so far. Teams here at this drop spot of Fantasy Fields, the potential is so high for folks like Muzz and Paper, Acorn and Cold, but none of them have been able to get their footing here so far. As I say that, Peterbot, let's not forget they are contested at the Grim Gate. He finds Neko in the feed immediately. So someone is trying to change fate. doesn't seem like it's working.
Well, he might have actually just lit Neko up from the sky, if anything. Peterbot Poyo probably touching down first at Grim Gate, and considering that they like to land on that God chest, and they have had it uncontested so far here today, DMR might have been the reason why Neko finds himself cut short before he can land at his spot north of the underworld. Tough stuff, though, for Xavi and Neko, but a realistic opportunity, I think, for Xavi to be able to pick Neko up at least. It really just all depends on how things boil down on that northwest side of the map, but Fencing Fields just continues to be a relatively difficult POI to fight out of. Curly, early elimed by Muzz. Slurp Truck also going to be claimed one more time by Muzz and Paper. Now it's entirely up for Raze, see if he can bring things back to life here for Curly, but given that there are several other teams contesting at Fencing Fields, it's a tall task to ask for.
Looks like we got a little fight breaking out here between Cease, Jack, and Bacon. TK already eliminated to the hands of Jack here. You can see the point added up. Just outside the restored reels, does look like there are a couple duos lingering, but folks are moving away from this area. So Jack and Cease have all the time in the world right now to hunt down Bacon, and then finish looting this drop spot. I was just talking about actually Cold, Muzz, and Paper, and it looks like Cold just knocked Paper in the feet as well, as we're seeing the restored reels hunt go down. Let's take a look at that replay really quickly. Cold and Acorn finding Paper here on the Fencing Fields. I mean, if you do your research, you know that they're going to go for the Slurp Truck every single time to the west here. So great ambush by Cold and Acorn there.
Yeah, just no chance. Similar to what we witnessed from Bacon. He almost won that exchange up against the likes of Jack and Cease, but Cease will manage to close things out. So he'll bring Jack revive, no problem. It's also something to keep in mind, though. Baka and Pars, they have a tendency to rotate late towards restored reels. Jack and Cease definitely stretched kind of thin there at the restored reels. So if Baka and Pars are quick enough with it, they might have a chance to eliminate Cease and Jack with how low their HP was. The restored reels, not exactly an easy POI to split resource-wise. TK and Bacon might have taken enough of the goods to put a damper on the outcome there for Cease and Jack overall.
Jumping back on over with Blake and Macwood at the Grand Glacier. School and Thoric have seemingly controlled the pace of the action here for quite some time, as Blake and Macwood haven't jumped out of their low ground position just yet. But finally now the fight's starting to break out. School, all that time lurking above, staring and watching, they haven't really found his footing with materials, so I do wonder what has been going on here, as this has been a bit drawn out here for, I think, Blakewood, Max liking, or Schools and Thorix for that matter.
Yeah, School just trying to break the building at this point for any sort of materials. Blake, similar situation though, just posted up inside of this bush bomb. It's gonna provide him just a little bit of coverage. Right side pink could be difficult for Thoric, but both of these duos, MDF, as you already highlighted, practically no builds to work with. They're lucky that they're by themselves currently at the Grand Glacier, because if a third party came into play, it would really cause some problems for both of these teams. Blake had an initial advantage, but School kept most of his HP intact, and now Blake and Macwood can get pushed further back. They don't have anything left to break, though, in comparison to Thoric and School, so these 4 builds left now for School and Thoric could be what they need. Macwood gonna jump in first. Blake trying to see if he can close things out, knocks both ways, but the banana might be the difference maker here for School.
Oh, but no, he missed the med kit. He gets back just in time with the med kit. This is gonna be a full reset for both sides. Games, School here trying to pop the minute he does that. He does have the mats as well, gets his elimination. Now he's got the additional siphon material here as well, and Blake has all the pressure on right here. One cone separates him from School. Time is definitely not on his side here. And the shot is good for School, finishing things up here. And man, so unfortunate for Blake and Macwood, who after game 1 were basically in that top 10, top 5. But the last 2 rounds, man, being contested here, you see it can really go any which way.
Might have just been a temporary victory, though, for Thoric, considering that we saw Chimp and Scissor closing in on their position at Grand Glacier. Miro now a little bit beat up, trying to win this exchange in the 1 versus 2. Sigma is going to be the first to get knocked. Miro making sure that he goes for the full elimination. Decay trying to do what he can to stop that from happening. And sure enough, Miro, he just doesn't have enough HP to want to directly challenge any further. Will find a banana, though. Good looks by Dukes. But Decay, just such a distinct health advantage. He's going in for the immediate pressure. Doesn't want to allow an opportunity for Miro to look for that revive. And in fact, Dukes fully eliminated now. But it could be Chubbs, it could be Aviv that might actually save Miro in the process. All these shots being fired have drawn the attention now of this third party, and Chubbs Aviv definitely much more healthy in terms of their build situation in comparison to what Decay and Sigma are working with. You can see both sides now trying to just keep a low profile. Miro hiding behind one of his cones, hoping that no one tries to target him any further, because with only 2 builds left, MDF find it difficult to believe he'd be on the winning end of that exchange.
Yeah, everyone bouncing out of the location now, so it ends up working out. Miro still keeping high guard, though, not trusting the situation at all. Meanwhile, we jump in with Tyler and Curve, who have just been that underdog team. Popping off today, overall. Great performances, consistency has been there for them, and if nothing else, I'm sure they realize that they have everything that it takes to be a top caliber duo, even in the likes of an FNCS lobby with these types of players. So far, so good right now. Shots coming in though. Hold on, that's double trouble for the tags here. Bit of a
Normally,
setback.
big bush bombs can provide some coverage, but when you get that sniper glint effect from the 4x scope on the Hunter's DMR, it's going to give away your position almost every single time, make it a lot more difficult to stay incognito inside of those bushes.
Man, Bugan Ager's really having a hard time here at Mountain Olympus being contested. This is not the first time we've seen them taking fights deep inside the storm like this either, and this is a different duo. It's Zeus and Pikes now. So constant juggle of attention here at the Mount Olympus.
For Bugha and Agers, though, it's almost a surprise to see them not eliminating Zeus and Pikes, because those have been the 2 most consistent elims that they've been able to acquire all throughout today so far. Peterbot Pollo, though, they just want to keep their run going strong. And it starts here potentially with Thatch and Walkers. Peterbot will be the first to disengage, though. Pollo right next to him. A little bit of bush coverage, but it's only because Peterbot and Pollo, they've spotted out a team that they'd rather take their chances with instead. Larson and Oliver OG could be caught in the mix here now. But Peterbot and Pollo, they're trying to be smart about it. They know that they have some heat coming from up above. They don't want to put themselves in an easy to eliminate position.
Yeah, I think that's really the reason they gave up this outer edge. The zone revealed itself, and they're like, yeah, no reason for us to stay back here. Let's get a little bit more center. Oliver OG and Larson mindfully are inside the top 10 as well. This is about, I think, the best we've seen Oliver OG perform at the FNCS stage as well. So continuing the pace right now. A lot of teams putting up big numbers for their own personal records. Are concerned. What's happening over here though? Sigma and Decay finding those 2 elims finally on the edge of the zone, so things come in full circle for them.
Even though they had once backed off from eliminating Miro, it seems as though they were still lurking, trying to prevent Miro from getting that reboot off onto Dukes. Chubbs and Aviv only bought Miro just a little bit of time initially, but Sigma and Decay, they knew this 2 versus 1 advantage, all too easy to capitalize on. They wanted the extra elimination points as well, and they're sure to secure them in lobby number 4, but they still have quite the journey to make. They are pretty far north compared to some of these other teams that are already getting much better positioning inside of the zone.
Aaron and Chance going toe-to-toe against Seek and Dash right now. On the other side, Seek and Dash have been playing quite a couple of good games of Fortnite, if I do say so myself here, coming out of the first 3, racking up 120 points, but Aaron and Chance haven't been doing too bad themselves if they're inside that top 20. And, you know, and Ritual has already really flexed and shown us that it only takes one monstrous pop-off game and all of a sudden you are in the conversation. So this is really anyone's opportunity still. Hold up. Big pressure coming in. Seek and Dash having to slow things down for a second and really situate themselves here. Little did they know there's a lot more than just the team they were fighting. If you look at the map, quite a few have already slid on by. So this is it's definitely getting a bit interesting here.
Sometimes all it takes is one really strong placing game to be in that conversation for the top spots of the leaderboard MDF, but as far as Seek and Dash are concerned, they've got a lot of ground to make up for, both in terms of materials and resources, if they want to have that pop-off game, because those loadouts were definitely not in an ideal situation in the slightest. Pollo Peterbot, though, checking back in with our Victor Royale creditors from lobby number 3. And the craziest thing, too, about Peterbot and Pollo's performance so far today is that Peterbot's last FNCS title in Chapter 3 Season 2, these are the exact same placements that he had from that FNCS title here now in Major 2 of Chapter 5 MDF. We are looking at an actual circumstance of history quite literally repeating itself as far as Peterbot is concerned.
Yeah, except it's only better. He's got, I think, more eliminations definitely to show for it as far as his overall performance as this FNCS is concerned. But take a look here. Tyler and Curve land at the Rift Island as well, and we're looking at a top 3, a top 10, first place, and others joining into the Rift Island. This is a heavily stacked Rift Island, and if I had to guess, if you're inside the top 10, if you're inside the top 3, I mean, your ego is peaking right now, so you're likely thinking you can fight anyone who's up here. However, it couldn't be more far from the truth. If you make the wrong move here, you might just be going up against some of NA's best right now. Love what Curve and Tyler are doing right now. You're seeing the foundation, the basics come out here, checking all the bushes in the surrounding area, and they're only 54 damage above, so you know what? I think we're gonna get that fight we were just asking for up against Pollo, who's waiting in the center right now of the capture point.
But there are so many teams currently at the top of Rift Island. Whether or not they actually choose to engage with each other is a different conversation entirely. Right now, Tyler and Curve, they are just purely fixated on teams that are a little bit south of where the Rift Island is at. Obviously towards the low ground, but Tyler and Curve know they've got at least enough space created, 4 boxes built up. So they have the coverage that they need to keep them safe from the other teams on Rift Island. Still need to be wary, though, the potential of one of those other duos looking to just crouch walk towards where their box situation is currently built up at, but Tyler and Curve are definitely feeling very confident. They've just had these wall edges open for so long, taking shots knowing nobody else can return fire.
Yeah, that's huge right there. He finally gets a tag. You know, I was wondering if Tyler and Curve were ever going to find some damage here, as they've had a lot of opportunities, and I'm not seeing enough numbers. But now things are starting to rack up here. Tyler and Curve finding their groove, and hadn't they found those 2 tags, they would be very much the next team to fall below the threshold here. So this is an important turn of events for them right now in game number 4 here to keep them relatively comfortable in this game here. Does seem like Peterbot and Pollo have given up the Rift Island here to look for better prospects at the new zone. Cease is solo right now, trying to do his best to stay alive in this game.
Considering that Cease is the IGL of this duo, He's definitely got a pretty good understanding of how he should be moving as far as successful rotations are concerned. But you can tell he recognizes the fact he's kind of pinched between two separate duos. So it's not going to be an easy trek for him by any means. Fixating upon which is the path of least resistance at this point. Kanata and Cooper inside of the Underworld, though. 3 Underworld dashes available for Kanata, but he's got a nice position currently. Decent bit of elevation here. Spotted out a team. Trying to expend a little bit of brick, but back of his walls, immediately getting aggressed upon. And Kanata's already spotted out Z-Link, Zero. They're going to be the ones trying to pose a threat currently to Kanata's current search tower position.
Yamza rise on the pressure right now. Cold and Acorn making a dash here on the outskirts as well. But it's Yamza who finds himself 59 below the damage threshold here. So this is all trouble right now. Sphinx and threats eyeing up the base here. Yamza doesn't want to waste any time on the outskirts. He has to jump in and uses his Underworld dashes to get on top of the base here. Because he has to, not because he really wants to. But he doesn't have a choice. This is all desperate measure. One tag's not going to be enough. And there it is. It was over the moment he was caught in the storm underneath the surge with these types of teams nearby. Cold and Acorn don't even want to stick around. Finally, though, this is the first we've seen Cold and Acorn actually breaking out of the early game into the mids and lates with a lot of damage and enough builds to actually put up some numbers.
The main thing to keep in mind at this point, though, is with the way that the zone is pooling, since it is going north of where Grim Gate is located, all these teams that are a little bit late to the party, they're going to have these Underworld dashes available to them. It's going to be even more difficult for teams that are already low on Surge to actually get tags in. It's so hard to hit players utilizing these Underworld dashes. Cold and Acorn, though, have encountered Walkers and Fetch. They were trying to keep a low profile on the side of the still face, but instead, Cold going to take wind of where Bolts is currently situated. A couple tags applied, and that's going to be enough for Bolts to close off his wall. Cold with the same intent, though, just staying safe inside of his current position.
A lot of updates happening right now, though, outside of the Cold and Acorn's action on your screen. Hold up, though, Cold. Just keeping up the pace here, not giving us a moment to breathe as he finds an elimination there. And then trying to finish up Bryce as well. Look at that, the quick knock there. Player behind the wall. They are in a world of trouble. I was going to highlight the fact that they weren't quite safe. And right when they wanted to move, all the other teams were deciding to do that as well. And it's going to start adding up right now. After the zone closes, I do believe we're inside the 5-tick territory. There it is. It's starting to add up here now. 2s and 3s, all right? Yep, gotta go. Now do keep in mind he's under the effects of the mythical banana, so there's only so much damage he can take here. And
but he has no builds.
You know, all those elims and no builds. He has to come down here. What is going on?
It looked as though Fatch as well, Fatch and Walkers likely needed Surge with the way that they were playing so aggressively onto Acorn and Cold's box. But yeah, the fact that even Acorn, he's trying to split his materials, but there's just not enough to really go around. Cold and Acorn have to be so methodical now with where they choose to actually rotate and the little bit of tarping that they can manage. They need an immediate refresh. Kanata found his headshot onto Vert. Can't peek for too long outside of the Surge Tower.
I'm just thinking, like, how many times you gotta swing Kanata when you see the light glowing? Like, you know he's looking for it. Kanata ends up hitting the crazy tag, and they're just going right now. 6 eliminations now, though, for Acorn and Cold. When we tuned in the first time, they had 3. That's how much chaos went down in that little skirmish outside the storm. It was 3 elims worth, but it's placing points they're fighting for now. They need to stay alive as another duo drops here. Otherwise, it'll be all for nothing. This is probably the worst we've seen Acorn and Cold, I feel like, perform as far as overall placement points are concerned. This is the struggle they're having right now. There it is, finally a top 25, top 24. Now the points are gonna start adding up here.
That's only if they can manage to stay standing Their low material count has definitely warranted some eyes on from other contenders inside of this lobby. Underneath, though, Cold, Acorn, they could have an opportunity. They're gonna drop right in. Rapid, Batman, Booga trying to fight back, trying to build back, but Cold just bearing down inside of this box. Rapid's gonna be the first to get knocked. There's one refresh, but the material count still so incredibly low. Cold has 3 builds to work with at this point, NDF. And the small shield potions are not really going to do them as much favor as you would hope for. They need more resources if they want to keep this one going.
Yeah, still smart play by Cold there, playing around the outskirts, right? Jumping them up to 7 eliminations now. This is still, all things considering, by far their biggest game of the tournament so far. Meanwhile, Peterbot just having a field day with the lobby right now, way ahead of everyone here. He takes down Curve. Curve, who of course was in top 3 with Tyler. So Curve and Tyler finally meet their end earlier than they would have liked here, just at the start of the placement threshold. So Curve and Tyler are gonna give a chance now to the rest of the lobby to start closing it up.
Could be really big for Paco and Mixon. Caught wind of Paco and Mixon playing a little bit more towards the low ground, and as you called out, Curve and Tyler going down. Paco and Mixon have been shoved out of that top 3 after an early departure in the last lobby, so this could be big for them.
Acorn still on the move right now. Oh, but caught on the back of the storm there to the hands of Epic Whale, who needed that. I do think Clix was knocked and taken out as well. Here's Kanata. Cooper, 183 points. Looking to see if they can break that top 200 right now. It's a possibility here. There's a lot of points to be earned here, but Peterbot is one of the few still sniping them up as Convict falls right there. 3 eliminations now for Peterbot. While you're fighting for 200 points, Peterbot is working his way to 300-point threshold here, edging out of game number 4. Meanwhile, Ritual picks up a solid 3. Paco and Mixon have high ground right now, and this could be Paco and Mixon's chance for a top 3 position as well. Back on the standings here, Taco.
But we saw how many materials Peterbot and Poyo had to offer in comparison to Paco and Mixon. Sure, they've got the high ground currently, but how long will they actually hold on to it? Peterbot, Poyo, they were looking up. Last we checked in, it's likely only a matter of time before they try to utilize that aspect of agility. Probably Peterbot just waiting for Poyo. Catches 3 underworld dashes. Peterbot taking control of the aspect of agility one more time. Immediately towards front side of zone. Tarping ahead now. Trying to get his duo back inside of his boxes with him. And sure enough, Poyo will find himself right next to Peterbot yet again. Bushes getting lit up. Oliver OG dropped immediately. That Mythic Gatekeeper just putting in work right now, and Peterbot's still not done. Wants Larson along with it. Larson just barely managing to escape for the time being, but he might have just been left for grabs for the rest of the lobby at this point.
Yeah, all around just very, very smart play. Nonetheless, Baka is still alive right here. He's just eyeing up anything at this point in front of him. No! Finds Reet, who is desperately trying to find an opportunity there. And then Baka double clutches onto Reet and Ritual with a massive 2-piece elimination pickup there. You can't make this up. What a play.
Actual him moment from Baka. You know that Bars has got to be gassing him up right now from the spectator point of view, but Peterbot, Poyo, they just caught Mixon in the process, and now the high ground completely belongs to them. Baka will finally see his run come to an end here in Lobby 4 at the hands of Aiden, but Kanata and Cooper just in a tough situation. But they've still done a lot in terms of making those placement points come to life.
Yeah, it does seem like it's just a matter of time right now for everyone else here in the lobby. But Aiden still picking up what he can. He's going to find the beat here. Well played, Kanata and Cooper trying to snipe up what they can with the points here. They don't have any materials, so this is really a desperate attempt at trying to earn any points possible right now. Meanwhile, of course, Poyo and Peterbot have made their way down from the high ground here, and in the end, they go back-to-back, and they are soaring through the competition here. It is looking like a repeat of the opening weeks of not only the FNCS, but the duo cash cups and lead up to this very moment as well. Peterbot and Pollo just can't be stopped.
There is a reason why the whole of NA and even a lot of the other regions MDF have been talking. Word on the streets, Peterbot, Pollo, they are winning this major for FNCS, but at the same time, when they have such impressive finishes, all of their timings have just been so on point since the starting lobby here today. And it's just crazy to think about the point disparity that they have already established here on day one. And that's not even factoring in that point multiplier that's going to come into effect here for day two.
Yeah, the multiplier is quite honestly NA's only hope to, make a dent on the leaderboards here and make a standings. But either way, I'm sure Zeke has got a great reaction for us. So let's toss it over to the desk.
What do you want me to say?
What can you say?
What can I? What can I say in this situation? If you're just tuning in, and maybe this is like your first time watching Fortnite, I'm so happy that you're here. Thank you for hanging out with us. These guys, Peterbot and Pollo, I want you to burn them into your mind. We have been talking about these guys all major long, based off of their cash cup performances leading into open qualifiers, into semifinals. Here, where the hardest stage of the competition, Vivid, the hardest competition, the hardest part of this competition, and yet we're at 350 points after 4 games. What do I say?
Listen, this is why people were saying weeks ago, let's not even do the FNCS. let's just not even do it. We know who's gonna win. And after 4 games, I think everybody is kind of understanding where those opinions were coming from. Guys, 354 points is what Peterbot and Pollo currently have. The amount of points, the most points after day 1 last season was 320. Well, there's 2 more games left and they've already beaten it.
Do you guys know the record for NA is 384 points? Oh, after day number 1 from Canada.
And they're already at 350. It looks like we might have another record broken once again from the duo of Peterbot and Pollo. Also, another fun stat is that this is the exact same placements that we saw from Chapter 3, Season 2, their win from Peterbot. Got 3rd, 2nd, and 1st in the first 3 games. So I don't even know what is going on with the script right now. Epic needs to revise what's happening because this is absolutely insane. Peterbot and Pollo, the first duo to grab 2 victory royales for day 1 this major as well. 29 eliminations, almost double that. Of course, Reed and Ritual with the second most amount of eliminations. You know I have to give them a call out. But Kanata and Cooper still holding strong in 2nd place. Aviv and Chubbs jumping up into 3rd place as well. I know a lot of duos now are looking at that 2nd and 3rd spot because regardless of not getting 1st place, they still want to make sure they go into the the global championships.
Zeke, if we just like took Peterbot and Pollo off the leaderboard, look how close 2nd and 4th were. It's like within like 20 points. We'd have a close FNCS. This would be awesome. I mean, it's still awesome. But yeah, Peterbot and Pollo are just running with it.
They are going so crazy. Again, like, this is just not like typical. This is so almost outside of the realm of what we're used to seeing in Fortnite. These guys are putting on a clinic with still 2 games. I think what's impressive to me, again, Grand Finals, this is the hardest, this is the 50 best duos in the region after a whole season's worth of competition, right? And these guys are somehow so consistent. They are so consistent. They have these like little micro tweaks they're making that it's just like, hey, think back to like semifinals, even open qualifiers, like, we'd be like, oh yeah, they're so good, but they made this little mistake here, and they maybe didn't do that well or something like that, but Viv, they're here. They are proving that all those mistakes that they made at one time, it does not matter. When it's time for Grand Finals, they're going to put up numbers.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big question mark. Are they going to be able to replicate the performances they've been putting up this season when it comes to grand finals? And if the first 4 games are any indication, I hope those doubts have been absolutely squandered.
I think they are indeed. But, you know, shout out, there's other players. There's 98 other players in the lobby right now. Aiden with an incredible solo run in that game. I cannot believe the eliminations that Aiden was able to get there. Also, Baka once again coming out strong, holding up his team in the leaderboard with another solo clutch right there. So lots of great plays from other duos, just not as great right now as Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, I feel like we just like stop talking about them, you know, like we just pretend they don't exist. They'll just keep, you know, pulling away, and that's cool. You know, we just get like, yeah, we'll point like, they're so good still. All right, let's just look over here. Like, what's going on over here, you know? Like, it's just absolutely insane. Kanata and Cooper were there in second place, 221 points. They are still holding strong, right? And again, just a big reminder, we have 2 games left to go. Tomorrow we have 6 more games where we have a 1.5 times multiplier, right? So the competition isn't by any means over. Tomorrow we could see just a handful of pop-off performances absolutely shake up these standings completely. Peterbot and Pollo aside, you know, so far the competition has been intense though. You can really feel from everyone else again, but besides Pollo and Peterbot. This is a very tough lobby, especially based on the zones we've had, the contestations off spawn. Like, this is a very difficult grand finals.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? And I mean, we got Kanata and Cooper, who right now are in second place, big favorites to actually get into that top 3 this FNCS, and for good reason, right? They've been playing so well, and you know, shout out to them, because you know, they had 1 bad game and they're still in second place, which it's kind of a surprise that they even had 1 bad game.
That's very true. And Kanata here somehow going from 1 elimination to 3 eliminations in the blink of an eye. Still below Storm Surge, though. And I find that a bit surprising with the amount of eliminations that they have. But regardless of what position that they're in, they still hold strong and they're so confident. If you guys didn't watch the video of Kanata grabbing his first victory royale, he is screaming, "I am such a good IGL. I am the best IGL." And he really is. He's such a smart and collected player that even when they are swimming in the water right here, I still wasn't too sure if they were gonna like go down in 3rd or 4th, but Kanata and Cooper, great performance, sitting in 2nd place.
That's right. Well, let's watch more Fortnite together. 2 more games left to go. How do we dethrone the Kings? Let's figure that out together. Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, I mean, the question is probably not going to get answered today. Let's be honest, the point threshold, the discrepancy is looking pretty incredible here, Taco. However, tomorrow's a new day, and you still have to close out strong to even have a chance, right? A glimmer of hope, if you will.
Yeah, but at the same time, considering that Peterbot and Pollo have quite literally had exclusively top 3 finishes all throughout the course of today, if in matches 5 and 6, they're still able to replicate this incredible run that they've accomplished so far, even with the point multiplier, it's going to be tough to catch up, but the battle bus is ready. Game 5 action is on the way.
I am excited because it's grand finals, and this is, of course, a battle not only for that FNCS Axe of Champions, but a seat on the battle bus to the global championships as well. There's so much going on here, a lot on the line, and top 3 is all that matters. Pollo has been leading the charge right here alongside Peterbot, and you have to give them all of their credit as they've been, you know, landing at the Grim Gate, arguably the strongest POI on the map. And, you know, they have some interesting players in their vicinity, but, you know, this is just, they haven't been able to give them enough resistance for them to even think about, right, having an issue at any game, at any point in the tournament, right? So I don't know what went differently during the semifinal stages, but whatever they managed to figure out up from then till now is just incredible.
It's really just the fact that Jutras and Craze are not giving them any resistance. They're not challenging them. They might be contesting, but it's not technically contesting if you're just going to the fringes of Grim Gate. They're playing for the god chest that lies on the outskirts of Grim Gate. Here at Fencing Fields, though, Krizix and Yasir looking to shut down the hopes of Acorn and Cold. Tough opener here for Acorn and Cold. They've been having a tough day in general to start things off with, but That's just part of the process for the QuadCon that's involved at Fencing Fields.
Well, it's not just Acorn and Cold having a hard time. It's Zeus and Pikes running the field as well with Bugha and Aegir. So a lot of our notable greats losing to the hands of some of the fresh blood that have effectively entered into the FNCS by storm this season. Talking about some of our vets. We have Pump and NPen right now, sitting comfortably outside the Underworld, but they have to be careful. There's a team here at the drop.
Could be one of 3 different teams potentially looking to challenge them at Underworld. Jiro and Z-Link, Batman, Bugha, Rapid, Xavi, and Neko. They're the 3 teams that land a little bit further west of where the Underworld is currently situated. So that's primarily who NPen and Pomp have been trying to take note of at the start for some early surge. Mixin and Paco, opposite side of the map though, still at Lovely Lodge. A little bit split currently, but they have the safety to do so because they know completely uncontested. Unlike how things went for them throughout the course of semis, they don't have to deal with anyone else directly nearby. And they've definitely done a great job too at adjusting their surge strategy for it, because we've seen them in numerous endgames so far today. Whereas in semis, we saw them definitely struggling in a lot of lobbies because of the fact that they were uncontested and they'd been relying a little bit on that direct contest that they were dealing with initially. So it's nice to see that flexibility in their game plan.
Yeah, something has definitely changed from the semifinals weeks to now for Paco and Mixin, as you still have to be all around impressed, right? We were kind of joking at the fact of like, oh man, if you come from EU, play on NA, and then don't perform well, like, you know, what is EU gonna say about you, right? But no, Paco and Mixin have been up inside that top 10, and then if it wasn't for last game, them actually falling when they had that high ground position, they would very well still be in the top 3 right now. And same for Curve and Tyler. Curve and Tyler, one of those newer FNCS duos, really putting up some numbers. But last game was the first game that slowed them down as well. So a lot to be said here about teams performing well, coming in with what I'd say is surprise performances, right?
Surprises all around, it seems, not even just performances alone. Decay and Sigma could be a real problem currently for Poppy and Dragon. Not sure if they recognize the fact, though, that Dragon is just east of where they're currently at. Dragon just fishing away, but he doesn't have a line of sight on them. Decay and Sigma doing such a good job at crouching around. Poor Dragon, man, he is just trying to fish. He has no idea. Fishing rod still in hand. Poppy Blast just too far away to try and help his duo out immediately. So Decay, Sigma, they're gonna split off momentarily. Decay's gonna look to challenge Poppy Blast, but Dragon, he's already been eliminated. Sigma and Decay just had too much of an advantage getting those initial shots off first. And Poppy dancing around this rock currently. He'd been material farming, but how much of those resources was he actually able to acquire for builds? Decay only has 17 to work with, dwindling rather quickly, but Aminish and Cam, Dukes and Miro now joining the fray.
I was gonna say, man, the lack of respect Decay had for Poppy Blast right there was just palpable. The dude said, I hit you for 24, I'm WPing you. Like, that was crazy. Even willing to entertain the 1v1 right there. You have to respect it, but meanwhile, Dukes comes in and just gets punished for his troubles here. It does seem like Decay is just feeling it right now. He puts up a great defense here down in the low ground, but on up to the top. They want to start getting comfortable here. But no, Sigma caught out, so a little too overconfident here is going to cost them up against the likes of Dukes and Miro there. And Decay is going to have to eat his decisions now in the lobby there as Dukes and Miro get rewarded with the 2 eliminations here.
From hunters to fully hunted, Miro and Dukes wasted no time gobbling up Decay and Sigma. Those two, unfortunately, had a good strategy for eliminating Poppy Blast and Dragon, but really nothing left to do. Once the third-party interference came into play, B-Dog and Victor could meet a similar fate if they're not careful. Currently, it's just Cam and Aminish on the other side of their walls. but this is a tough spot for both of these teams to try and fight out of. Miro and Dukes could potentially just have a really strong line of sight to take out both of these teams if they're not careful.
Yeah, this does seem to be a winning strategy for them right now. Timing this outskirts rotate here. Finishing Flu though. Flu Cam here dropping back into the storm. Little do they know this is a very wise decision here, as they would have been in a collision course with Miro and Dukes there. Their backs turned likely. So we jump in with Edgy, who's got no more than, could it be more than 10 HP here. Chance and Aaron really determining the pace of this battle right now, pushing down the likes of Edgy and Tavern here, trying to demand the respect in this toe-to-toe, and they do just that. Chance gets punished big time here. Things slow down for Aaron and Chance now, so this is a fight that can go on for as long as they want it to. There's not a soul in sight on the outskirts right here, so a very isolated 2v2. This is why, you know, you jump into creative and you practice. It's moments like this where it is just you and your duo partner, your performance, no excuses here.
Yeah, this far southwest over by Sandy Strip, Aaron at least had the shield potions to depend on from Chance, but now it'll have to be him dipping into the Flowberry Fizz if he wants to recover some of his shields. Tavern and Edgy doing a decent job, despite how low they're running on material count, at fending off Chance and Aaron, but this is the split. Aaron thinks he might have an opportunity to try and attack Edgy, but instead it's gonna be Tavern. No, one more time, 180 in the spot. Chance, Aaron, they knew the shields were cracked. They fully collapsed W key entirely. Now it's down to Edgy and his last little bit of HP to try and close this one out, but just not enough builds or anything to work with at this point. So Aaron and Chance will be the victors of this fight.
Commendable to say the least, but look at Clix and Epic Whale continuing to rack up their set of eliminations right now. This is to the north of their drop spot. It's gonna happen every time, we already know it. And now the fight for the bunker here as well. A single Elim up at the moment. You have Vert and Yuumi here, just on the opposite sides of the wall. This is where, of course, Clix literally wants you. Box fight. No pressure from the Storm this time. The difference though, big 90 tag there for Clix to set things up here. Now, feeling the confidence to start pushing in. The edits are good, the wall takes are better. But he needs the tag.
All Clix wants to do at this point is push Yuumi at least one box further back. He doesn't want to allow Yuumi the opportunity to go into the bunker first. Even if it could be a little bit of a trap, you could still make use of all the resources inside of this bunker. So Clix is playing, the aggression definitely paying off at the time being. Yuumi's shields just having steadily been whittled away at. One more shot would be the shield crack they need. And if Clix gets that sound cue, likely only be a matter of time before Epic and Clix both try to capitalize and pounce. Yuumi though, still doing his best to try and fend for himself. He's got Vert a little bit towards his west, but again, Vert and Yuumi not able to keep this fight going in their favor. So Clix and Epic, they're gonna be the first ones to jump into the bunker, and this is exactly what they wanted, all that they were waiting for. As soon as Yuumi forfeited that initial positional stance on top of the bunker opening, Clix and Epic kind of recognized the fact that, yeah, we've got this one.
Yeah, they just seized the moment. They were like, all right, well, we push you back further enough. We're here for the bunker, right? The damage is bonus. And you saw how much Mats actually, you know, kind of falls out of those mythical chests as well. Just setting them back up, giving them everything they need here to remain in the game. Meanwhile, we have a, I don't know if this is a standoff or what's going on here, but Zyro and crew are sitting up above, and Aiden and Hound here just chilling out, trying to see what's going to happen. And yeah, they're just waiting.
Both of these teams definitely aware that the other is nearby, though. Z-Link not exactly trying to conceal his footsteps by any means, so Aiden and Hound, if they want to escape the bunker, they're definitely gonna have to probably fight their way out of it, but this is likely a more advantageous position for Aiden and Hound currently, considering that they were the team to get inside the bunker. They've got the weapon mod bench attachments that they like the most to currently work with, and I'd say that that always weighs in one team's favor whenever they get to utilize that mod bench.
Storm's gonna start closing here now. Skittles and Trashy just barely pulled the zone. I'm not sure they're gonna be looking to stick around here for much longer. Dash and Seek feeling the same pressures as well. And they're all off to the races here as the rotates start to kick in now. This is game 5 of 12 over the weekend. After this one, there's one more round. Then we'll start gearing up for tomorrow's 1.5x tournament points. So there's a multiplier associated with tomorrow's competition. So even if you find yourselves pretty far behind, do not count teams out, because tomorrow's 1.5x will effectively give everyone a chance to make a comeback in the tournament. It's a very interesting comeback mechanic as far as the tournament format is concerned.
Oh,
leading
no.
into the championships, but yeah, Taka, I mean, you see the pressure. It's not looking too hot.
It's definitely not looking good currently for Aminish and Cam, but fortunately enough for them, Junior and Azents, Brazilian duo, recognize the fact we've actually just got to get into the next zone. Otherwise, we're going to be in the exact same position that Aminish and Cam are currently in. At least they've got builds. MDF, that is one benefit, but on the topic of the points multiplier, when you're watching what Peterbot and Poyo have accomplished here today, scoping in on their current position, you know that you're basically playing for 2nd or 3rd place at best here in day 1. Even with the point multiplier coming into effect, Peterbot and Poyo just have to do the bare minimum, essentially, to maintain this 1st place position on the leaderboard because of the points that they have accrued here so far in just 4 lobbies. And with that in mind, it's got to be mentally impactful and not in a positive manner for a lot of these teams here, because you're essentially only playing for 2 positions if you want to try and qual to the World Championship in Texas later this year. And that is a tough spot to be in when there's only 2 spots up for grabs, essentially.
That is definitely right. It's not going to be easy for anyone. Nothing good ever comes easy, as they say. So we jump in with Aiden and Hound, who have to fight their way out of this difficult spot here, and the numbers are just adding up right now. And then, if it wasn't already hard enough, you have Clix and Epic Whale sitting nearby, likely waiting for something to break out here. This is all happening right outside that bunker. So Hound and Aiden, who were in the basement, remember, Zyra was holding them out up above. Does seem like Clix and Epic Whale broke up that, and this is what it's all kind of culminated into, a battle for the edge here below the surge. All that time wasted and no shots exchanging. You can see it really does start to take effect on your overall damage in a game like this.
But for Clix and Epic, it's likely they need surge as well. Hound and Aiden trying to confirm just a little bit more, only 39 above currently, just getting ever steadily closer to where Zyro is currently situated. He's dancing around in the build as much as possible. Hound has actually expended just about all of his materials at this point. One final Chug Splash to utilize as well, but one more time, he's gonna have to deal with the likes of taking out this player. Instead, Aiden will manage to get the job done. Couldn't have come at a better time either, because that Storm Surge was just about to come into effect there for Hound and Aiden.
That's big too. Look, that's gonna keep them in 9th place now, but look at this. You're wondering if Pewdiepie and Poyo were going to continue the onslaught here and get that damage. Well, fear no more. They have landed on top of Cam Slam with a quick drop kick from high ground right there. And now we jump in with Kanata and Cooper, one of the contenders for the top 3 here. Well below the surge damage. The pressure was coming in here. And although they survived the threshold for now, it is going to turn immediately back on, and they recognize that it's not going to be easy by any means. A beautiful tag there. Followed up by damage received, though. I mean, this is not easy.
Definitely not, and this is a critical moment as well for Kanata and Cooper, because as far as 2nd through 5th is concerned, things are incredibly tight on that leaderboard position. They just barely had 9 points over third place, and they want to ensure that they stay within that top 3 of the leaderboards for more than just the prize pool, NDF. Again, it's that ticket to the globals that they're looking to lock down here in Major 2. Kanata and Cooper done a decent job so far at escaping the likes of Grimgate. They know that they still got some pressure application coming from tons of players who are also situated here on the edge of zone, but finally an opportunity to turn back, look to their sides, see if they can connect some shots. They spot a team inside of a wooden build. They're gonna immediately jump inside. Kanata, Cooper, they need the damage, but Kanata, he's gotta use a couple of small shield potions. The Storm Surge is causing so much of a threat, so much of a problem. It's a thorn in the side now for Kanata and Cooper. They need damage, but they've got nowhere to find it currently.
Yeah, the shots coming in from behind is actually Peterbot and Boyo in the distance there, but all of a sudden, Xavi found in a base in a box just gets demolished there for making the wrong edit up against Kanata and Cooper here, and that's going to be really and honestly the opportunity they needed here to at least situate themselves and get back in the game. Could you imagine falling now after pulling dead center zone this late into the end game here? I mean, it'd be a devastating setback considering they're one of the only teams who can really give Boyo and his duo a run for their money. Speaking of which, Aiden and Hound inside the top 10 as well. They have been struggling. We watched what all unfolded with them with that bunker hold, and it's led to them, again, pulling favorably for the Storm, which is giving them a chance, but it's damage that they're lacking. They wasted so much time on the back skirts there.
It just seems as though the entire lobby is playing so slow currently. Teams that they haven't necessarily been, you know, living lavish as far as their Storm Surge is concerned, but they're definitely still maintaining a decent amount above that surge threshold. But now everybody just playing so closed off, so tightly built inside of their own boxes. No one really wanting to take chances to peek. Everybody looking to just try and have a solid close to day 1 here of the Grand Finals, MDF. And I kind of can't blame them because, again, you want to stay as close as possible to that top 3 range in the leaderboard. And especially when you're a team like Hound and Aiden, you already called it earlier on, they were in 9th heading into this 5th lobby. They don't want to drop outside of the top 10 before the point multiplier comes into effect. But right now, they've got to be more concerned about their health because they're still 21 below. They need more damage, and it's not going to be easy to find.
Yeah, well, they got one duo in front of them and one duo only, so they need to start firing now, or they are going to run out of time like we just mentioned. They found a tag, and it puts them into the safety zone, but even after what honestly was a very genius decision to drop into the Storm and play that indestructible wall, it's not going to be easy. But Tyler, from one bad game into another, he is in desperate situation and territory as well here. 158 points, hasn't earned anything this game. No elims, no placement points just yet. And honestly, placement points is quite the stretch away. He is holding on by a thread, as is Reet, as is Ritual right now, as they're only 3 below, the only team on the line there. And finally now, things turn off, but this is just gonna be, you know, a false flag, right? Just for a moment, as they have to keep going here now.
And this is not the amount of builds you'd want to see for a team like Reet and Ritual if they want to maintain their current position on the leaderboard. They're trying to get that material farm back up and running, but Poyo, this is an odd sight. Peterbot having been eliminated moments ago, and now for Poyo with only 20 builds left. Granted, they have a very distinct point leverage over the rest of NA here currently, MDF, but an early fall, that could still be incredibly problematic for this duo. It could be the catch-up circumstance that teams in 2nd and 3rd have been waiting for.
Well, it'd be hard to think otherwise, but we've seen Peterbot also turn one of these very, you know, bad situations in game 1 into a top 3, so I wouldn't put it past Boyo, who we know is an exceptional player. But things are looking a little bit different, I would say, than game 1 Peterbot's position that he was in, as Boyo only has 10 builds here, although he's in the end game, and although he likely has his medallion still as well for the rotate, so only time will tell. We talked about teams looking a little bit worse for wears. Reet and Ritual now finished here, falling to Thatch and Walkers there. So finally now in game 5, A lot of the big dogs are falling here. We will start seeing the leaderboards look to shake up here. Kanata and Cooper have a chance now to also break away with a pretty substantial point lead. But it won't be easy.
They just need heals so badly, more specifically shield. I mean, whites wouldn't be bad either, but this is tough, even for Kanata and Cooper. The Wings of Icarus could also be their demise if they're not careful. Just one small misstep could be all it takes. Pollo trying to see if he can underworld dash away. This could be the refresh that he's been looking for. Hound might just deliver Pollo the lifeline he needs, but with 0 builds, Hound just doing what he can to try and hang tight.
You never see it coming. They never see it coming. Pollo with the dash into the box. This is what makes the Medallion such a sleeper play right there.
Hound had no options left. He was trying to sit tight behind that cone, but the underworld dash is just proving to be such a nuisance in terms of staying strong in your position. But Pollo again, even though it was a brief moment of relief, at the same time, on that next rotate, he still caught wind of other attraction in the lobby. So he's one more time down to his final builds. Cooper and Kanata, similar fate. Cooper now with no shields. If anybody tags him, they're gonna recognize that white HP that they're breaking into and likely be tempted to try and key him from his current position.
It's a great opportunity right now to pick up eliminations, though. There's a lot of weak players nearby them, and desperate ones as well, though. They do have to be careful, but Cooper's tags are looking very solid. Out comes the Wings for the rotate there. Has to bust his way through his own teammates' builds right now. And what is this? A little find right here. Some heals. Yeah, we'll take those. Also a little bit of material count as well, so the split comes through, and here goes Pollo. The big rotates, getting to the front side of zone, and like we said, from outside of the 20th position into top 15 now, Pollo is doing exactly what he needs to do as a teammate. Is clutch up those individual points, really proving his worth right here. Meanwhile, on high ground, Reciprocal and G-Monster get chopped out there. All that material count invested gives them the opportunity to start at least expending some of it here in this end game. We'll see if they overdid it. That was a lot to maintain position, but the action raging on here as we're approaching top 10 now.
Kanata still has a little bit of Flowberry Fizz. Big pickup, though, onto Zeus. A beautiful elimination that couldn't have come at a better time because Kanata, practically out of builds entirely, has a singular one left. Gonna try and farm some meds off of this tree, but he's gonna depend mostly on Cooper grabbing the Siphon materials from behind. Pollo with one more knock. It's gonna be Muzz.
Oh my gosh.
Barrel. It's gonna be Paper who falls right next to him. 4 eliminations and a top 10 clutch. Could not have been a better end here for Pollo.
And this is why you really have to put so much respect on Pollo and Peterbot as a duo. They are both exceptional players, and they are proving just that. But hold up, Baka has to clutch up now. 10 HP and a player down. Can Pars drop everything in time? He does. He has a couple med kits. He's got all the material he needs. He should be able to do some big plays here. And I'm looking at what is left standing inside the lobby. There's a lot of solos in this mix here, but duos as well. Cooper and Kanata being one of the few in the low ground, but no mats. Hello, Epic Whale. What do you have for us? Doesn't look like it's much here. And it could just be the Team on Heights game to run away with it. As we already saw, G-Monster and Reciprocal are just so far ahead, and no one can break through these builds, right? This is all indestructible land here coming up shortly.
Everyone else just so beat as far as their build situation is concerned. Reciprocal and G-Monster have likely done just enough. This is a very strong position that they're currently holding. The way the zone is pulling over the bridge so heavily in their favor. Baka just going for heal off, mostly for placement, but no luck. Gonna find himself forced to now head back into the zone. Cooper and Kanata trying to do what they can to hold on, but Cooper as well, no builds left. Siphon Matt's gonna buy him just a little bit more time. G-Monster's gonna be the first one to drop. This could be Cooper and Kanata, another clutch circumstance for them if G-Monster's not careful. G-Money gets none. Reciprocal goes for the next. It's all down to Cooper. He's trying to close it out.
Oh my gosh!
Finds it!
Cooper does it again. Kanata did it the first time. And they do it with a second victory royale. This team is really starting to find their footing, and it is so entertaining to watch. How in the world did Cooper manage to do that? This is again, that unpredictability when you start adding in these underworld dashes. It couldn't have ended in a better place for them. And honestly, Kanata and Cooper might be separating themselves as one of the strongest low ground teams in the season right now. What a game.
That was the worst case scenario, though, for Peterbot and Pollo to witness. Cooper and Kanata now tying the record for day one victory royales. They've got 2 underneath their belt currently, MDF, and this is a big win with a big elimination count to keep the distance just close enough on that leaderboard top 3.
I'm just looking at Cooper right here. Kanata did what he had to. Cooper with 1 HP and a dream. It's a monstrous tag for the Game 5 Victory Royale. Congratulations to Kanata and Cooper for their 2nd Victory Royale. Back to back here, just continuing to run with it here. And it looks like NA is really shaping up, Taco.
No, what we saw from Cooper and Kanata at the start of that game to winning it, that was ridiculous. But I'm sure Zeke, Vivid, and Killy have more to say about that.
Cooper! Cooper! No shot, you clutched that. That's so sick. Oh my gosh. That was... How to even put into words what you saw it, you know, I don't have to say anything. Wow, to come down to that situation, Kanata and Cooper just shambles, sitting on nothing, having to just like rat their way alongside of this indestructible terrain, and somehow, some way, they take it to a victory royale. I want you to remember those points. 326. We'll come back to that in a moment. But my, oh my, this was a legendary game out of the duo. This is a duo that is saying, hey, you know what? I know this is the Peterbot and Pollo show right now, but we're clapping back. We want some of that action.
It's these types of games that make it so hard to be a Fortnite analyst, because this was not a good game from Kanata and Cooper. Below on Storm Surge, they have no builds going into the moving zones, no builds going into like that middle to end game part. And they just find elimination after elimination after elimination. They get the refreshes, and every single time they pick up those materials, they do the exact thing that they need to. They take a little bit of a risk, they make the play, and it just kept working over and over and over again this game. 10 eliminations and the 2v2 to close the game out, Kelly. What more can you ask for?
Literally in Zone 9, they had only 2 eliminations and 7 builds, and somehow they were able to turn around Cooper with literally 1 HP, getting the final elimination and their 2nd VR. Wow. I mean, there's a reason that we put them up for the running for top 3 and potential top spot now. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo went down relatively early, although Pollo absolutely dominating with the solo clutch there. There was a moment where he was able to break a build, dash into the box, and then grab the elimination. It was so impressive coming out of them, especially because we haven't seen them in that position just yet. And even when Pollo is put down, he is not out.
Incredible stuff there. And this is the tough thing about Peterbot and Pollo's kind of playstyle, right? They find themselves in a 2v2 right there with Clix and Epic Whale. And that's, you know, sometimes they find themselves in these situations where they can fight the 2v2 against, you know, teams that are not necessarily so good at box fighting. But when you do run into those teams that are good at it, they get punished.
Goodness, Pollo here now sticking to the low ground, of course, grabbing a few more eliminations, a few more placements just so that they don't lose that lead. And we know they're still in first place right now, but Kanata and Cooper pushing more. And oh yeah, Pollo is just absolutely incredible. And there was a moment there where I thought it was possible that he was going to win the whole thing, but does go down. But in 8th place with 5 eliminations is definitely a good worst performance to have.
Okay. All right. Let's do this again. Let's go to the standings. Let's go see how things are going. All right. Remember that magical number 326? I told you to remember from Kanata, from Cooper. All right. Peterbot, Pollo, they're sitting at 410. All right. Kanata, Cooper, they're not letting it slide. They are the ones to answer the call. Hey, who can bring down these Titans? Kanata and Cooper are looking to close that gap. Remember, we went into this just a little under 100-point lead. Now, even with what happened, even with Pollo being left alone, Kanata and Cooper are still trying to answer that you know, they're trying to close that gap. And I think the key thing to note here, Vivid, with 1 game left to go, if for some reason Poyo and Peterbot like were to fall early and they close this gap because of the multiplier tomorrow, this could still go either which way.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, within 100 points, Kanata and Cooper are definitely still within striking distance, and another team that's kind of within striking distance of, you know, let's say that top 3 is really a lot of these teams. But let's take a look at Reet and Ritual, right? Because they were so dominant throughout the early parts of that game. But this game number 5, Kelly, a 25th with just 1 Elin.
Yeah, and they obviously, you can see right here, they were having issues with Storm Surge, which is something that Reet and Ritual have seen themselves before. We used to see them be these W-Key teams, or this W-Key Kings, and unfortunately, that just seems to be less and less of their situation. So Reet and Ritual here, struggling with Storm Surge, struggling a little bit with the teams sitting in mid-ground there. But I definitely do not count them out. Reet and Ritual have been able to come back from worser positions, so I definitely still think that they have a chance to get that top 3.
I mean, they're fighting for it, right? Everyone in this lobby is fighting for the spots to the global championships. You just have to come in the top 3 and you've got yourself the spot. Man, 1 game left to go. This is flown by, right? The Peterbot Poyo show has helped this just go 0 to 60 in negative 60 seconds, actually. My gosh, with 1 game left to go, can they keep up this momentum? Can they continue to pull this off?
I think game 6 will tell a lot right here, actually. It would be awesome to see Kanata and Cooper kind of close that gap, and we'll have like a photo finish tomorrow.
It's possible. I mean, we saw Peterbot and Poyo be below Storm Surge there. Peterbot went down in 7th zone. So there is definitely some, you know, exposures in their armor right now that other players might utilize on.
And that's cool, right? Some duos are day 2 teams. Come back tomorrow stronger, but we've only got 1 last game here to go in day number 1. It is time for these duos to pull out all the stops to cement themselves and prepare for tomorrow's 1.5 time multiplier. With that being said, though, MDF, the best taco, please take it away for the final game of the day.
Thank you, Zeke. Yes, as we start approaching Game 6, it is very important to note that some teams do perform better when they have momentum going into their favor, like Kanata and Cooper, and then others do perform maybe a little bit more questionable, like Peterbot and Poyo, when frustration starts to kick in. So let's see how Game 6 is going to start to shape out here, Taco, because anything can happen.
Yeah, but by the looks of things, everybody is going to lay it all out there because Grands Day 1, game number 6 is on the way.
Here we have it. Game 6 of the Grand Finals for Day 1 has arrived. And if you've missed the first 5, well, just strap in. Let's close this one first before you go review it, because there are so many explosive moments and victories that have already taken place here. Honestly led by the likes of Kanata and Cooper. From what we've seen, they've had some of the biggest highlights of the day. But first, we kick things off with the action here at the Mount Olympus. We have Bugha and Agers who were dropped just last game right here, having a very, very slow start in general, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, you want to talk about Day 2 teams, but Day 2, a lot more pressure, if you ask me, MDF. And a lot of these teams would rather close things off with a solid finish here in Day 1, but Cold, he's already on the ropes. Acorn eliminated by the likes of Krizix. Yasir and Krizix tend to be the 2 that pose the most threat to Cold and Acorn off the initial drop here at Fencing Fields, because they are another team that likes to try and play for that vault nearby. But again, Krizix likely very happy with that successful elimination at the start, because even with Cold reaping the benefits of this vault initially here at Fencing, trying to make his escape as a solo, that's why he's just forced. He's crouch walking around the map now, trying to get some form of stealth going for himself, but this is looking like mission impossible just about here for Cold.
At least one thing we don't have to worry about is, you know, we'll see Cold and Acorn at the Global Championships. They'll be all right. So even if this FNCS hasn't quite chalked up the way they expected it to for Day 1, it's hard to pull up a performance like you've done in the previous seasons being this contested. I mean, they've proven that it's possible before, but you can see it is not easy. Every season, you are just matched up with new and more challenges. Yasir and Krizix continuing to put in work, and if it's not them, it's Muzz and Paper, right? Which we've seen also have their moments here. talk about moments of greatness. Threats and Sphinx have been playing quite the day of Fortnite, right? They're up there at the top 10, fighting for top 5s, it does seem like, with 198 points. So all in all, very much a contender for a top 3 position, a podium finish as we start rounding out this weekend. But it's all going to come down to this fight first here, up against Dragon and Poppy Blast.
Dragon and Poppy Blast have essentially been on tour day one here today. We've seen them at like several different drops now ever since that initial response towards losing that immediate contest up against the likes of Clix and Epic earlier on today. But now faring against Threats and Sphinx, doing an okay job so far. I mean, a surprise con, never in the cards for most teams, but it's something that a well-established team like Threats and Sphinx are bound to be prepared for. And sure enough, they've got some bite back here. Dragon and Poppy probably don't have as good of knowledge of Brawler's Battleground in comparison to Threats and Sphinx, who have been landing here much more often. Threats, quick wings tech, close some distance. He's got Dragon isolated. Poppy Blast also incredibly low on shields, but Dragon has no shields whatsoever. He is down to his white HP. Some shots from way across the way, though. Threats recognizing the fact that he's been targeted as easy surge for another team here. They will find both eliminations, though, onto Poppy Blast and Dragon, but it does come at a cost. Threats likely a little bit annoyed by that team, a little bit further north from Brawler's Battleground. Looks like Zeus and Pikes are going to be the ones that were laying some fire into Threats' HP.
That's pretty interesting, because last game Zeus and Pikes were up at the Mount Olympus for their drop. So it does seem like a lot of teams just trying to, you know, deploy new strategies here in the final game right now. Jumping to a Curve and Tyler, I mean, they need to go back to their original strategy. Forget new. What has gone wrong for them is the last 2 games they've fallen short of the end game mark, not earning any points actually. So something's got to give for this duo if they want to have themselves a good FNCS. It's not too far gone though. Like we talked about, day 1 is your foundation. Day 2 is where you jump in that rocket ship and you take off if the opportunity permits it. Look at this. Skittles and Trashy up against the juggernauts of NA. Peterbot, Boyo there in the distance. They do what they do best though. They light you up. If they don't find, you know, the opportunity to siege on the moment, they just back off. They find the next person on the rotate. It's a very interesting type of playstyle, to say the least, but I think it fully revolves around whether or not they have the full advantage. And if they think they do, I mean, you're probably as good as gone.
To be fair, though, it's a very familiar situation. Peterbot and Poyo have clashed a decent amount with Skittles and Trashy, even throughout semis. In the upper bracket, we saw more often than not Skittles and Trashy kind of just forcing Peterbot and Poyo to a halt. They are no rollover team in terms of box fighting, and Peterbot and Poyo, I mean, game recognizes game. They don't want to go for reckless charge-ins where it's not deemed a true necessity for them. And speaking of reckless encounters, here at the Underworld, Aiden, Hound. Aiden already incredibly low. Count that, knocked entirely. Hound can only watch in terror as Zero closes in on his teammate now. He's just looking for an escape by any means necessary. Gonna pop a little bit of Flowberry Fizz even to help him try and rotate even further away. Maybe he'll get an opportunity to lap back around, dip back into the storm, pick up Aiden's reboot card, but does seem relatively unlikely at this point.
And just all around questionable decisions right there. But hold up, Peterbot and Poyo fighting for the towers here. You can see the NPCs already spawned in. It's Chance and Aaron here. Chance and Aaron, who have had a successful amount of points earned so far today, netting themselves inside the top 20, have quite the challenge here in front of them if they decide to stick this one out, an ego fight for the tower. Look at this. You can see Peterbot, the micro steps, staying ahead of the storm for just as long as possible to try to buy them some time. And now the medallion swap to go in and cap off. And I'm thinking they realize, yeah, we don't have enough HP. We have a ridiculous lead here. It's probably time we back off, and Peterbot makes the decision first. I think it's the right call.
Also, worth noting that the current record for day one this weekend is 423 points from Oshi. Peterbot and Pollo have a very real chance, depending on how this last game pans out, to break that here in NA for day one. Sitting at 410 points currently, they only need 13 more MDF, and all they've realistically got to do is stay within placement range. Maybe get 2 or 3 eliminations, something we've been seeing them do all day today. But it's sealing the deal where things can get a little bit more difficult. Regardless, still looking comfortable in that first place position. Comfortable with something that Pars probably wishes he could be in. He drops momentarily from height. B-Dog, Victor. Understanding the fact that they've forced Pars and Baka to retreat only slightly, but trying to play it from the low ground. These are all wood builds that are currently coming into play. It's bound to draw some attention from elsewhere in the lobby. Baka and Pars aren't careful.
Baka and Pars are gonna go ahead and slide out of the danger zone there. Since B-Dog put up more than enough defense there to earn the respect. Jumping in with Ritual, Muzz, and Paper. You have a little 2v2 standoff right now. And honestly, Reed's loadout couldn't be looking more better. He's got plenty of heals here, and it does seem like a couple trades go down here to earn himself some damage, and that's enough for them to go ahead and move on and start capping back off that material. No need to get too deep into the weeds of it and start cutting into that metal. That'll really be where the problem starts to forge for this team here.
Curious on what their surge currently looks like, though, because with the zone pulling a little bit more towards that center map territory, teams that are playing more towards the outskirts, more towards the edge of zone, it can be difficult for Reet and Ritual to have a real opportunity to actually establish a solid search strategy. So I think that's part of the reason why we see them trying to break away from the direct POI, Brickless Railways, try to search a little bit more towards those outskirts. But again, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, even if they're left as solos, they're just trying to box up and play it as safe as possible, because even if you haven't necessarily had the day one that you'd envision for yourself, you can still set yourself up for a strong day two performance by closing day one out in a respectable fashion.
This is where things start to get really serious for Kanata and Cooper right here. There's no room for error, no time to drop the pace here. And quite honestly, pressure's on for them more than any other team in the lobby, as Peterbot and Pollo effectively have so much of a cushion established with how many points they have, that Kanata and Cooper, if it wasn't already quite noticeable that they need a lot of points, but they also just can't drop it for themselves. That's that global championship is on the line here. But jumping over Peterbot and Pollo, that's what we talk about with no pressure in the world. They look for the most favorable battles. They want to close them out just like this, quick and smooth. They find Edgy here. Aiden and Hound, the same team they saw earlier, lurking closely, but not too much of a threat. And honestly, Peterbot's keying in that direction, so they're telling us everything we need to know about how they want to play right now. I think we're seeing them likely chase those big numbers.
Again, 423 points. That's what they're looking to beat. They are well within striking range. 11 points left to go. Excuse me, make that 10. Quick maths here on the NA side of things, but Batman Booga Rapid, this has got to be the worst position to find yourself in, because Peterbot, ample amount of medkits, 3 of them to count. And that Waterbending Mythic as well just gives him so much leverage from keeping Batman Booga and Rapid at bay. They're not going to be able to find a very easy rotate, and that's part of the reason why we see them come to a halt. They're hoping that Peterbot and Pollo are instead going to look to keep pushing forward. One disadvantage that Peterbot and Pollo do currently have is that it's a long trek to make it towards zone. Yes, they're trying to heckle some of the other teams along the way, but their priority is definitely fixated on just making it into zone.
So far, so good right here. Sphinx and Threats, though, deep in the storm right now as well. This is to the southern side here. You have Zeus and Pikes up top, and Threats up there by himself right now. I'm more curious as to why Sphinx hasn't gone up. Feeling that this is a dangerous position to be in nonetheless, but There it is. So Threats actually ends up coming down instead. They have med kits, they have bananas. Should be okay, and yeah, okay. Luckily the team moves on, but not too far off.
Smart rotate though from Sphinx and Threads. They're gonna opt for the dead side. They might have it all to themselves. At least it'll be a much safer rotate because only Zeus and Pikes directly above them. Sphinx and Threads, I think, making the right decision here to keep rotating along the dead side of this mountain face here at Mount Olympus.
Take a look at the highlight though. Rapid and Batman Booga, one of those few teams we saw being pushed by Pollo out there in the storm, finds an elimination onto Hound. The 110 just destroying what was left of Hound's HP there, giving them more points there. Rice and Bolts secure this Rift Island. They do it comfortably with no resistance here. You can see very rarely does someone capture the point without any cones above the base, so no one even looking to step foot up here, but I think that's just a telltale of the storm here as it's pulling far north right now and continuing to go that way.
Yeah, keep in mind that Rift Island also practically spawning right above where Brazen Bolts like to drop in the first place. Dumptonhausen because they love having the opportunity for a potential weapons bunker, potential forecast tower. Clix definitely does not love this current situation he's caught up in though. No Epic with him either. It's all down to Clix to clutch this one up against the likes of Z-Link. And he's got fire coming in from a couple of separate angles. Big tag in response from Z-Link. Quick halt towards Clix's quick attacks. But Clix, he's gonna follow. Lavish Lair. This engagement going on maybe a little bit longer than Clix had been hoping for, but at this point, it's his only option. He might be able to reboot Epic if he can take down Z-Link.
Yeah, I like the aggression here, especially while he was under the effects of the, the mythical banana, giving him the health advantage and honestly alleviating the pressure of having to worry about the storm. But getting to the zone first there, getting to this reboot van, he'll be able to get this quick pickup, put him back in the game. This is game 6, the last game for day number 1 right now. You're watching Clix and Epic Whale. Likely to be picked up here, but no, canceled, and Clix shouldn't have faked it. I think he should have committed, but now it's all or nothing, and into the box he goes, and Z-Lynx wins the trade. They say pros don't fake, and that is exactly why you don't do it for good reason right there.
I really want to know how close Clix was to finishing that. Skittles elimination onto Neko. Unlucky, but I really feel as if that reboot van could have potentially been stuck there by Clix. Still, decisions. I respect the commitment either way. Clix went with his gut in that situation. He opted to drop it and go for the 1v1 challenge. It happens to the best of us sometimes. We'll see what day 2 has in store for Clix and Epic Whale. But for right now, it's all about Pars and Baka. And whether or not they continue trying to push back some of these other teams just outside of Reckless Railways, hanging out on the edge of zone, but right next to them in a surge base of their own, Pollo, Peterbot. We saw them with a long haul run from across the map just about. The fact that they're this close already, it seems their prioritization of just making it towards the zone has definitely paid off because they've got their choice of the pickings from those teams trying to scurry into the edge of zone.
What's crazy about that? That wasn't even Peterbot or Pollo's base. They just like broke their way into it and took someone's
it's
old
mine now.
surge base. Yeah, it's theirs now. Pretty insane. Meanwhile, Mixon and Paco, if you study their gameplay coming out of the semifinals where they did perform well, this is a lot of what it looked like early in dead side rotates, trying to find themselves in prime high ground positionings, very textbook. You can see it's been paying off pretty well for them, minus the couple of games where they got shut down in the mids. Look at this, zone is gonna pull down this way. So far they are in the most optimal position. Actually, do they get the forecast tower? Because this is looking suspiciously strong as far as positioning is concerned right now. High ground, it's like we've seen this before.
There could have potentially been a forecast tower that they might have opted to go for near Lil Villa, which is the split that Yamzo and Rise like to opt for by Hazy Hillside Tunnel. But again, whether it was their direct acquisition of the Forecast Tower or not, Mixon and Paco have definitely found themselves some prime real estate. Peterbot and Pollo, 418 points now, by the way. This is an excellent position for Peterbot and Pollo to set a record for day one performances in every single region. Their point count, they only need just a little bit more. 423 is the mark to cross. And this is a relatively healthy looking Peterbot and Pollo, MDF.
Yeah, that elimination was huge for them, not only for the damage, but the material counts. They ended that one really quickly. And where Paco and Mixon gave up their positioning, a new team steps in. It's Curve and Tyler looking desperately for a fight right now. 3 games now, they've had surge issues. Not sure what has gone differently or wrong for them out of the first 3 compared to this backstretch, but it has been really bad for Curve and Tyler, and it seems like the pressure settles in here as NPen, or excuse me, Sphinx and Threats just mow down Tyler, and Curve is likely to get followed up shortly afterwards. This is 7th place versus 12th, mind you. It's just not looking good right now for Curve. I mean, he can't run away. Yeah, you need the damage or it's over.
Definitely no escape, and part of the problem for Curve and Tyler, I think it's less so what they're doing wrong and more about what everyone else is doing right surrounding them. Initially, they were getting some early encounters with Bugha and Azers, but after like the second lobby, Curve and Tyler, they started straying a little bit more north from their drop east of Mount Olympus, finding themselves getting tangled up with Chimp and Scissor over at Summit Temple, Summit Base Camp area where Chimp and Scissor like to drop. And they're just not winning those exchanges. They're finding themselves behind on Surge, almost hesitating in a sense with some of their fights, and that's just part of the adaptability that comes into play with the Grand's lobby. These players all function at such a high caliber of play that even the slightest slip up is all it takes for some of these more experienced teams, I think, to try and capitalize and punish, and that seems to be the case more often than not here for Curve and Tyler, but hopefully it doesn't disorient them too much heading into day number 2. They at least got half the process right at our starting point of the day. They just need to try and replicate that, and more so for day 2.
Endgame's within reach now for Kanata and Cooper here. 194 damage above the Surge, and Pollo is desperately hurt here on the edge of Storm. Pressure coming in. Little does Cooper and Kanata know that that is the right decision to make right there. Singling out the teams here on the edge of Storm, but they let up the gas, and Pollo finds an opportunity now to bounce back into it, but not before this next duo comes in from the low ground there, and Peterbot opting to get out of there. He wants to make a move here for some safer positioning, more high ground. Has to be careful though now, even closer to the likes of Cooper and Kanata here, but safe nonetheless here on the edge of the Storm.
They may have just delivered Cooper and Kanata a prime opportunity.
No heals.
Palm was incredibly low though, but yeah, Peterbot and Pollo definitely wish that they had some heals right about now. They still have that aspect of agility to split between each other. And here it is, Kanata taking note. It's Muzz. Oh, unfortunate. Can't get his way across the water. That's going to be a knock. Thermal scope on the DMR. Very problematic for so many pros trying to rotate in. And this zone pull as well,
no.
Monster. Pretty vicious.
Oh, this is a bad zone. Not only is it a bad zone for, you know, Kanata, Cooper, it's bad for Peterbot, Pollo, but, you know, they have the medallion. They'll be able to dash around the outskirts, and I do think they're already on the move, but Baka and Pars are very much in the top of the standings. This is probably going to be the end of the run for them if they don't get any further. As I was outlining it, you see it. Dusted in chalk there. They're gone. They're down. They're out. That's top 3 set up. Still a phenomenal performance nonetheless. They'll put them on the standings, gearing up for day 2. Oliver OG falls here as well, and this is just claiming its toll here now in Kanata from one fight into the next one. It's not going to be easy, and they have a lot more teams here to fight through as this is going up the high ground now. There's no avoiding it.
I'm still not going to count out Kanata and Cooper, though, after what we witnessed from Game 5. We've seen them in a very similar situation in Lobby 5, and yet they still managed to make it work. All they need is one player to not recognize where they're currently situated. They just need some materials, a refresh of any sort, no matter how it comes by. But the acquisition of such a refresh, the odds of it are definitely looking slimmer and slimmer with every second that passes by. And as soon as this next zone pulls, this is brutal for even Cooper and Kanata.
Boya just got finished right there, and now it's up to Peterbot here. He's got his medallion, he's got no HP to heals with, though, the 180, and just deletes Finks to keep him in the game. Clutching up out of nowhere, and the siphon material acquired as well, giving him just enough math, but then Cooper falls as well. And this is what we talked about, that being such a difficult rotate. It wasn't just gonna be difficult for the likes of our first place team, but it was going to be difficult for every single player on the north side of the zone. Peterbot now 33 HP. As you can see, he is not indestructible, but he is still so very hard to take down right now. Utilizing all of his Flowberry Fizz, that's showing us that he is desperate here to have any advantage in any moment. He takes down Reet on the move there.
Disgusting what Peterbot just did to Reet. Reet never even had any idea of what was coming, but that refresh, God tier currently for Peterbot. Reet had so many goodies in his loadout, and Peterbot more than happy to snag up every single one of them. Those splashes as well. Gonna make sure that he can keep targeting from that backside of the zone. He's trying to make his way towards front, though, through the low ground. He might actually catch up to where Kanata is at. It's only a matter of time, but first, Kanata has to deal with all the players currently surrounding him. Sees one opportunity, but the solo makes his way out of Kanata's clutches. Peterbot, another one onto Iyamzo even. 4 eliminations. The solo performances that we have expected to see so far. And Kanata, unfortunately, the lights have turned off. Ritual finds a similar fate. It's all Peterbot just trying to hold on here.
And let this be a lesson of how much of an advantage that Medallion of Agility is giving a player like Peterbot right now, allowing him to get from position to position before teams even realize. And honestly, it's working out so well for him as he's approaching nearly 500 points. We're inside the top 5 right now, and he is still alive.
They don't let him win this. Surely, there's still a couple of duos left standing. Peterbot from behind.
Oh my
Bolt
God.
in his sights. Bryce and Bolts, though, will turn the tides against Peterbot, but so much damage having already been applied. Bryce, easy pickings now for Mixon and Paco, who are waiting on the low ground. Bolts trying to do what he can, scurrying around the builds, gets a knock onto Paco. That forces Mixon as a solo situation. Blake and Macwood, they've been relatively quiet all day so far, but this might just be their one. This is their game. To close out the day, Blake and Macwood, they found the performance that they needed to because they were definitely needing that jump in the leaderboard.
Respects to Blake and Macwood finding their moments of greatness, not only in game 1, but to close out the day strong here in game number 6. This is just day 1 of the FNCS Grand Finals, really giving us a sample of the weekend, of course. And my, oh my, what a performance from everyone there at the very end to really, you know, keep things interesting for us here at Taco.
For a moment, though, it really looked like Peterbot was about to pull it off. I mean, if it had not been for Bryce and Bolts getting that quick flick turnaround onto Peterbot, we might have been looking at a different situation entirely because, as you pointed out, that aspect of agility, definitely difficult to work against. But Macwood and Blake, we saw them from the high ground. Nobody else really had an opportunity to look up. Even when they ran out of builds at the end, they still had done more than enough damage to get the job done.
Take a look at the reaction, the pop-off from Blake. Like we said, they played very, very well to kick things off. They were inside the top 5, and now they get to close out with a victory royale. Respects to Blake and Macwood. I'm not sure if we've ever actually caught Blake in recent times pick up an FNCS victory like that during a grand final settings. So that's going to be exciting nonetheless there for us, Taco.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day 1 so far, but MDF, that's going to put a wrap on our day 1. 6 awesome games, 6 games for Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to break down.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face. And the best taco, game number 6, going on over to Blake and Macwood. These guys were holding down height. They just had it secured. And Viv, I don't know what's going on, but not many people looking up in height, Nene, which is weird to me. But hey, for Blake and Macwood, it worked out.
Yeah, seems to be a trend going on here. Whoever kind of finds himself up on that high ground very, very early on into the end game, seemingly can kind of hold it without getting touched.
Absolutely incredible run. This is what we expect out of Blake and Macwood. We saw them get first place. It was out of the lower bracket for the semifinals, but we knew that they had the opportunity. And Macwood and Blake holding height from such a far away distance from the low ground there. And you can see that they pretty much had free reign of everyone else on the lower part of the zone.
Yeah, I mean, just dominating high ground. You got to imagine though, right? So much going on the low ground that none of these teams really ever get settled in enough to just even look up. I mean, we were switching from team to team, and Zeke, you caught out. You were like, wait, like nobody has mats, right? All these teams are kind of shambles to the point where they can't even contest it if they wanted to.
I'm just like blown away, right? Like, I don't know what is happening here in NA on day number 1, but it's crazy to me. Like, I guess, like Vivid said, you know, no one's got mats. Everyone's burning their mats, and I don't quite know exactly why that is, but it's definitely making a lot of these end games very difficult for some duos, right? Everyone across the board is like in constant shambles situation. And then you've just got Peterbot flying around with the aspect of agility, just box to box, zipping and zopping, and somehow he's picking up eliminations. You've got Kanata living along as a solo. I mean, these impact points are starting to pile up. And, you know, again, just double back to Peterbot, bro. I don't know what Peterbot eats in the morning, but I would love just like a supply for the rest of my life, because, dude, this guy is just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, the routine would definitely be nice to get our hands a hold of, but the third time today, I think, for this duo, actually, where a solo clutch was kind of needed to continue to grow a lead for them in that first place position, and it just happens again.
Yeah, and we saw a solo clutch earlier from Poyo, so to see one from Peterbot as well, just, you know, rounds it out real nice. And Peterbot total had 25 eliminations by himself, which was more than any other duo except Kanata and Cooper.
Jeez.
So even if you are a solo, if you are going up against the likes of Peterbot, it's not over yet. You still have a chance to be able to make it all the way through the end game, and just finding such clutch eliminations with so much loot and so many good refreshes. It's no wonder that even when they are in quote-unquote shambles, it's still not that bad. And speaking of not that bad, 486 points for first place, Peterbot and Poyo.
Well, Fortnite fam, you're looking at a new record. That's right. These guys have just broken the previous record for most points in a single day. The last time we saw this was OCE Chapter 4 Major number 2 from Suns and Anon. To see Peterbot and Poyo put up the numbers that they did, and I love, Kelly, that you kind of called out that both members have kind of been put in this solo situation, and both have performed. You know, I think sometimes when we watch duos, it's very easy to say like, oh yeah, well, one's doing more work than the other, like, or you can try and compare them. But to show how talented these guys are, to just look at these numbers and like just keep in mind, you know, obviously, like typically we see standings, and you'd be like, everyone would probably be around like that 300 range, right? But because Peterbot and Poyo have so many points, they've just kind of pulled points from the rest of the lobby and said, these are now ours. And Viv, going into tomorrow with a 1.5 times multiplier, all they have to do is do this again, right? Even just be half as consistent, and they're walking away your champions.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, I don't want to say it, okay, because it is almost a 120-point lead. But Kanata and Cooper have honestly performed so well today that I would consider them in striking distance. I mean, you got to imagine Peterbot and Poyo have a bad game tomorrow where they get like 30th place, 25th place, something like that. Boom, that's enough, especially in a 1.5x format, 1.5x day. Kanata and Cooper are honestly close enough to still be considered in contention.
That is interesting to say, although the major that they won, Major 3, or that was back when it was just Kanata, they actually had a worse day too. So we do have to look at the format with it being 1.5 tomorrow, but with how they are performing today, Kanata and Cooper, I would not be surprised if they are able to shorten that gap. And Cooper and Kanata, absolutely just the elimination that they got on I'm sorry, that was it was absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to see what day 2 holds for us.
Yeah, so that's actually a good way to kind of close out the show. Day 2. So sometimes we talk about this. Obviously, with 2 days of competition, you have teams that perform well on day number 1 and then not so much day number 2, or the vice versa. Sometimes they perform not that great on day 1, but day 2, suddenly they've just come alive. Do we expect much of that to change tomorrow? Like, how much of a fluctuation could we see going into tomorrow's 6 games?
I mean, yeah, the big reason why we see a lot of changes actually happen, right? Because you have the entire night early tomorrow to kind of go over the VODs, see what other teams are kind of doing, what rotates they're kind of making, how you can kind of take advantage of some of them. But looking towards, the top of the leaderboard, I don't really know if there's room to kind of take advantage of a Peterbot and Poyo who are kind of dashing around the map, where Kanata and Cooper kind of have this entire kind of western region to themselves either. We'll have to see what teams kind of come up with.
Yeah, and we already saw it today by like game 2 and 3, people changing up their drop spots, which is usually something that we see in day number 2. So I don't think people are shy away from making those kind of extreme changes, but I think it's too little too late. Peterbot and Poyo are absolutely running away with it unless Kanata is able to, I don't know, they're not going to drop on them, obviously, but if something just crazy happens, there is a,
Baby? Sorry, let me rewrite the script.
Yeah,
not contest. Sorry, I just backspace what I wrote before and I wrote that in. So tomorrow that's what we're going to see.
I doubt it.
We have it. Fortnite fam, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We hope you've enjoyed just day 1 of grand finals. Remember, tomorrow we come back 6 games, and then after those 6, we will have FNCS Grand Champions for Major 2, and we'll know the top 3 duos that will be going through to the Global Championships later on this year. Don't forget, tickets are on sale, so if you want to check those out, you want to come by, hang out with us in Dallas, watch more awesome Fortnite like this, but in person together, check it out. Tomorrow, EU is also before us, so watch their games because they're going crazy, even though we're better. Make sure you go tomorrow and chat type NA better than EU, but don't say I sent you, say Vivid sent you. Guys, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thanks to all of our incredible talent here for making this all possible. Until tomorrow, we love you. Keep yourself safe. We'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Last major was a really big disappointment for us. We didn't place how I wanted to.
At the start of the season, it wasn't going too good, but then towards the end, we kind of pulled it back.
At the first time when I was playing last year, it was nervous.
I'm playing scrims. We're improving a lot and practicing a lot to not make the mistakes from Major 1 happen again.
I'm practicing every day. I'm trying to be better every day, and
I'm watching a lot of people like Flixie, Thomas.
We have this saying, which we always say when we're in a bad situation, and it's like, been through worse. So, you know, we can always bring it back.
I also think in duos especially, it's not even that hard to clutch as a solo. So there's always hope to get back into the game as a solo.
It's a no rotation meta, so I think there's gonna be some teams that are gonna like drop a really high elimination game.
who's going to qualify for the global championship? I think that's the most interesting question.
The most exciting thing about this major, to compete again.
The most exciting part of Major 2 is definitely the new meta. There's way more medallions on the map now. You gotta adapt, so you definitely gotta watch out for all these new features.
A lot of people will focus on the Grimgate spawn.
Hero and Malibuk, I think, are landing there for now.
If anyone will have this uncontested, I think it's going to win.
This play is gonna be Spice.
I have my spawn. It's called Villa Split.
Are we gonna land again on Grand Glacier?
Something that's going to be uncontested. We will just do a very good strategic plan. We'll have quite enough loot and be consistent.
I'm still good at the game, and to prove that some people are wrong.
Like my friend Vacuum would say, this is my season.
I probably wouldn't box fight myself. I have the best thing in the game and no one can take my watch.
I told you I was going for the 3rd MTS title, so I'm definitely going for the 4th MTS title this year.
walking with a bang, salty like they bang, head up in my face, no space, put it up, I don't fade, I ain't missing no shot, cause I'm always in range. Like it's east and west, but the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm coincide. Every day I'm going back to back to back to back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S.
Hello and welcome to the final day of Major 2. We have had already an action-packed day of FNCS, and there are just 6 more games before we find out who'll be raising the Axe of Champions. I'm Frankie Ward, and today I'm joined by Mini Miner and an extra special analyst. We've got Takata joining us. Takata, I'm going to confess something right now.
Okay.
Last night, at the end of the North American broadcast, Zeke said some strong words about NA being the better region, despite the fact that we already know that Peterbot and Poyo are going to win. Whereas EU, obviously, it's very competitive, so we thought we'd steal you to come and defect to Europe and sing our praises. So what have you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great reason. To keep it a buck, I mean, I'm actually here because, you know, I saw Levin's tweet yesterday. It got like 0 responses or something asking the community's predictions. I felt a little bad for him, and I know he liked his time with Jacob. So I thought, you know what, we'll get a blast from the past. Go back to 2023, me and Minnie on the desk, Levin, Jacob back in the caster's booth. I just thought it was the best for both worlds, you know?
Yeah, it's very generous of you. Rumor has it we're also going to be making the two of them commentate standing up, so we get to relive that Chapter 4 magic that we saw from them in the studio, where we actually only could see Levin's head on camera. Mini Miner, I love that you've dressed up for the final in a shirt today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's 2 main reasons why. First of all, it's grand final, obviously. It's a big occasion. Second of all, I saw Vivid on the NA show yesterday looking absolutely fly in his dress shirt, so I thought, you know what, I've got to match it. And I don't think I've quite got to that level of coolness that Vivid is at, but, you know, we can only dream to get to that level. But I think I've just done just about enough.
You got that Welsh dragon charm, Mini. Let's talk about the leaderboard situation, because actually going into the first 6 games yesterday, I don't think anyone would have predicted Twizzy and Vaniac to have the consistency they had to get 2 victory royales and to be #1 to Carter.
Yeah, pure domination from this duo. And it's not like they were gifted zones or anything. Actually, out of any duo in the lobby, on average, they traveled the furthest distance to zone 6 throughout all the games, literally. So they pulled some of the worst zones, but still, Mini, they're in first place. So they're doing something right.
They're definitely doing a lot right at the moment as well, because I think, as Frankie mentioned, they wouldn't be a team that a lot of people would have had as their outright winners for this weekend. I think a lot of people had a lot of high hopes, a lot of high expectations about this team going into this grand final. But I don't think anyone would have had them as their first place, maybe like top 5, something like that. But they're absolutely dominating at the moment in terms of so many aspects of their gameplay. Of course, that Mythic Assault Rifle being so useful for them at their drop spot of Brawlers. And as you mentioned, Takata, they've been traveling so far the most out of any team in the lobby. So it seems like no matter what the zone is, they are finding success. My big question today, is that going to be a detrimental thing if they do end up pulling zone? Because we have seen teams struggling for Surge when they do have zone on them. So a lot of questions to be answered today, and with an exciting lineup, I'm excited to see what happens.
I have a question about our second placed duo, boys, because Cringe and Noms, they came 26th in Major number 1. They tried to go their separate ways before the semi-finals and find new duo partners, and now they've stuck together. They seem to have found a winning formula that it's working for them, Mini Miner.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there was a lot of hype about this duo after last Grands. I think going into last Grand Finals, people didn't really have this team on their radar. Now they most certainly are, and I think the main reason why, particularly from yesterday, is they're a team that are absolutely dominating off spawn. They have not lost off spawn yet. All of those early Storm Surge tags are working out in their favor, Takata, because they weren't below Surge once yesterday. They were 2 of 15 players that did not even see that Storm Surge below threshold. So I'm excited to see what they can do today.
It opens up the question, though, right? You said it yourself. They went 5-0. They basically got 2 elims off the start every single game, except the last match of day 1, where Jake Buka and his duo said, you know what? We've lost 5-0. It might be time to switch up the drop spot, meaning Cringe and Noms now have Lavish Lair uncontested if no other duos decide to kind of join the mix. But if that's the case, no more elims off spawn, no more free Surge off spawn. So will they still be able to get enough damage?
That's an interesting question you raised, Takata. I want to throw up the leaderboard for now, though, because we need to see where Tayson and Veno are. As yesterday, during the pre-show, both Levin and Mini Miner were predicting big things for this duo, but currently they're in 17th. Takata, have you got a theory as to what's going wrong?
It's interesting, right? Because this is a duo, veterans of the EU competitive space, that you would expect to be in first, second, third, a top 3 at least, right? But they've been having a lot of difficulty in the late game. Now, they're getting their Surge, they're getting their tags and everything they really need, but the issue is once they get to that late game, they're low on materials, they're low on loot, they don't have a lot of shields, they're using a lot of resources in the early and mid game to get those tags. Now they're getting them, but once they're there, Mini, they're having troubles in those late games.
Yeah, they are, and we spoke to Veno earlier on in the season, and he was highlighting how important and how difficult Surge is. I think that's not their problem, it's the end game where they're struggling, they're split. Look at this from Tayson, rotating to the left side of zone, then getting eliminated. But let's look at that from Veno's side of things. They just seem to be losing that synergy, that togetherness that we have seen glimpses of from this duo. You see that Veno went right side of that zone, Tayson went left. They're trying to find refreshes at the very last minute, and it's really not working out for them. I mean, in fact, yesterday, they only had 3 eliminations out of the entire, all the games after 9th zone. So that's not going to be enough eliminations and enough refreshes to keep them going later on in the game. So they got set up nicely yesterday. I want to see them go the full distance today.
Why are they splitting off, do you think, Mini Miner? Is it because they individually think that what they think is best, and so they're just trying to do it?
Well, we saw it a little bit last season. They're both very talented players. They both know what they're doing. Sometimes maybe they think, right, this is the best way. No, this is the best way. And they both have really valid points almost when it comes to that. So we're seeing a little bit of a glimpse of that again this season. I hope they can fix it today, though, because if they're together, they can be very, very dangerous.
Mini Miner, spoken like Switzerland, sitting on the fence, but I like it. I respect it very much. You know what I'm finding a bit difficult, though, at the moment is looking at the leaderboard and seeing where Vico and Pink are. Because when we think about the semi-finals, Vico and Pink, while they weren't picking up loads of victory royales, they were consistently making it to the endgame. In fact, Carter, I can't think of a single endgame that they were not present in. And now, thinking about yesterday, I can only really think about one. It's really head scratching. I know Mini Miner, you've got some theories. So actually, you know what? I'm going to come to you first and ask you what you think is going on here.
Yeah, well, this is a difficult situation for this duo because, of course, going into the grand finals, they had fishing nerfed from their drop spot. Of course, the chains of Hades were removed. The fishing rods are far too slow. There's really no point in trying to fish. So that just completely takes out a lot of their loot and a lot of their flexibility off spawn. What we're seeing from them, we're seeing them try to W key Combeck and Blatcher for a little bit of surge. We're seeing them trying to get tags from afar. We're seeing them trying to take different fights, even moving over towards Queasy and Thomas, and it's just not quite working out at the early game. We saw them getting rebooted and revived so many times yesterday, and look at this on the right side of the screen, 327 below going into this 5th zone to Carter. They haven't quite been able to sort out their early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they have the opposite issue from Tayson and Veno. If they're able to get to that end game, they're one of the most consistent duos in securing those refreshes, securing those eliminations in the last moments of the match, but they just can't make it. You said it yourself, early game, mid game, they are struggling to get those tags. They are struggling to get to the end game, but I want to see them there because once they make it to the end game, we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, we really are. I mean, I'm looking at their damage ratios as well, which basically deals with how much damage they're doing versus how much they're taking, and both of them are below a ratio of 1, which basically means they're taking more damage than they're putting out. That's in the bottom half of the lobby from yesterday. They need to fix that today.
It's almost unheard of for this duo. Let's hope they can figure it out. We're going to pop over, though, to our newly reunited duo of Levin and Jacob PR, because actually, I know they can explain to us why today is going to be more competitive than ever.
Absolutely. Yes, we can, Frankie. Today's a big day. It's the main event. It's the time everyone waits for in the season. Jacob, who can land that final knockout punch now that we have 1.5x points? It's all on the cards.
Yeah, it really is. With how well Swizzy and Vanya have been doing, a 70-point lead here coming into day 2, I almost feel like it doesn't really mean much because it takes one mistake, one slip up, and that gap will be closed. It's 100 points for victory, Al, and 6 points per elimination. So you could easily have multiple 100-point games today.
I think what we learned from Major 1 when we saw this format come into play was that you can't be too certain, not one bit.
Yeah, you cannot be at all. Teams like Queasy, Thomas, and everybody else waiting in the rings, this is their chance to shine. But that's going to do it for me and Levin for now as we toss it back on over to Analyst to break down the rest of the day.
I was about to say, for now, Jacob, I'm glad you added that addendum because we need you back to commentate the games. And we need to talk about Thomas and Queasy because they missed out on the title in Major 1 by 1 point. And yesterday, they were so consistent, despite the fact, Carter, that they're actually contested by 2 other duos at Mount Olympus.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 duos landing Mount Olympus, but Thomas and Queasy, they've been doing an incredible job, and it's because the work that they put in beforehand, the strategy that they've cooked up to compete today in the grand finals. So if we zoom in here to Mount Olympus, you can see all the duos that are contesting them. It's not an easy situation to get out of unless you're Thomas HD and Queasy. Now, what they've been doing in this early game is trying to get as many tags as possible, using the fact that there's so many duos here early on that they are looking for tags from afar. They're not directly going for box fights initially on these duos that are landing in the surrounding areas of Mount Olympus, but they're trying to get those tags as quickly as possible. And Mini, it's for their game plan later on.
Yeah, they're taking advantage of all the teams that are landing there contesting them. I know a lot of people would have thought that they weren't going to do as well. They're placed in 5th place right now. I know a lot of particular maybe coaches in the scene didn't expect them to do as well as they're doing right now, but they're popping off, and this is the exact reason. They're getting that damage nice and early on. They're not taking those close range fights at their drop spot more often than not. They're not afraid to, but what we're seeing, they're actually going back inside of the storm. Once they get all that surge, all that damage, they have the flexibility to go back and use all of these static launch pads that are just dotted around their drop spot. They can then drop off at the Reckless Railways to get a little bit of loot, a little bit of extra metal, and of course, look at the way that they're going here. They're actually going almost away from the zone and more towards that dead side of zone, which we see so many teams in that position. They just don't see it coming, right? You see Queasy and Thomas here inside of the storm. Maki and Kiro have no idea and have rightfully no expectation of any team being side of that storm, and they can just take advantage and get even more tags to Carter. When it comes to the actual rotation to the next zone, they're on the dead side. It's a free rotation for them.
And it really works so well. I mean, you can see one of the factors now of them using being contested by so many duos as almost kind of like an advantageous position for their current game plan.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see this duo, especially given the fact that they are not shy of a fight, and given that we've got that 1.5 times multiplier on points today. I think things are going to get particularly spicy when it comes to bunker fights, Mini Miner.
Yeah, they're not afraid to take these fights. And I think they're smart enough to understand that, okay, we don't necessarily need to go the full distance. We don't need to get all of the loot that's inside of that bunker. We have the loot already. But in this example right here, we see them fighting against Vidil and Reason, and they're just backing off. They're not necessarily jumping in box. They're not going absolutely crazy, because we know the fighting ability of Vidil and Reason. You don't want to be doing that, but they're just able to get so many more tags. And when they do get these tags, they have the experience, they have the nous, they have the understanding to think, right, okay, let's back off. Let's go back towards our drop spot and do exactly the same thing that we saw from them again, going back into the storm, using that launch pad and getting towards that Brawlers Battleground area where there is even more loot and, of course, more launch pads that they can use. It's not the only team doing it as well, Takata. Of course, Cammy and Seti are doing it a lot as well.
Yeah, we've had a lot of duos actually that have been making use of these launch pads and even the Wings of Icarus in these late games. And not even just the late games, the mid games to rotate. A combination of those launch pads with the Fizz, then also using the Wings of Icarus to launch yourself towards those mid game rotates. It has been working out incredibly well. We can see how Thomas HD and Queasy have been making use of that. But not only, like I said, in the mid games, even to get high ground, for example, if you're able to combo that with the Flowberry Fizz, it's something that we saw come out, I believe, in the first game. You could see Banyak and Swizzy here actually making use of exactly that. Banana, Flowberry combo, just look how high up they get, Mini.
I mean, look at Vanyak here, right? This is Chap's first FNCS Grand Finals. He's thinking, right, we're on height, we're in a perfect position. And then Vanyak comes in, spraying from up above, down below, and they get knocked out. That is definitely a strategy that we saw from those guys yesterday. Definitely a strategy I'm expecting to see more of today as well. And I'm interested to see how many more teams use those wings, because, of course, the drop rate of them has been buffed. So we're seeing that meta developing over the course of the weekend. I'm sure more teams will be using the wings today.
Takata, we saw Swizzy and Banyak in particular using the Wings of Icarus during those endgame fights. And actually, I think it probably took us slightly by surprise, because they're not known as the most accurate wings when you are trying to dive bomb onto your opponents. But obviously, this duo pulled it off. Do you think they'll be able to get away with that today?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to continue with their game plan they had. I mean, they didn't get zones gifted to them yesterday. We said it earlier. They had to travel the most distance out of any duo on EU yesterday, and they're still in first place. So even if they have to overcome hurdles, I think they can do it.
Amazing. Well, Takata thinks that Swizzy and Banyak are going to have a great day. We'll find out if our casters do as well, because we are ready, guys, to get into game number 7 of our grand finals.
The time has come. It is here, the conclusion of the EU FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals. And with how entertaining yesterday was all day long throughout those 6 games, I expect today to be even more on fire, more entertaining than ever before.
Yeah, ultimately, this is the time that every player wants to showcase what they can do, right? Of course, yesterday was a great place to build that platform, to set yourself up well for today. But we know with just how many points are on the table, it can get really crazy. What you see on the leaderboard now does not guarantee what you will see come game 12.
This is the start, game 7 throughout the overall FNCS, but game 1 on the day. And I hope, Levin, that everybody had taken the time after 6 games have ended to rewatch a lot of the VODs, rewatch a lot of the plays, the goods, the bads, and kind of take everything in stride, fix a lot of those mistakes, but figure out a way to replicate a lot of the successes. And Queasy and Thomas is going to be one of the biggest teams on that list to figure out what went right, replicate it, and what went wrong, and fix it very, very quickly, because they are triple contested yet again.
A bit of a scare here as well, because it looks like there's another team jumping into the fray. On social media before, Jake Buka and Cringe, who said they, was having some problems over towards Lavish Lair, potentially hinted at landing towards Mount Olympus, and maybe not doing so here in game 1. Again, a spot that's triple contested, adding another team into the mix, Jacob, doesn't seem the wisest.
Yeah, and throughout the day yesterday, you saw this fight kind of develop. You saw it kind of advance, went from right out of the gates, players trying to go for surge, to things gradually slowing down, and it caused just a weird dynamic over on that side of the map. But this one for sure, this is one I'm excited for.
Absolutely, and so Cringe and Jake Book are not landing at Mount Olympus. It doesn't look like they've landed here at Lavish Lair either, so uncontested for Cringe and Noms today. Again, that changes the dynamic of how they have to play the game. They don't have that early damage for Surge that they were benefiting so fruitfully from yesterday.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that we were kind of talking about as days progress. People switch drop spots, kind of play a little bingo, some would say, to see which way they're going to drop, as Veno looking like he was going to get aggressive right out of the gates on Podesai and Snazy. Unfortunately, he does choose to disengage, and by looking at the minimap, I really don't see Tayson or Veno's teammate anywhere, so he probably had to get a couple of those shots that he needed, disengage back on up, and as we tune into Veno, yeah, Tayson is lost already. So the struggles that Veno and Tayson for the early game will continue here today.
A very tough start. This is not how Veno would have wanted to be going into game one, especially considering these guys ultimately have to have a big comeback day, right? A lot of expectations going into the weekend where that these guys would be near the top of the leaderboards. It hasn't quite panned out that way. And Podesai and Snazy, I'm sure, will be incredibly motivated to continue to put a stain on this FNCS with Veno and Tayson. Yeah, they're fully just chasing. they don't want to give these guys a chance to get back into this game at all.
I mean, you can imagine how hard it is to kind of take down Tayson once. Now imagine Veno gets the reboot. You got to take him down yet again. But I think Podesai and Snazy know, judging by their loadout, the lack of materials, there's only so far you can actually go on a chase like this before it becomes more and more risky. And you really don't get anything out of it, even if you do get that elimination onto someone like Veno. So I do like the heads-up play for them to kind of disengage, backtrack in their steps, and finish looting up so they can have a more successful early into mid-game.
Fireball and Valry in the Scrimgate area. And Manabuka isn't happy about it one bit. He wants to try and push them away. Mustache on the other side of Grim has initiated that boss fight, and so he's eager to get the medallion and the shotgun. He knows just how powerful it can be for them in fights like this one.
I just want to see them convert just a little bit more on having that medallion and being able to stretch it just a little bit further into these end games. Yeah, they got 7th while contested, but having such an arsenal at your disposal, you got to be able to kind of take advantage just a little further. And this fight between them two is kind of very, very standard. They don't necessarily go 50-50, take each other out. Velry and Firebro do tend to kind of hide up towards the top, build up, and then that's where they kind of play the rest of their game out. Bettini and Chap, another surprising duo, lighting up the elimination feed, not only almost all day yesterday, but throughout the semifinals in general. They're one of the teams that we kind of looked at, maybe a top 5, potential to win it all. And with 1.5 point multiplier here today, they're definitely going to have to pick up the pace, not only in eliminations, but be a little bit more successful, making it farther into these games.
Absolutely. When you look at the fighting prowess of Chapintini, they pose a threat in box fights against anybody. Cringer Noms now getting aggressive towards Jakey and Twy, and I think we expected to see this, right? When you're playing out of Lavish Lair and you're not contested, you gotta be eager for Surge. You have to roam out of your POI to deal some damage, and that's exactly what they'll do here. Cringer Noms are one of the better fighting teams, and so they won't shy away from a fight.
Especially with how well they were doing yesterday. You kind of spoke on it and touched on it a little bit, and that's how you start to build that confidence. It's very, very important for a lot of the teams and players here today to be able to channel that momentum from day one and continue it on here in day 2. And I like the idea because not only they're getting surge from finding a team like Jake and Twy, but they're a potential bunker in this direction as well. Yes, some other teams might try to move in this direction, but at least if you're able to take this team out early, you see nobody else in the minimap trying to third party this could be a huge opportunity, but Noms just over peaks. He gets sniped, and this is their green light to go.
And these kind of mechanical errors can be the difference maker. If they go down now, again, they start looking at advantage they have in the leaderboard. It starts dwindling away. But Cringer will be thinking about that right now. He'll be thinking about how he can keep his team in the game.
Yeah, Noms really has only one decision. As soon as he went down, he knew he couldn't save him. So he just quickly disengaged using the Flowberry Fizz to create as much distance as possible. Twy just, oh my. Reading that play like a book. He knew he was spraying the covers. He knew he was going to break it. And just perfect timing. And you can see that today getting a little bit more active right out of the gates. Trexer, Glubsheet being forced in a defensive position by Relvis and Buell. Great shots to really start this fight out. But the longer this one takes, unlike the other one on the other side of Lavish Layer, there are more third and fourth party potentials moving in and closing the distance themselves.
The Bull and Relvis did incredibly well last games. And I think a lot of people questioned how they're going to fare with zones that maybe aren't as favorable. I think yesterday, if you had to say which team had the most favorable zones across all 6 games, you probably would have attributed that to them. And so now it's time to see where the challenge comes, or maybe they just keep getting zones, Jacob, and we're laughing at the end of the 12 games. Either way, they'll be prepared. And this fight is the first step to doing so. Trexer taking a big chunk of damage. And that's clearly coming from Eclipse and Dexy, the third party in the distance.
Yeah, we're from Rebels Roost. They're making their presence known finally, and they know that knock is coming in just now, and they get the double elimination as Eclipse persistence actually pays off, taking out Trexer as well, but a whole nother team. Finn and his duo just now moving in, kind of forcing a lot of displacement here out of this fight, where they once thought they were safe, where they once they were fighting another team, a couple of third parties, and another shot coming in from the distance. Debule, it's just going through so much right now when things were looking so good a moment ago.
And Debule and Relvis will be forced to watch this game. And I mean, this right now, Jacob, is the biggest test for teams who, you know, you would put in that sort of category of, oh, they've surprised us on day one, they're doing much better than expected. How do they respond to the adversity of having a hitch in the road early on?
I like the way you asked the question, because it's easy to stay positive and stay confident when things are going well. But how do you pick yourself back up when things aren't necessarily going your way? And that's going to be the first test I think they'll be facing all weekend, because they're also one of the teams that didn't really have to deal with Surge because they were so proactive, especially with that off-spawn fight. As you switch on over, one that was kind of quick out of the gates, a player getting eliminated. Veno able to get Tayson back. We saw Tayson was down and out early on. Veno was able to disengage far away from fencing fields at that. So interesting decision enough for him to not only get the reboot, but for them to backtrack all the way back on over to fencing fields. And already with shots like that, it's paying off.
And I think one of the key things I want to see from Veno and Tayson is them sort of just pop off, frag out. Miniminer was highlighting just a lack of refreshes, a lack of eliminations in the deeper stages of the game. I think some of their problems come from the earlier parts of the game, right? Mid-game, being able to get to end-game stacked, but we know what Veno can do when he's on his best. He's one of the most prolific fighters we've ever seen. Surprise, surprise. Vanyak and Swizzy here in the storm, using the wings to their benefit just to get around. I mean, this is a recipe for success we've seen a bunch of teams tap into, and it is definitely benefiting our first place team right now.
Yeah, and just the way players are able to kind of utilize it. Pause for a second on one thought. Cringe still looking like he's going through a battlefield, the one that kind of left over from Lavish Layer, trying to scrap together whatever he can to continue to spread that distance. But I just wonder, does he even know that they're still kind of eyeing him, they're tracking him? Doesn't look like they're going to go after him this time around, so Cringe does have a legitimate chance to get Noms back into the game. But it's definitely not going to be easy, because he's moving closer and closer in towards the zone, to where a lot of the people that landed towards the north will end up in this position, just like the players towards the east.
100%. A reboot's going to be hard to pull off here, though. You can see on the minimap all the teams sort of around. Jakey and Twy, I think, will probably be distracted by the bunker, but some of those other teams towards the west, they hear this reboot go off, they will be eagerly awaiting.
Sangil and, well, I was going to say Marius, but it looks like he's already taken down. Underworld not necessarily faring well for this duo so far on the day yesterday. They've had a ton of shines and shining moments to where you know they have what it takes to pop off. It's just continuously game after game in a contested drop like the Underworld. They haven't been able to put it together on a consistent basis. So I'm just hoping for day two, even though Marius is already down, Sangil, there's a lot of space for him in and around the Underworld for him to attempt the reboot and get his teammate back. I just want to see them start to pick up that pace that we know that they can achieve.
And again, more of those Storm plays. Analysts broke it down. This is what Queasy and Thomas are doing to just bypass mid-games completely, Jacob. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these northern zones, northwestern zones. If you're a team like Thomas and Queasy, rotating all the way there from Mount Olympus, it's tough, right? You end up using a lot of materials, a lot of your shields to get by. So they've decided, yeah, we don't want to do all that. We're just going to stay in the storm, use the wings to get into better spots throughout the storm. We can go through POIs like this here in Reckless Railways and pick up some extra loot, some extra shields. We can cap our materials as well as we go by. And then we can get into, you know, 6th, 7th zone, stacked, all the mats in the world, and still be up on Surge. I mean, it's pretty ingenious from them. I think the big thing was over the past week, Queasy has emphasized how he's just figured out how to play the game, right? A lot of their poor performances this season, he was sort of playing tournaments blind, didn't know what to do, but now they have a better idea, better understanding. Near miss there from Seti.
What's surprising enough, 288 points, how well Seti and Cammy are doing. It's sometimes they're in situations like this where you almost can count them out. Things look bleak, staying so far in zone, and even one of them down, playing as a solo. But so far this weekend, they have shown so much adversity, so much resilience to come back from situations like this. And the reboot, and you were kind of mentioning Queasy and Thomas figuring things out, adapting, and I think that was one of the biggest things that a lot of teams have figured out, that we're not going to heal-offs as consistent as we were before. So instead of being one of those teams where you have to get out of zone, you get on the congested edge, things don't work out for you, you're now able to stay in the zone much longer than you ever have from some of these seasons past, which gives them a lot more time to think and figure out these strategies. And you give teams like Queasy, Thomas, Seti, Cammy, the OGs, the more experienced players time to think. I think that is what's going to be the downfall for other players in the lobby today, when you give them opportunities, when you give them time.
100%. I think the big thing now, though, is that who's been hitting the VODs last night, right? If you went into them, you would be able to see what these guys are doing. If other teams decide to start playing Storm as well, which I think we may see, it becomes, you know, less of an advantage, right? Now you're worried about someone being behind you while you're in the Storm, and it gets all messy. That's the beauty of the grand finals, right? The meta, the game, it evolves as we head through these 12 games. Cringe still kicking it here as a solo. Yeah, my suspicions are correct. It wasn't going to be as simple as picking up that reboot card. He's going to have to fight this one out solo. And the fight against Cheeps won't be easy. Cheeps never shies away from a box fight. Oh, do they know? They're wary of it. They place the wall before they go through.
Very, very careful. Great move by Crims, but he finally gets boxed off. One of the pathways is going to be cut off, but he's quickly thinking on the fly. And Cringe, the only downfall here is he hasn't really been able to get too many opportunities to get Surge, but the fact that he's been alive as a solo for so long, running around, playing a huge game of hide and seek where they finally find him on the other side. That's Cheeps and Turtle that land such a good first shot, but he's ready to start fighting back, no longer trying to run around and take the fight to Cheeps as he lands just another good shot, backing down his opponent, and he's making Cheeps and Turtle second guess. Is this a fight they want to start and finish, or is this a situation they want to run from, as Cringe once again lands a shot on the run?
Cringe is playing this phenomenally. He's really playing like someone who knows the POI, and they just run out of patience. Cheeps and Turtle decided, okay, we need to just try pinch this guy. I'm tired of just trying to run at him. And when they go for the pinch, he realizes, okay, wait, they're both playing as solos. Let me try isolate a 1v1 and deal significant damage onto them, forces them back a bit.
Cammy goes down, but just by judging that Cammy even had a chance to go down, at least said he had a reboot opportunity. He got his teammate back, gave them a fighting chance, but that one is going to hurt. We talked about the 1.5 times multiplier. They are definitely one of the teams you look at have a consistent day. They started with 288 points in third place, so they can only go down from here. And that puts a lot more pressure on them in the last 5 games of the day for them to really pick up the aggression, pick up the pace, and try to figure out a way to get those eliminations. Joan Trulex, team that's just been progressively getting better. I think we all know what type of performance they had throughout the semifinals. Really waiting to the last moment to punch their ticket to Grands, but since then they have not looked back. Seems like a lot of their experience, a lot of their planning was to come into a set lobby just like this. They found at least 1 elimination so far. Even though Storm Surge is active, it's all about staying above that threshold, whether it's by 300 or 1. You want to give yourself that chance to not have to just run around and put yourself into desperate situations looking for Storm Surge yourself. But glad to see that Noms is back in the game. Enough running around the map for Cringe. He's given himself a chance now to bring this duo power back into the game, in which they've been using almost all weekend long to give himself that second place.
I mean, you use the word power. I think that's generous, right? Well, how much power would they really have? Lack of materials, lack of loot. down on Surge as well. They might just be easy pickings for any team that is sitting here on the edge of zone. They're gonna have to really get creative to push themselves back into this game. You know, that lightning bolt in hand, I think Cringe might just have some interesting intentions here. Yeah, he's looking to cook up something. He has his eyes set on ruining someone's game, and it might just be Vico and Pinks.
Yeah, any damage is better than none. He actually lands that third and final Thunderbolt. About 80 shield. That's going to get him above the threshold. And like I said, whether it's 6 or 600, that's where you want to be, because instantly they fall below. Storm Surge activates. Down goes Noms. Unfortunate circumstances for Cringe, because now he's once again left as a solo. The only blessing he has going for him right now is he is center zone on this 50-50. He just needs a moment to breathe, an opportunity to put that DMR to use to try to get some shots at anybody rotating in.
And again, I don't want to harp on this, right? But that was the biggest question about them. Now, today, uncontested. How will they fare with Surge? And the first game isn't looking as sweet as it was yesterday, right? So either this becomes a reoccurring problem for them, or maybe just a blip in the long 12 games we have. A replay of Malabuka here over towards Grim Gate. Fighting as he does best, takes down the other Cringe. But he's still playing this one as a solo. Mustache is down.
Isn't necessarily too bad of a situation, because while everybody else here is rotating the zone, trying to get their spot so they're not the last ones left, that's given a lot of space and a lot of freedom for Malabuka to actually go for the reboot or reposition with any of these launch pads on top of Reef Island to a reboot that he so chooses. As we tune on board first place, Swizzy, Vanya just going through a little bit of struggles here, getting targeted around the lobby. It does look like they're going to be able to hold their ground momentarily. 500 damage above that Storm Surge threshold. They really have nothing to worry about other than the rotations.
Yeah, and I've loved watching these guys play. So aggressive. A lot of the time it feels like watching what Malabuka and Mustache would be like if they decided to be a hype team, right? And commit to that type of play style. Very ruthless, very forceful, but it works out.
I'll just toe tagging some players, just getting damaged any way that he can. And this is where you're going to see it really come into play. As this zone does move a little bit up those mountains, you see the flow berries, you see the Wings of Icarus, something that's been popularized so much this weekend. That's going to be the biggest tool in their tool belt, and it's been the biggest tool with the zones that they've had all 6 games yesterday in finding that success. Now Malabuka, we saw him already by himself. He was able to at least find one elimination, help in terms of Surge, and he lines up another snipe and another knock. So it's really up to him if he wants to go for it, because he's created so much space for himself and he's commanded so much respect, but only so much as how he instantly goes in, along with the help of the Frizzy, to take down Malabuka and end the Mustache Malabuka run in game 1.
Back to the drawing board for those two. Benno and Tayson in a much less congested spot. Not the pressures of having a bunch of teams around them. They can just rotate towards zone relatively freely. But that doesn't mean that they are sitting in a better spot in the context of the game, because you can see here below on Surge, materials aren't incredibly strong. Could do with a bit more brick, Venno, but the rest not too bad. He'll get some of that as he rotates his way on in. Where they're going to get the damage from becomes the question. Running towards congested. As they get towards the safe zone, there will be a bunch of teams awaiting them.
Yeah, there's not going to be too many opportunities. I might have to like choose up next to a team, box up, try to get damage that way. But any opportunity of players trying to dash and fly through the sky, they're going to take it. 61 below, which isn't a ton of damage, especially for a team like Venno and Tayson. And you wonder how they got in this situation. I think it's because Tayson going down early, leaving Venno to scramble around and try to get the reboot, wasted a ton of time in which they would normally use to get Surge.
Yeah, and Venno is so prolific with the sniper. Was one of the top snipers last season. Only has 1 shot left. And so we need to put it to good use. Lines it up, doesn't quite connect onto Pixie. And that might just be a sign of just how things have gone for them so far. So close, but yet so far when it needs to hit the mark. They have some shields they can use, but ultimately out healing at this point in the game. You got to start thinking of where do we get the damage. It only becomes a reoccurring problem.
Yeah, because even though 2 players need to go down before it deactivates now, Veno was hoping he wasn't going to be one of those two. Big snipe. Tayson goes down immediately after. Great plays by Twy to really make that happen, because the hunted have now become the hunters in that situation.
And look what we have here. Redeal and Reason. One of the most prolific teams on their day in EU. Way above on Surge. And looking to try and have one of their classic big end games where they have high eliminations. 7 already in this game is not too shabby, especially with just how much more valuable the points are today. Maybe we can get a look into how they picked up one of those elims. Yeah. Taking down Swizzy, one of the top dogs. So that now makes this end game that much harder for Vanya.
It's like they're cooking up the perfect recipe in order to close the gap. You're getting a little bit more aggressive, getting those eliminations, then you take down first place, or at least half of it, leaving Vanya by himself. You see him just bound to very little builds as well. The biggest thing is the little charges he does have left on those Wings of Icarus, and because he's done so much damage so early on with his duo at the time, he doesn't have to worry about Storm Surge, so he's not really making any risky peaks, or at least ones that he doesn't have to until he has to rotate. Seven eliminations for Vidil and Reason. They're primed up and ready to go, and this is a way to start off a comeback for an FNCS championship. Have a great start to the day, but Thomas is tagged up, trying to rotate forward along with Queasy. They're figuring out a way to make things work. You talked about their adaptability throughout the day on game 1 through 6. It's about figuring out how to mimic that here. While everybody else is hitting the vase, you got to make sure that you make it count yourself.
Chapintini not looking too bad at all. This might be the game for them to go up on height. They need a couple more materials though before they can really be comfortable up there. Thomas and Queasy won't have any high intentions with the loadouts they're working in right now. This is about trying to get a refresh, trying to get some materials that can keep them in this game that bit longer.
Team's hiding in the bush. They got a couple more big bush bombs as well, waiting for the last moment to where they use the wings yet again, and that gives them so much distance to cover. But Queasy gets lost, separated from Thomas. They saw him land in the bush. They're just firing aimlessly from above, forcing him all the way down low into the water, which is a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because now Thomas able to get those dashes, but without very many builds, forced to use the big bush bomb, and he is just jumping around the water, trying to stay alive and try to get as many extra placement points as he can.
He's found a bit of space, a bit of composure, but I don't know what he'll really be able to do with it. Such a dire situation. Players all around, and eventually Thomas will fall. It's for Strokey and Robin who have decided to take height in this game, and we'll see how they can use it.
Yeah, going up that mountain, that's going to give equal opportunity for anybody to Flowberry Fizz their way up. A bounce back for Vanyak on the zone. He's able to get the blessing of the elimination. He's just trying to survive the onslaught. What little builds that he was able to get instantly being poured out to try to protect himself. And once again, he is fresh out, 32 HP. He just needs seconds here, Levin, to pop the Flowberry Fizz to give himself a fighting chance.
And your teammate goes down at the start of the end game. A lot of the time, it looks like an impossible task to stay up. Vanyak has already done a great job to get here, but can he get any more? Can he hold on to that lead? Keep as many placement points as he can. He's running about on all these layers. Nobody's noticed him just yet. He's right next to Howley. They've gone out of that box. He's safe for just a couple more seconds here, Jacob.
Yeah, quickly crouches, trying to hide as much audio as possible, going through unnoticed. These placement points are huge with that point multipliers. Vanyak trying to keep that stranglehold over that first place. A couple more teams and players going down low on the low ground, but he has been finally spotted out by that high ground. But again, Levin, he's going through unnoticed.
This is an absolute masterclass of how to play hide and seek in a Fortnite endgame. I mean, he has survived for much longer than he should have been allowed to stay in this one. Finally gets chunked down a bit, and that's going to force him all the way onto low, but the dashes allow him to move around a bit quick. 9 HP will be his doom. He goes down. Vidil and Reason will be the ones to pick that one up.
And finally finish the job, because they're the ones who originally took down Swizzy as well, pushing themselves into a top 3 situation, already having 13 eliminations as a team. They're ready to seal the deal, make it 14 as Dastru gets taken down, but attacks from above. Reason finding some struggles. It's Fast Strokey, it's Robon dropping down at the perfect moment to take the game by storm.
They really capitalized on what was a chaotic endgame. The fighting at the end was so electric. They said, we gotta get in on all that action, and they did it at the perfect time. Wow, Robin and for Strokey are always a threat on height when it's available. We haven't seen them much so far this weekend, but they swoop here in game number 7.
And you got to give them all the credit in the world for that patience, not dropping down too early to join that mess on the low ground. They already knew they had it in the bag, and they just needed to seal the deal, in which they did with ease. And that's going to be huge. 1.5 times multiplier. The win alone was 100 points in itself.
I mean, again, when you're looking at that end game, Jacob, it was huge from Vidil and Reason below. The pop-off they had, but Fastroki was the one that put it to an end there for Reason and Vidil. He swooped in at just a perfect time, and they didn't even actually get that final elimination, right? It just sort of all fell into place for them. A big game for Robin and Fastroki, who are another team that is fighting their way back into this competition.
Yeah, and you got to give them a huge round of applause, because that is how you start to build that confidence. You start to build that momentum. There is still 5 more games left to play today, and you cannot fizzle out early.
Well, let's break down all that action and see how the leaderboard has already started to shake up. Frankie, what you got for us?
Well, I've got 2 very excited analysts, because what a way to kick off the final day of the second major of the year, boys. And it was fantastic to see Robin and Fastroki taking that early high ground and managing to hold on to it so securely. They made it look kind of effortless to Carter.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a huge booster for the momentum, even in terms of the leaderboard. They were in 11th place after the conclusion of day 1. Those 6 matches, they finished 11th. So now with the VR, alongside, I believe, the Elim record for Grand Finals EU, they're going to be flying.
Yeah, it was a really nicely played endgame from those guys. Of course, high ground was king for those guys there. And I think it's a little bit of a difference to what we saw yesterday. I think we saw a lot of teams trying to go up for it. We saw a lot of hype turnover. It seemed like in this game, not as many teams were really trying to fight for it. We had a lot of our big name teams as sort of solos. So I think it was a free sort of open door for these guys to take height. We've seen both of them on height before, particularly Roban on height in previous seasons, previous metas. So it's nice to see them getting back up there. 4 eliminations, not quite as much as they would have hoped for there, but the way that they were able to play this game, the way that they were able to get the day started to Carter, especially after finishing yesterday in 11th, is a really, really nice start indeed.
I mean, you can see just securing the VR is more than enough points to make it happen. We didn't see a crazy play like we did yesterday with the Wings of Icarus, but it was just calm, collected consistency from above. They didn't have any struggles holding that high ground, even if people were attempting to contest them. They shot from above, they rained from the clouds, and they came down victorious.
Just one of those things.
Do you think that it was worth it to stay up on the high ground? Obviously, it was worth it from the perspective of the victory royale, but given how important elimination points are, do you think there needs to be a balance, mini-minor, of that Vidil and Reason elimination record, 14 elims to their name, second placement kind of play style, with that safer but secure play style of Robin and Fastroki?
I think for those guys, yeah, let's just play height. Let's get off to a good start. It's not just eliminations that are worth 1.5x points. It is also placement points as well. But for Vidil and Reason on the complete other side of the coin, these guys are absolutely fragging out, right? Was it 15 eliminations maybe there at the end? Something along those lines?
14.
Absolutely. 14 eliminations. There we go. But that is absolutely incredible. It's exactly what we expect from this team as well, Takata. They're 2 incredible fighters. They have this pop-off potential. And what better time to start the day with a massive pop-off like that?
Yeah, I mean, if I have to pick and choose as well between a first place 4 elims or a second place 14 elims, you know, I'm going to pick the 14 eliminations, right? And you can see how that shifted the leaderboard as well. Vidil and Reason now in second place, and Fastroki Rabam 4th. Yesterday, Vidil was 10th, Fastroki was 11th. Now both of them in the top 5.
You can see, actually, yeah, Vidil and Reason went up 8 places, and Fastroki and Robber went up 7. So if they got one more elimination, they would probably be in that second place spot right now. Swizzy and Vaniac, though, we have to give massive props to Vaniac, because him and Swizzy, they were not shy in taking fights as we headed into the end game. Swizzy goes down. Vaniac was playing hide and seek with the rest of the lobby and managed to secure 4th for the team, Takata. It was such an incredible performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we talked about before. Even if they have hurdles, they overcome them, right? They had to travel the most distance yesterday, so even if today they have, you know, difficulties with Surge or whatever, they're able to do it. I mean, they manage it. They get to the end game and they get those points needed to maintain that consistency, and that's why it's making it look almost like NA right now with the difference between first and second place.
I mean, Vanyak, he always comes up with a solo clutch. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what he eats for breakfast, but every single grand finals, he always seems to have this one game where he clutches up. Usually gets a few more eliminations than he got in that last game, but just showing that this duo are on top for a very good reason, Frankie. They deserve to be there, because when things aren't going their way, they still have what it takes to get out of the situation.
They're making such fantastic judgments, boys, and it's really impressive to see. And yet again, also, we saw Queasy and Thomas managing to have a great rotation, managing to get into that endgame. Unfortunately, Queasy flew too close to the sun. I'm going to say that quite a few times, I think, this weekend, as I have already, but, you know, got taken down trying to rotate. And Thomas, unfortunately, wasn't able to get eliminations. But it wasn't a bad start to their Day 2 campaign, Mini.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, you saw them on the leaderboard right there. They're kind of treading water at the moment. They're not moving positions. They're not moving up. They're not moving down. And, of course, with both players, or with Queasy going down early there, it made it difficult for both of them to actually make a decent end game out of this. The way that they were playing, though, that entire early game allowed them to get to that end game. As Levin mentioned on the cast, they're just bypassing that mid game. They don't need to try and fight teams, go for too much surge, as they get it all done early and then stay back in the storm. So I'm expecting to see lots more end games from this team. This is not the end for this duo when it comes to getting to end game, and I'm sure they'll get there and have a little bit more success in the future games.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. But you even saw there, Thomas HD in 8th zone had 85 builds to work with. 9th zone, he had like 7, 6. So something, you know, clearly caused the difficulty there. But the positive factor is that they got to that end game initially with a good amount of materials. So if they can do that consistently, then I'm sure that they can get it done.
And Thomas, historically, he's always had a better day 2. So the fact that they didn't have a bad day 1, a very consistent day 1, should really be making Queasy a happy in-game leader right now. I'm curious to see what's going to happen to Cringe and Noms, though, as we head into game number 8, because Jake Booker and King Cringe, who they were farming for Surge yesterday, have changed their drop spot to Mount Olympus. And I do think it showed in Cringe and Noms' performance, especially as Noms went down early. So let's see if they have a better start to game number 8 as we head back to our casters. It is Jacob and Levin.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, that game was a big warning to the rest of the region, Jacob, because what we saw from Reason and Vidil was just how powerful this format is. One big pop-off game can change everything for you.
Yeah, I mean, with how well they have been placing, though, they need to be careful because of this format. As long as Swizzy and Vanyak make it into these late games, they turned a 70-point lead to start today to almost a 120-point lead. Hopefully, somebody could slow them down. We'll find out if anybody could be that team with game number 2 starting now.
And again, everybody will have their eyes on how things evolve around the map. Will we see players start to switch things up? Will we see players continue their reign of aggression? Will we see another Northwestern zone? I mean, Swizzy and Vanya got to be thinking, come on, someone at Epic got to do us a favor here. They managed to...
I was gonna say, I'm not sure them getting zone will help them as much as traveling, because the way they are moving through the zone, they get their early game surge with the teams that are around them, maybe even taking advantage of the triple contest at Mount Olympus, and then they are so late to rotate out that they avoid every single mid-game fight. That's gonna allow them to stay alive as long as they have. So honestly, we're gonna need somebody to notice Swizzy and Vanyak early if they have any attempt to take them out.
This becomes interesting here. You see Queasy and Thomas landing towards the middle. Destru sort of landing on that south building. There's a bit of a switch up, right? Yesterday in the 6 games, Queasy and Thomas had more access to that building. And so we'll see if that maybe is a potential weakness in some of their early game plans over at Olympus. Marco and Asa not having the best of times here against Volko and Vortexes off spawn. Asa's already down, and that leaves Marco to run off and try to keep this game alive.
Yeah, I can only hope he gets the reboot card, because then he has the space to try to get the revive and get his teammate back into the game. Otherwise, he's gonna have to go right back into Volko and Vortexers as we move on over to Snooty Steps. A fight that we've seen kind of be touch and go throughout the day yesterday. Some of them 50-50 straight out of the gate, others being so prolonged that kind of both teams survive with very, very minimal surge, and it does look like Sky and Scroll are looking to just be a little bit more aggressive in this game. They want to try to get these early eliminations, get the 6 points per instead of 4, try to climb up the leaderboard, because 244 points, that's not a bad place to start the day.
Our game winners from game number 7 in the midst of a fight here. And it looks like one that they have quite some good control over. Wow, Roban is an absolute monster sometimes in box fights. And he makes sure not to overcook either, allows for Strokey to come in from behind and close things out. That's going to be some nice damage to start off this game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help them be a little bit more smooth sailing, especially if they have to travel far for this next zone. Just jump back on board, Sky and Scroll. The tables have been turned. Sky seeming to be on the back foot. That's 2 something the other side that's looking to get a little bit more aggressive. That wasn't the original team that Sky and Scroll were actually fighting to start this game off. It was a third party. They wanted to interrupt it and really try to take advantage. Unfortunately enough, all they've really been able to do is separate Sky and Scroll, which if they could take advantage of this separation will be good. Otherwise, it looks like they have reunited.
Tucson Kami looking to try and get some early damage off, get a leg up in this fight. And again, just wary to make sure he keeps an advantage when it comes to the angles, doesn't want to overextend, give them anything to work with.
Very, very minimal angles, and you see them playing very, very careful. They know how contested that drop actually is, as Vidil just gets a huge beam on an opponent. That's Icy's traveling from Mount Olympus. He was trying to get out of that contested drop, ends up going against 2 heavy hitters today. They already made it far and showed some life in that last game, and they're looking to get 2 more eliminations. That's 12 more points, and this is how you close a gap.
And I mean, this just works so well for Reason and Vidil. I can't imagine Doom and Icelis are walking out of Mount Olympus with the most amazing of loot after claiming, what, 1 building? You know, it's probably not looking too good for them, so in most cases, Vidil and Reason will have a leg up in this fight. And on top of that, they are 2 of the better fighters in the region, which always helps, right?
Oh, it helps tenfold. Demands a lot of respect. Just knowing you're going against them might do things mentally to inexperienced players, but Icy, nice job fighting back while being pressured, still being persistent, trying to push Vidil back more and more. Reason on the other side is just trying to accumulate that additional angle, close out options for their opponents, and take away the piece control. Vidil just kind of regrets peeking there just a little bit too soon, but Reason still having a whole fight on the other side. It doesn't look like anybody wants to let Vidil breathe that easy. And I think Reason's destruction on the other side is allowing him to create this space and heal up as much as possible.
Felt for a second there like Vidil could hear me. He was like, yeah, Devin, I am one of the best fighters. Let me just ego peek this guy and not worry about angles whatsoever, and it costs him. That Flowberry Fizz is going to have to be used.
Almost makes you wonder what this will do mentally for a team like Doom and Ice, thinking they can leave an triple contested drop and try to find loot elsewhere, and then you run into a whole nother team. It might make them second guess the decision that fight for the loot, fight for Mount Olympus. You might have an easier road, but that's the mental games that Fortnite does to you, especially going up against a team like this who is consistently finding the angles to try to make you pay.
I've got to say, Doom and Icelis have definitely done much better to long this fight out than I would have expected.
Yeah.
Again, they themselves are just sticking close together, always ready with 2 shotguns out to try and capitalize on this pinch Reason Vidil are going for. And again, right there on our screens, it takes place. A trade now happens, and it's Doom versus Vidil. Doom has the HP advantage, though. And so Vidil's going to try and get the up with some angles through some window peaks, trying to control this stair. And this really has gotten shaky for the Germans. Vidil, though, with some counter-aggression. Again, just not letting go of this fight. He's trying to even the odds.
Just doing the best they can. You know, Reason's just on the other side of that build. It's like a game of chess between the two. And this is where you kind of play and toy with the idea of the revive. Doom took the bait, tried to go in onto Vidil, and he just sent him right back to the lobby.
And that is the difference between cold, calm, and collected Vidil versus Doom. I mean, even without the HP advantage, Vidil just never shook, never wavered in the moment. And that was a difference maker. Again, that fight went a bit longer than I think they both would have expected, but the outcome is the one they would have wanted.
And it might help Vidal and Reason just a little bit. Yes, they had to use extra resources. It got real dicey with Reason going down altogether, but now you gotta imagine what that's doing to their overall surge, giving them a little bit more freedom. And plus, if that bunker does spawn next to them, they can even stay in and probably outlast a team like Queasy and Thomas. We've also seen contest a very, very similar bunker because they have the surge and Queasy and Thomas might not.
Ooh, we got some action over towards Lavish Lair. Noms in the midst of a fight here. And it's one that they look like they're going to be winning, yeah. Nicely closed out.
I think any team by now has to learn, if you're landing in and around Lavish Lair, they're uncontested, so they're going to look for that surge.
And again, a much easier fight than the one they tried to get onto Jakey and Twy last game. That damage could be the difference between them having a good mid game now compared to the shaky one they had in game number 7.
They start to slowly but surely build up that confidence. It's only one elimination, so they know somebody is a solo running around here. We know in the minimap it's probably that player moving towards the west, deep in his zone, that's trying to get his reboot, but they spot out a whole nother team. And this is where they have decisions. They're in zone, they're on the edge, not too many other teams in this distance. If they wanted to take the fight, ideally it would be isolated except for maybe one other team in the distance.
Ooh. Things got very messy here over at Snooty. Sky looking to pick up the pieces as Scroll is no longer here. The reboot will come off.
Yeah, and it's Toos and Karmi that's in the distance. You got to imagine they had something to do about Scroll going down, and they got to start to hear this reboot as well. So even though they have to rotate to the zone themselves, they have the option to kind of take their time, stagger it out just a little bit, and try to gatekeep Scroll and Sky, try to double up on those eliminations. But from one side of the map to the other, you know how active a lobby like this can be, especially with so much on the line. Destru just trying to run, and that's the other side of that Mount Olympus.
All those Mount Olympus teams really struggling to get anything in these games. I mean, all of them looting up and leaving and running into teams who just do not want to play any games with them. And that'll be nice for Voltx and Cool, who did, again, much better than I think most people would have expected after day one.
See Storm Surge being a little bit later on. Yesterday we were seeing it sometimes in Zone 4, typically in Zone 5 throughout the weekend. It does look like we're going to get Zone 5 Storm Surge, so you do have some more time to kind of prepare. And when that zone does hit and the Surge does activate it, we'll try to bring it down to about 60 players, but Voltiax and Psycho, they're just trying to be ahead of the game. They see Axe Force, they Cloudski boxed up on the side of a boat, and they think this could be a sign of weakness for them to try to engage on this.
Just backing up a bit. I was curious about how they would get their surge, right? Because Voltx and Cool landing sort of all the way in the bottom right of the map to the east of Brawlers Battlegrounds. If I'm being honest with you, Jacob, I did not expect to see any team doing well out of that spot. It's such a tough spot to play out of. But they've been doing very well from there.
Yeah, just kind of looking. They have a couple launch pads they can use, especially if they find a Flowberry Fizz to make the rotations a little bit easier. Very, very similar to Swizzy and Vanyak, but they kind of go on foot. There's Queasy and Thomas. I feel like the only team that might be left in the game from Mount Olympus, and they haven't rotated far. That might have been the key in this game.
Yeah, and this zone is a bit different for them, right? They obviously pulled the zone, so they decided to base up here at Mount Olympus. And Thomas has actually taken the Mythic, right? We've not seen that at all from these guys. Actually opting to take down that Mount Olympus boss and pick up the Mythic DMR because, yeah, they want to do just this. They want to sit in this base and Thomas try and get tags from afar.
That'd be best case scenario as well, because as we saw, the two contested teams went different directions, one behind Mount Olympus, one just in front. Both of them already got taken down, which leaves a lot of flexibility as the Frizzy and Howley meet their maker, getting taken down by Pixie and Wox, not too far off from their original landing spot. And this is where they typically do get their Storm Surge. They like the third party around Classy Courts. They use the elevation from their split drop, try to get some early Storm Surge shots. And if they get enough damage, that's where they start to feel confidence to go in, finish a fight just like that. Even if it means staggering themselves as far as they have deep into zone just to get their rotation.
Seti and Cammy, a shaky game 1 of the day. But here in game number 8, the second of day 2, things not looking too bad for them at all. Materials looking mighty fine for Cammy, and I'm sure similar for Seti as well. And they'll just keep rotating on towards the south here on this dead side of zone. A pad here as well that they can use, combining that with the Fizz to get towards Brawlers. In a lot of the games yesterday, they were actually breaking that pad, stopping anybody else from using it, Jacob. So we'll see if they actually do that again here once they've landed.
Yeah, they've always been kind of known taking the slow rotations towards the outskirts. And because of where they drop, even though there's not a full-on contested fight, there is a couple other players landing in split drops around them that allows them to get very, very minimal but surge damage for positioning just like this. And since they know that the zone is moving from the west all the way towards the eastern side, they're banking on players making a very, very similar rotation as them, whether they use the water or other launch pads to try to get a least congested side.
Well, I mean, yeah, even if you just look at how they're playing dead side, right? They must have a lot of surge. They must have done a lot of damage already to be that confident to sit in the bush where nobody else is going to be. Polar opposite situations for Mappy and Kiro, right? They're in the storm, running in towards probably congested side of the zone. Not as comfortable of a spot.
Almost a scary stat. From start to finish, they're finishing their fights in less than 56 seconds exact. Which goes to show to me they're not fighting any fight unless they're 100% sure of these scenarios. Probably leading in damage to kind of start a lot of those ones off. And even though they're in zone, they don't got far to go, and there's not too many players contesting this side of the map, or at least for now. You can see a couple of them floating in from the distance deep into zone. Others trying to make that slow rotation. And this is why we talked about VOD reviewing the games after the day. And you're seeing a lot more teams having that risk, or at least taking it overall, of rotating very, very slow towards the zone, avoiding a ton of those mid-game fights. So that way, when you finally do make it in, even if you are down on Surge, there's going to be ample opportunity of a lot of teams boxed up next to each other where you can kind of get it for yourself. Truelex and Chicho is a team that kind of made a lot of those Surge towers popular, building them so high in the sky. And they're even one of the teams that kind of made Thunderbolting Zeus's on some of those bases, and that's how they also get their damage, by the fall damage and destructing those bases.
Oh my goodness, look how many players here are playing off of this island. Not just the ones on the island, but the ones beneath it, playing underneath rifts. I mean, when it comes time for Zone to Pool, we are going to see about 10 teams just gliding through the sky here. And I understand it, right? When you are one of these teams, when you get a far pull, how do you traverse through the mid game, right? It can be incredibly difficult if you don't opt to play for the island. Good to see our boys Mustache and Malabuka here together as a duo, looking to be one of the first teams to move. And you see initially there, it means they're the first team to have people take shots, but quickly able to dodge those and get in ahead of the rest. And you can just hear that sound of the riffs, the never-ending riffs. How many players is that in the sky?
I want to say that there's 73 players a lot, probably at least 45 players. Just rifting, launch pads, dashing around the sky, and I like the timing, Malabuka and Mustache, because the zone hadn't moved just yet, but it was so close to moving that when they were in the air and teams were taking those shots, the zone had finally forced those teams to either make the decision, do I take damage from Surge, or do I continue to try to get Surge and make a late rotation over, which has been the cause for Malabuka and Mustache here on this rotation, for them to find as much success as they have in positioning and taking very, very minimal damage.
Again, just based up, just off the, a bit ahead of the edge of the storm. It means they stay in a position where they can deal some damage onto those teams on the edge. Still need some damage for Surge. Same here for Vanyek and Swizzy. Again, this is another big test for this team in terms of seeing how they manage zones that aren't far, right? They've been incredibly successful when they have to travel all the way across the map, but this time we're here in this sort of brawlers area.
We saw Cammy and Seti rotate too, probably about like 10 minutes ago, trying to be the first ones there. And the spot they've picked, they're literally in the center of the zone. But you got to know, with a zone like this, with more of half of the map on the south side, we got to have some sort of a northern pull, maybe even towards the west if it does become drastic, going off the island into another island. But a lot of the teams need to start collecting this information and preparing accordingly, because you don't want to be the last one to start to rotate in a zone that goes up or down any one of these mountains.
Surprise, surprise. Cammy and Seti separated from the rest of the lobby here. I mean, they're just always in great positions in 6th zone. The game just looks so simple for them, Jacob. I mean, they make it look easy. I promise you it isn't, otherwise everybody would do it.
And it's surprising that we mentioned how early the team, if Seti and Cammy rotate in that position, that we talked about they have to have allotted Surge for that to be a possibility for it to work out. Zones later, they're still 160 above that damage threshold. They're making sure that every part of their plan is intact. Squeezy and Thomas looking onto the distance, and you're seeing that mythic DMR just causing so much havoc. The backside of zone, shields cracking. You can see them adding so much to their totals when it comes to Storm Surge before it finally turns off, and at least that gives them a goal line of where they're at if it does turn on again.
I mean, the pullback was perfect for Cringe and Noms, but unfortunately Noms being down means that they aren't going to be able to make use of this favorable zone pull. And in fact, Cringe is just going to start getting lobby sprayed. Yeah, a bunch of different teams now taking shots at him. Fortunately, none of them were using water bending. Would have been even worse.
That would have been easy to get some of those shots through, but I think they found a lot of success here, not only getting some of that damage, but look at the builds. He's expended almost every last ounce, every piece. Doesn't matter what he finds from here on out, because it does look like he's getting targeted by Sado and Cringe and Noms. The day 2 struggles will continue as they go down. Jump on board Robon and Axe Force. Starting the day off spectacular with a big win. And a win to where they only really had to be patient. Let the players down low, take each other out, and they could just slide smoothly into a win, bumping up to about 333 points, especially thanks to some of those eliminations and 2 teams going down worth of placement so far. And you kind of look at the leaderboard there on the side, that placement points have just now begun to set in. So going down here at this stage of the game with how much you've played so far would be a nightmare.
I'm really excited to see this end game for Vanyek and Swizzy. I mean, this is the kind of game where they can really start to build up a lead. I mean, with Reason and Vidil being on and in this game and looking strong, they'll still stay behind, but ultimately, Vanyek and Swizzy are continuing to just make consistent end games. And if they can keep doing that, Jacob, it will be hard for anyone to catch up.
Almost impossible. So this is almost the stage of the game that you'd want a team like Swizzy and Vanya to go down. That way you can try to maximize the amount of point differential that you're going to get. As Kerwan Hedra, 41 below the damage threshold, currently ticking. Every 7 or so seconds, they're going to take 25 shield or HP damage until Storm Surge either deactivates with 3 players going down, or they get above the threshold, which is not going to be the easiest thing, as they're slowly but surely falling further and further below that threshold, giving them less and less of a chance of surviving it.
This is a really tough spot to be in, yeah. Try to get some shots off when players rotating, but lack of players around them makes it really hard. CZB and Nathan come strolling through, but They ain't got the HP to fight yet. They will just get taken out. Kerwin doing his best to fight with that banana pops. And the Navarro might get some free loot here as a result of that one. And look who's posturing for height, Jacob. Okay, Cammy and Seti. We've been bigging them up this game because the setup just looks so perfect from the mid game. And they are just barely above Surge, but sitting here on top of height means they'll get opportunities to deal that damage. Yeah, see right there. Finn and Navala coming through. They'll be able to get some tags off on that if possible. Mustache and Alabuka down there as well. They gotta be careful. Alabuka actually getting taken down.
Man, because of where the actual landscape is, players are going to have to choose to go in between crevices, in between mountains. So there's going to be few and few people as this zone continues that will be able to look up and try to contest a team like Seti and Cammy. But there is one right here, Swizzy and Vanyak, that I feel like have everything in their arsenal ready to contest, but with how well they've been playing so far on a consistent basis, just kind of going through from one zone to the next, using the wings, combining it with the Flowberry Fizz that can cover so much distance like this, making the rotations was the easiest in the lobby so far.
What a rotation, that was super clean. The wings get them into a nice spot. And again now, gives them an opportunity to build that top out, maybe find some opportunities for refreshes. Reason and Vidil again eagerly looking around for players to capitalize on as well, and I think they've spotted some potential targets. Vidil again being his aggressive self, just dropped down onto the wall instantly. Reason urging him to come back up.
Just on the side of the mountain, everybody just trying to sprinkle and waterfall down, recycle as many of the builds as possible, because you see almost everybody is running thin on those materials, and as soon as Roban goes for a little bit of peek, tries to make a play, he instantly regrets it. That was Vanyak and Swizzy who start to aggress on that situation. A lot of damage being dealt. They're looking for the elimination, but things turn sideways. Swizzy dropped down to 47 HP until he's eventually knocked down altogether. You see him instantly passing on over those resources because he knows Vanyak cannot be the hero and save the day, at least not for now.
And we praise them for their aggressive play style, but that is sometimes how it goes for you. You can overheat, you can overcook. And so now we're in another game watching to see whether or not Vanyak can get another solo clutch.
These are the moments right here that a champion is made in Vanyak, to where he's just outlasting these solo points, where this is an opportunity for everybody to really pick up the pace and try to close the gap. Vidil goes down. Reason is hunting for eliminations, trying to get the resources, even if it means staggering himself back in the outside of zone.
Yeah, Reason doing his best now to clutch up. And I mean, it's a nice spot for him to be in as he gets up the hill. A lot of players still down there. Oh my goodness, yeah. No solo clutch for Vanyak. It'll be Cammy and Seti to take him out. Queasy left alone with no HP, and he will eventually fall as well. Everyone just dropping like flies. And Seti and Cammy are the real beneficiaries of this one. The zone pool was perfect for them to just sit above as everyone scrambles up this hill. Mappy, another solo that gets taken down. And it's finally a game where Veno and Tayson look like maybe they can squeeze some good points out of this one.
Yeah, it's the top 10 where you get half of the points. It's the top 5 where you get 75% or more of those points. So everybody here in this game is just making every single second worth it, especially Seti and Cammy on the high ground. Even without the water bending, they're putting down an immense amount of pressure, forcing everybody down here to interact with one another instead of looking up.
Loving what I'm seeing here from Tayson and Veno. A nice find. And those materials will just keep them pushing, right? The goal is to here get to the 2v2 situation and then try and beat Seti and Cammy out on height. But they've got to start clearing out some more of these solos here, and we are at that stage, we are at that moment. Seti, Cammy versus Veno and Tayson. Who will be able to find the finishing blows?
Cammy's just not scared. He's ready to drop down, forward, in and out of the zone, but there's a lot of space being commanded by Veno and Tayson on the low ground. But the inevitable will happen. These two teams will drop down low, but Cammy, he's taking most of the damage. Great shots by Veno, and he finally seals the deal, taking down Cammy, but he's in a 1v1. Tayson gets traded out, but easy peasy for Veno as he closes out the game.
Veno has been in many 1v2s against Seti and Cammy. He knows that feeling. He's been here before, and he won't let that moment pass him by again. A big win, a statement win for Veno and Tayson.
And that is how you really pick up the pace and start to build that momentum. And it was you, it was Minnie, it was Frankie on the desk talking about, do we press the panic button? How early is too early? Well, Veno, he probably went over to your house, he heard you talking, he took that panic button, he threw it right out the window. He said, nah, not in this major. No panic button for us.
I mean, that is huge for them, right? Talking to Veno before the competition today, he did not sound in high spirits, right? He was starting to feel quite down about the situation that they are facing. And it's good to see here in game 8, they get the right cards dealt to them and they play the game perfectly. A big win here for Veno and Tayson. And surely now, again, that keeps them fighting in this competition, Jacob. And that's what day 2 is about. Can you have that pop-off game that pushes you into the top 10?
Yeah, it is going to be huge because that was over 150 or so point game for them, moving up the ranks of that leaderboard. But let's throw it on over to analysts because there was so much action to break down after that game.
There really was, and there was a classic finish. Who doesn't love seeing Veno taking on Cammy and Seti, given the history between these players? And who doesn't love seeing the confidence of Veno and Tayson on that low ground, waiting for the high ground heroes to drop down, Benny Miner?
Yeah, they've awoken. It's their first single-digit placement all weekend, and finally, what better day to do it on than the second day as well. Really, really love to see it. It's what we spoke about at the beginning of the show. These guys are getting to endgame, but they're not going the full distance. You can see going into this endgame, they had a couple of eliminations. Their Storm Surge is pretty good, but they just needed to combine it now with a few of those refreshes. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Look at that from Tayson and Veno, hip to hip, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the same player, looking for the same refresh, and then continuing their game on. This is what we could see from this team, and this is what we wanted to see, and I'm really happy for them to go.
It's almost crazy to see what happens when they make it to the end game with materials, with loot, with shields, with everything they need to play the end game out. And once they've done that, they not only secured the VR, they did it with a good amount of eliminations, and this is the Tayson and Veno that we're used to seeing.
It's fantastic just seeing how they're playing the different layers, how they're playing all their enemies. And to be fair, maybe they didn't have as many enemies to fight as they, you know, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Basically, there are a lot of solos in that final zone to Qatar. Did they just have it a little bit easy?
I mean, like I was mentioning, they had enough loot, they had enough materials to kind of play together and use that chemistry that they've already built up. They had their tarps out, they were waiting for those solos to drop down low because, you know, when you run out of materials, you run out of loot, you're cracked, you gotta just keep dropping down layers because you don't have enough mats to build up unless you're Vaniac. You try to do that crazy wing strat. We're not gonna talk about what happened to Vaniac in that last game, but they made it happen. They got the job done, and they got those refreshes when they needed them most.
Oh no, Takata, I'm not as nice as you are. I'm European. I definitely want to talk about what happened to Vaniac, but let's take a look at the leaderboard. I don't know if we have a replay of what happened with Vaniac. I'm calling it the feathered flow jump, when you get your wings, you take a gulp of foam reapers, you challenge for height as a solo, and you get taken down straight away. But to be fair to Swizzy and Vaniac, again, getting a solid placement in that game, Mini Miner.
Yeah, really solid for Swizzy and Vaniac. Big questions about them from me going into today. Can they do it when their zone is on their drop spot? For me, though, looking at Cammy and Seti here, 4 places moving up, now into that second place position. Really, really like the way they played this end game. They kind of just played textbook Cammy and Seti. It reminded me a lot of how they won in the semifinals. That very first game of upper bracket day 1, they were on the dead side of zone, and they used all those spare materials that they could get from that side to then take height and just completely hold it down to Carter. This is exactly what we want to see from this duo because we've seen them pop off from height before. We haven't seen too much of it this weekend, but it's nice to see them finally pick up a win.
Yeah, I love what I heard. Levin, he was like, ooh, Cammy and Seti on high ground. This is interesting, and look what they're able to do. We saw them in the previous majors kind of change up that original lower to mid-ground layer playstyle and start, you know, playing high ground a bit more, and they're continuing to do so now, and you can see that it is paying off. Not only securing a good amount of eliminations from above, but even making it to those last circles. They did go down in the 2 versus 2, but if you're going to go down in a 2v2, at least let it be against Tayson and Veno.
Yeah, I thought this was a team that was destined for the win, of course, with that hype, but Veno there was just different gravy, the way that he was able to do that. He's had that before, of course, you know, that invitational, infamous moment, and yeah, I think it was a difficult one for him there, but I think he'd be really, really happy that they're able to close out the win. But Cammy and Seti, they're looking really, really good, and I'm liking how they're playing at the moment.
All it takes really is a solid victory royale for these boys. Get like 5 elims to your name, get that victory royale, and you are taking over the lead. Although, of course, that does depend on how Swizzy and Vaniac perform in the next game. I do believe we might actually have a clip of the feathered foe jump, and you can find out what happens when you try and go for the 2v1 versus Cammy and Seti on the high ground. I mean, these boys, it was a real test for them, actually, we have to say, at Takata, because they actually had their rotation cut short by the zone. We're used to seeing them make long rotates across the map this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not complaining, though, if I'm Swizzy and Banya. You can see how healthy they were looking going into this late game. I mean, Swizzy did end up getting knocked down here and eliminated with left Vaniac alone, but he was still able to clutch up a good amount of points. He tried doing the little fizz. I just start laughing. Like, every time I see it, it just kind of gets to me. He uses the wings of Icarus alongside that Flowberry Fizz, launches himself up like a rocket, but unfortunately, it didn't work as well as it did in day one. However, they are still at the top of that leaderboard, almost by 100 points, so they're feeling more than happy right now.
Yeah, definitely, and it's fantastic to see. It's great to see Veno and Tayson making a comeback, but do you think this is going to be the ultimate comeback to end all comebacks, Mini Miner?
I mean, I hope so. Looking at them moving up, I think was it 14 places there on the leaderboard, now up to 8th position for Veno and Tayson. That confidence they're going to get, as Levin said at the end there, he said that Veno was feeling a little bit down, a little bit less confident about the day. So I hope that just allows him to regain that confidence for the rest of the games, because when these two are on fire, when these two are on the same wavelength in endgame, they're absolutely dangerous, and we saw that in that game.
Well, you think back to last year and the major that was dominated by Veno and Crazy, and they got, I think, 6 victory royales across the weekend. Yeah. So there's definitely the ability to make up for lost time for Tayson and Veno right now. But can they make up for lost time in game number 9? With our casters, it's Levin and Jacob.
That is going to be the biggest question we're asking ourselves as this game does progress. Fanky had it right. Can they make up for lost time? We know 6 games for day 1 are done and over with, and as this day continues, the games will get increasingly quicker and quicker than the last. And I gotta ask you, Levin, what do any of these teams need to do to close that gap?
I mean, you really just have to make use of the few games we have, right? There's not many more chances. This game here is one of the last ones. You have to make it count.
He hurt himself a couple of the last games, especially this is the last one before the halfway point on the day. So where you stand on this leaderboard is really going to be impactful, because if you want to take away that first place spot and you find yourself maybe 30th on that leaderboard, the only way to make up that gap in a consistent manner is getting those eliminations and a high placing game. So you want to be able to control your destiny as much as possible here.
Robin in for Strokey. Off spawn, taking a bit of damage as they glided their way on in. But we've seen them fighting at times rather early into these games. They'll get some time to loot up on the shore here. One of the messier situations we've seen throughout this weekend. I know all the Marius and Sandguild fans will be watching this with their eyes closed, shying away, because triple contested has just been such a big hurdle for them to try and climb over. A hurdle too big, a hurdle that not many teams can overcome.
Definitely going to be a tough one. You can see them not even getting the best of the loot out of the underworld, even getting forced down to the low ground, even targeted at one point or another. And then even we're talking about how contested the underworld is, you see at least 2 teams split dropping outside of the underworld. So even if they try to disengage and find loot elsewhere, it's already going to be taken. And we're seeing a lot of these early game fights over towards Pleasant Piazza. Volko and Vortex, they're at least able to get 1 elimination in that last game, which forced separation. And already it looks like they have the numbers advantage. They almost have them down to rights. That's also on the other side where Marco's trying to alleviate some of that pressure, and he's done a successful job landing crucial shots in that moment to alleviate the pressure, but the fight will continue with Vortexers going down first. Oh no, Volko just quick to go down immediately after what looked like a fight that was going to go away of Volko, and Vortexers instantly got twist turned upside down.
And what a shot that was from Asa to just stomp the fight out there, right? Not even leave a chance for a 1v2 or anything of that nature. Veno and Tayson after what was a big game, a statement game for them, keeping their FNCS alive, keeping that distance between them and the gentle mates, Snazy and Podesite.
Been a real interesting weekend so far for Veno and Tayson. Even though it's not as contested as a triple or quad contest like we see in some of the POS on the map, still two teams that don't necessarily want to split the loot. They try to force their upper hand any chance that they do get is Blaha Combeck. They do have a little bit of elevation advantage over Pink and Vico, and they're trying to use it the best that they can, but Pink and Vico are really not backing down. In fact, they're actually doing the opposite. They're taking inches, moving upward on towards this mountain, because they might feel like they have an upper hand in this fight, but Vico, just like that, just gets beamed, and he doesn't really have shields to regenerate. You hear the Thunderbolt of Zeus coming out as well. Nothing is going to be given in a lobby like this.
Yeah, and this has ultimately been part of the story for them that they'd like people to forget, right? The early surge, the early damage has been the key to team success, right? When we look at the best teams, it's the teams that have had success in that regard. Prodoxy and Trip trying to write that story for themselves, right? Pushing in here on restored reels, and Upple and Helechis didn't seem prepared for it at all. These guys look stacked. Wow.
Really got their pick of the litter. What do you want to grab? What do you want? Big pots, you want splashes, big bush bombs, and I do like the addition of the big bush bomb, especially with those surge towers that we've been seeing throughout FNCS, how massive they can be. Just want to give yourself as big an advantage. And at this stage of the game, when you have the best of the best players in all of the region, it's those little differences that really make and shake things up.
Absolutely. Mount Olympus looking rather quiet compared to what we've seen some other times. Waterbending for Thomas will be very nice because he can do exactly that. Take shots from afar again, just how strong that weapon's been for the Surge meta. Players, again, finally start to clock on, closer to the grand finals.
Ready to take a little bit more risk here. Chexer and Glubshy. The same two teams that were inside of the Underworld, taking their fight outside of the Underworld, and you can see in the mini-map there's even third parties looking over on in this direction, seeing if they can get some surge for themselves. Just like Trexer and Glubshy do have the elevation advantage, but it only means so much against a team like Marius and Sanguild, who they actually like to play in toward those box fights. And if you take the bait and drop down into a box fight scenario, I think that's where Marius and Sanguild will have a huge upper hand. Wow. He really thought he was going to be able to escape. Good snipe, taken down. The other team is now moving into Marius' position and taking down as well. That Cheeps and Turtle. The Underworld sandwich looking real. That's all three teams taking their fight from inside of the Underworld to the outside.
Marius fans, look away. Don't watch. This is painful. Again, like you say, man, that sandwich is closing in on them. I mean, Glubshy, I believe, is the one with the sniper, right? Hits that shot. Crazy. Sanguild just didn't stand a chance. And then Turtle and Cheeps are just waiting there at border patrol, not letting those guys come through.
Almost look like Turtle and Cheeps are just waiting for a full-on fight to break out that they could third party. Realized it wasn't much. Got a couple shots and kept on with their business. To jump on board Cammy and Seti, and this is gonna be a great time to see how they're getting that early game surge.
Yeah, and you can see there just sort of the spare shields available in that base that Cammy had. It's interesting, right? From this position, that base that they play for, there's a lot of lines of sight towards fencing, a lot of stuff going on when it comes to what's happening in the east when you start looking towards the Mount Olympus area and brawlers, and of course they can start seeing what's going on over towards the west as well. It doesn't look like there's much going on this game, so it'll be interesting to see how much damage they actually have accrued and whether or not that starts to become a problem for them. Of course, there's this bunker here as well that they do like to play for when it spawns in, but I do believe yesterday they were actually just letting Andalex and Sato have it in a lot of the games.
Yeah, think a lot of times, like, there's almost no point if you already have your perfect loadout. Maybe you can get some extra heals or deny it from another team, but you also don't want to be one of those teams that gets stuck down there, camped by a whole nother team, and have your gameplay kind of dictated by whether or not they want to disengage and kind of let you out for free. I see Swizzy and Vaniac in the distance. Reason and Vidil trying to catch up, close the gap. Third place. And this could be a big moment for someone like Reason as well, newly signed to Exceed. And now can you imagine signed for the first major and you win that first championship, you get your global spot secured, because it's more than just the money that we've been talking about and that is up for grabs.
100%, and especially for Reason and Vidil, right? Flashback to Major 1, they were the team in first place at the end of day 1, right? They know what it feels like to be in that pole position. Reason's experienced that twice now in his career, right? Back in Chapter 4, Major 1, playing with Janice. He was first place at the end of day 1. So he's really been in touching distance multiple times now. And so I know he will be hoping that they can finally make it their time. Oh dear, what's going on here from Cringe and Noms? Oh man. Overhala, Finn. Oh, they ain't got a Scooby-Doo. They ain't got a clue. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, that's just unfortunate. They thought it was free. And that's the thing. If it hasn't opened yet and you see that much building around it, you almost have to know that it's not going to be a free bunker. Our team is either there or going to be returning in that direction.
Cringe now using the wings in fighting maneuvers. I mean, we see them using the rotates, but he used it to initiate their fight. I mean, look, for Finn and Overhala, that could have been a lot worse, right? Typically in that spot, you expect one of them to just get knocked and then the game's done, but they've leveled it out to at least a position where they can have some sort of a fight. Again, not a fight, it looks like they're winning at the moment, but it's not done yet. We've seen teams squander better situations.
They're not really able to fight back. Cringe is just taking piece after piece, almost closing them in, not really giving them any options to move around. Once he goes and pushes them one direction, he immediately goes right back on top and goes to work trying to get another angle. Finally, some shots going to be fired back, but not really enough to gain some confidence. Instantly pops the big pot, trying to have a huge strength, but in comes Dexy. Got to imagine Eclipse got to be nearby somewhere for them to feel that confidence to try to third party it.
Maybe now they just go back down and get the bunker. They've dealt a bit of damage. They say, all right, we'll get the loot. We didn't get the confirm the limbs like we wanted, but we'll get the damage. We get the loot now from the bunker. Jobs are good in.
Back on board. This time around the other side of that tower. It's like Swizzy and Vanya, Vidil, Reason just kind of target each other in the distance. I do know it was Vanya and Swizzy at one point tried to chop down the entire Surge tower, trying to get rid of it all together, and you can see their whole entire plan slash goal is one of them goes up, goes and gets Surge, while the other one farms around, gets whatever looting left, and then once they go ahead and find what they need, they get the material, they switch positions, and because of the wings of Akirius, they're easily able to cover the gap in case one of them gets pushed, so that way they can hand that helping hand. I feel like right now, because they're at the edge of zone, they have this strategy down packed, but once they move, that's when things will switch up and change up a little bit in their game plan.
Their mid game has been near ironclad, right? It's why they've made it to so many end games. Veno and Tayson, on the other hand, are starting to really figure things out when it comes to their mid games, because that's been a problem for them. And a big snipe from Veno, ice in his veins. And that kind of damage is needed, right? Because when I asked him what the biggest problem he's had is, he said to me, look, we're just not getting enough early Surge damage. Surge is king this season, right? He said it in the interview on the broadcast last week after the semi-finals. If you can get Surge, and a lot of it early on in the game, everything becomes so simple from there. We're seeing it with some of the better teams. Vaniac and Swizzy, Cammy and Seti, right? They've showcased just how important that early Surge can be. Veno and Tayson haven't had that ease of their game plan out of fencing. And so whenever they can get snipes like that, it does go such a long way.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest shakeups that happened, you know, going from the qualifiers week 1 and 2, the semifinals to here, that there were so many different formats, open style lobbies, that Surge wasn't necessarily as prevalent going through this process, but coming to the set lobby where you have 50 of the best teams in the world, you're not going to get those same opportunities, so you really have to start to think outside of the box and really hone in on your Storm Surge strategy, and that's what we've seen, the adaptation, the flexibility from a team like Queasy and Thomas. Throughout the qualification, we were even wondering how far they would even make it and started in the lower bracket, and Surge has been a huge part of that downfall, but you could see them adapting, changing things up, stealing other people's strategies, adding it as a part of their own, just like that, to chop down some of those Surge chargers and hopefully get some damage that they need.
I mean, talk about an ad for the new season, eh? He's got the lightning, he's got the water bending, he's using all the new items.
Anything he can get his hands on, and in a fight like this, even though kind of risky, especially considering the history of Pink and Vico throughout the weekend, but a fight like this, I would love to see Pink and Vico figure out a way to take this fight, win this fight, and start to build up that confidence and that momentum, because it's the mid-game fights. It's the inability to consistently make it to the end game to where they're finding struggles, and I don't want to see them not take fights, because then they're going to be down on Surge with a whole different set of struggles. I just want to see them find the confidence that got them to this position, figure out a way to live to that potential. One of the most consistent duos throughout the qualification process. I want to see that version of Pink and Vico.
No, 100%. Who doesn't? Redoxy and Trip find themselves in a bit of trouble here, rotating in the storm behind Cammy and Seti. Don't know how much Cammy and Seti are going to let that one slide. They're going to get ahead. Let's see if they start to look back and punish Trip and Redoxy for even trying them. It looks like Cammy wants to, getting back up to that base, and look, still some of those old shields there. So a bush placed, and I'm sure he'll look to go for some sort of a peek potentially.
So much where decisions have to be made. Stay in zone, get a couple more shots in Surge. They're 350 above. And we can see them slowly falling down below the time that they stay idle. See, already 2 eliminations for Swizzy.
Wow.
And Vaniac. And damage from across the map. They're looking like they're going to solidify another one on the Hedra. And even get some damage onto his teammate. 1,000 above Surge. What is this madness?
I mean, lesson learned. If you're not using water bending, you're not trying to win here. Clear. Oh. Let's chill out there, Spaniac. Let's chill out. I mean, yeah, you got to be able to make sure you can handle it if you're dishing it out. And they do have some spare shields to use, but taking a large amount of damage here in this space. I think once you've got 1,000 above, you're probably good for the rest of the game, lads. Save the damage for someone else.
Yeah, a lot of those heals, that this is where they're beginning to kind of run out a lot of those extras. And they might second guess those eliminations. And I wanted to see Pink and Vico get a little bit more aggressive and start to make some moves, and Mappy's gonna be their first target. Boxes him up, takes him down, almost made it look easy.
The rest of this game becomes a challenge though for Vico and Pink. They got a far rotation to make. And even though they've been able to deal with some of their Surge problems, they're gonna have to deal with potential loadout problems, right? In terms of just materials. How do they get there? The mats are probably gonna have to be forced to take another fight just to keep themselves kicking in this game.
$245, he's feeling the struggles right now, getting forced in and out of the zone, trying to really catch up, knows that he has to leave Fast Roki down and out, or at least for now. He doesn't have a lot of HP heals on him. You can imagine there could be something left on over, but that's Cringe and Noms, and they're not ready to just solidify one elimination. They want both. They want to take down the full duo. They're going right in and at him. Especially if you look at their material count, not very healthy for them, or at least not where they want to be. So probably looking at this as an impact elimination where they can refresh themselves, but running from one fight right into another. That's reason, that's Fadil, or making him regret ever going up on top of Rift Island. And it does look like they are going to get credit for that elimination thanks to the Storm. He tried to figure out a way out, but he just went too far out back to the lobby.
How Reason snuck that shot through with the DMR. Nasty stuff. But that is just what they will do. They're always going to punish your weaknesses, Reason and Vidil. That's what makes them such a top team. And now, they sit in a good spot here on the island. They'll be able to head their way into zone if they like. I don't think they'll be able to go down and jump on anybody's rift.
And just like they're having that idea to stagger themselves, wait back. Zone hasn't moved just yet. Still got 20 more seconds for that. But you also see Malibu and Mustache on top of Rift Island. A lot of these teams opting to use that launch pad, try to give themselves the easiest and hopefully safest rotation, as others are going to have to Rift and launch pad themselves. But going too early, that's what makes you a little bit of a target. And that's why you see Vidil immediately having to dive bomb himself down to try to create a little bit more line of sight safety.
Yeah, and I think they were just wary of that bush there. I would have liked to see them maybe try and cheat their way on in a bit, right? Because that rotation still now becomes a bit awkward for them as they try and get into the 6th zone. Thomas and Queasy, though, looking good here as they rotate into Brawlers.
Yeah, I like this decision. They're about 300 above the damage threshold. Instead of kind of positioning yourself high up on the edge of that mountain where everybody can kind of see you, they're taking the road less traveled, using the environmental cover to their advantage and down a mountain where not a lot of people are going to look. We already knew Vidil was down. Reason just trying to make something happen by himself, and this is huge. This is huge because no placement points just yet. Podesai is going to go down, so already going to get a chance at 6 more points, and he takes out Snazy as well. That's a total of 12 being granted, but no HP for him to get. So it is going to be the end of the road for Reason and Vidil in this game.
Yeah, the positioning after they left the island was just always going to be a tough one for them. Vaniac going down there, so Swizzy left as a solo to play out the rest of this game. I mean, we've seen a couple Vaniac clutches now, and so it's time for Swizzy to start pulling his weight. Make sure to clear the bush as he gets into the zone. And I mean, when we look at players going into endgames as solos, he has one of the better setups for sure. Good on materials, the loot is pretty decent as well. He's got bananas to play Storm if it comes down to that. I mean, as long as somebody doesn't figure out he's a solo and just decide to really aggro him, you can make it deep in this game.
Yeah, and I think that's what everybody in this lobby is kind of hoping and betting against him making it deep in the game, because it's really the only chance for everybody to really start to close the gap is when one of them gets separated. You need to make sure the other one goes down. Top 25 though, so everybody left alive in this lobby is at least getting some placement points for their efforts. And we see Veno and Tayson making a quick rotation on over that mountain, sliding down just a little bit, but they give themselves just the edge of zone, so that way they can hold on to their elevation without falling all the way down below that mountain.
Yeah, that's a nice spot. If the zone pulls back, they'll be poised to go up and take height on the mountain. The zone pulls far. It's in a really nice spot to just rotate down without too many materials needing to be used. Excellent position there from Tayson and Venom, Mustache and Malapuka. Again, just trying to continue to wreak havoc on the lobby. Combination of the weaponry with the water bending. Just so much pressure applied to those guys in front of them.
Just quick moving by Seti and Cammy, just again going through almost unnoticed. And the only thing that I feel, wouldn't even call it a downfall, but just something you can wish just a little bit better in the game plan is just the ability to find a little bit more eliminations in these end games. I'm not necessarily concerned with the early game, with the mid game, because Cammy and Seti have always been known to play a little bit more passive, but it's in the ending portions, moments like this where they need to start picking up those eliminations. Otherwise, you're kind of just betting and hoping that Swizzy and Vaniac go down early through no fault of your own.
And I like this, right? They suspicious of Vico, who's up there. So they pause for a moment just to try and gather themselves, pop a fizz, maybe even a banana, just to be able to get past him as quickly as possible. Now they'll save the bananas, but they will use the fizz, and Vico does make his presence known. That will force them just to pause again here. Now bananas being used. Now that they're playing in the storm, understandable. Now they can just wrap around Vico even easier. And ultimately just start ramping. Yeah, we love to see this. We see this all the time. When you're ramping late into zone, just single ramp up. If someone chops you out, you got the fizz effect. You can drop down perfectly into a nice spot in the zone. And again, this is just looking like another textbook game for Cammy and Seti.
Yeah, they immediately jump down, take the front side of the zone. They don't want to risk everything come crashing down. They have to hope to try to maintain their position on the high ground. I think that's a great heads-up play, sticking to the blueprint, what they know best. Swizzy by himself. At least he's been able to get some points for placement so far. 6 teams going down, especially with that point multiplier. That is a good amount of points for Swizzy here as a solo, but in order to keep up the pace, he at least needs to make it into the top 10, or at least as close to it as possible.
You're sort of looking at the loot there in the storm. I think that position for Swizzy, even though it's awkward, is definitely playable, right? He's got the fizz, he's got some bananas. Again, he can make a similar rotation to what we sort of saw Cammy and Seti do there, right? Where he just sort of waits for the storm to catch up and then uses the bananas to wrap his way through the storm into the safe zone. Thomas and Queasy have a bit more of an easier time. They will have to invest some materials, but ultimately that will get them the position they need inside of the safe zone.
Yeah, 130.
Oh no, Queasy gets taken down as he goes in combat. Comeback and Blahat take him down.
Just a little bit of separation is all it really took. Now Thomas is really trying to make up for it with how well they have been doing up into this stage. You gotta hope Thomas stays alive just a little bit longer. He does have a little bit of materials to work with. Find some Flowberry Fizz, only 4 charges. That's gonna give him 4 opportunity to bounce his way to the front side of zone and save as many of these materials as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things start to get really tough for Thomas. I mean, I feel like we've seen him in these types of positions millions of times almost. But it will be another test for the big Thomas HD. Can he pull this clutch from the deepest depths of his bag? What does he have in store for us? Doing good now, just to sort of wrap around on these hype players and use that fizz just to drop all the way down onto low. But will there be a refresh opportunity for him here?
He's feeling a lot of the pain that Swizzy's going through right now as a solo, but he's out of builds, trying to get a huge flank onto Veno. A couple of shots gonna be landed. Distraction is there, but Destru goes in, takes out Thomas. Cammy now by himself. No Seti in sight. 1 elimination. They're trying to figure out a way to power through, but he gets aggressed on. Quick thinking, moves that build around. That's Pink, that's Vico, and both of them go down simultaneously.
The gift of the mats won't be enough to keep him in the game though. Another solo we've been tracking. Swizzy sitting in a nice spot here, but the materials are starting to get low, so he needs to play this as well as he ever has. Trapped and Skrill on this layer. Needs to be careful he doesn't run into them. They will run into him though. And so now Swizzy fighting for his life in this game. Not really much to work with outside of this fizz. And he'll just use the last of it that he has just to make sure he runs his way on in. Needs to be careful not to run into Andalex and Sato, and he will move right past them.
He is moving and grooving his way to stay on top of the leaderboard. But Chaptini, they're trying to be a driving force and stop him. They're trying to go through Trip. They steal away the high ground, and they're forcing him lower and lower. Trip's going to go down. Fernoxy's going to get lost. Veno and Tayson are now the next team in their line of sight. But now they just switch targets yet again. They're keeping things moving and grooving.
Now, another situation where we'll have to see Veno get the job done. Swizzy has done so well to stay alive again. We start talking about holding on to leads. He's done it perfectly here. The placement points will just keep them pushing at the top. At what point do we start to say, no one can close this lead, no one can catch up to these guys, because they're just going to keep on having games like this. Even in the face of adversity, Swizzy able to stay alive with 5 eliminations in this game. He's face to face with Veno and he will win. He takes him down. His KC brother, he doesn't care though. That's 6 on the game. Swizzy with the top 5.
He is just dominating the field, even as a solo. But Sato and Andalex, they have something to say about a huge elimination. He even might have the Siphon Medallion. I saw the shield going up after that elimination. Chaptini, high ground, Andalex, Sato, they're there as well. They get another elimination onto Malabuka, and now it's come down to our final 2v2.
Chaptini have been watching from height throughout this endgame. And with the zone looking like it's pulling up the mountain, this might just be the gift they needed. A gift from the Mount Olympus gods to win this game. They get dropped down though, they will have to fight. Teeny does the damage, he picks up 1. But is it going to be enough? He has the strength splashes to try and heal off. But it looks like Andalex is a bit more prepared than him. They're going to fight though, they're going to go on an engagement. Andalex with 1 HP left, he is able to get the shot, but it won't be enough to win the game. He's trying to hold on, and he will not be able to. Teeny wins the game out. I mean, that was so close. Nobody believed in the heel of Jacob, but in the end, it was Teeny that could find the finishing blow.
That was just huge. It almost looked like he went back. He went back to try to clean up the knock on the down to try to get the siphon and keep him alive. A decision that I feel like he's going to regret because he had enough heals. And at the end of the day, Chap and Teeny come out on top. And that is a huge momentum shift for a team that's been on fire throughout this FNCS.
I mean, we saw them in day one try to play for height, and in a lot of the games, it just didn't quite work out for them, right? They started off the competition up there and got absolutely owned by everybody, it seemed. But in this game, they were able to hold on. And in these final moments, I mean, cool as you like, Teeny, he's been here many times before. And thank goodness he was able to stay cool there, because Anderlecht should have had that 1-1 in most situations.
Yeah, it's just the thought process, trying to use the medallion, trying to get the siphon. You can only imagine what is going on in the communication as well, but you got to give it up for a huge victory and a huge amount of points being gained. Let's throw it on over to Analyst to break down that action and more.
Thank you so much, boys. What an epic 2v2 to round off game number 9. And it was great to see that Chap and Teeny are making their presence known on day 2, Takata.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many names that popped off, but Chap Teeny, from day one, they were looking incredibly strong with the high ground, but that dream came shut down very quickly, although now they are back in business. They said they couldn't do it, but look at them now in getting to the final matches of day 2, the end of the grand finals competition. They are back in the game now with this VR.
And it could have been even easier for them. You can see, look, it goes up the hill, the zone. When you're on height in that situation, it's so much easier for you because all the teams, all the players down below just sort of get suffocated down there. But it's Teeny and Chap that actually ran out of mats there, which meant they couldn't build up onto that mountain. This was quite possibly one of the most crazy, scary, confusing moments of an endgame ever, the craziest moment. And ultimately it worked out there for Teeny, who used all that experience. Of course, only his second win in grand finals for him, and of course Chap's first because it's his first grand finals here. So really happy for that duo, and I think they're going to hopefully build on that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, the decision-making that must have been going through Teeny's mind there was something to behold, withstanding the pressure so well. We should also, though, give props to Anderlecht and Sato as well for holding their own and making it to the finish for both of them, Minimana.
Yeah, it's a nice amount of eliminations for these guys as well. Look at that, 11 eliminations here. I'm not sure if they did get that 12th. I think they might have there at the end. So they had the heals, of course. Anderlecht here. I think realistically, you'd want to expect a little bit more from Anderlecht here. All it took is a couple of connected shots. Didn't quite make it happen because he didn't connect with that gatekeeper shot. And of course, the second one he also missed. So he was forced to sort of back off from Teeny, who was applying all that pressure. But a solid game from those guys nevertheless.
Let's take a look at the leaderboard because we only have a few games left, boys. So the global championship spots are on the line. We've got 5 of them up for grabs. Currently, Venno and Tayson are within clutching distance, but it's incredibly tight if you look for places 5 to 10. And then, of course, looking at places 1 to 4, Swizzy and Vanyak are continuing to assert their dominance. They might not be consistently taking high ground like they were yesterday to Carter, but they have been showing they can individually get it done. It was actually Swizzy's first elimination in that last game, and then he decided to double down on his luck, and he got eliminated in the top 5 with 6. It was a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, I don't know if is this Peterbot Pollo, Swizzy, Vanyak, NAEU. I don't even know what's going on right now, but we saw that Vanyak got eliminated in 7th zone. Not even close to the end game. 7th zone, and Swizzy says, nah, that's no problem for me. I'm holding my weight. Vanyak got a couple clutches. Now it's Swizzy's turn. Elim after Elim all the way to 12th zone, securing that gap that they have between second place on the leaderboard.
We always speak about how good both of these guys are individually. They've needed all of that individual brilliance today to stay afloat, to stay on top of the leaderboard. And of course, Swizzy showing us exactly how he can play in these endgame moments. We haven't seen a solo clutch from him yet today, and now this is the first time we get to see him shine. of course, he was the elimination leader yesterday as well. So the fact that he hadn't picked up any eliminations until that very last game was quite shocking. But for this duo now, I'm excited for that. I think when Vanyat went down, I was like, hang on a sec, they were 1,000 above the Storm Surge threshold. Could they have thrown the bread in this game? But no, Swizzy didn't have any of that.
But it's easy to forget that Swizzy has got so much experience for his name. He's got 2 major titles in different regions in Asia and Europe, obviously memorably winning the 3rd major last time round I say in Chapter 4, I should clarify. Meanwhile, Vaniac does not actually have a major title. So it'll be interesting to see if he can claim his first today. And it'll be interesting to see if Cammy and Seti can yet again show that they're the most consistent duo, that is my words I have to say, in Fortnite history, because they are just playing an absolute blinder here and they're asserting themselves as the Day 2 kings of the high ground mini miner.
Yeah, nicely done from this duo yet again. We saw them making really nice rotations. They were using the Flowberry Fizz, ramping all the way up onto into almost a sky-based situation. And of course, Cammy was just left as a solo here, just trying to squeeze as many of those placement points out as possible. He'll give it a little bit of a gift as well, with Pink and Vico actually going down right outside of his box. And I thought, right, this is great for him. He can use this momentum to continue in this game, but it just didn't quite work out. This is the moment right here, Takata, where he got all that loot, but of course, too little, too late, and everyone was looking at him.
One little shot and it was the end. And even another just quick mention for Thomas HD and Queasy. I mean, Queasy, he's won a game in the last 10 grand finals he's participated in, and they are yet to win a game. So with just a couple left, I don't know if we're going to see a change in history here.
Well, let's see, because we've got 3 more games to see if Queasy can continue that Victory Royale streak. So let's head back to Levin and Jacob.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I am very excited, right? Because as we head closer and closer towards the end, for me, it feels almost like we're more at the halfway point than we were yesterday, even though we played more games. I know I'm maybe not making too much sense here, but just in terms of, again, the amount of points we've seen be accumulated from a lot of these teams now, Jacob, things are starting to get really close in the leaderboards when you're looking at who's going to be able to qualify for the global championships.
Yeah, it's going to be a real tough one for a lot of these players to kind of traverse through the last couple of games with so much pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can't wait, right? You know, as we always say here in EU, what does pressure make? Who knows? Who knows? But we'll find out in this game, so let's get right into it. Let's see who can make it through game number 10 and be victorious. We're in the double digits now. And with the double digits comes more off-spawn action for Thomas and Queasy. Got to be aware of all angles and sides here at Mount Olympus as they sort of land here towards these western buildings. 2 mythic chests available in this one, with some decent loot to be acquired.
It's just a lot of
3
space,
actually.
too. A lot less fighting going down in the early game, as we've seen each and every one of these games progress.
Ooh.
And now we got a contested Swizzy and Vanya out of the gates at Brawlers Battleground. But honestly, the way Swizzy and Vanya have been playing, I'm not sure they're really just going to 50-50 go for a fight right out of the gates. I do know they want to get respect of that Brawlers Battleground. So I think a contest like this, with how they've been playing, is going to help them a little bit more than anything else.
I mean, that one was very, very interesting, right? In terms of, yeah, this is the kind of switch-ups you expect to see at some point in FNCS. But yeah, contesting the team in first place is not going to be easy for Sebe and Forzen. I mean, everywhere else we've seen them on the map, they've had their fair share of struggles. But now taking the fight to the team holding the pole position is very, very brave. We'll see if their bravery pays off.
That's already a good shot, so they already have the upper hand. Flowberry Fizz being forced out. They're immediately kind of break through a lot of these builds, and the thing is, once you continue to put pressure like that this early into the game, it's kind of hard to continue to play defensive because of the lack of materials that you actually have. As Swizzy tries to go up, and he instantly gets knocked down, trying to leave Forzen with just a sliver of HP, and this is where Vanya has to be able to get aggressive, clean up on that damage while he can. Otherwise, he might have no other option but to try to disengage.
This is a monumental moment in this tournament. Swizzy and Vaniac, their gameplay has been infallible. There's been nothing anybody's been able to do to stop them once they get to endgames. And maybe this is the solution. Let's try stop them here from the very beginning of their game plan. And Vaniac now has the weight of the world on his shoulders to try clutch up here. Then they're getting third-partied as well. Oh my goodness. He's gonna make something happen though. He takes down one. Vaniac refuses to lose. He refuses to give up this first place slot. And he might even take out both of them. Oh my goodness, Vaniac is unbelievable.
Wow. And he immediately hears that third party coming, trying to disengage. They destroy the ramp at the perfect time. 16 HP. Vaniac comes crashing down, and this is where the going gets tough. 16 HP, no heals left to his name. Psycho, Voltiax, they have all the builds in the world. They were able to loot up. They were uncontested. This might be the end of the road, barring any miracles for Vaniac, but he shoots another haymaker shot, fighting for every fiber of his being until, unfortunately, he goes down early.
And for the first time this weekend, Swizzy and Vaniac are down at the start of the game. There is finally an opportunity for teams to try and fight for first place.
A gap that they've been able to kind of keep spread open. Started the day at about 20 points or 70 points. From then jumped it up to about 120 and then even opened the gap even more. So teams like Seti, Cammy, Chap, Teeny, Vidil, Reason, everybody has got to be smiling ear to ear, but it's not enough, Levin. It's not enough that that team went down. Now they need to capitalize on them going down early.
I mean, what a moment for the tournament. Vaniac and Swizzy, they did everything they could, right? But I think as soon as Voltiax and Cool saw in the feed that Swizzy had gone down, they knew instantly to try and hunt. And hunt they did. Vaniac put on such a valiant effort. But sometimes that just isn't enough to get you through those situations. For the likes of Adil and Reason, who we watch here, now everything they do in these games becomes even more important. If they can win this fight here against Vico and Pink and really set themselves up here for a good game. Again, now we start looking at, can they start catching up to that 600-point mark? With the pop-up games they have, Jacob, it's definitely not impossible.
Definitely so. They at least have won 162-point games today, and that was in the first game to start it off. They got 14 eliminations with a third place, and that was the start of them closing the gap. And especially with Swizzy and Vanya now down, they can close the gap even further with another game like that. But it's just all about being able to put up such a good fight through and through. And tune into Veno having to rotate away from fencing fields in consecutive games due to the fact that Tayson has gone down early.
I mean, again, when you have a team who's been struggling with their mid games, one of the players going down this early definitely does not help that. And for a team that has been mounting a very solid comeback in Veno and Tayson, making it deep in another game there, Veno did, before falling at the hands of Swizzy. Oh no, sniped as well. This really does become a thorn in their game plan.
Yeah, even having to use some of those heals. The lucky thing for Veno, though, is unless it's any of those teams from fencing fields, you might not necessarily know that he's a solo as Teeny Chap. Hot off a win. Take down Asa, who was separated so far from Marco, and judging by the fact that there was no knock, just straight elimination, you got to imagine Marco has gone down due to his early fight himself at Pleasant Piazza against Voco and Vortexers. It's really going to show that those opportunities to make up the point gap, no matter where you're positioned at on the leaderboard, because there's still thousands upon thousands of dollars up for grabs, even if you don't take first. There's 5 global championship spots up for grabs, and the way it's looking right now, if Queasy and Thomas move into that top 5, the spots just roll down.
More the merrier. Better for everyone else, right? You can get an extra spot.
Hero Mappy, something that I feel like we've seen them do most of this weekend, staggering themselves back in this position. There's different options of bunkers, a lot of teams over towards Classic Courts, even towards Rebels Roost on the western side, to where this is where they're going to be looking to get their surge. And if you see in the feed, Pyros from Mount Olympus actually gets the knock onto Queasy. just goes to show with little chances left, Levin, a lot of people are willing to take those big risks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how Thomas goes about this and deals with it, because these guys are a team that has had a rough season by many accounts. A lot of people doubting their ability. One thing that I think has never been doubted, though, is just the quality of Queasy and Thomas. It was always about, can they find themselves the right game plan, the right setup, early game. And they've managed to make the best out of a potential bad situation, right? I don't think many teams want to go into FNCS triple cons. Yeah, they have really made it work. And hopefully this isn't the end of the road for them. They can continue to make it work and Thomas can get them back in this game. The bandages will allow him to save some of these chug splashes.
I have full confidence of Thomas getting Queasy back in the game. But on the other hand, the Surge, with how well they've been doing with Surge deep into the distance, that's where I feel like they're going to find some of those struggles.
As we just panned in there, you could see Cammy just chucking a bunch of big pots at the base. Just you can see them flying in the corner of the screen.
Something I feel like they just excelled at. No matter the season, no matter the meta, when it comes to planning out your game in Storm Surge, these guys have it on lock, getting a lot of those extra heals, consolidating onto one base. And as soon as Cammy came back, dropped a lot of those heals off, he immediately left the same tower to go hunting for even more loot. This time around, they don't have access to that bunker in the distance, but they're going to target it anyway.
But that's fine, right? I think they're perfectly fine with not having that bunker because the team's based up there. It's another opportunity for them to just get Surge, right? They can start to look towards that base, look towards fencing. They won't complain about more players around them. And Cammy there even using the lightning to try and get rid of that base from Jake Buka and Cringe. You can see there, yeah, some of those big pots he was chucking.
Making sure to keep them close, keep them consolidated in case they need them.
This really is a big game for Cammy and Seti, right? In terms of being able to close that gap between Swizzy and Van Neck. They are that team in second place. And even though the gap was starting to get quite big, it's a chance for them now to just shorten it as much as possible. They've been so consistent at getting to end games, and I don't think that's going to change much here in game number 10.
Hey, if they win this game, it's only about 177. Excuse me if I'm wrong. I just did some quick maths, but talked about Vidal and Reason doing a 162-point game. So Seti and Cammy, even Vidal and Reason here, can definitely put themselves within striking distance. And Vaniac and Swizzy, you can see 436 points on the other side, though. They're going against Nathan and CZB, who has been phenomenal up until this point, where I feel like they just lost the momentum of their qualification process. One of the more consistent teams up until a certain point, and then they just kind of lost it. But it's never too late. 38th place, like I talked about, still hundreds of thousands of dollars, still a top 5 that you can achieve from here.
Reno, still as a solo here. Tayson spectating. And I mean, it's always harder to rebeat your teammates when you're landing at a mid-map spot, right? There's all the players around just make it so awkward. Oftentimes you find yourself running into a corner of the map to try and find a reboot. Nobody's around. And I think one of the even harder parts about this spot now is a solo for Venom is just all the Surge bases around, right? You see how he's constantly just having to look up at the different bases, make sure nobody's actually looking at him, peeking towards him. Cool is the player in that base. If he starts running in this direction, he might run into Cammy and Seti. So, again, just not an easy situation to be in for Veno at all.
Yeah, especially since not only the fact that he's a solo, he still has to worry about Storm Surge and where he's going to get it from. And there's not really a lot of opportunities with how he's playing, the position he's putting himself in. But it's all for the greater good of at least trying to get Tayson back, because he's thinking in his head that even if we are down on Surge, when Tayson gets back into the game, there's that strength in numbers, and they can use their teamwork in order to try to get the necessary Surge, even if that means box fighting the next closest duo.
Firebro and Velry, we've seen them lurking in this Grimgate area all day long, trying to cause problems for anybody in the POI, in particular Malibuka and Mustache, but they don't play favorites, so cause problems for anyone they can get their hands on.
Yeah, they're one of the teams to, don't know if they did it this game, but they typically like to base up on top of Grimgate, build their Surge Tower on top of an already massive tower, try to double the distance in which they like to see. But judging by the fact that they're going after Twy and Jakey here in a situation outside of zone, they might not necessarily feel confident with the amount of Surge that they've got so far.
Not just the Surge, look at the mats, look at the loot, right? I think they probably aren't content, and understandably why, right? I think if they had maybe gotten a bigger beam onto one of Jakey or Twy there, they probably would have just aggressed onto that and looked for a full-fledged fight. But even when you are desperate to try and get an Elim to push yourself back into the game, you don't want to be too hungry for an Elim, right? That's when you start making mistakes and leaving yourself exposed. This is nice. Cringe and Noms based up here just by the River Styx, so they can drop into the water and get 3 dashes with just one edit.
And from starting the day in 2nd place, little by little having a couple of hiccups, and they're just hoping with the games left, it's not too much to worry about. They can eventually try to pick up the pace.
Ooh.
And match that momentum with Seti and Cammy. 53 below the damage threshold. Something I didn't really expect them to be in, especially with the amount of heals, the amount of loot, the surge base, players that were actually boxed up nearby. So interested to see how Seti and Cammy, with their lack of aggression so far in this grand finals, are going to make up for being down 53 under the surge.
I mean, look, the opportunities are there. They're just struggling to connect with the shots a lot of the time. I mean, typically when you watch Seti and Cammy doing their best work with DMRs and Surge, they like to have the scopes on them, right? No scope here for Seti means he's taking a lot of these shots, not collecting a lot of them.
I think he knows that persistence is key in situations like this. They're not going to be the only ones looking in the direction of that tower. And when this next zone, they finally make their way in, and they don't have to travel far before they're at the next zone yet again. But Veno still floating around that fencing fields. Hasn't really had that opportunity to go for the reboot just yet. He's 16 above, but instantly drops 24 below, but connecting the shots at the perfect time. And he has multiple options. We were talking about Seti and Cammy having options. Veno has just as many options to try to get the surge as them.
This game is really rough now for Veno.
Yeah.
I wonder what he'll be thinking in terms of just a plan to get Taysom back in the game. I mean, if they can find some more whites, yeah, look, so those med kits, if you can find a couple more whites and maybe he just stays in fencing for a bit, gets the reboot off, and then they try and just fight a team to get back into the game, but ultimately not the best of spots. Reason and Video though, up to no good as usual, I'm sure. Yeah, Giras and Chari, their latest victims. The first 2 Elims of the game. And in a game where Seti and Cammy aren't looking too hot on Surge, maybe this is Reason and Vidil's time to try and really close that lead. Wow, Veno making sure to punish Blaha for peeking too aggressive.
He's finding every opportunity in the book. Sees Podesai though. Well, once he thought was an easy elimination from a solo, Podesai and Snazy, the original contested drop, take down Veno. But as we tune into Thomas and Queasy, one struggle, another team is able to get each other back on up. And with how long Thomas actually stayed in the zone, I knew it was going to be a possibility. I was just kind of questioning where they were going to position themselves in terms of Storm Surge, and they have still figured out a way to be above. Yes, they are slowly but surely falling down, but they did just enough to not only get to zone, but now they can worry about Surge as soon as they get there.
Yeah, let's take a look at how they dealt some of that damage. A replay here of the Elim onto Scroll, who unfortunately couldn't quite match their muscle. Wow, Thomas with a nice little tag there, and then being able to close things out onto Scroll.
Teeny and Chap suffering to Surge. Not something that the team might be used to here in this grand finals, but on the other side, it's Pink and Vico. You see them trying to create space for themselves. That's not going to stop Teeny from getting in. The onslaught continues, but it's going to be a trade. Down goes Pink, down goes Chap. Teeny trying to get as much space as possible, so that way he can have a chance to breathe. Vico goes, backtracks, cleans up that elimination onto Chap, and it kind of brings it down to a 1v1, which is dangerous because there's at least 2 duos that is hearing all this action in the distance that can jump on over in this direction if they so please. Does look like Teeny's gonna get a moment here with that elimination trade with him and Vico. Those duos that I was kind of mentioned, potentially third party, they're just gonna continue to move on past. Kind of leaving us on a little bit of a stalemate. But Teeny's troubles have just gotten harder. He got the solo in front of him, Queasy, Thomas on a mountain behind. And Queasy and Thomas are in a position to where they might need eliminations. They might need some Storm Surge, because trying to follow behind him, give away his position as he lands some shot onto Thomas. And I think that was something that maybe you shouldn't have done, because now they know exactly where you're at and exactly where you're coming from. And being down on Surge, that might give them a hand to where they have to go. And Queasy already jumping over in that direction, trying to engage on a Teeny.
I mean, yeah, both teams, both players in tough spots. Axe Force eventually takes Teeny down. And that's actually tough for Queasy and Thomas, because they could have done with that damage, right? If they could have been the one to take him out. Now they might just have the same fate as Teeny, getting held in here by Axe Force and Clown.
It's gonna be tough though. Tough. Down on Surge, now it's doing damage. And then if you look at Queasy's loadout, Waterbending DMR doesn't really have the loadout to go for a box fight against any other team. There's about like 14 players or so that do need to go down, so out healing this might not necessarily be an option for Queasy, especially since he's running out of heals, taking damage from the Storm. Storm Surge finally does him in. Down goes Queasy and Thomas, and no placement points this game for their efforts. Disaster strikes, but they're not the only team going through a rough time here when it comes to Storm Surge. Velry was just taken down. You don't get knocked when you get taken down from Storm Surge. You just get eliminated altogether. Now Fire Hunter is going to be stuck by himself. There is a few options for him to try to get the Storm Surge, but the time to get those shots is definitely running out. 40 below, and because of that, Chicho just quickly looks over in that direction and steals away that elimination.
Again, just shows how hard Storm Surge has been for teams this season. Teams who we've seen consistently be good with Storm Surge today, and in day one, all struggling. Cammy and Seti below, these guys have been one of our biggest beacons of how to play Surge, how to be consistent with it. Even they're struggling here in this game.
Yeah, it just goes to show no matter how picture perfect you think a team or someone can be, everybody has their struggles in a lobby that is this stacked. Vico. And Vico just trying to sneak up on this Seti. Quickly spots him out and puts him down. The struggles will continue for them, but that's a blessing for Seti and Cammy, because now look at the Surge position they're in.
Much, much better. Just like that, they turn it around. And a limb here onto Destru. And then one onto Vico. It was Strokey that picked up the confirmation onto Destro, so Cammy and Seti will only get the credit for one of them, but those extra points will go a long way. We're doing reason. Not struggling with Surge, but the loadouts, the materials not looking as comfortable right now. Don't have much shield, don't have much HP, don't have much materials, and the pressure being applied to them might be too much for them to muster over. I think the big thing now is getting the most out of the HP they can and hoping they can just sneak a team here trying to rotate in. They're one of the teams furthest to back now, so there's not really going to be anyone here other than Cringe and Noms to fight. And they know that, so now, yeah, focus on just trying to get into the zone. Oh, no. The wing rotate doesn't go smoothly for Video here.
Oh, no, he has to wait, and he's not going to have the flow berry, so he's not going to be able to cover as much distance as Reason, and he quickly flies by Trash and takes him down. That's a big elim, but Reason falls as well. They get separated, and that's going to cause a little bit of displacement. They're 400 above the damage threshold, though. I think Vidil has put himself in a position as a solo where that's the only thing he has to worry about is staying alive.
And I have to say, if Swizzy and Vanyak are watching, they must be jumping for joy. All their biggest competitors having tough games. Chapentini down, Vidil trying to clutch as a solo. Cammy and Seti but down below on Surge and not looking as dominant as they have been throughout the day. If all those teams who are competing to try and catch up for first can't get the most out of one of the few games we're going to see Swizzy and Vanyak not play a part in the end game, then they might just be walking away our champions come game 12. Badil, though, still yet to let that happen. He's going to try and do his best as a solo to try and muster up some points. Pressure being applied to Dexy and Eclipse.
Yeah, he has to take advantage of the positioning of where those two players are at. They have their backs up against the zone, and he has to continuously try to spray in, because even though he's not out of resources now, that eventuality will come within the next couple of zones to where he needs some sort of impact refresh on those materials and the hills as well. As Merstash, Malabuka over 100 above the threshold. They're looking squeaky clean as can be in terms of positioning. Quickly using the Flowberry Fizz, mix that with the dashes, and they waste no time getting from point A to point B.
Almost got scary there from Mustache, but literally dashed right past the trouble. And now, as Janice and Flixie look to re-establish their high ground, Mustache and Malabuka, typically you look at a team with the Grimgate medallion and think they will be the biggest threats for it. That isn't typically their style, so I'm sure we'll keep seeing them on these mid and low layers. Badil's going to be forced to play on these kind of layers right now when you look at his materials. For the player with the most elimination so far today, 14 total on the day, there is a chance he can add to that tally playing from where he is playing. We'll let the Storm catch up to him a bit as he tries to get behind an unsuspecting team. Zong continues to pull far though, and so now he's going to have to start running, figuring out where exactly he is. He's got to go, a player right in front of him. With now just 2 builds remaining, things are looking really tough for Badil.
Yeah, he's running out of time and opportunity, something he needs both of, but spots into the distance, trying to see who he can jump on to try to get the elimination. Said he can be on the high ground, smooth sailing as they put pressure down from above, and Badil's luck has finally run out, gets toe tagged and sent back to the lobby. As Cammy and Seti, they look like they were poised to take the high ground. He gets overtaken. Yanis and Flixie, they've been able to hold on to it up until now, where Shraft and Skrill have finally made their presence known.
Mustache and Malabuka still kicking in this game, and with the Grim team alive, you know there's always going to be a threat in the lobby. He's in somebody's box though with Seti and Cammy. They're going to take him out. Oh no, he actually slips away. How does he survive there? The banana waiting for him in his box from Malabuka. And Mustache got really close to the end of his game. These two stay alive though, and that is huge for their duo.
Yeah, slip and slide of movement from Merstash to stay alive, and he quickly dashes to the front side yet again, trying to solidify the positioning in the front side of the zone, but they run into Cammy, they run into Seti. Battle of the Titans. Malabuka dropped down to just a sliver of HP, and you can see everything they were fighting for. The legendary banana to try to get them even further in this game, but down goes Merstash. Malabuka, he's have to be up for a tall task because now he's left by himself.
Malabuka Mustache just kept running into players on their layer. And it looks like it's going to happen again. He's just dashed past 2 players, but it will eventually take him out. That's Trulex and Chicho.
That was a great attempt to try to dash to safety using Chicho as a box against them, but he still gets taken down altogether. Medallion's changing hands. Trulex, he's the one that has the fighting shot, and you see him switch on over that medallion. He's already got his 3 dashes and his chance to move forward in this game.
Cammy with devious intentions here behind Strapped. He will be able to connect in 1 shot. Won't he be able to finish it though? Strapped will be able to survive as Cammy goes down.
That is just a big defeat for Cammy, but he's done his job. They made it far into this game, trying to close the gap for first place, but so is everyone else. Toos and Karmi staggering themselves back, so that way they can try to sneak up on another team. Phrodoxy and Trippin doing the same thing, which means high ground virtually unnoticed.
Trip and Phrodoxy trying to cause chaos, and that's exactly what they'll do. Phrodoxy now playing the floppers behind, and he takes Trulex down. This is Phrodoxy's time to have his typical pop-off, but he's stuck in between 2 teams. Skrill might have just thrown the game away, though. He drops down, and he gets taken out as a result of it. Phrodoxy now trying to push his way back up, and he will be able to take high ground for himself.
This is a big opportunity because Phrodoxy also has the Medallion of Hades, where he can get the Siphon if he can figure out a way to separate Andalex and Sato in a 1v2, but Shraft is still alive, and he's trying to cause destruction and distractions. Everything comes crashing down. Phrodoxy gets a knock on the 1. Siphon doesn't come through, and the game is ended just like that with Andalex and Sato stealing it away.
Sato is never going to be an easy man to beat in a fight, and showcasing that right at the end there. Andalex and Sato kept their composure, and they're rewarded as a result of it. A big win here for the Frenchies.
And what a way to take advantage of a game where not only first place went down early, but players at the top of the leaderboard were dropping like flies. And in a situation where you're the only duo left alive against two different solos, they make the play to take down Strapped, and it was basically easy as Fernoxy came crashing down.
7 elims there for Sato at the end. He's a talent that people have been raving about now for the past 2 seasons. Just incredibly skilled, and playing with Andalex, that veteran experience, and still a top player in his own right. These guys have been making a statement here in the double-digit games.
Yep, but that's going to do it for me and Levin after this game. We need a chance to breathe and take a look at that leaderboard. Frankie, let us know who's in first.
I have the pleasure of letting you know that very shortly. We're just working out the leaderboard as we speak. First of all, though, let's break down Andalex and Sato taking that victory royale. They came so close early today, and this time round the pressure was all on Sato. Takata.
Yeah, absolutely popping off. It actually boosted Sato to now the elim leader of day 2 for the grand finals at 18 total eliminations just for Sato, not including Andalex's. So after that victory royale, you can see they were playing confident from low, and they just secured that perfectly when they needed to take on high.
Absolutely perfectly done from this duo, and I think just that low ground ability from them was just fantastic. I remember early on this season they actually came second place in one of the semi-finals games, I believe, and it was down to the train. It was quite unlucky for them. They got shot away by the train. It was Mustache and Malibuca, I think, that ended up winning, and they had a little bit of fortune in that game as a contrary to that, because of course we had Strapped and Skrill on high, and I think it was Skrill there who went down to full damage, so it was looking like their game to win, but of course down on low ground, very nicely done from those guys.
Yeah, it was an unlucky moment for him in what was quite an unlucky lobby for a number of our duos. But Cammy and Seti, despite their misfortune of struggling with Surge in the mid-game, they were still able to clutch a very respectable top 10 position, Mini Miner.
Yeah, I think it was actually even top 5 there at the end for this duo, so really nicely done for them. That's exactly what they could have wanted right at the end, because of course we saw that Swizzy and Vaniac went down early. It was all the pressure was on them to perform, and there were so many times where you thought maybe this duo's time is up. They were below Surge a little bit, or they were struggling with Surge at certain moments as well. They were rotating a little bit later and even getting jumped on by Mustache and Malibuca. That's never a team you want to be fighting, but they somehow found a way to keep their game going, to Carter, and it's good to see because they need to keep that consistency going.
Yeah, it's interesting because so many of the duos that were in the top 5 ended up going down. But look at that leaderboard still, all the way at the top. Swizzy and Vaniac, even though they did have those challenges in the early game, they are still sitting comfortably on the throne.
Yeah, and Swizzy and Vaniac, they had a difficult off-spawn situation. And that's surprising to see, given that they've been having brawlers to themselves so far this weekend. So I think maybe they were slightly shocked by what happened to them here, Mini Miner.
Oh, 100%. When you're first place in a tournament, this is the last thing you want to be seeing when you're gliding on through. You don't want to be seeing or hearing any other gliders joining you. Of course, 7 fours and really nicely done from those guys to actually take out Swizzy initially, but I have to give all of the credit to Vaniac for that beautiful 1v2. It was ultimately just unfortunate there was another third party to Carter.
Yeah, I mean, they got the job done initially from being on con to once the duo conning them. They got the 2 eliminations, but you can't really do much after the third party comes through. You've already used your materials, your loot, and Vaniac tried staying up as much as possible, but eventually did get eliminated. The good news for them, you know, is they're still the top of the pack, right? They were watching as the game was going on, these duos go down one by one that were in the top 5, only one remaining being Cammy and Seti. And I mean, even then, you can see they bumped up to 545 points, but there's still a significant gap between first and second place.
There is. I mean, I'm looking at it as well. There's the difference between first and second now. From before that game was 155. Now it's down to 89. So although they are still in and amongst, you know, the mix, they're not quite as far ahead as they were before that game. So that's going to have serious implications and serious questions now about the next game. How are things going to play out? Because I honestly have no idea what they're going to do, what they're going to do to solve that problem, because it's the first time we've really seen them have any issues off spawn.
Now that we only have 2 games left, guys, it's really important to look at the standings and just see who is in contention for those 5 spots in Global Championships. Now, Mercedes and Malibuca, because they won Major 1, that 6th position, if they get into the top 5, then we then look at the 6th position, because it means that those places will be taken, obviously. I'm sorry, I did not explain that very well. Basically, you're looking at the top 6 here, boys, not just the top 5, because of the fact that Mercedes and Malibuca, they already have a spot to themselves. That makes sense, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah, you're bearing with me. Brilliant. I'm glad I'm finally doing my job for once, because what I actually want you to do is look at the fact that Truelex and Chicho are in 7th position. That was a very good game for them, and they need to have another couple to secure their tickets to Dallas. Mini Miner, what did you think of this performance?
I am impressed. I was impressed about this duo. It's nice to see them sort of finally coming together and finally waking up, because of course it hasn't really been the best season for them at all. Of course, not making grand finals last season, that was put a big question mark on how this duo were going to do this season. Of course, only just made it to grand finals at the lower bracket, and even switching drops them for grand finals. I think a lot of people just kind of wrote this duo off completely. It's like, yeah, they've left restored reels. How are they going to do landing at a completely different drop spot? So far, Sakasa, it seems like they're doing okay. It just needs these last 2 games for them need to be good, otherwise they're not going to find themselves inside of that top 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because, I mean, 1st and 2nd has a pretty big gap. But if you look 3rd through 10th, they're all in the 400-point range. And with the new multipliers for day 2, 1 victory royale is basically 100 points. So that would put the difference to get you up to 3rd.
Well, let's see who does manage to get themselves inside that all-important top 5 after game number 11. Let's head back to our casters, Jacob and Levin.
Thank you so much. With only 2 games left to really close that gap, time is definitely ticking, and it's dropped down to about an 89-point lead first place has over the rest of the pack, and it gets even increasingly more close from there, because that top 5, the position to go to the Global Championship, is 1 win away from any one of these teams, I feel like, inside of the top 20.
No, absolutely. A big last couple games, and you really set yourself up. My eyes are peeled, though, to see what happens off spawn at Brawlers Battlegrounds. Will the first place team, Swizzy and Vanyak, be contested again? Let's find out what happens here in game 11.
Feel like that's the only way the gap can continuously be closed, because how consistent, even as solos, Swizzy and Vanya have been playing all weekend long, not just today. And so an 89 points with the point multiplier, like, yeah, 1 win can close the gap, but not the way these guys have been playing. It not only took a team contesting them right out of the gates, but it took another third party from just outside of Brawlers Battlegrounds to move over in that direction to kind of end and stop that run. And just by judging off, I'm not sure they're going to be contested this time around.
I mean, again, very interesting, right? Oh no. Oh no, don't speak too soon. Forzen and Seb, they are gliding in. It looks like Vanyak and Swizzy have the better drops. No, maybe not, actually. No, yeah, Seb and Forzen land first. Vanyak gonna land here on this mythic chest. He's gonna get that SMG. A bit of damage just to get things kicked off here for this Osborne fight. And this is gonna be huge. Again, we saw last time Vanyak was able to win the 1v2, right? So in theory, they did win and beat these guys off spawn, but the third party rolled in, and that was the problem.
And they're probably waiting for it again. Probably looting up as fast as they can, because they are uncontested at that split behind Brawlers Battleground, just southeast. So the longer the fight like this takes to even start, let alone finish, the bigger chance they have to kind of gain that high ground position on the mountain right behind and start the third party shots down below to kind of create a no-win scenario for either one of these teams.
Absolutely. Will be key as well to see what happens as Forzen and Seb actually choose. Yeah, they don't even want to get involved in it. They're saying, yeah, we're going to back out. They're running away. But even that loot taken away from the first place team might be a bit of an annoyance. Marius and Sangil, this fight that we've seen over and over again here at the Underworld, will finally go in their favor against Turtle and Cheeps.
Way better chance to get a much better start to the games that they've been having so far, but not everybody having that same sort of luxury. You got 2 teams already fighting it down, but a third one ready to come in and disrupt it all. Potential 24 points worth of eliminations for any one of these teams that they can figure out a way to snatch them all. And for Fastroki and Roban, that'll definitely do wonders for their position on the leaderboard. Can hopefully push them inside of the top 5.
So it's a messy one. Nobody wants to make the wrong move. Everybody's sort of waiting for someone else to misstep, make a mistake. We'll see when people's patience starts to run out and they decide they want to disengage, or whether they want to force the fight to happen. And so we've already seen one team drop out, yeah? We ain't got time for all this, man. You guys can sit there and hide in the buildings all you want. We'll go loot up. And then for Stroke and Roban saying, all right, I would also like some loot, so I am going to leave myself.
It's like one of those situations where, as confident as you feel going into a match, going into certain situations like this, it's a whole different feeling when you're actually, you know, fighting a team like Roban and Fastroki boxed on top, and then you know the third team is coming in, and it almost does stuff to you mentally, almost makes you second guess, is what I'm doing the correct play, is it not? And I think it forces kind of teams to kind of realize they disengage, they take it slowly, but they even look back, land a couple of great shots like that. Looks like a body shot with a sniper, maybe a headshot with the DMR. This is where I'm looking at a lot of teams to really start to make some moves. Swizzy, Vanya doesn't look like they won the fight, but it does look like that team that was once contesting them, that went down to a 2v1 on the Vanya, are leaving, disengaging out of this position. And because no fight is happening here, you also see it on the minimap that that third-party potential team is also leaving. So kind of going back to basics, with the only real difference being contested.
Shouldn't affect them too much. I think what Vanyak and Swizzy have shown is that if you allow them to play a game out, they will be problem makers. Oh no.
Like the sneaky plays, oh my. Didn't think he would actually run back in the direction, and they immediately get their position known.
Oh,
about 80 damage just like that, continuing up on it. This is not good for Reason, but this is fantastic for Queasy and Thomas. Takes one good team out of the lobby, or at least half of it, as Reason is found out. And I'm about to say, Vidil nowhere in sight, but this is the risk you take for splitting up as far as you do to try to cover ground and get loot and search for yourself.
A lot's going through Vidil's head right now. Not the best spot to be in, but Queasy and Thomas do really well again to just capitalize. We know they've been cooking up strats for how to get Surge early, and identifying that these guys play very split and trying to find a way to cut them off as they loot and farm makes perfect sense. Really well played from Thomas and Queasy.
This is a very tough position because Thomas and Queasy always stay around that location regardless of elims. If they continue in that trend, it does look like Vidil might run into him sooner or later. Fastroki, Roban finally disengage out of their original spot. They have more than enough heals to continue to maintain a strong presence deep within the storm like they are now. It's not too far off, and they even have an option to grab a couple pairs of wings if they kind of work that into their own game plan. And just as we tune in to TD and Chap, they already take down Andalex, leaving Sato by himself, fresh off of a victory royale and back-to-back finals appearances for himself. You can only have that positive aspect last for so long, especially with Chap Teeny beginning to aggress in, and they take you out just as quick as you enter the lobby.
That's what Chap and Teeny do. Fighting is just their go-to.
They've been one of the most aggressive duos throughout the weekend, finding opportunity after opportunity. And this one's a little bit of a switch up that we've seen so far. Queasy and Thomas actually getting access to a forecast tower. I don't know how often they've been able to possess this forecast tower, but a team as experienced as them getting the chance to see a zone ahead every single time with their rotations they've been making and as deep and long as they've been lasting into the storm. I think as long as they don't stray too far away from their game plan, this will be great.
The answer there is not very often. They've not been getting forecasts very often, but they certainly try to take advantage of it now, but they will be getting pushed here by Forzen and Seb. They're in the box. But Queasy will come up with the goods and deal the damage needed. Thomas there to support as well, and so they'll take both of those guys out again. More damage now. Their surge is sorted. They have enough shields to get themselves back up into a comfortable spot. The materials aren't too bad either. With Forecast, these guys are going to be really, really set up to have a good game here.
Yeah, I expect them at least top 10 in this one.
Oh, was one of them stolen?
Oh, it does look like Banyak with the water bending just steals it away, man. Wondering how he was going to get his surge no longer contested. Well, he made an easy find, and now Vidil still floating around this direction. Because remember, it was Reason who got taken down earlier on around this spot of the map by Queasy and Thomas.
I love how Swizzy and Banyak were just like, nah, we're getting involved with these 7 and 4s guys. You ain't letting them get out of this game without us having a say about it. And now they need to be careful because the deal has a lot of that same passion, that same aggression that they have. You don't want to end up in the Vidil highlight reel.
Really just takes one good shot by Vidil to turn the tables in this fight, especially on someone like Swizzy, who's already missing 50 shields. But now they're just pressuring from multiple angles, trying to take the pieces away, lessen the options that he has to move around. But Vidil, I feel like he knows exactly this, creating so much space for himself. The first chance he gets, he even goes up a few layers, but the onslaught of attack from Swizzy will continue. Shot getting fired off from multiple directions, and eventually the numbers game adds up, and Banyak and Swizzy take him down.
Yeah, Swizzy did well there as Vidil tried to aggress, tried to force the issue, tried to force the 1v1. Just held the shotgun out and slowly dealt with him.
Uh-oh. Does look like they're going to try to do it again, but Queasy, not as patient as he could have been, just fires a shot a little bit too early, gives away his position. Crucial knowledge for Swizzy and Vanya in a moment like that, and they move themselves closer and closer to that bunker that we know Queasy and Thomas like to fight for. It does look like they're going to position, probably box up on that bunker. I think Queasy and Thomas know it. Instead of moving over in that direction, they choose to go elsewhere, get a little bit more elevation, because they know they still need a little bit more when it comes to that storm surge. But what a better place to gain that elevation than Mount Olympus itself.
100%. Tayson and Veno know a lot about elevation. We've seen them base up here on this building of Henson Fields quite a lot this season. Even though they might be done with it here at this point, with the water bending in hand, I wouldn't rule anything out for Tayson. Would be a great chance to get some more damage, get some more surge tags. Cammy and Seti in the bunker now. Gonna make the most out of that one. So use the base here as well. You can see the bush at the top just to give the extra bit of protection.
We know they more than likely already have a ton of extra heals, and with the bunker opening up right beneath, they get even more. You can see around the map a lot of the players that positioned high up above. Malabuka, no more stash in sight. As that contest over towards Grim Gates, even if it's not an actual contest deep down, will continue.
Yeah, we saw Mustache go down in the feed at the hands of Eclipse, I believe. And it seems to be a pattern with these guys, even though they're able to get out of Grim Gate a lot of the time with Lou and not have too many problems on spawn. It's the mid games that have just really looked rather painful for Malabuka and Mustache, and again for the reigning champions, you know, have some compassion for them. Mid games, Storm Surge, it's not been easy for everyone. Everyone's having struggles with it this season. But it really has been a problem they just haven't been able to solve over the course of the last 11 games.
Yeah, it's something that's going to be so prevalent. When a lobby that is this stacked, nobody really wanted to take too many risks, especially the longer and longer the day goes. There's only this game and one more left. So it'd be disastrous to kind of risk so much for so little this late in the game. As Fast Stroke, he's just trying to get the reboot card back for Robon. Probably try to give him a second chance, but here's some footsteps moving in his direction. And that's where he has to quickly about face and try to figure out where he's going to go to try to stay alive. Game and one more left. surprised to see they're just trying to loot over for scraps. Just to the north. Fastroki does have an escape plan with a launch pad that is back there. As long as it's not destroyed at the very minimum. But it does look like he might think that nobody else is still here. Chap Teeny still around this position, so Fastroki does go for the reboot. He's given up his entire position and the fact that he is by himself in an instant.
He's making a lot of noise. He doesn't know these guys are here. And you see, as soon as the reboot started, the arrows in the bottom right just instantly turned to face him. Chap and Teeny probably just gonna let the reboot happen and then get both their limbs. I mean, Fastroki knows that they're there now, but yeah, they're literally just gonna wait for it to happen, build up right on it so they can just take Roban down. And Fastroki will put up a fight, but you might just anger these guys even more. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Roban down there.
God, I love the attempt coming out from Fastroki. He builds up to try to contest them so that way they don't got free shots to go on to Roban. But it's almost going to be a waste because he floats down to his demise, goes down altogether. Teeny trying to stay alive, getting aggressive. He knows that Fastroki's weak, and now they're just both bull rushing into the box, trying to use the strength in numbers. But as soon as Fastroki creates a little bit too much distance for their liking, they reposition, use the Flowberry Fizz to once again go on the onslaught of attack. And Fastroki's time is quickly running out as he finally gets put down.
And just like that, 12 extra points to add to the tally for these guys, 1,000 above Surge. The maps are looking good. Now if they can just get themselves into a nice spot into the zone, this could be a real big game for Chapintini. And again, a lot of pressure on Chap to perform in his first grand finals. I said I think we'll see the best placement of a rookie we've seen in the FNCS and EU in the past 2 years. Currently sitting in 4th, they could finish even higher than that by the end of it.
True test, I feel like, how good the region actually is, that you're having a rookie contend in one of the toughest FNCSs we've seen in a long time. And he's not only just contending, he actually has a legitimate shot to take over that first place spot, to grab his global championship spot as well. It's top 5. And if Queasy, Thomas, Malibu, or Mustache, either one of those 2 teams who already have their spot end up into the top 5, then it'll just roll down to the next player on that list. So with 2 of those guys actually that close, we could see one of those roll down positions come through.
Teddy and Cammy playing in the storm, as we often see them do. I'm just trying to get some shots over towards those players there. I believe that was Chapintini probably rotating past. Not able to connect anything. Yeah, it was Chapintini. You can see them now swimming their way on in.
This is going to end up being such a great rotation for them as long as they can find heals afterwards. Because you got to think, with everybody moving in from the north side of the map, the west side of the map as well, there's going to be virtually nobody. Because even teams like Queasy, Thomas, Vanyak, and Swizzy, they've rotated away from this spot thinking it was going to kind of center up and that's where they need to go. So well, you're going to be one of the first teams there. It's going to be very, very similar to previous games where Cammy and Seti did the same thing.
Yeah, they might even go up to that house you see just up on the cliff. Maybe even go into brawlers as well. Obviously, they've got these bandies, but just to cap themselves off. It will be something they'll be able to find for sure.
It makes it easier for them to do it because they already have 4 eliminations. We saw them pick up 2 just moments ago, so they really don't have to worry about Surge probably for the next couple of zones, not just 1 or 2. As Queasy and Thomas have made their rotation back over towards Brawler Battlegrounds. They don't need much in terms of their loot, but they're just trying to see if there is anything that could help bolster their loadout. You see them find that extra Flowberry Fizz, immediately grabbing that, trading it for the Wings of Icarus. And if they only have 1 between the 2, I think that's an A+ play. Cringe is going to be by himself. 6 below the damage threshold. We just saw him fall, but with other players in the lobby getting active, a couple eliminations, he's going up and down that threshold, and it is currently active as well. So 6 below is not where you want to position yourself. Only a few more seconds for Cringe before he goes down altogether, and it doesn't look like he's even going to try.
Again, just showcasing how tough it is to stay up there when you're doing well day one of FNCS in this current format. Cringe and Nom surprised a lot of people, but they're struggling to hold on. This game wasn't the one. They're going to have to make it count in game 12. Manabuka and Mustache, though, have gotten themselves back into this game. Mustache is back up. And even though they aren't looking amazing on the material front, there is still a big chance for them to make some waves in this game.
It almost seems like even though they do not have the mythic gatekeeper, they still might have the medallion to give them the dashes. Just judging by the fact that Malibuca has all three and a fresh rebooted Mustache has them as well, and they're immediately trying to dash in. They know they need to figure out an elimination. They need to start getting some loot if they plan on making it further and further into this game, but that opportunity immediately gets shut down by Flixie.
Yeah, as you were saying, they want to try to take that fight. Need to be careful about how they go about it. Benefits of having a dash here, right? Being able to rotate like this, just get past, get ahead of everybody.
see a damn thing. Girl, you flying.